Chapter 1. The Bodyguard. 3 months ago, the United Nations Council for the Defense Against Mutated Creatures put forward the Human Migration Plan, also known as the Great Multiverse Migration. It aimed to safely transfer the surviving humans from one world to another. Regarding this plan, apart from those who proposed it, almost the entire humanity regarded it as absurd. Bylon was lying alone on the rooftop, basking in the sun. She recalled the migration plan proposed by the Council not long ago and found it utterly ridiculous. In this apocalyptic world filled with man-eating monsters, mutated animals, plants, insects, and even humans affected by the mutation were everywhere. They were bloodthirsty, greedy, and crazy, and all living things would become their hunting targets. Even to this day, the source of this mutation phenomenon remained unknown, and there was no solution to it. Just 2 years ago, the United Nations dispatched the military for an extermination plan, but it ended in failure. As far as Bylon knew, that extermination operation was initially successful. However, half a month after its success, the number of mutated creatures in that area had multiplied, far exceeding the number before the operation. It was precisely because of that plan that the despair of humanity towards the approaching end of the world had deepened. In such a situation, the Council resolutely put forward the migration plan, which had little possibility of being realized. This was like stabbing a knife into the hearts of those who were already deeply in despair. Thinking of this, Bylon let out a disdainful snort. At this moment, she was in a dangerous area, lying flat on the top of the government building in the old capital of Chaosha Republic, quietly enjoying the sunbath. She took out the transparent test tube she carried with her and looked up at the serum sealed in the tube. The pale yellow liquid appeared crystal clear under the refraction of light. Roars of monsters came from downstairs. Bylon immediately put away the test tube, got up, and looked downstairs. She saw a crazed monster rushing into the old government building. A trace of unease flashed across Balin's previously calm expression. She turned around and walked towards the rusty rooftop door, intending to go downstairs as soon as possible. But just a few steps out, the old door was suddenly opened quickly. A shrill squeak sounded, and a rather thin young man rushed out from inside. He was holding a black briefcase. He was probably in his 20s, wearing glasses with one broken lens. His dirty white shirt hung loosely on him, and he looked extremely disheveled, obviously having just experienced a thrilling chase. As soon as the young man opened the rooftop door, he noticed Bylon standing there. But he had no time to pay attention to her. His face was full of panic, and his eyes were searching everywhere for a place to hide. But this was the top floor, and there was no place to hide. Bylon calmly watched this panicked young man, as if watching a clumsy clown. "You'd better hide quickly, too. That monster might come up." The young man found a corner filled with boxes, forced himself in, and squatted among the boxes. Then he picked up a tattered rain-proof cloth and covered his head. Only then did he finally have time to give Bylon a warning. "Hide quickly. You'll be torn to pieces." That thing's claws look even more ferocious than a lion's. In the panic, the young man still managed to push up his glasses. Probably because he had run too much and was too hot. The glasses always slid down due to the sticky sweat. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of thud, 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 thud footsteps grew louder and louder as they approached rapidly. The monster broke into the room, smashing the rusty iron door violently. Along with the door, several screws on it were also knocked flying. The iron door landed right in front of the boxes where the young man was hiding, which scared him so much that he almost let out a scream. On the other hand, Bylon stood still in her place. The monster had now noticed Balin's presence. It rushed towards her rapidly, like a predator seeing its prey, with greed in its eyes. Bylon calmly raised one hand, facing her palm directly at the monster. Her slender arm was slightly bent, and her fingers curled like claws, gradually tightening and pulling back. The young man hiding aside noticed that the monster suddenly stopped its attack because of Balin's actions. It seemed as if there were several invisible strings restricting its movement. Then, as Bylon slowly pulled her hand back, she suddenly clenched her fist tightly. At that moment, the monster instantly swelled up and then exploded like a balloon filled with too much air. In an instant, blood spattered everywhere and fell like a rain of blood, covering Bylon all over. Bylon calmly looked at the young man while being bathed in the blood rain. The young man stood up slowly in surprise, obviously still not recovered from the bloody scene just now. But soon, the young man's attitude changed. He showed a surprised smile and said, I want to hire you as my bodyguard to protect me out of this dead city safely. The young man's name was Shen Gaoyao. He was a pure-blooded Oriental and claimed to be from Chaosha Republic and the youngest son of a wealthy businessman. To be honest, with his down-and-out and restrained appearance, he didn't look like a rich second generation at all. Although this was a world full of dangers, countries had established the United Nations Council for the Defense Against Mutated Creatures for many years to resist the invasion of monsters. And a complete and effective defense system had already been formed. The Chaosha Republic that Shen Gaoyao mentioned was one of the participating countries. Bailon wasn't very interested in Shen Gaoyao's identity as the son of a wealthy businessman. She showed an indifferent attitude until Shen Gaoyao mentioned the reward. I have money. I can give you a lot of money. Bailon replied indifferently. Any other benefits? This stumped Shen Gaoyao. He thought for a while and then said, if you can safely escort me to the new capital of the Republic, Noah City, he'll give you a villa. A villa is worth considering, but it still seems not enough, Bailon said meaningfully. Shen Gaoyao understood her implication. He crawled out from behind the boxes clumsily and asked in a low voice with dissatisfaction, what else do you want? Not much, just a card. A card? Shen Gaoyao seemed to have guessed something. I mean that small card that can prove my identity. You mean an ID? The government system has the identity information of every citizen. If you lost your relevant ID, you can get a replacement. But the government doesn't have my information. What? Shen Gaoyao looked incredibly shocked. He finally realized what was going on and pointed at Bailon in shock. You're an illegal resident? Don't put it so harshly, Bailon smiled. Now this matter is very simple. As long as I protect you safely to Noah City, and you help me create a fake identity information, that's enough. You're a rich man. This kind of thing should be easy for you to handle, right? No, I won't help you. Shen Gaoyao refused firmly. Bailon shrugged and gave her blessing. Then there's no need to continue this conversation. I wish you can leave here safely. She turned around to leave, and Shen Gaoyao behind her backed down. Oh wait, you let me think about it again. Shen Gaoyao was a coward. In order to survive, he finally agreed to Bailon and promised to create a fake identity for her after arriving in Noah City. Chapter 2. May your dreams come true. The only road leading out of the old city was congested with a large number of abandoned vehicles, making it difficult for cars to pass through. So they chose the highway, where there were significantly fewer vehicles. If they could find a working car, they could get out of the city as soon as possible. First, the two washed their faces with mineral water in an abandoned shopping mall and changed their clothes in a clothing store before going to look for a car. It was only after they finally found a car that could be started that they realized neither of them could drive. Your family is so rich and you can't drive? Bailon asked. I have a driver. Why would I need to drive? That's true. Bailon shrugged and deliberately asked again. I really don't understand why a rich second generation like you would come to the old city. Aren't you afraid of death? Shen Gaoyao straightened his glasses and said unhappily, it's none of your business. Just do your job as a bodyguard and don't ask about other things. I was just asking casually. Bailon ignored him and opened the car door, then got into the white car that could be started. The outside of the car was covered with dust and had scratch marks all over. When she opened the door, she got a mouthful of dust. Fortunately, the inside was relatively clean, but after being stuffy for so long, the smell was a bit strong. Seeing Bailon sitting in the driver's seat, Shen Gaoyao was puzzled. You can't drive, so what are you doing up there? Indeed, I can't, but I can learn. Don't be reckless. If you die in an accident, who will protect me? Shen Gaoyao tried to stop Bailon, but it was too late. Bailon turned the key in the ignition, and the car started. The roaring engine sound made Shen Gaoyao let go of the door handle in fear and quickly step back. Before long, as Shen Gaoyao had expected, Bailon hit the rear of the car in front and the front of the car behind during the drive. However, this situation didn't last long. After hitting the cars about 4 or 5 times in a row, she actually found some tricks in driving and became more and more proficient. This isn't that difficult, is it? Bailon looked a bit proud after getting out of the car. You don't even have a driver's license. Stop being reckless. In the apocalypse, you're talking to me about a driver's license? Shen Gaoyao was at a loss for words. He forced an awkward smile on his face, but still had no confidence in Bailon's driving skills. Let's just walk out on foot. Outside the city, there's an abandoned military base. There should still be some communication equipment that can be used. Bailon glanced at the vehicle, its front and rear already battered from her impending collision. There's no need to walk, allow me to drive. With a confident demeanor, She reopened the car door, gesturing for Shan Gaoyao to take a seat. The latter uttered a hesitant ah as he surveyed the fallen bumper, his face betraying reluctance as he hesitated to enter the vehicle. Just as he sought another excuse, he caught a glimpse of the chilling intent radiating from Balin's smile. He realized that this woman was not to be trifled with. Reluctantly, Shan Gaoyao slid into the car, carefully choosing a relatively safe position directly behind the driver's seat, tightening his seatbelt as if that would provide him with a modicum of reassurance. The car soon hit the road. Despite a few minor bumps along the way, they were inconsequential. Once they reached the main road, Balin's driving skills had noticeably improved, allowing Shan Gaoyao to ease the tension that had gripped his heart. The fatigue from the past few days began to weigh heavily on him, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he heard Bailon calling his name, accompanied by the sensation of a warm hand gently patting his face. The caresses transitioning from light to firm. Slap! The sting of a resounding slap jolted Shan Gaoyao awake, as if a wound had been doused in chili pepper extract. "Bailon, have you lost your mind?" he exclaimed, his usual timidity replaced by indignation, only to be abruptly silenced by her hand over his mouth. What's wrong?" Bailon gestured for silence, then pointed upwards. What lay above? Through the car's sunroof, Shan Gaoyao discerned that they were parked beneath a massive tree, cloaked in its shadow. However, even in such concealment, the compact car appeared strikingly conspicuous. Hud, hud, hud. A series of rhythmic, muffled sounds resonated, akin to the thumping of drumsticks against a drumhead, yet far more thunderous, causing the car itself to tremble slightly with each impact. One thud, two thuds, three. An unprecedented sense of oppression loomed closer. A larger, darker shadow cascaded down upon them, and from the gaps in the leaves above, a colossal figure emerged. This silhouette possessed limbs, yet was grotesquely composed of bloody, raw flesh, resembling a giant flayed alive at first glance. Shan Gaoyao was rendered speechless. It was the first time in his life he had encountered such a monstrous aberration. If compelled to draw a comparison, it was akin to a skyscraper. Minutes later, the shadow overhead began to dissipate. Bailon and Shan Gaoyao exited the vehicle, the latter hastily retrieving paper and a pen from his briefcase. "What are you doing?" Bailon inquired, curiosity piquing her interest. "Documenting," he replied, his gaze fixed downward as he used one hand to support the briefcase as a makeshift drawing board, while the other sketched rapidly on the paper, capturing the likeness of the vanishing aberration. His drawing was rudimentary, merely a rough outline, and he scribbled descriptive notes alongside it. "Is it truly useful to draw it? There are countless monsters in this world. Can you possibly document them all?" Bailon leaned against the car door, deeming Shan Gaoyao's actions a futile exercise. Yet Shan Gaoyao held a different perspective. He insisted this was the largest aberration he had ever witnessed and felt his documentation of such creatures was far from exhaustive. "You seem rather intrigued by these monsters," Bailon remarked, glancing at his sketch, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Not at all, I detest them. However, thorough documentation may enhance our understanding of them, and perhaps one day we can eradicate them from this world entirely." "That may never come to fruition," Bailon retorted, swiftly regaining her composure, her tone calm. "You ought to abandon such dreams. It is precisely because reality is so harsh that dreams arise." Shan Gaoyao paused in his writing, asserting firmly, "No, this is not a dream, it will become a reality." "May your dreams come true," then Bailon replied with a smile, patting Shan Gaoyao's shoulder. "Wait, what?" Bailon shrugged her arms. "The car has run out of fuel." Chapter 3. A bold conjecture. With no fuel and no gas stations nearby, they had no choice but to proceed on foot. On either side of the highway lay an endless expanse of semi-deserted terrain, the wind carrying fine grains of sand that occasionally struck Balin's face, compelling her to refrain from speaking lest she ingest a mouthful of sand. She brushed aside her wind-tousled hair and tossed a bottle of mineral water to Shan Gaoyao. Shan Gaoyao, lacking physical stamina and exposed to the relentless sun, was on the verge of collapse. "I told you to grab more water at the supermarket. You thought it cumbersome. Are you regretting it now?" Balin's words dripped with mockery. Shan Gaoyao, too fatigued to respond, set his briefcase aside and draped his outer white shirt over his head. clad only in a white tank top. Sweat poured from him as he wiped his brow and eagerly opened the bottle to drink. After consuming nearly half the bottle, he finally felt a semblance of recovery and spoke up. How was I to know the car would run out of fuel mid-journey? You should have checked the fuel gauge before getting in. Shin Gao's tone bore a hint of reproach toward Bailon, his demeanor appearing somewhat unravaged. Bailon looked down at her backpack, noting only 2 bottles of water remained, remnants from their previous supermarket stop. Given the sweltering heat, they could not afford to run out of water, or they would perish along the way. You should rest for a while, but remember to ration the water, Bailon advised before moving toward a nearby abandoned vehicle to sit in its shadow, seeking respite from the direct sunlight. After several minutes of silence, Shun Gaoyao suddenly asked, "How did you kill that monster? Are you referring to the one that was pursuing you?" "Of course. That is certainly feasible." Their brief exchange came to an end, leaving only the sound of the wind surrounding them until Bailon broke the silence once more. "Aren't you a wealthy second generation? Engaging in such perilous tasks could easily be outsourced." "Indeed, but this particular device is crucial. I arranged for a military team to secure it, and I funded the latest equipment myself." "You seem quite invested in these monsters," Bailon remarked with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Detecting the derision in her words, Shun Gaoyao snorted, retorting with a statement that made Bailon erupt in laughter. "I do this to save the world." "What are you laughing at?" Shun Gaoyao's face flushed slightly as he adjusted his broken glasses, speaking in a tone only audible to himself. "I cannot bear to see the world I cherish overrun by those monsters. Someone must stand up." "Go ahead and ask." "What do you mean?" Shun Gaoyao sensed an underlying implication in Balin's words, yet she waved her hand dismissively, refraining from further inquiry. Shun Gaoyao cast a suspicious glance at Bailon, now seated in the shade, his brow furrowing as he admonished her in a tone befitting an employer. "You are my bodyguard, remember. I am your employer. Speak less and act more." The highway stretched endlessly, and after a prolonged trek, Shun Gaoyao's promised abandoned military base remained elusive. "I can't go on. I'm too exhausted." Shun Gaoyao squatted down, unwilling to sit on the scorching ground where no shade was available, the relentless heat rendering the surface dangerously hot. Bailon had only half a bottle of water left. If they failed to locate a water source soon, they would inevitably succumb to thirst. "Is a no-service area nearby?" Bailon surveyed her surroundings. Apart from the highway, all she saw was sand, an anomaly in this desolate terrain. Yet even after traveling this far, there was not a single sign of civilization. It was then that Bailon noticed Shun Gaoyao had vanished. In the following minutes, as Bailon gazed upon the endless sea of sand and the long road stretching into the distance, she found herself ensnared in confusion. The highway lay barren, as if it had always been so, forming a boundless canvas leading toward the horizon. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, warping the distant ground. This optical illusion was a consequence of the heat, resulting from temperature disparities that caused uneven air density. The heated air near the ground ascended, altering the light that refracted into her eyes. Bailon understood this phenomenon, yet the ground before her appeared genuinely distorted. Beyond the smooth expanse of the highway, the increasingly desertified regions were undeniably writhing, as if animated, resembling a colossal plush carpet enveloping the earth. Bailon felt a subtle tremor beneath her feet. The sensation was not overwhelming, yet the asphalt was gradually softening, making her feel as though she were treading upon a sponge at any moment on the verge of sinking. Sinking? Bailon speculated. Could it be that Shun Gaoyao had already succumbed to this fate? The more she pondered this possibility, the bolder her conjectures became. Bold enough to consider that the desert had come to life. The aberration beneath her feet intensified, and Bailon found herself unable to maintain her footing, her body slowly subsiding, much like dusk as she and the old city descended into the cold embrace of night. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Cave. Her chest was compressed by the surrounding heavy sands, the yellow granules above cloaking her head and swiftly severing her connection to the sunlight outside. Bailon had completely succumbed to the darkness. Fortunately, this suffocating sensation eventually dissipated, and as she continued her gradual descent, she felt the ground give way beneath her feet. With a thud, she landed on solid ground. The moment her chest was liberated, Bailon gasped for breath, her lungs heaving heavily. As she caught her breath, she began to survey her surroundings. It appeared to be a mysterious underground cavern, where the air was palpably thin, leaving Bai Lan feeling far from rejuvenated even after a prolonged pause. Shen Gaoyao was nearby, but he had lost consciousness. Despite calling his name repeatedly, he remained unresponsive. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of his frail chest, Bai Lan might have thought him deceased. The cavern walls were coated in a transparent, strange liquid, some of which was a murky white, appearing rather viscous and evoking a sense of nausea at merely the sight of it, let alone its scent. The pool was shallow, with clumps of the viscous white substance floating atop, dripping from the pitch-black rock ceiling above, which, perhaps due to the inadequate lighting, gave the damp stones an appearance reminiscent of charred remnants. How'd I fall from above? Bai Lan could not recall the scene beyond the sand layers, for there was nothing to be seen there, only an endless void of darkness. She circumnavigated the pool, and as she approached the opposite bank, a foul odor reached her nostrils, reminiscent of decaying flesh. Though faint, it was unmistakably emanating from the forebodingly narrow passage ahead. The corridor descended, the ground sloping downward at a steep angle, yet it appeared passable, albeit precariously so. At that moment, Shen Gaoyao, who had been unconscious, stirred awake, standing bewildered on the opposite side of the pool, inquiring of Bai Lan where they were. "I don't know," Bai Lan replied, shaking her head, then countered with a question of her own. "Do you suppose I would know?" Perhaps still groggy from his slumber, Shen Gaoyao's scholarly visage appeared somewhat dazed. He made his way around the pool to join Bai Lan, recounting the events leading up to their descent underground. "It was truly harrowing. I was dragged down by it." "It? What do you mean?" "Of course, the sand. So you believe it has come to life?" "What?" "Nothing." Bai Lan hastily concluded the topic, gesturing towards the shadowy corridor ahead. "Let us proceed. There is no other way." Shen Gaoyao uttered a startled "oh" before suddenly exclaiming in panic, "Ah? Where's my bag?" He frantically searched the dim cave, first circling the pool, before finally locating his black briefcase where he had previously collapsed, letting out a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from him. "Is there something particularly important inside your bag?" Bai Lan inquired. "These are my treasures. It contains records of numerous anomalous creatures." He clutched the briefcase tightly, as if it were a bar of gold. "Don't you keep backups?" "There are backups, but this excursion to the old city has yielded many new discoveries, so it simply cannot be lost otherwise. My efforts would be in vain." "You haven't wasted your trip after all. You've gained me as your bodyguard." "Not a loss," Bai Lan chuckled, turning to delve deeper into the pitch-black corridor. Shen Gaoyao pouted, carefully cradling his briefcase as he trailed behind Bai Lan, his gaze darting around, revealing his growing trepidation at the encroaching darkness. The two traversed the cave, when suddenly it trembled, prompting Bai Lan to surmise that the sands above were once again stirring. Shen Gaoyao, alarmed, exclaimed, "Surely this place won't collapse? Then we must hurry, do not dawdle." Shen Gaoyao glanced ahead, realizing Bai Lan had already covered considerable ground, and he hurriedly followed, clutching her garment as if he were a forlorn puppy. The tremors unexpectedly ceased, leading them into a more expansive area. However, the nauseating stench grew increasingly potent, causing Shen Gaoyao to gag involuntarily. He seemed unable to endure the foul odor, his head spinning. Weakened, he collapsed to the ground, and upon his hands meeting the viscous liquid beneath, he truly retched. Bai Lan frowned, diverting her gaze from him. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding welled within her. As murky, putrid gases invaded her nostrils. Covering her mouth and nose with her hand, Bai Lan declared, "This is a dead end." No sooner had she spoken than a noise emerged from Shen Gaoyao's direction. His briefcase, pinned beneath his arm, caught Bai Lan's eye. Just as she was about to inspect it, she felt a disturbance beneath her feet. A minuscule black hole had appeared in the center of the area, expanding outward as it threatened to consume the ground entirely. Recognizing the peril, Bai Lan swiftly pulled Shen Gaoyao to his feet, straining to hoist him onto her back. This unnecessary action cost her precious time, preventing her from reaching the solid ground of the corridor in time. At that moment, the black hole had engulfed the entire space, and Bai Lan and Shen Gaoyao were compelled to plummet into the abyss. Shen Gaoyao was a steadfast believer in salvation. Even as anomalies increasingly gnawed at the world, he He remained convinced that humanity would triumph over this inexplicable calamity. Driven by this conviction, he had sacrificed much, tirelessly gathering information on the monstrous transformations. Yet, he was not without fear. He often lamented his own cowardice, wishing for a day when some external force would liberate him from the terror that the aberrant entities instilled in him. Upon regaining consciousness, Shun Gaoyao, having endured physical and mental torment, found his eyelids unusually heavy. After considerable effort, he managed to open his eyes. His first instinct was not to ascertain his whereabouts, but rather to locate his precious briefcase. Luckily, it lay beside him, albeit coated in repugnant liquid, prompting another wave of nausea. "Where am I?" Shun Gaoyao wiped his mouth and finally managed to stammer out his first question. Bai Lan stood not far from him, her gaze fixed on a point ahead as she calmly uttered a single word. "Stomach." Chapter 5. This is impossible. What on earth? What are you feeding? Shun Gaoyao could not comprehend Bai Lan's words. Startled, he leaped from the ground, the soft sensation beneath his feet instantly revealing that it was no ordinary surface, but flesh itself. This cannot be true. Though Shun Gaoyao found it hard to believe, his voice trembled noticeably. "How do we end up in such a place? Did we not just fall underground?" "I don't know," Bai Lan replied, shaking her head. Continuing in a calm tone, "My reference to the stomach is merely a conjecture. After all, its shape and overall structure bear a striking resemblance to that of stomach, akin to a magnified version of the human stomach. Are you suggesting that we have been consumed by that giant made entirely of flesh?" Shun Gaoyao said this, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "It is a possibility, but I have an even bolder hypothesis." Shun Gaoyao's heart raced faster. Clearly apprehensive of what Bai Lan was about to say, he stammered, "Then, please, go ahead." Bai Lan looked up at the slimy walls of the stomach. "I believe the anomaly may have affected other entities as well." "Other entities? You should understand my implication." Bai Lan's resolute gaze locked on his Shun Gaoyao. "I am referring to the desert's aberration." "This is impossible!" Shun Gaoyao exclaimed, nearly shouting. Realizing his outburst, he lowered his voice, attempting to sound as composed as possible. "The desert cannot be infected by the anomaly. I have studied aberrant organisms since high school and have never heard of anything other than living beings undergoing aberration. But as you have seen today, the desert is twisting. It is alive. That cannot be the desert. The sand is lifeless. Something else must be lurking beneath it. In any case, the desert cannot possibly be infected by the anomaly." Shun Gaoyao staunchly defended his theory. "Well, I mentioned earlier, these are mere speculations." Bai Lan, wishing to avoid further argument, ceased the discussion at that moment. Shun Gaoyao's gaze involuntarily wandered around. The environment, reminiscent of the stomach, emitted a foul odor, and the mucosal layer on the walls bore little significant difference from what he had observed during his anatomy classes in college, which only strengthened his conviction that this so-called stomach had no relation to the aberration of the desert. This must be the interior of some colossal creature's body. He mused, "Oh right, what about gastric acid? How long have we been here without being digested? Perhaps I have lost consciousness too many times," Shun Gaoyao thought, his mind clouded, slower to react than before, only then recalling the matter of gastric acid. Bai Lan chuckled, shaking her head with a hint of exasperation. She found Shun Gaoyao's notions of saving the world just as absurd. "Without me, you would have been digested long ago." Saying this, Bai Lan stepped over the slimy, repulsive liquid towards Shun Gaoyao, and in the next moment, she grabbed his hand and yanked it towards the clump of viscous fluid on the stomach wall. "Da-da!" Shun Gaoyao cried out in pain, hastily pulling away from Bai Lan, yet the fingers that had touched the viscous substance were already shedding skin, as if they were melting away. The time spent in the viscous fluid was brief, so Shun Gaoyao did not sustain severe injuries. Only the skin on his index and middle fingers had peeled slightly. He blew on his fingers for a while, and as the pain gradually subsided, he settled down. Bai Lan explained, "I coated our bodies in your briefcase with a protective layer. Just now, I temporarily removed the protective layer on your hand to make you believe that this liquid is what we refer to as gastric acid. Now, do you believe this is a stomach?" I never said this was a TA's stomach. I just think it has nothing to do with the desert." Shun Gaoyao defended himself while clutching his injured fingers. "You can ask anyone who would believe that a stomach could suddenly grow beneath the desert. Even if the desert truly came to life, it would still be impossible. Who said there is only one stomach? Bailan's expression remained cold. What? Shen Gaoyao was taken aback. Look how frightened you are. Bailan observed Shen Gaoyao's terror and smirked. If this is indeed the stomach of a giant, aberrant organism, that would be ideal. However, if the desert has truly undergone aberration, then the situation becomes grave. Bailan had articulated a terrifying reality. Having studied aberrant organisms for many years, Shen Gaoyao comprehended the implications of her words. If this stomach indeed belonged to an aberrated desert, then everything that exists in this world could potentially become infected. Not only humans and flora and fauna, but even inanimate objects could face the same fate. This situation would continue to deteriorate, and the Earth would inevitably plunge into an irreversible apocalypse, leaving no possibility for salvation. Shen Gaoyao suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. The surrounding air felt toxic, infiltrating his body and causing his legs to weaken involuntarily. Bailan observed Shen Gaoyao, now engulfed in fear, and coldly reminded him, in a danger zone, aberrant phenomena could occur at any moment, and both of us could become infected. If you wish to escape alive from here, it would be best to act like a man and not falter at every turn. Arrogant. Bailan scoffed and turned away. Shen Gaoyao had not intended to provoke her. He pouted, suppressing his earlier defiance, and casually inquired, "You mentioned earlier that you coated us with a protective layer. How did you manage that? Do not ask what you should not." Shen Gaoyao was momentarily at a loss for words, then looked at Bailan with a pleading expression. "So how do we get out now? I do not wish to die here." Bailan countered, "How does the military usually deal with aberrant organisms?" Shen Gaoyao hesitated, then patiently explained, "I recall they use a type of gun loaded with special bullets. These bullets can slow down the movements of monsters, akin to a paralyzing effect, facilitating their extermination. In essence, the bullets make the monsters feel discomfort, seemingly related to the material of the ammunition." Before Shen Gaoyao could finish, Bailan interrupted him. "That is a simple matter." "Huh. I just happen to have bullets." "Huh." Shen Gaoyao gazed at Bailan, bewildered. Bailan glanced at him disdainfully, then raised her hand to close Shen Gaoyao's gaping mouth and produced a handgun from behind her. "I acquired this from a soldier in the army." "How did you acquire it?" Shen Gaoyao's face was a canvas of astonishment. Bailan paused. "He was killed by a monster. I took it from his corpse." "I see." Compassion flickered in Shen Gaoyao's eyes as he took the handgun from Bailan's grasp, inspecting the bullets in the magazine. Soon he uttered the words Bailan longed to hear. "Indeed, these are the bullets that can incapacitate aberrant organisms." "Are you certain?" "Certain. Good." Bailan snatched the gun from Shen Gaoyao's hand. "What do you mean by good? With such a massive stomach, we only have 4 bullets. How do we escape?" Shen Gaoyao felt that Bailan was being overly simplistic in her thinking. Bailan merely smiled and pointed to the ground beneath them. "Do not forget, this is a stomach. It will digest everything within it." "You mean to say we should let it digest these bullets?" Being shot and swallowed are entirely different concepts, but the stomach is so vast. With such a few bullets, even Shen Gaoyao remained concerned. "We won't know until we try." Bailan concluded, removing the bullets from the magazine and tossing them into the viscous substance at their feet. To expedite their absorption, she deliberately crushed the bullets into a pile of powder. Staring at the 4 crushed bullets, Shen Gaoyao gazed incredulously at the composed Bailan. "How did you manage to crush them with your bare hands?" "Shut up, in truth." Bailan was uncertain whether this method would prove effective. She could only wait patiently for the outcome. As the powder was being absorbed, Shen Gaoyao, in a state of acute anxiety, nervously inquired of Bailan, "I feel these munitions may be futile. Perhaps you should try the technique you used against a monster? It might be useful." As he uttered the word death, Shen Gaoyao's leg began to tremble uncontrollably once more. Now, it seems, he was even more terrified. In an acute state of tension, he clutched his black briefcase tighter, his nails digging deep into the fabric, as if this were the only way to quell the terror that gripped his heart, the fear of death. Before long, the entire stomach began to shake. They were unsure whether it was a result of the bullet powder, since they had previously experienced similar mild tremors in the dark corridor. Soon, the liquid within the stomach began to boil due to the powder, the temperature rising, emitting white steam, confirming to Bailan that the powder was indeed effective. Shen Gaoyao had stated that these special material bullets could paralyze aberrant organisms. Although there were only 4, their initial digestion by the stomach could cause its owner some transient discomfort. The surrounding temperature escalated significantly, and the foul odor intensified beyond its previous potency. The surface of the entire stomach convulsed as if swarming with maggots. Initially, the convulsions were subtle, but soon they intensified, the flesh walls beneath their feet transitioning from slack to taut. "Hold on to me. Do not let go," Bailan shouted towards Shen Gaoyao, who, in a panic, tightly grasped her arm. This was the last impression Shen Gaoyao had before losing consciousness. Chapter 6. He must be saved. Shen Gaoyao awoke in the night, and much like when he regained consciousness after fainting, his first instinct was still to reach for his briefcase, which had seemingly become a reflex for him. Bailan sat beside him, propping her head up with one hand while lazily raising the other to point at the bag resting next to Shen Gaoyao. At that moment, both appeared quite disheveled. As they engaged in conversation, Shen Gaoyao surveyed their surroundings. They were at a gas station located beside the highway, most of which was buried under sand, yet fortunately, the convenience store remained uncovered, and they found themselves inside. "I'm not sure," Bailan shook her head. "I only know that the powder from the bullets caused a brief discomfort, and after that, I experienced a momentary lapse in memory. When I woke again, the gas station was right next to us. I see." Shen Gaoyao's body and mind relaxed entirely as he slumped to the ground and wearily stated, "Since it's dark, let us continue our journey tomorrow. I am so tired. I just want to get a good night's sleep." Seeing him fall asleep so swiftly, Bailan could only shake her head in resignation. She casually grabbed some bread and water from the convenience store shelves, tossing them beside Shen Gaoyao. "It's been nearly a day since you've eaten. You needn't worry about starving." As she spoke, Bailan found a spot not far from Shen Gaoyao and began nibbling on the somewhat stale bread. This convenience store, being rather remote, still had quite a few edible items left, and Bailan planned to take some with her when they set off in the morning. She would also look for a drivable vehicle nearby and refuel, which should enable them to reach Noah City swiftly. Such aspirations are often idyllic, yet reality frequently diverges from this idealism. The following day, after resting in the convenience store for a night, Shen Gaoyao displayed the initial symptoms of an infection, a development Bailan had not anticipated. He felt drowsy, occasionally babbling incoherently, with his skin marred by red veins and suffering from a nosebleed. Shen Gaoyao's mind was no longer clear. Only instinct barely sustained his bodily functions. "That I feel a bit unwell." Shen Gaoyao slumped like a pool of stagnant water, leaning against a shelf while tapping his chest, which felt heavy. Bailan stood a short distance away, silent as a mannequin in a clothing store window. At that moment, Shen Gaoyao began recounting some of his experiences, yet his words lacked coherence. Here is what he articulated. "My father said my temperament was unsuitable for military service, so I gave up enlisting and pursued biology instead. The research concluded that mutated creatures lack humanity, yet 2 years ago, I witnessed a monster protect a child that I saw my father kill my mother. He too transformed into a monster. That was the bravest moment of my life. I picked up a military-grade pistol and shot him in the head, then plunged a knife into his heart." In response to his last statement, Bailan offered comfort, saying, "You did well. Had you not killed him then, he would have killed you." Indeed, her surprise, Shen Gaoyao picked up on Bailan's words, seemingly regaining some clarity, but soon he lapsed back into incoherence, mistaking Bailan for an acquaintance. "Cheng Mingxi, have there been any developments regarding the topic of non-biological mutation you proposed last time? This time, it seems I have truly encountered something extraordinary." "You mean the mutated desert?" Bailan stepped into the role of Cheng Mingxi. Shen Gaoyao continued, "You already know about the mutated desert, but I still cannot be certain. I find it hard to believe. Nevertheless, I must report this matter to the higher-ups, urging the research department to submit a request for an investigation and I would like to partake in your project as well." Hearing some key terms, Bailan approached Shen Gaoyao, maintaining her guise as Cheng Mingxi. "When you mention the higher-ups, do you refer to, of course, the Mutated Creatures Defense Council? Those individuals spend all day in their offices holding meetings, utterly oblivious to the dangers lurking outside. And the research department?" He yawned, his slightly reddened eyes shedding a few tears due to the yawn, the early symptoms of drowsiness manifesting in him. "You should get some rest. You will feel much better upon waking." Shen Gaoyao accepted Bailan's advice and promptly lay down beside the shelf, falling asleep almost instantly, unaffected by the sweltering heat of the convenience store. The store, under the blazing sun, had grown unbearably hot, and Bailon was drenched in sweat, while Shen Gaoyao remained completely dry. She chose a spot near the window, gazing out at the endless desert. After a brief moment of hesitation, she retrieved a sealed test tube she had carried with her. The tube contained a pale yellow liquid, a special serum capable of treating the initial stages of mutation, which Shen Gaoyao was currently experiencing. Contemplating the serum in her hand, Bailon found herself in a quandary. This substance had been given to her by a man named Lisa back in the old city. The serum was of utmost importance to her, as it was the only means she had to establish contact with the United Nations. Staring at the small test tube, Bailon ultimately made a decision. She had to save Shen Gaoyao. Only then could she successfully enter Noah City. Over 5 hours later, Shen Gaoyao stirred from a deep slumber. Outside the convenience store, it was now late afternoon, approaching dusk. The sky was painted in deep yellows interspersed with fiery clouds, and the intense rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Bailon's hair as if it were encircled by a sacred halo. She stood with her back to the light, casting her face in shadow. This was the first image Shen Gaoyao beheld upon opening his eyes. The discomfort in his body dissipated, and his memories became clear. The conversation from before his slumber replayed in his mind, and he realized he had revealed far too much to Bailon. Through his words, she must have deduced something about his identity, even if it remained somewhat obscure to her. Have I been infected? Shen Gaoyao pressed his hand to his forehead, rubbing his throbbing temples as he quietly inquired. Then you can leave. I am already infected with mutation, and there is no need for you to protect me. You should prioritize your own safety. Bailon declined, and no, I can continue to escort you because you are better now. She insisted. Upon hearing this, Shen Gaoyao looked up in astonishment. Noticing Bailon had taken a few steps forward, her face gradually emerging from the shadows, she pointed to the empty test tube beside him and said, "It was the serum." The serum? Shen Gaoyao's surprise grew. Turning to his side, he noticed the empty tube and a used syringe. Bailon elaborated, "There's a pharmacy buried under the sand next to the convenience store. I found the syringe there. Otherwise, while you were unconscious, I wouldn't have been able to inject the serum into your body." "Where did the serum come from?" Shen Gaoyao pressed, seeking the crux. "Someone gave it to me." Bailon replied candidly, "But he only provided me with someone." Shen Gaoyao recalled a piece of information. "I remember the United Nations issued a new wanted notice a week ago. A man named Lisa stole 2 vials of serum in transit. Was it he who gave it to you? Are you two in cahoots?" "No. Such an important item. Why would you use it on me?" Shen Gaoyao questioned, shaking his head. "No, you must have ulterior motives." Confusion flooded Shen Gaoyao's mind, and he raked his fingers through his hair. After a moment of contemplation, he finally calmed down. "You already know my identity." "Not yet," Bailon replied with a sly smile, "but I might have an inkling of the general direction." Chapter 7. Unmasking Perhaps. You hail from a research department related to mutated creatures of a lower tier, but that is inconsequential, as the research department is not your primary occupation. With that, Bailon directed her gaze towards Shen Gaoyao, eager to witness his reaction. Shen Gaoyao could not suppress a laugh, retorting, "Then tell me, what do you think my primary occupation is?" Bailon pondered for a moment. "While I do not know your exact role, it stands to reason that you work for the government, with the United Nations as your point of contact." Shen Gaoyao's smile faltered, and he suddenly perceived something terrifying about this woman. His expression turned somewhat bitter, tinged with helplessness, as he averted his gaze from Bailon, attempting to defend himself. "I'm merely a biology student. How could I possibly have the opportunity to interact with United Nations personnel?" Tilting his head, his eyes skimmed over the empty test tube nearby, and he immediately grasped the reality. Your promise to escort me was not for the sake of identification documents at all. Seething with indignation, Shen Gaoyao took several steps toward Bailon, nearly pointing an accusatory finger at her, but reason ultimately triumphed over emotion, and he settled into a calm tone, asking, "What exactly do you want?" "I wish to enter Noah City, and the prerequisite is that you must remain alive. Anyone would wish to avoid a dangerous zone. What you're saying is mere platitude." Shen Gaoyao, suppressing his anger, placed his hands on his hips, and asked, "Bylon, be honest with me. Our encounter is no mere coincidence. You deliberately awaited me at the old government building, correct?" Upon hearing this, Bylon wore an expression that suggested he had finally come to the realization, nodding with a smile. For a moment, Shun Gaoyao, feeling slightly overwhelmed, pressed his forehead with his hand that he was mentally exhausted but still yearned to hear Bylon articulate the answer. "Why that place?" he inquired. "I was merely taking a gamble." "What kind of gamble?" "A gamble on a person who would appear at the government building, of course. I couldn't ascertain who that person would be. It just so happened that I stumbled upon you." "So, your true intention was to get close to someone from the government. To be more precise, it is not the government of Chaosha Republic that I am interested in, but rather the United Nations." Upon hearing the term United Nations, Shun Gaoyao's eyes narrowed, and his brows knitted tightly. However, he soon relaxed his brow and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Bylon, I have never claimed any relation with the government or the United Nations. I have always maintained that I am merely a wealthy second-generation student of biology. Then why were you at the old city government building? What business is it of yours? Monsters were pursuing me. Am I not allowed to hide?" Shun Gaoyao's retort did not gain Bylon's approval. She continued to hold her own opinion. "I guess it amusing to guess blindly." "I am not guessing blindly." Bylon's expression turned cold, her face devoid of emotion as she stared at Shun Gaoyao, causing a chill to run down his spine. To feel a sudden chill in the sweltering heat was something Shun Gaoyao had never anticipated. He swallowed hard, his earlier bravado dissipating, making him appear somewhat meek. At that moment, he noticed Bylon was gazing at his briefcase. "What do you keep in that briefcase you treat as a treasure?" she suddenly inquired. Bylon had retracted her cold demeanor, smiling softly. "See, you're nervous about it again." "I am not nervous." Shun Gaoyao's feeble defense sounded hollow. He recognized that further protest would be futile, so he conceded with a sigh and sat down heavily on the ground. "How did you ascertain my identity? Was it because of this briefcase? It contains paper." "Paper?" "The paper you used to document the anomalous creatures, which bears a faint imprint of the United Nations logo, two hands clasped tightly." As she spoke, Bylon stepped back into the shadow of the light, and once more, Shun Gaoyao found himself unable to see her clearly, only catching glimpses of the afterglow illuminating her outline. Her voice drifted from the halo of light surrounding her. "I only wish to enter Noah City. The rest is none of your concern." Standing against the light, Bylon resembled a serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike, and Shun Gaoyao could not shake the unsettling feeling that she might suddenly lunge at him. The surroundings were eerily quiet, a silence that instilled fear within him. This inexplicable terror constricted his chest, giving rise to a suffocating sensation. He faltered once again. Shun Gaoyao was unnerved by Bylon's presence, and coupled with the images flashing through his mind of her effortlessly slaying monsters, his legs grew weak. He even imagined his body swelling and bursting in a gruesome spectacle, observing this useless man in the throes of nausea. Bylon shook her head in resignation. She intended to grab a bottle of water from the shelf, but the next moment, she heard Shun Gaoyao exclaim, This cap seems a bit ODD." As he spoke, he picked up a test tube cap from the ground. The cap was red, seemingly unremarkable, but Shun Gaoyao recognized it as one that typically sealed a serum-filled test tube. That in his recollection, such test tubes were custom-made, featuring a dual-layer structure due to the special nature of the liquid inside. The cap designed for sealing was usually thicker, yet the red cap before him appeared several millimeters thicker than those he had encountered previously. "It seems like there's something inside." Shun Gaoyao discovered a hidden compartment on the cap, and just as he was prying it open with some effort, Bylon stood before him, and a tiny metallic object resembling a button fell from the compartment. The small metal piece clattered to the ground, its sound piercing the silence of the convenience store. "This is..." Shun Gaoyao quickly recognized the metallic object as a listening device, as the words listening device distinctly reached Bylon's ears. Her mind initially went blank, but within seconds, she recalled a certain individual. It was a man with black hair and blue eyes, tall and robust, with sun-kissed skin, his ocean-like blue eyes always harboring an extreme disdain for the mundane. This man was Lacewinder, the UN fugitive who had once provided Bylon with serum. Just a week ago, Bylon had rescued Lacewa from the jaws of an anomalous creature. Chapter 8. Discomfort a week prior. Bylon experienced a nightmare in her dream. On a silent night, she navigated a small boat across the sea, the vast starry sky overhead. However, this picturesque scene was obliterated by a sudden storm. Tumultuous waves engulfed her. Pulling her into the depths of the ocean, she attempted to scream for help, only to be swallowed by the water. This took place in the cinema on the top floor of the Old City Mall, where the overall hue was blue, adorned with elements of the starry sky and the sea. Coupled with the exhaustion of fending off various anomalous creatures in recent days, it led Bylon to have a nightmare in her heightened state of tension. It had been over half a month since she arrived at the ruins of Chowshire City, and Bylon had been lying in wait near the government building, hoping to encounter a significant individual. Regardless of whether this important person was affiliated with the government or the United Nations, as long as he could take her into Noah City, Bylon would have the opportunity to execute her plan. The ultimate goal of her plan was rather simple. Bylon wanted to blow up this world. This notion seemed absurd, appearing equally ludicrous as the so-called resettlement plan proposed by the Council in the eyes of outsiders. Yet only Bylon understood that she was capable of achieving it. The old city had fallen 6 months ago, and today marked the 17th day of Bylon's vigil at the government building. Prior to this, she had already scoured the interior and discovered a hidden chamber within. The chamber contained a backup power supply and a plethora of encrypted files, which was the primary reason Bylon had remained there all this time. As was her routine, Bylon procured some food and water from the mall, preparing to continue her stay at the government building. However, on her way there, she stumbled upon a horde of frenzied, anomalous creatures. Along with a sea of corpses, the bodies were evidently freshly deceased, their blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs lay scattered. Bylon even witnessed a creature with growths on its back feasting on the entrails of the dead. Soon, while hiding in the shadows, Bylon noticed that all the corpses were clad in identical black uniforms. She seemed to deduce something, but due to the distance, she could not discern the details of the uniforms until one monster casually discarded an arm it had torn from a corpse. Thud! The arm fortuitously landed near Bylon, approximately 4 to 5 meters away. Finally, Bylon discerned the insignia on the uniformed arm, a blade piercing through thorns. This was the emblem of the United Nations Elite Special Forces, a team composed of the finest soldiers meticulously selected from various nations. Such a well-trained group of soldiers was now being horrifically devoured by these anomalous creatures. Bylon carefully concealed herself around the corner. Although she possessed the capability to counterattack the monsters, she preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. As accidents could happen at any moment, it seemed the only option was to take a detour. Quickly, Bylon changed her direction, intending to circumvent the building, but just as she turned, plop, a drop of blood landed on Bylon's shoulder. Soon, the stench of blood wafted down from above. Instinctively, Bylon dodged, but a gust of wind, reeking of decay, swept through, effortlessly propelling her body towards a crumbling wall. The building, precariously unstable, stood only 3 stories high, with the 3rd floor nearly collapsed, and the lower walls were feeble. Bylon braced for impact, desperately trying to redirect her body. But her back still collided heavily against the wall. Fortunately, the building did not collapse, and Bylon was not buried alive. The back of her head suffered a minor injury from the impact, and for a moment, her vision faded to black, her thoughts blank as if her mind had been excavated. The worst part was that she forgot how to breathe. In her hazy state, she saw her deceased sister. Baiwa stood before her, gently caressing her cheek with warm hands, softly whispering in her ear, "I've always been by your side." The voice abruptly ceased, and Bylon jolted awake, her vision suddenly clear. She was unaware of how many humans still survived in this old city. But in this particular area, she had likely become the sole living target for the monsters. All the anomalous creatures that had been devouring the corpses heard the sound of Bylon crashing against the wall. And as she regained consciousness, they had already appeared before her, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves, their predatory gazes fixated on their prey. Being encircled by wolves was an unpleasant sensation. Bylon supported herself against the wall and quickly raised her right hand. One of the anomalous creatures lunged at her. It was the smallest among them, with elongated limbs, resembling a round ball with 4 slender poles protruding from it. Bylon's right hand formed a claw-like fist, as she pulled back. As if tugging an invisible thread, in the next moment, the monster erupted into a gruesome demise, blood splattering in all directions. Immediately thereafter, all the aberrant creatures rushed towards Bylon amidst the crimson rain. Their terrifyingly grotesque faces and sharp, sinister fangs creating a visual assault of decaying flesh and clotted blood. A foul stench assailed her senses, prompting Bylon to disdainfully close her eyes, repeating the motion she had employed to eliminate the aberrant creatures earlier. This marked the most lethal day she had experienced in over half a month in the old city, simultaneously dispatching over a dozen aberrant beings, an exertion far beyond her usual capabilities. Irregular chunks of flesh fell from the monster's carcass, scattered by the explosion, while a torrent of blood sprayed outward, arcing in a parabolic trajectory before descending from the apex. The scene descended into chaos, with the sky raining down flesh and blood, enveloping the world in a dark, oppressive crimson deluge. Standing beneath the sanguine sky, Bylon remained composed and indifferent. Without uttering a word, she gazed at the unfolding spectacle. One hand propped against the wall, her complexion noticeably more haggard than before. As her gaze swept over the nearby corpses, Bylon gradually focused on a point beyond the mass of bodies, where an aberrant creature stood. It possessed a near-perfect human form, suggesting that prior to its infection, it must have been a man with a keen sense of physique. Yet upon closer inspection, Bylon found something peculiar about it, a sense of inexplicable dissonance. Her eyes lingered on it for several seconds, during which the feeling of discord intensified. Why does it not attack me? Bylon pondered, her brow furrowing as she raised her hand, preparing to neutralize it. When an astonishing occurrence transpired, the aberrant creature spoke. Wait! Though merely 2 words, they were articulated with clarity. In that moment, Bylon confirmed a startling truth. This aberrant creature was, in fact, a living human being. Chapter 9. The serum the man shed the outer layer of the aberrant creature, revealing himself to be covered in blood and filth. Perhaps due to being wrapped in that bloody, fetid skin for far too long, he appeared almost devoid of color, save for the vivid red of his blood, his dark hair, and his icy blue eyes. Bylon found herself perplexed by the creature's disguise. Aberrant beings, despite their lesser intellect, typically possessed visual and auditory faculties. Did donning the skin of a monster render them unrecognizable? The man discarded the shed skin carelessly, and after confirming that Bylon bore no intent to harm him, he inquired, "How did you do that?" He was evidently baffled by Bylon's ability to trigger a self-detonation among the horde of monsters in such a brief span. "And you? What purpose does wearing the skin of such a creature serve? Are you merely deceiving yourself?" Bylon retorted, deliberately infusing her words with a tinge of mockery. The man scanned the corpses. These aberrant creatures possessed disproportionately large heads and torsos. Appearing cumbersome, slow to react, and lacking agility, yet their strength surpasses that of ordinary aberrant beings. This was one of the primary reasons that Elite Squad was annihilated. They underestimated their foes, he added pointedly. Just as you are now underestimating my disguise. Bylon was taken aback by his verbal counterattack, regarding him with newfound respect. As her gaze flicked away, an inexplicable shadow loomed before her, the indistinct silhouette casting a dark shroud upon the ground. Resembling a pool of black water seeping from the earth, the shadow expanded rapidly, engulfing the man's form within mere seconds, a palpable sense of pressure accompanying it. Both Bylon and the man abruptly looked up, their eyes widening at the sight of a completely black aberrant creature, grotesquely corpulent, leaping down from the rooftop opposite them. Its massive body obscured the sunlight, casting a shadow that it alone created. This colossal creature resembled a giant snail stripped of its shell, possessing 4 limbs that appeared short and unwieldy to T that moment. The enormous snail opened its maw, lined with sharp teeth, preparing to consume the man hidden in the shadow. Just as he was about to evade, a resounding thud echoed as Bylon swiftly dispatched the creature, employing the same method she had used to eliminate the horde earlier. The blood rain began anew, concealing the man's shadow as it dissipated, and in the sunlight, he noticed Bylon's fatigued form. Utilizing rapid air expansion within a certain radius to cause the aberrant creatures to explode was the most efficient method she had at her disposal. However, this technique bore its own drawbacks. It drained her energy. While dispatching one or two aberrant beings posed no challenge, having eliminated nearly 20, Bylon felt utterly exhausted. Her gaze grew distant as she stared at the man. Her vision clouded as if veiled by a thin mist, rendering everything hazy and indistinct. For the next 2 hours, Bylon remained unconscious, with the man carrying her to the nearest building for shelter. Once a pet hospital, the facility had suffered extensive damage from prior aberrant attacks, leaving only a few pet corpses behind. The doctors and other animals had long since vanished. The man laid Bylon in the innermost, dilapidated surgical room before settling into a corner. Despite it being daytime, the absence of windows rendered the room exceedingly dim. He sat in the shadows, his gaze fixed on Bylon, and after a considerable interval, he noticed her arms stir. "Why are you staring at me?" Bylon asked, awakening to find herself confronted by those striking ice-blue eyes. The man's gaze was captivating, reminiscent of a tranquil sea at dawn. Even in such a dark environment, his eyes stood out distinctly. For reasons unknown, gazing into those eyes conjured an image in Bylon's mind. A serene seascape, but unlike any ordinary shore, it was lined with soft, cold snow rather than white sand. Those eyes, cold and indifferent, exuded a purity and tranquility that seemed ill-suited to the murky chaos of the post-apocalyptic world. The man blinked, diverting his gaze upon realizing she had awakened. "I was watching you, fearing you might die. Aren't you going to thank me? I just saved you." Bylon propped herself against the wall, her energy somewhat restored. Her complexion improved compared to before, yet she appeared far from the frail figure of a patient. Even in the darkness of the corner, the man's broad and robust silhouette was discernible. He shifted slightly, then said, "Thank you." His unexpected gratitude caught Bylon off guard. "And no need for thanks. You brought me here. So I ought to thank you." A smile graced her lips. "Do you desire a reward?" "Not necessary." With that, the man promptly rose and made his way to the surgical room's exit, intent on leaving. "Where are you going?" Bylon called out, but he did not pause. Seemingly disinterested in her inquiry, he moved swiftly, reaching the door in mere strides. Yet her next words halted him mid-step. "Before you leave, could you give me the serum?" Bylon's gaze lingered on his blood-stained face, with a dried crimson resembled a mask. Her lips curled into a smirk. "I not only know you have a serum, but I also know your name, Lysoalinder." The man named Lysoa sighed, resting his forehead against the doorframe of the surgical room, calmly yet resignedly asking, "Did you see the United Nations wanted poster?" "When did you see it?" "The day before yesterday. I came across your wanted notice on a deceased member of search team." Lysoa rubbed his temples. You seek the bounty?" "I just stated, what I desire is the serum. Money is of no use to those in the danger zone." The serum was something Lysoa had daringly stolen from a transport vehicle, and Bylon's casual request for it seemed implausible. He would certainly refuse. She understood this, yet she directly asked, contemplating that if he declined, she could simply take it by force. Though she knew Lysoa was unlikely to comply, she found herself perplexed by his lack of reaction. He neither left nor attempted to fight back, as if recalling something significant. Standing silently at the door, lost in thought. "You," Bylon began, uttering a single syllable before he produced the serum. "Here, take ITS the last one," he said, his tone unexpectedly soft, almost tender. His words did not convey a willingness to part with the serum, but rather a sense of disillusionment. Perhaps he simply no longer desired it. His current emotions were likely more negative than mere disappointment, yet Bylon struggled to find the right words to describe it. She swiftly accepted the serum. "The wanted poster stated you stole 2 vials. What happened to the other?" "It's buried." Bylon was baffled. "Why bury it?" "Because the ones I intended to save are already dead on that fateful day. The serum Lysoa had stolen had gone unused. The child was beyond saving, and the child's mother had perished as well. Lysoa had no choice but to end the child's life himself, burying 1 vial of serum along with them. In truth, Lysoa had never understood why he risked everything to steal the serum for those strangers. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment of compassion. Taken too far. Chapter 10. Captured Shen Gaoyao no longer denied Bailan as assertions, tacitly acknowledging her deductions. However, he still refrained from divulging the specific nature of his position. As for Bailan, she casually discarded the listening device that Lei Su had hidden within the test tube cap. She harbored a deep disdain for individuals like Shen Gaoyao, who were both arrogant and cowardly. However, given that both parties were leveraging their connections, she had no choice but to reluctantly escort him, ensuring his safety. Thus, in a state of silence, the two continued on their journey. Fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a barely functional vehicle en route to the Chaoshu Republic. Fortunately, there was still some fuel left, allowing them to successfully enter the Republic, arriving at an abandoned town situated a mere dozen kilometers from Noah City. After replenishing their essential supplies in the town, Bailan had intended to reach Noah City before nightfall. Yet at that moment, they encounter a horde of starving, mutated creatures. Seated inside the vehicle, with Bailan in the driver's seat, she peered through the windshield and noticed nearly 10 humanoid mutated beings approaching like zombies. Shen Gaoyao clutched the briefcase in his arms tightly, huddled behind Bailan's seat, cautiously observing the movements of the monstrous crowd. His trembling voice broke the silence. "What should we do? Can you handle these creatures?" "Be quiet, stay in the car," Bailan advised Shen Gaoyao, exiting the vehicle alone, and oh sooner had she spoken than the creatures lunged at her like feral dogs in a panic. Shen Gaoyao squeezed his eyes shut, his fear of death causing him to scream uncontrollably. His cries mingled with the growls of the monsters, creating a cacophony of chaos. Amidst his panic, Shen Gaoyao ceased his shrieks as he began to hear the sounds of rapid footsteps and gunfire. Initially a disordered symphony, the noises outside soon diminished to near silence. The surroundings felt eerily quiet. The roars of the mutated beings faded away. Sensing something was amiss, Shen Gaoyao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze first landed on the pile of lifeless mutated bodies before the car, while Bailan found herself encircled by a group of armed soldiers that a dozen dark muzzles were aimed directly at her head. Bailan's expression remained inscrutable until Shen Gaoyao exited the vehicle, at which point her gaze languidly shifted toward him. "Did you summon these people?" Bailan inquired. Initially taken aback, Shen Gaoyao scrutinized the soldiers surrounding Bailan, recognizing the emblem of the Republic's army emblazoned on their uniforms. The numbers beneath the insignia quickly revealed to him that they hailed from Noah City's Security Bureau. Just then, a military vehicle approached Shen Gaoyao, halting abruptly. Descending from it was a man clad in uniform, clearly a soldier of a higher rank than those surrounding Bailan. "What about Yite?" Shen Gaoyao asked. The professor remained in the city. "The press conference regarding the multiverse migration project has commenced, and he is currently unable to leave. I had forgotten. Today is the press conference." Shen Gaoyao nodded, gesturing toward Bailan with a hushed inquiry to the uniformed man. "What about her? Where will you take her?" "To prison, of course." Upon hearing the word prison, Bailan's gaze toward Shen Gaoyao shifted, imbued with additional emotions. Shen Gaoyao, uncomfortable under her scrutiny, instinctively averted his eyes. He turned away, eager to distance himself from her. Just as he was about to enter the vehicle and depart, Bailan spoke up. "You never intended to trust me from the very beginning." Her words froze Shen Gaoyao in his tracks, his raised leg returning to the ground as he turned to face Bailan. "You possess the serum, and you are acquainted with a wanted criminal of the United Nations, most terrifying of all. You have been waiting for me outside the government building. How can I trust you? And what about your promise to me?" "Forget I ever said anything." After a moment of silence, Bailan replied, "If it weren't for the need to enter Noah City, I would have certainly let you perish in that desert. It's too late for words now. Just await your imprisonment." This statement caused a wave of discomfort to wash over Bailan. Shen Gaoyao felt a chill creep up the back of his neck. Sensing the icy glare emanating from her eyes, it was the first time he had perceived such a frigid demeanor from her, as if the chill were sourced from the peaks of a snow-capped mountain, permeating the air and infiltrating his frail body. Unable to withstand it any longer, Shen Gaoyao shivered and quickly turned to enter the vehicle, escaping the scene. Unbeknownst to him, Bailan had anticipated this arrest all along. When she used the serum to save Shen Gaoyao, she had spotted the small signal transmitter concealed on his person. He refrained from activating it immediately. Clearly due to the limited range of the signal transmission, Shen Gaoyao's vehicle receded into the distance, Bailan was compelled, at gunpoint, into another fully armed military vehicle. She was forcibly shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, guarded by 4 robust soldiers. Although the interior of the vehicle was initially spacious, it quickly felt cramped with the presence of the 4 towering soldiers. Each soldier donned a black hood and helmet, revealing only their eyes. Thus, any slight movement of their gaze became conspicuously apparent. Bailan's slender form was wedged between 2 soldiers, while the other 2 across from her fixated on her with a gaze that evoked a sense of revulsion. Casting a glance at their weapons, Bailan suddenly posed a question. "Who was that Shun Gaoyao just now?" Bailan continued, "And what about Yite? Is he the renowned physicist?" Assuming they would no longer respond to her, she casually inquired one last question. "Is the prison located within the city?" "Yes." The soldier at the front right finally reacted, raising his weapon and aiming it at Bailan's head. "If you speak again, I will put a bullet in you. I haven't even been interrogated yet. You have no right to do that." Despite the gun pressed against her head, Bailan remained unfazed, calmly lowering her gaze to the soldier's chest. Noting his number, C-2237. "I will remember you." "Shut up." C-2237 lowered his weapon and turned to gaze out the window. In the sunlight, his eyes reminded Bailan of an eagle. Chapter 11. The first interrogation 15 years ago. The world was engulfed by the onslaught of the mutation virus, plunging humanity into an era of aberration. 3 years ago, 3 major urban centers capable of safeguarding humanity were completed: Noah, Dream City, and the Sky Dome. However, due to limited land and resources, coupled with an overabundance of global population, nations were compelled to expand urban boundaries, establishing temporary zones for human habitation outside the 3 major urban centers, including the remnants of various national capitals. Nevertheless, the rapid spread of the virus led many humans and flora and fauna to encounter the pathogen, resulting in swift infections. The temporary zones were thoroughly overrun by mutated creatures, devolving into dead cities. Thus, the Earth's regions were delineated into safe zones and danger zones. Chronologically, Bailan is currently 20 years old. Her identity should have been recorded in the National Information System prior to the global mutation outbreak. Yet, until her capture and subsequent incarceration in Noah City's prison, no information regarding her has been found. Instead, an individual sharing her name was discovered, a girl from the Chaosha Republic. However, records indicated that this namesake had perished 5 years prior, and her appearance bore no resemblance to the present Bailan. She was even suspected of having undergone plastic surgery, but upon examination by seasoned physicians, it was confirmed that her visage was purely natural. In the dimly lit interrogation room, the young officer conducting the interrogation was skeptical, threatening, "You may choose not to speak, but the Republic will request access to the networks of other nations to verify your identity." Bailan sat in the interrogation chair, appearing composed as she calmly gazed at the metallic handcuffs on her wrists, muttering, "If such an advanced city as Noah can be constructed, why are you still using these antiquated handcuffs?" Her voice was soft, causing the young officer to furrow his brow in confusion. "What did you say?" "Oh," Bailan feigned ignorance, diverting the topic. "I simply think that since entering this interrogation room, you haven't asked a single effective question. Isn't that rather inefficient?" "You," coughing, the female officer responsible for recording beside the young man intentionally raised her voice, elbowing him in the side, clearly urging him to regain his composure. Bailan smiled slightly. "It would be best not to waste time. If it takes this long to verify a single piece of information, it's far too cumbersome. Just ask directly." "Very well, let's begin." The female officer glanced at the young officer beside her. The young man, simmering with frustration, closed his eyes to compose himself before finally speaking. "Go ahead and ask." Bailan rested her chin on her hands, smiling as she regarded the young officer. The interrogation quickly turned to the main topic. "What is your name?" The officer inquired, while the female officer began to take notes. "You already know my name, don't you? We need a complete recording for the interrogation. Please cooperate." Bailan, Bai as in white, Lan as in orchid. "How old are you?" 20. The young officer frowned slightly, his brows appearing somewhat fierce, but he soon relaxed and continued his inquiry. 2 weeks ago, on the evening of August 17th, where were you?" "I asked where you were. Not what you were doing. That I should take a deep slumber in a dilapidated building in the old capital of the Republic. Have you been sleeping all day? Be serious." Yes, yes, serious. Bailon comfortably leaned against the chair's backrest. Officer, what is the purpose of your questioning me? Let me think. Is it because the seventh day is when Lysua steals the serum? Good to know. Now confess. Where's Lysua now? How would I know? I'm not his accomplice. I've only met him once. Why would he give you the serum he painstakingly stole? I have no idea. Bailon shrugged. Perhaps it's because of my good looks? I've already told you to be serious. The male officer stood up and slammed the table in an attempt to intimidate Bailon, but she remained unperturbed. The female officer beside him hurriedly restrained her male colleague. Stop scaring her. Speak nicely. Bailon realized that these two were just playing good cop, bad cop in front of her at UM. I have something to say. Bailon's words piqued their interest upon hearing the phrase migration plan. Both officers sitting opposite her were momentarily taken aback. The male officer asked, "What do you want to say?" Bailon got straight to the point. "I have encountered someone that is a what?" That person claims she hails from another world. The male officer found it laughable. Do you think I would believe that? Just confess about your dealings with Lysua. Someone like you can understand how much about the migration plan? You understand it? Bailon countered, "Honestly, don't you both disbelieve this plan? This has nothing to do with today's interrogation." Bailon's expression turned cold. "I reiterate, the person I encountered came from another world. Don't you wish to know anything related to the multiverse?" At this question, the male and female officers exchanged glances, furrowing their brows. Then they both turned to look at the enormous observation window that nearly occupied half the wall behind them. Following their gaze, Bailon also turned toward the observation window, but a few seconds later, the male officer tilted his head slightly, one hand cupping his ear, seemingly listening to something coming through his earpiece. Bailon furrowed her brows slightly, feeling surprised. "Why? Is your captain personally interrogating me?" Bailon smiled gently, feeling truly honored. "Stop with the smiling. When your captain comes to interrogate you, let us see if you can still smile." The young male officer's temper was quite poor, resembling a balloon that would burst at the slightest provocation from Bailon, whom he found amusing to tease. Chapter 12. Women's prison. The prison in Noah City is situated in the sparsely populated northern part of the city. The male and female prisons are adjacent, separated by electrified barbed wire. Towering high walls encircle the prison, and an even higher protective fence topped with electric wire eliminates any possibility of the inmates escaping. Inside the prison, one cannot see the outside world, but a massive arched glass pane at the top creates a perfect dome over Noah City, resembling a giant bowl turned upside down. Rarely do birds fly overhead. And when they do, they inevitably collide with the glass cover, only to be electrocuted by the wire mesh. This has been the daily sight for Bailon during her 3 days in prison. And today is no exception. Sister Lon, today is quite unprecedented. I heard that the male prison next door is also allowed to roam freely at this time, and our activity schedules coincided. The speaker was Xiaoyang, who shared a cell with Bailon, along with 6 other women, currently meandering about the exercise yard. Xiaoyang's tone conveyed a sense of anticipation, and Bailon could see excitement and exhilaration in her eyes. Bailon chuckled. "How long has it been since you last encountered a man?" "Indeed, it has been quite a while that I've been locked up here for several months. I truly miss my boyfriend." Before Xiaoyang could finish her sentence, Bailon interrupted. "Stop right there. Any further talk would be inappropriate." Xiaoyang laughed, scratching her head, then pointed toward the other side of the barbed wire, where a group of male inmates was walking from the prison cafeteria toward the exercise yard. "Sister Lon, look quickly. There's a rather handsome male inmate over there." Bailon feigned disinterest, responding dismissively. Handsome? You didn't even look." "Yes, really quite dashing," Xiaoyang exclaimed, her face lighting up with infatuation. Bailon frowned. "No matter how handsome he is, he's still in prison. Yes, we can't go anywhere. Not even have the freedom to date." Xiaoyang sighed. "Dating? Only people from the 3 major urban districts would say such things." Bailon scoffed disdainfully, and as she raised her gaze, she coincidentally noticed Xiaoyang's fixation on the male prison. Bailon suddenly felt curious. Just how handsome could the inmate be that captivated Xiaoyang? Peering through the barbed wire, Bailon spotted a figure towering above the other male inmates, tall and robust, with sun-kissed skin and short black hair. From this distance, she couldn't discern his face clearly, but his upright posture and physique stood out starkly among the other prisoners, reminiscent of a model from a magazine. Of course, models tend to be slender, but this uniquely fit individual immediately brought someone to Bai Lan's mind. She moved a little closer to the barbed wire, and after about half a minute, she finally caught a clear glimpse of the male inmate's face. It was those ice blue eyes. Xiaoyang, is it that man you mentioned? Bai Lan inquired. Huh. Which one? The tallest one. Yes, that's him. Xiaoyang nodded repeatedly. He looks so reassuring. Xiaoyang gently nudged Bai Lan. Sister Lan, what are you talking about? As they were conversing, a patrolling guard approached with an air of authority, wielding a baton. Bai Lan quietly sat cross-legged on her bed, observing the guards who occasionally passed by outside the cell. Waiting was all Bai Lan said, yet her gaze remained fixed on the cell door. Waiting? What are you waiting for? Waiting for someone to interrogate me. Weren't you interrogated before coming in here? Everyone who enters should already be convicted. Xiaoyang scratched her head, puzzled. Perhaps I'm a bit special. After all, it concerns the serum. What crime did you commit? Bai Lan asked. Why the sudden inquiry? Xiaoyang chuckled awkwardly. I snuck into Noah City via transport vehicle. It's somewhat akin to smuggling, I suppose. You know, the outside world is fraught with danger. Not if I didn't come in here. I'd either die out there or become a monster. It's better to be caught and imprisoned where there's food and clothing. Bai Lan suddenly felt curious. What about the other survivors since the temporary resettlement points fell? I am someone who escaped from a temporary point. I experienced the monster onslaught myself. But the United Nations was utterly powerless. Some mutated creatures were too formidable. Even the super weapons developed by the United Nations Academy couldn't eradicate them all. They reproduce rapidly, and for survival, the United Nations had no choice but to abandon a portion of humanity. That is terribly cruel. Yes, it is cruel, but there is little choice in the matter. Have you ever harbored resentment toward the United Nations? I can't shake the feeling that you're siding with them. Not really. The only reason I'm saying this now is that I feel safe if I were still out there living a fugitive's life like a few months ago. I might feel the same resentment as those people. After all, the so-called rescue operations by the United Nations have been rather ineffective in recent years, and not long ago, they proposed that, what was it called? The migration plan. Yes, that migration plan. The moment that plan was proposed, I reckon the opposition would be even louder. Bai Lan pondered for a moment and then asked her, do you believe in the existence of a multiverse? Xiaoyang shook her head. I don't believe it, so I hold no expectations for the migration plan. But what if the success rate of the migration plan is quite high? Impossible. Even if the migration plan succeeds, what does it matter? No one can guarantee that the environment in another world is suitable for human survival. I'd rather stay in this prison and live a stable life. Is that your wish? It is. Why wouldn't it be? Xiaoyang replied earnestly. But I hope the monsters disappear and the world achieves peace. Then may your wish be fulfilled soon. Bai Lan offered her blessing. At that moment, Xiaoyang yawned, and as she lay down for an afternoon nap, she asked one more question. Sister Lan, do you believe in that migration plan? Me? Bai Lan chuckled and shook her head. I don't believe it. Even if the multiverse truly exists with current technology, it is impossible to facilitate a mass population transfer. Moreover, there are numerous uncontrollable external factors and uncertainties that I even think the United Nations hasn't even grasped the concept of the multiverse. The proposal of this plan is fundamentally absurd if nobody believes it. Why would the United Nations propose it? Do they believe it themselves? As she spoke, Xiaoyang lay on the bed, preparing for an afternoon nap. This was their matter. Bai Lan gently brushed aside the stray hairs at Xiaoyang's temples, urging, you look tired. Do rest. All right then, Sister Lan, you should rest as well. The nap time is truly too short, Xiaoyang replied before turning on her side and closing her eyes. The smile on Bai Lan's face vanished abruptly after Xiaoyang settled down. Gazing at Xiaoyang's recumbent figure, Bai Lan let out a soft sigh. She understood that the wish for world peace might forever remain unfulfilled. Within the confines of the cell, several female inmates huddled around a large bunk in the adjoining space. One of the older women animatedly shared gossip she had heard from an unknown source, while the others listened intently. Bai Lan diverted her gaze from them, continuing to observe the corridor outside the iron door of the cell. Chapter 13. Drawing attention, however, there was a silver lining. During yesterday's free time, Bai Lan had spotted Lysilander in the men's prison. She had previously seen his wanted notice, and the man had strikingly beautiful eyes, making even Bai Lan as a woman, feel a twinge of inadequacy. Thus, when she encountered Lysoa for the first time in the Old City, even though he was covered in blood, she quickly recognized him by those eyes. What surprised Bylon was how he had ended up here. That day, after lunch, Bylon engaged in her usual leisure activities on the playground. She sat quietly on an outdoor chair at the edge of the field, gazing in the direction of the men's prison beyond the barbed wire, where the men were also exercising. Sister Lawn. Come quickly. I borrowed a badminton racket. Let us play a game, Xiaoyang's voice called out, but Bylon declined it. No, I'm feeling unwell. Unwell? Xiaoyang hurried over. What's wrong? Let me take a look. And no need, Bylon shook her head. It's just my period. I'll get you a cup of warm water. You sit and rest for a bit. After dismissing Xiaoyang, Bylon approached the barbed wire. A few male inmates stood not far from it. She waved at them from a visible position. Upon seeing her, they exchanged glances, and one burly bald man raised an eyebrow and whistled. Behaving rather lewdly, he stepped closer to Bylon, exclaiming, "Wow, such a beautiful female inmate." The other three men chuckled foolishly, and one, with a sallow complexion, grinned mischievously. What do you want from us? Looking for someone, the bald man asked, furrowing his brow. Bylon glanced toward the playground in the men's prison, replying, Lysoa. He should have come in yesterday. I don't know that name. Tell me what he looks like, the bald man said, sizing her up. Just look for the most handsome one, Bylon suggested after a brief moment of thought. Ha! The bald man burst into laughter. You're looking for handsome men, even in prison. You women are truly something. His words stirred discomfort within Bylon, and she frowned, catching sight of the guard approaching from a distance. You needn't help me find him, but before you insult women, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror and see your own ugly visage. She emphasized the word ugly, then smiled and took a few steps back. What did you just say? The bald man, angered by the insult, shouted, If it weren't for this fence, I'd knock you out right now. He stomped forward, nearly reaching the electrified barbed wire when his companions swiftly restrained him. Let go of me. I'm going to skin this woman alive. Calm down. There's electricity on the wire. You'll get electrocuted. The sallow-faced inmate pulled on the bald man's arm, while the others struggled to keep him in check. The commotion drew the attention of nearby guards. Pretending to be frightened, Bylon scurried behind the approaching guards, feigning terror, her voice trembling. Oh, I'm so scared. The guards, irritated, retorted, We can handle our own people. It's none of your business. Bylon stood to the side, watching as the two guards bickered. Fortunately, the separation of the barbed wire prevented any physical confrontation, yet it attracted numerous inmates' attention. Initially, Bylon had intentionally provoked the bald man to escalate the situation. Her simple objective was to draw Lysoa's attention. Though it may have seemed excessive, the outcome was precisely what she desired. Her gaze swept over the crowd across from her, and indeed, among the inmates in the men's prison. She spotted Lysoa's silhouette. He was lounging under a nearby tree. Having risen upon hearing the commotion, as soon as he stood, he noticed Bylon waving at him. Their eyes met. Lysoa instinctively averted his gaze, but caught sight of Bylon, signaling with her index finger. Forming the number 1, he frowned slightly, but the next moment, he turned and walked away, leaving her uncertain whether he understood. Bylon lowered her hand, realizing the argument had subsided. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, and the two quarreling guards were summoned to face disciplinary action. The day passed quietly, and the interrogation the male officer mentioned still had not arrived. That night, Bylon lay on her bed in the cell, listening to Xiaoyang recount the gossip she had heard in the cafeteria that day. Xiaoyang spoke of strange luminous spots appearing in the danger zone recently, scattered randomly in the sky and on the ground, in various sizes and colors: red, yellow, white, and green. Xiaoyang animatedly described it as if she had witnessed it herself. Where did you hear that? Bylon inquired. Xiaoyang leaned closer, whispering. It was from an inmate who went to clean the playground toilet. She overheard two guards discussing it and said that many police and scientists are investigating this matter. Sister Lan, what do you think those luminous spots are? Luminous spots, Bylon echoed the term, turning to Xiaoyang. I too am unsure what they could signify. Sigh, the world is becoming increasingly strange, Xiaoyang lamented, then burrowed under the covers. Leaving only her head exposed, she looked at Bylon and said, Sister Lan, I'm a bit scared. Scared of what? I fear those luminous spots might herald something ominous. Herald what? Surely, It cannot be anything good. Xiaoyang murmured, our world is already riddled with wounds. I truly fear that upon waking, this world might be destroyed. Upon hearing the word destroyed, Bailan averted her gaze from Sheng. T1T happen. Now do get some sleep. All right, Sister Lan, you should sleep early too. Bailan lay on her back, expressionless, staring at the dimly lit ceiling. Then she raised a hand, as if attempting to grasp something in the air. Yet there was nothing there. I shall surely meet them, Bailan whispered, a thought audible only to herself. Chapter 14. Notification at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Bailan sat at the edge of the playground, quietly observing the direction of the men's prison. Before long, she was greeted by Lazy. Oh, you understood, Bailan said, resting her chin on one hand, smiling at the blue-eyed man. Lysol glanced around to ensure no guards were watching before speaking. You raise your index finger to signal one. That was your way of asking me to wait here. What do you need me for? He inquired. Bailan smiled. To negotiate. Negotiate what? Negotiate how to escape from this prison. You know that's impossible. Indeed, without force. It is impossible for me alone, but with your assistance, it becomes feasible. Bailan's words were laden with implication. Lysol frowned. What do you mean? Bailan stood, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and looked up at the sky. What does this have to do with your invitation to meet me here? Let me finish. I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Diva, you know who the engineer was that proposed the original construction plan for Noah City? This question completely stunned Lysol, for he knew the answer better than anyone else. The first version of the construction plan for Noah City was indeed put forth by a team of engineers led by Lysol's biological father, Nolan Lynder. You brought me here just to say that. Lysol's patience wore thin as he turned to leave, but Bailan called out to him. I haven't finished yet. Bailan stepped closer to the barbed wire. I know that Nolan Lynder is your father, and therefore, I wish to leverage your connections to exit the prison openly. Lysol thought he had misheard. He frowned at the woman before him, convinced she was delusional. Are you dreaming? My father has been dead for many years, and I can barely ensure my own safety. Are you certain you can ensure your own safety? Lysol started to turn away. I have nothing to say to you. Don't leave. Bailan called out again. I also know one more thing. Your mother, Prika Lestil, is the sister of the current Secretary General of the United Nations. Lysol was taken aback, uncertain of this woman's true intentions, and perplexed as to how she came to know his mother's name. After a moment's contemplation, he calmly inquired, How did you come to know this? The fact that Prika was Secretary General Aaron's sister was common knowledge throughout the city. However, their parents' marriage had been a clandestine affair. Before our first encounter, it had indeed remained a secret to me. Bailan noticed a patrolling prison guard approaching, who waved his baton and loudly admonished them to keep their distance from the barbed wire and refrain from conversing. This compelled Bailan to hasten her speech, but when I saw the Lestier family tattoo on the nape of your neck, I was certain of your identity. Lysol hesitated, instinctively lowering his head to touch the tattoo on his neck. Did you wake up while I was carrying you to the veterinary hospital? That's not important, Bailan replied with a smile. I sought you out to forewarn you that any actions I take from here on out should not surprise you. But you just mentioned wanting to discuss something. Did I? Bailan chuckled lightly, moving away from the barbed wire just as the guard arrived, leaving Lysol to endure a scolding from the officer. Lysol gazed at Bailan's retreating figure on the other side of the barbed wire, and amidst the guard's reprimands, he calmly lifted his gaze towards the transparent glass dome above at precisely 3 o'clock that afternoon. Bailan's second interrogation commenced. The guard swung open the iron door of Bailan's cell, gesturing for her to exit. Their days spent together had seemingly fostered a sense of dependency within her towards Bailan. A feeling that Bailan quickly discerned, evoking memories of her sister, Baihua, whose gentle face was always adorned with a soft smile. Once, Bailan had relied on her sister in the same manner. Yet, she uttered but 2 words. Take care to... Yes, she was led to the interrogation room. Bailan pondered the appearance of the captain who would be questioning her. She surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one else was present before taking a seat in the interrogation chair. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who brought with him the scent of smoke. Bailan did not find the odor unpleasant. She thought it lent a certain charm to men who smoked. Captain Zhang, please take a seat. I'll step out for a moment, the male officer said, rising quickly to offer his chair. Once he exited the room, the officer referred to as Captain Zhang took his place. The recording officer introduced him. This is Captain Zhang Qingyao, the head of the North District Criminal Investigation Team. Bailan quickly assessed Zhang Qingyao. Unkempt short hair, stubble on his chin, a slightly wrinkled old coat with a faint scent of sweat, and a medium build that leaned towards the robust. Captain Zhang, you perfectly match my preconceived notion of a criminal investigation chief, Bailan remarked with a smile. Though, it is merely a stereotype. In what way do I fit the stereotype? Captain Zhang inquired, resting a hand on the table, leaning slightly and crossing his legs. Well, I appreciate straightforward individuals, he added, straightening up. You mentioned previously that the person you encountered hailed from another world. Who is he? Can you provide proof of this? Let me be clear. I am quite busy and have no time for nonsense. Do not attempt to deceive me. Proving this is somewhat challenging, Bailan replied, that I perceive your assertion not as difficult, but rather as utterly unprovable. Since you believe I cannot prove it, then why take the time to interrogate me personally? This question caused a brief moment of stillness in Zhang Qingyao's smile. Tiske, you little girl, he clicked his tongue. Fine, I shall tentatively believe you can provide proof. Go ahead. However, I must clarify, even if you manage to prove something, it does not absolve you of the fact that you stole the serum, that I did not steal it. Though it was Laisoa who took it, you also utilized it. Then why not apprehend Xingaoyao as well? He is the true beneficiary of the serum. Zhang Qingyao furrowed his brows. Let us set that matter aside for now. You first provide proof. Chapter 15. He is my lover. Zhang Qingyao felt a twinge of regret. He believed he should not have permitted Bailan to prove the existence of another world without preparation. At that moment, he felt ensnared in the vast, dark sea. Initially, Zhang Qingyao had attempted to swim upwards, but the tremendous pressure of the water and the terror emanating from the depths continually drained his energy and sanity. Panic set in. He could hardly believe everything felt so achingly real. Soon, he struggled to catch his breath, clutching his throat in agony, his legs flailing helplessly in the water. Before long, he was utterly exhausted, his limbs limp as though they no longer belonged to him. Gazing up at the faint glimmer of light filtering through the surface, he felt as if it were both near and distant. Even if he wished to reach for that light, it was futile. In his hazy consciousness, he heard Bailan's distant voice. This is the deep sea of another world. I will take you up to sea. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than Zhang Qingyao felt a release in his chest, the surroundings brightening as he found himself above the water's surface. Look, how beautiful this world is. He noticed Bailan's voice drawing nearer, yet her figure remained elusive. Floating on the surface, he realized that what had been daylight moments ago had transformed into night. The sea, reflecting the starry sky, seemed to merge with the heavens, creating an illusion of being in outer space. He hovered in midair, surrounded by luminous entities resembling cosmic dust, lacking fixed shapes and varying in size, scattered chaotically across the ocean. A cool night breeze wafted towards him, and as he marveled at the sight before him, he had yet to shiver from the chill when he suddenly plummeted downwards. In an instant, the icy, piercing water engulfed him to his chest, thrilling every nerve in his body. You believe it now. Bailan's voice was suddenly right beside him. Zhang Qingyao closed his eyes as he fell, but opened them again upon hearing her voice. He shot up, questioning Bailan. How did you do that? His abrupt movement startled the recording officer nearby. Captain, are you all right? She asked, halting her pen. I'm fine, Zhang Qingyao replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Before sitting down again and glancing at his watch. Only a minute had passed. He exhaled, looking at Bailan. Speak. How did you manage to show me those images? A simulation resembling VR? Almost real, Bailan explained. Do you understand? A game. Zhang Qingyao glanced at the female officer, who shook her head. Not a game. What you just witnessed was a simulated recreation or real scene, Bailan clarified. However, the imagery you saw was not something I witnessed firsthand. It was conveyed to me by her. Her? Who? A deceased acquaintance of mine. A look of sorrow crossed Bailan's eyes. Zhang Qingyao sensed her emotion. The one you mentioned hails from another world? Bailan nodded. Yes. Zhang Qingyao fell silent, studying Bailan thoughtfully for a time before finally cautioning. Do you realize that speaking such words comes at a cost? I understand. Are you not afraid that some individuals within the research institute will go mad over this? You know, your recent behavior has made the migration plan an increasingly viable objective that I know. Bailan merely repeated those three words, her unwavering gaze causing Zhang Qingyao to lapse into silence once more. After a moment, Zhang Qingyao probed, "You still haven't explained how you managed to make me see those images. That I want to know the principle behind it, that I cannot disclose that information." Bailan shook her head. "Ever since she passed, I've been able to do these things. Perhaps only she would know. And this deceased acquaintance of yours, what is your relationship?" "She is my sister." "Your biological sister?" "Not quite, but she is no different from one." "Stop." Zhang Qingyao suddenly took the pen from the recording officer's hand and turned to the observers behind the monitoring window. "Please refrain from recording or taking notes of the subsequent conversation." "But..." The female officer hesitated, yet complied. Zhang Qingyao found himself at a loss for words, his finger rhythmically tapping on the table, creating a drumming sound. Soon he began, "Do you realize that if the United Nations learns of what you've shared with me today, you could very well be taken to the Scientific Research Institute and become their test subject?" "I do not care," Bailan replied dismissively, even shifting into a more comfortable position, propping her chin on her hand. Resuming her previous nonchalant demeanor, "I would be more than willing." Those four words caused Zhang Qingyao's brow to furrow instantly. His hand fidgeted within his pants pocket, toying with a cigarette box, battling the nagging urge to smoke. "Continue recording," he commanded. Only then did the female officer pick up her pen again, and the interrogation room resumed its recording. Bailan's mind raced. Laiso, she froze her smile, looking at Zhang Qingyao and the female officer. Before finally speaking tentatively, "Actually, I lied earlier." Zhang Qingyao's brow furrowed further. "What lie did you tell?" "Laiso, what happened to him?" Zhang Qingyao exhibited a trace of impatience, urging Bailan to continue to eat. Bailan deliberately slowed her pace. And after a few moments, she finally uttered the words that in reality, "He is my beloved." Zhang Qingyao stood momentarily in shock. "What?" Meanwhile, Laisu let out a powerful sneeze in his cell that he furrowed his brow. Rubbing the tip of his nose, a flicker of unease coursing through his mind. "Laisu Linder." The penetrating voice of the prison guard echoed from the corridor outside the cell. Lysua glanced towards the iron bars of his cell. Noticing the guard opening the door, Lysua Linder, "Step out." "Where did you have been acquitted?" Lysua was somewhat taken aback. "So soon?" "What do you mean, so soon?" "Hurry out. Do you wish to remain inside?" The guard, evidently growing impatient, rapped sharply on the cell door several times. Chapter 16. Captivity. Shortly after Lysua's release, Bailan successfully exited the prison as well. Although Lysua's identity was peculiar, Bailan was aware that he would eventually be freed. What baffled her was how Lysua's name and charges had been erased, that on the day of her release, the person who came to pick her up was unexpectedly Zhang Qingyao. She stood at the prison entrance, astonished as she gazed at the middle-aged man leaning against the car door, smoking. "Captain Zhang." Bailan turned her head to survey her surroundings. "Are you alone?" "What else?" Zhang Qingyao held the cigarette between his lips. Turning to enter the vehicle, as he settled into the driver's seat, he beckoned Bailan over. "Hurry up." "Where to?" Bailan hesitated to approach. Zhang Qingyao patted the passenger seat. "Come on, you're unfamiliar with the area. It is only fitting I arrange a place for you to stay." "No." "Are arranging for me?" Bailan remained rooted in place, showing no intention of moving. "This shouldn't be happening." Zhang Qingyao silently scrutinized Bailan for a moment, while she deliberately averted her gaze, prompting him to chuckle helplessly. "Then tell me, how is it that a person without any identification could be released on grounds of innocence?" Zhang Qingyao exhaled a smoke ring, one hand clutching the cigarette while the other rested on the steering wheel. "You claim to be Lysa's beloved and possess some peculiar tricks. How could they possibly let you go? Have you not contemplated the reason?" Bailan pondered for a moment. "Are you suggesting that you intend to confine me?" "Don't phrase it so harshly. I merely found you a place to stay and arranged for a few individuals to keep an eye on you." Bailan stared silently at the passenger seat for a while, and before long, she climbed into the car. With the door slamming shut, Bailan fastened her seatbelt, and the two set off. It wasn't until they passed through the city center that Bailan's attention was captured by a towering glass building. Noticing her gaze, Zhang Qingyao chuckled. "That is the government building of Noah City. From a distance, it resembles a massive mirror. Quite spectacular, though a bit blinding." Zhang Qingyao could not help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. Little girl, you are truly amusing. Do you honestly believe that in today's circumstances, anyone would still care about such complaints? Life within and outside the city is starkly different. Those inside live without a sense of crisis, continuing their lives as before. Why would they care? On what ground should they be concerned? Do you genuinely think they lack a sense of crisis? Zhang Chengyao as laughter faded. Or do you believe the government harbors no such intentions? Bailon glanced at Zhang Chengyao. I am aware that my perspective is one-sided. That's good enough. From that point until they arrived at their destination, the two exchanged not a single word. Upon exiting the car, Bailon was astonished to find that Zhang Chengyao had brought her to a villa. Gazing at the European-style vintage villa before her, Bailon inquired, "Why have you brought me here? Aren't you pleased to have a villa to stay in?" Zhang Chengyao, seemingly having lit another cigarette at some point, replied, "I wish I could reside here. Land in Noah City is limited, and housing is arranged by the government. We have no choice. For you to reside here is nothing short of a blessing. Why have you brought me here?" Bailon reiterated her question. As Zhang Chengyao exited the vehicle, his hand paused momentarily on the door. Before he let out a sigh, "I've been quite clear." Zhang Chengyao inhaled deeply from his cigarette. "You must stay here under police supervision 24 hours a day. Subsequently, someone will come to inquire about your situation. How long? It remains uncertain." Zhang Chengyao added, "By the way, there is no information about you in the system. We will also be arranging things for you in the coming days. Is this within regulations?" "Of course not, but your identity is special." Bailon regarded Zhang Chengyao with a hint of skepticism, to which he coughed lightly. "Your case pertains to the migration plan, so even though your identity requires verification, I, as the head of the criminal investigation team, have no authority to detain you. The higher-ups have instructed that you must be kept under close watch, and I can only comply." Bailon frowned. "You still haven't told me why you brought me here." "Isn't it rather extravagant to house someone under police surveillance in such a place?" "What?" Bailon halted, understanding who Zhang Chengyao was referring to, yet why. He didn't elaborate. "That is indeed curious. At the time, our people consulted Laisoa, confirming your relationship with him. Yet if you are lovers, why has he told you nothing?" Upon hearing Zhang Chenyao's words, Bailon found it difficult to believe she had already resolved that even if Laisoa were unwilling to cooperate, she would threaten him with her abilities. She couldn't believe Laisoa would not fear death. Contemplating her thoughts, Bailon asked, "Didn't Laisoa steal the serum? How did he come out of prison?" This question was clearly rhetorical. She had inferred that Laisoa's mother, Prika Leister, was the current Secretary General Eileen's elder sister. In essence, Laisoa was Eileen's blood nephew, which is why Bailon had always believed Eileen could not possibly neglect Laisoa's predicament. If Laisoa were convicted, the Leister family would bear the stigma of being a family of criminals. Eileen would not permit such an occurrence, nor would her position allow it. In other words, no member of the Leister family could afford to have any blemish on their record. Zhang Chengyao flicked the ash from his cigarette as he guided Bailon into the villa, providing her with an explanation. The serum was indeed stolen, but there was a mix-up when the higher-ups accessed the information, confusing the Secretary General's nephew with another criminal. Such a mix-up could occur. It's a case of sharing the same name. They're both named Laisoa, just with different surnames. The other Laisoa was apprehended yesterday for murder in Noah City. That individual is now facing the death penalty. It's baffling how those handling the case could mistakenly identify the Secretary General's nephew. I see. Bailon followed behind, nodding, then shaking her head. "Wait, what about the serum Laisoa gave me? He handed it to me himself." Upon hearing this, Bailon suddenly felt a newfound respect for the Secretary General's authority and capabilities. Soon, the two entered the villa. The interior of the house was much like Bailon had imagined, characteristic of the European vintage style, with the fireplace in the living room capturing her attention. She had never seen one in person, but unfortunately, it was summer, and she would have to wait until winter to use it. This place shouldn't be for a long stay, right? As they walked through from the entrance to the living room, Zhang Chengyao guided her on a tour of the entire villa, and Bailon counted about 12 guards stationed around. The number was not large, suggesting they believed Bailon would not attempt to escape. Based on this number, it seemed the leaders of Noah City did not regard Bailon with much importance. which was not surprising. Oh, quick, look ahead. It's quite beautiful. Zhang Qingyao suddenly pointed forward, having extinguished his cigarette at some point, likely due to the no-smoking policy in the Secretary General's residence. He indicated the massive floor-to-ceiling window in the dining room. And Bailon followed his gesture, discovering that through the window, a large portion of Noah City was visible. The villa rested atop a small hill, serene and tranquil, with an expansive view. Bailon pushed the door open, stepping into the small garden outside the dining room. The vast expanse of Noah City lay before her, yet on the other side of the villa sprawled a vast expanse of ochre-colored semi-desert. The residence was situated on the outskirts of Noah City, with the glass enclosure almost within reach. Staring at the desolate, boundless desert beyond the enclosure, Bailon stood in silence. What do you think? The environment is quite pleasant. I assent to it. Zhang Qingyao, holding an unlit cigarette, approached Bailon from behind. You call this beautiful? Bailon retorted, "Be grateful. This is the location with the best view in all of Noah City. Fine, let us consider it beautiful. But we are still confined within this enclosure." Zhang Qingyao removed the cigarette from his mouth, gazing down at Noah City. The term confined seems rather harsh. Chapter 17. Special relationship. You have only assigned 12 guards to watch over me. Are you not concerned I might escape? Zhang Qingyao shrugged in response to Bailon's statement, chuckling lightly. Not at all. Feel free to run. In the city, you'll find no place to hide. And the danger zones are far too perilous. Where would you run to? This Zhang Qingyao has a rather cheeky demeanor, but I wish to take a stroll. Bailon sent Zhang Qingyao away. The latter did not resist, merely nodding before turning to step outside for a smoke. Although it was said he was merely taking a stroll, Bailon had no intention of wandering aimlessly. Instead, she ascended to the second floor. Zhang Qingyao had mentioned that there was an empty room on both the second and third floors, and the Secretary General had granted Bailon the liberty to choose one of these rooms as her temporary bedroom, with the stipulation that she should refrain from disturbing the other items in the house. This was the first time Bailon found herself residing in such a spacious abode, although her interest was primarily limited to the fireplace. Her curiosity regarding her living quarters remained. Therefore, driven by her inquisitiveness, Bailon began to select her bedroom. The room on the second floor lacked adequate light, as the window was obstructed by a tree, casting a gloomy shadow. Conversely, the third-floor room was well-lit but somewhat cramped, lacking an en-suite bathroom. After much deliberation, Bailon ultimately chose the room on the second floor. She opened the window and took a closer look at the tree blocking the light, only to discover it was a maple, a 5-lobed maple. To be precise, this time, it had yet to turn red, and the tree was not particularly tall. Leaning against the window, Bailon gazed for a moment and happened to notice Zhang Qingyao passing by in the courtyard below while smoking. She shared her desire to trim the 5-lobed maple with him, but Zhang Qingyao was unable to make a decision and promptly called to inquire. The man Bailon recognized was Lysa. He stood at her door, clad in a comfortably loose white shirt, leaning lazily against the doorframe, and softly said, "If you need someone to trim it, just let me know. Are you in? I've always been here." Lysa stepped into Bailon's room, surveying the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon her. "I heard that you were my lover." Bailon was not embarrassed. Rather, she boldly retorted, "Can I be? I hope not." Curious, Lysa took a few steps closer to Bailon. "I want to know what you intend to do." Observing Lysa's imposing figure drawing nearer, Bailon remained calm, standing still. "Aren't you afraid of getting burned?" "Then are you fire?" Bailon chuckled. "I could be." Before they could exchange many words, Zhang Qingyao's voice echoed from the doorway. Bailon and Lysa simultaneously turned to look at him, and Lysa called out, "Wait!" That he smiled and added, "Captain Zhang, there's something I must clarify." "Oh, go ahead," Zhang Qingyao replied. The Lysa's affectionate words struck Zhang Qingyao as somewhat cheesy, yet they were jarring to Bailon's ears, feeling like a third wheel. Zhang Qingyao feigned ignorance, chuckling awkwardly. "Well, I have something to attend to, so I'll be off. Bailon, if you need anything, just call me. The folks downstairs all know my number. Just ask around." Before leaving, he made sure to remind her, "Remember, Bailon, you cannot leave this place." After Zhang Qingyao departed, Lysa deliberately closed the door. "What did you tell those officers? Why did they confine you?" Lysa asked directly. "You don't know?" Bailon countered. "If you're truly curious, you might as well ask the Secretary General. She surely knows." Lysuo scoffed. Forget it. Bylon sensed some underlying tension. Is your relationship with her not good? Does that concern you? My apologies for being presumptuous. Bylon smiled apologetically, turning back to gaze out the window. How long until that five-lobed maple turns entirely red? Perhaps 2 or 3 months. I'm not very knowledgeable about plants. If it takes another 2 or 3 months, that would be rather unfortunate. Why do you say that? Because by then, I may not be here anymore. Then I suppose I shall miss its most vibrant moment. Lysuo remarked. Where will you go? To the heavens. Bylon expressed surprise. The UN headquarters? What will you do there? Lysuo's brows furrowed slightly. You seem quite interested in my affairs. Aren't you equally intrigued by mine? Bylon noticed Lysuo's gaze was fixed intently upon her. She found his eyes reminiscent of a lake amidst winter's snow. At this moment, she perceived those icy blue irises as akin to a frozen lake's surface. Finally, that cold gaze shifted away. Lysuo turned to open the door, and before exiting, he stated, Later, I will arrange for someone to trim that maple tree. It should be done by tomorrow at the latest. All right, thank you. Before she could express her gratitude further, Lysuo vanished from Bylon's sight. The smile on her face promptly faded. It was evident to Bylon that since Lysuo was willing to participate in this charade of lovers with her, he must have ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not engage in such a thankless endeavor unless he had nothing better to do. But what could he possibly want? Bylon pondered, staring at her reflection in the window's glass. Her gaze gradually becoming vacant. Chapter 18. Iter and Demon. On the night of her arrival at the villa, Bylon found herself unable to sleep, finally dozing off around 3 in the morning. Early the following morning, around 6 or 7 o'clock, she was roused from her slumber by the sounds of tree trimming. She turned over, hoping to continue her rest, but the shrill sounds of branches being sawed off made it clear that sleep was no longer an option. Bylon got out of bed, quickly washed up, and was about to head downstairs for a bite to eat when she heard a knock at the door. The visitor was an undercover officer named Luo Yaohui, a subordinate of Zhang Qingyao and the temporary head of the security detail for this occasion. He gently tapped on the door twice, and his polite voice resonated through the door panel. Bylon, are you awake? Someone is here to see you. Who is it? Bylon opened the door, clad only in a thin white camisole nightdress. The sight of her silhouette in the attire caused the young Luo Yaohui, in his early 20s, to fluster. His face turned red as he quickly turned his head away to shield his eyes. Couldn't you change into something else before coming out? Bylon leaned against the door, smiling. It's not like I'm not dressed. Why are you shy? You hurry up. Go change your clothes. Someone is waiting downstairs. Luo Yaohui stammered. Bylon took her time. Who? Why are they here so early? It's someone from the Academy of Sciences. Luo Yaohui urged her. Oh, please hurry. The people from the Academy are quite busy. It's already a big deal for them to come at this time. The Academy of Sciences, Bylon mused. All right, I'll be right down. A few minutes later, after Bylon had changed her clothes, she descended the stairs in the living room. 2 individuals were seated on the sofa, and Luo Yaohui had already prepared tea for them. Bylon noted the coffee table held only 2 cups. With none for her, she chose a single armchair positioned farthest from them. Allowing her a clearer viewpoint, one of the visitors appeared older, likely in his 40s or 50s, wearing glasses with lenses as thick as beer bottle bottoms and donning a wrinkled gray shirt. His complexion was haggard, with a slight hunch in his back and a receding hairline. His unkempt black hair interspersed with strands of gray. He seemed kind, yet exuded an unmistakable air of a dedicated scientist. The other visitor, a clean-cut young man, appeared considerably more polished compared to the elder. You two go ahead. I'll just sit here and take notes, Luo Yaohui stated as he moved a chair from the dining room to the side, striving to maintain distance while quietly recording their conversation. Bylon politely nodded at the 2 men, briefly introduced herself, and then the older gentleman spoke first. I am Iter Brian, he said, gesturing toward the well-mannered young man beside him. And this is my student, Demon, who is also my assistant. Upon hearing the name Iter, Bylon was taken aback. She was aware of Iter's reputation, but had never encountered him before. In her mind, Iter Brian was a renowned physicist. Not long ago, he had presented at a UN press conference regarding the migration plan. However, Bylon had heard through gossip while in prison that Iter had failed to provide compelling evidence regarding the feasibility of the migration plan at that conference. If he could prove nothing, Then why was the conference held at all? Professor, would you like to see? Bylon inquired. Iter pondered for a moment, offering an awkward smile. To be honest, I don't believe you can accomplish it. You don't believe me? Bylon expressed surprise. Then why can't I find me? Out of curiosity, that if you're curious, you should definitely take a look. You are a renowned physicist. Surely you have an interest in exploring the unknown. Iter sipped his tea and sighed deeply. In truth, even if I didn't come here, others would be sent by the higher-ups. Young lady, this is just a task. Bylon, puzzled, exaggerated her tone. If you regard this as a mere task, then what of the migration plan? That is a grand initiative to save humanity. Indeed, you may call me Bylon. Very well, Miss Bylon, that I wish to pose a question to you. Speak that you believe in the migration plan? I do not. Bylon shook her head decisively. That is good. Deming rose from the sofa. For we do not believe in it either, nor does the Academy of Sciences, the United Nations, or indeed the entire world. For that matter, you do not believe. Bylon found this somewhat amusing. You must understand this plan was proposed by the United Nations and the Academy of Sciences. How is it that a student from the Academy now claims disbelief? Seeing the confusion on Bylon's face, Deming continued. We all know humanity has yet to venture beyond our solar system. How can we possibly talk of migrating the entire human race? Although the multiverse may exist in some sense. As scientists have been studying, we cannot gamble the fate of humanity in the face of impending doom. You speak of this to me, unafraid that I might go out and incite public outrage. After pondering this, Deming bowed slightly in apology. I apologize. My earlier words may have been too harsh. Having expressed his regret, Deming glanced at Luo Yao Hui, who had been diligently taking notes. Officer Luo Yao, you should be aware of what ought to be recorded and what should not. Correct? I understand, Luo Yao Hui replied awkwardly, nodding as he scribbled a few notes with a black pen before putting it away. Noticing that Luo Yao Hui had finished his recording and that Yite and Deming were about to leave, Bylon expressed a hint of anxiety and called out to them that I do not understand. What do you not understand? Yite inquired. I wish to know who the true proposer of this plan is. Clearly from Deming's words, Bylon had discerned that the United Nations and the Academy of Sciences were fundamentally opposed to the migration plan. Why then had it been proposed in the first place? Yite paused for a moment. I cannot disclose the answer to that question. Really, you cannot say anything? No, Yite shook his head, suddenly breaking into a fit of coughing, his student Deming anxiously patting his back. Observing Yite's face, flushed from coughing, and the veins protruding from his neck, Bylon frowned. You are unwell, but it's nothing, just a slight chill, a minor ailment, Yite replied as he took several large gulps from the water bottle Luo Yao Hui had handed him, finally managing to recover. While resting on the sofa, Bylon sat beside him. Though I do not believe in the multiverse migration plan, I can prove that another world indeed exists. Deming, somewhat irritated, as Yite's student and assistant, was reluctant to waste time on such matters. Miss Bylon, Professor Yite, and I have other work to attend to. Wait a moment. Let her prove it. But, teacher, your health. Deming's protest was interrupted by Yiti. Alright. Just a few minutes. Reluctantly, Deming acquiesced, casting a discontented glance at Bylon. Make it quick. The teacher needs to rest. Rest assured, it will be swift. A few minutes later, Yite departed from the Secretary General's private residence in astonishment, muttering the words unscientific repeatedly. Yet as a physicist, he remained rational. Bylon, are you a magician? Certainly not. This was the final exchange between Yite and Bylon before leaving the villa that day. Chapter 19. A sad tale in truth. Bylon was entirely incapable of proving the existence of another world. In other words, much of what she had stated in the interrogation room was largely fabricated. The images she had conjured for Zhang, Qingyao, and Yite of this so-called other world were merely projections of her imagination, cast upon their retinas to create the illusion of personal experience. This ability was bestowed upon her by Baiwa, along with the capacity to cause mutated beings to explode through the expansion of air. In a sense, Baiwa was akin to a deity. She endowed Bylon with extraordinary abilities, allowing her to survive in this world. Yet tragically, this deity had taken her own life 5 years prior. Bylon had never comprehended why she chose to end her life. The gentle soul who always bore a faint smile had suddenly vanished. She was uncertain whether Yite would believe the web of lies she wove. Should he do so, Bailan would continue to wield the abilities granted to her by Baiwa, thus gaining the opportunity to engage with or even participate in the migration plan, ultimately coming into contact with the Academy of Sciences or the United Nations. However, Bailan had only just learned that, in this era fraught with peril, even the United Nations and the Academy of Sciences, who proposed the migration plan, did not wholly believe in the existence of the multiverse. Even though great scholars of the past had suggested the possibility of a multiverse based on quantum uncertainty, it remained merely a hypothesis. As Deming had articulated, we cannot gamble the lives of all humanity. Yet for Bailan, the lives of all humanity were of no concern. What are you daydreaming about? Lysua's voice unexpectedly broke in her thoughts. Do you believe in the migration plan? Bailan queried unprompted. Lysua shook his head, taking a bite of the apple in his hand. That I only believe in outcomes, just as Newton believed in gravity. An apple will fall to the ground from a branch in the absence of external forces. If someone could personally take me to another world, then I might entertain the possibility of believing in the migration plan, of course. Only a possibility. Mass population transfer remains a fanciful notion, and I do not believe it either. Bailan's eyes revealed her disappointment, but she quickly regained her usual composure. If that fails, I shall consider alternative methods. Lysua paused in his eating, puzzled by the meaning behind Bailan's words. I am hungry. Is there any breakfast? Bailan inquired, patting her belly. No, you will have to prepare it yourself. Lysua's tone was rather indifferent. As Bailan entered the house, she glanced at the half-eaten apple in Lysua's hand. I asked at your breakfast. What else? Would you like some fried eggs? No need. Resources in the city are limited. You should save it for yourself. As Lysua prepared to ascend the stairs, Bailan called out, just before he left, I have yet to settle the matter regarding the listening device you installed in the serum test tube. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud bang echoed as Lysua slammed the door shut, seemingly expressing his discontent with Bailan's incessant chatter through this action. Bailan paid him no mind and turned to wash an apple in the kitchen. Upon arriving at the small garden before the dining room, Bailan noticed that the five-pointed maple had been pruned, revealing the second-floor windows. Taking a bite of her apple, she gazed towards Noah City and spotted two large black container trucks traversing the mountain road. These trucks did not head towards the villa, but veered off onto another path. When Bailan had ascended the mountain the previous day, she had noticed this fork in the road, but had no knowledge of where it led. Just then, Luo Yao entered the dining room to fetch some water, and Bailan inquired about it. You mean the other road? Luo Yao sipped his water and explained that road also leads outside the city. Noah City has a total of 16 exits, and this one on the mountain is specifically for transporting those who have mutated. Bailan was taken aback. The two trucks that just passed by. Were they carrying infected mutants? Indeed. But doesn't the purified air in the city also risk infection? Of course it does, though the probability of mutation is reduced to 1/10,000th of the initial infection rate. Did you not know? The monitoring system within the city operates 24 hours a day. Should someone's NSBO index rise, they will be apprehended and sent out of Noah City. For those who mutate rapidly, the military may even execute them on the spot. The NSBO index is the standard for determining mutation. Bailan gazed in the direction of the departing trucks. Where will they be sent? Luo Yao believed Bailan was feigning ignorance. Where else would they be sent? They are being expelled. But there is serum, isn't there? During the early stages of mutation infection, it could be completely cured with serum. Luo Yao averted his gaze. That is a last resort. We must protect the remaining humans. Protecting the remaining humans struck Bailan as somewhat jarring. She disliked this seemingly righteous rhetoric. If you were not a police officer, nor an important person, and one day you too became infected, would you prefer to remain in the city or be cast out, abandoned in a dangerous zone to await your transformation into a monster, or to be devoured by another monster? Your question is rather intricate. Luo Yao pondered for a moment. I would certainly wish to stay in the city, but I cannot be so selfish. I would likely choose to be sent out. But you have no right to choose, Bailan reminded him. Remember, you are the one being cast aside. Luo Yao fell silent, swallowing hard with a hint of fear. Do not frighten me. While it is indeed possible to become infected, the purification system has reduced the probability to 1 in 10,000. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Bailan burst into laughter. You are a police officer. You should not be so timid. Who is being timid? Luo Yaoi, with a stubborn demeanor, gulped down several large swigs of water before turning away, dismissively stating, "I can't be bothered to talk to you, go enjoy your apple." Chapter 20. Mutual exploitation. She spent her days idling in the villa, unable to venture anywhere. So she occupied herself with various tasks as a form of self-entertainment that on this particular day, she was moving a small stool to sit on the stone path of the garden, lowering her head to observe the ants passing by. Among them were several common worker ants, the smallest in their colony, yet the most numerous. These industrious ants were transporting a half-melted piece of candy, deliberately placed there by Bailon. Watching them closely, she counted approximately dozens, with more workers continuously approaching the sugary morsel. Ants must be considered the epitome of unity among insects. Wouldn't you agree? Lai Su stood behind Bailon, gazing down at the bustling ants. Not long ago, it was you who was so engrossed. Lai Su glanced towards the living room before speaking. The plainclothes officers were stationed at the entrance and stairs. He deliberately stepped closer to Bailon until the officers were out of sight, then quietly inquired, "I've always wondered, if you possess such ability, why would you willingly remain confined here?" "Which ability? Are you referring to my capacity to make monsters explode?" Bailon responded with a slight frown, her expression revealing her awareness of his rhetorical question. "You overestimate me. I am not that formidable." Before they could exchange further words, Luo Yaoi interrupted them as he passed by the dining room. "What are you two up to? Apologies for the disturbance. Please continue to. I'll be on my way after refilling my water." As he prepared to leave, Luo Yaoi exaggeratedly raised his voice. "It's not like I was eavesdropping on purpose. Yes, just the Secretary General's nephew. I'm still a police officer. So why the hostility?" Bailon watched Luo Yaoi's retreating figure and resumed her conversation with Lai Su. "I truly am not as capable as you think. The reason I can effortlessly eliminate monsters is entirely due to my sister, Bai Hua." Bailon slowly shifted her gaze toward the desolate landscape beyond the glass dome. "That I was only 13 when she rescued me from a group of mutated creatures." "Your ability was granted by her?" "Yes, on the very day she took her own life." "Who exactly was she?" Bailon shook her head. "She never revealed her identity, and I never inquired. However, she often exhibited peculiar behavior." "What kind of behavior?" Bai Hua would frequently gaze at the sky and mention them. At this, Bailon also looked skyward. Recalling her sister's words, she considered herself a failure, and she expressed her fear of them. Before Lai Su could pose another question, Bailon herself asked, "Who do you think are?" Lai Su had no answer to that. He casually replied, "Surely not gods." "Do you genuinely believe that? It's merely a rather absurd conjecture." Lai Su pondered for a moment, stepping back to once again spot the plainclothes officers. In truth, with your abilities, taking down these 12 individuals should not pose a challenge. Why not give it a try?" "Are you trying to coax me to leave here?" Bailon discerned the implication in Lai Su's words. "That's unnecessary. I've told you I'm not as powerful as you believe. Even if I could escape this villa, I might not manage to exit Noah City. You witnessed how exhausted I was back in the old city, did you not? I'm not trying to lure you away. I merely wish to gauge your capabilities." Bailon raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lai Su backed her up against the glass door of the greenhouse, leaning in close to whisper. "You re-manipulating our fabricated relationship to get closer to the UN Secretary General, aren't you? Now, I'm offering you an opportunity. If you assist me, I will arrange for you to meet him. You wish to exploit me, to be precise. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement." The two exchanged glances, yet neither could glean further information from the other's eyes. After a brief silence, Bailon spoke first. "What do you want me to help you with?" "To kill someone." Lai Su twirled a strand of Bailon's hair as he casually mentioned the act of murder. "Are you familiar with Auguste?" Bailon's expression darkened. "You mean the current UN chairman, Auguste Nart?" Realization dawned on her. This was the reason he had gone to the Celestial City. Bailon was perplexed as to why Lai Su, the Secretary General's nephew, would harbor such dangerous thoughts about assassinating the chairman. She had previously sensed that Lai Su's relationship with Secretary General Aaron was strained, but she had anticipated that he would disregard his aunt's position entirely. "Do you understand how terrifying your thoughts appear to the world?" Bailon stated calmly. Lai Su countered, "Do you realize that wasting your abilities would be a tremendous loss?" With a sigh, Lai Su released Bailon, turning to face the entirety of Noah City below. For the past few days, I've been contemplating whether I should approach you. However, just moments ago, while you were watching the ant colony, I suddenly grasped a rather simple truth. Bailon raised a hand to her forehead, her expression one of resignation. It seems you intend to drag me into this as well. Hey, enough of the flirtation. You two come quickly. Luo Yaoi suddenly called out excitedly from the living room. Bailon and Lai Su frowned at the interruption. Who has flirting? What is happening? Lai Su asked coldly, hands shoved in his pockets. Light spots. It's light spots. Luo Yaoi pointed toward the villa's entrance, exclaiming that the light spots which had appeared in the danger zone days prior were now visible above Noah City. Light spots? This reminded Bailon of a recent conversation with Xiao Yang regarding the light phenomena. The two hurried toward the living room, and just as they reached the door, they caught sight of a vast area at the top of Noah City that resembled a galaxy, filled with enormous light spots. Chapter 21. Oblivion. According to Luo Yaoi, these light spots had first appeared in the danger zone 2 weeks ago, and their description matched precisely what Xiao Yang had mentioned. However, the light spots above Noah City at this moment were the largest seen thus far, pulsating slowly with a frequency visible to the naked eye. This is uncanny. This phenomenon looks truly eerie. Luo Yaoi pulled out his phone, stating, I need to ask Team Zhang about this. Bailan's gaze fell upon the screen of Luo Yaohui's phone. Team Zhang is investigating the light spots? Yes, he has been looking into them for several days. Primarily overseeing the scientist. I heard that Professor Iter also went outside the city to investigate these light spots yesterday. Any results? Lai Su inquired. Lai Su looked up at the sky, his beautiful eyes quietly fixed on the giant light spots. The light reflecting in his pupils like the aurora on a snowy night. He blinked and gently nudged Bailon with his elbow. What are your thoughts? Bailon pondered for a moment. Generally, light phenomena visible to the naked eye occur on overcast days or at night. It's impossible to see such large light spots clearly during the day. Light phenomena? What kind of phenomena? Luo Yaoi inquired curiously. The Milky Way and the cosmos. Natural phenomena like auroras or mirages, and the relatively rare warm nightlight pillars. What are warm nightlight pillars? Lai Su explained, a rare celestial phenomenon. Simply put, it occurs when the cloud layers act as mirrors, reflecting ground light. In reality, this happens after rain, when temperatures drop and humidity rises, forming numerous ice crystals in the clouds, through which light is reflected. Indeed, Bailon and Lai Su spoke in unison. Luo Yaoi felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing, but that doesn't align with our current observation. It's broad daylight, so how could we see such extensive light? I mentioned this earlier. Bailon cast a disdainful glance at Luo Yaoi. Thus, none of the examples I provided earlier apply to the phenomenon we are witnessing now. After all this discussion, we're left with something that scientists have yet to comprehend. What can we deduce? Luo Yaoi clicked his tongue, snapping a photo of the giant light spots with his phone while muttering. Nonetheless, this thing is quite beautiful. Watching him, Bailon recalled Lai Su's captivating eyes and his earlier mention of assassinating Auguste, prompting her to repeat his words with a smile. Indeed, the more beautiful the thing, the more dangerous it may be. Luo Yaoi looked at them in confusion. You two as a couple, do you always say the same things? Bailon had encountered Bai Hua at the age of 13, spending 2 years together in the danger zone. However, when Bailon was 15, Bai Hua took her own life, and oddity lingered. Bailan's memories prior to age 13 were nearly blank. She only recalled her name, Bailon, along with fragmented memories. The absence of memory made it seem as though her life began only upon meeting Bai Hua. Coupled with their shared surname, this coincidence led Bailon to believe that Bai Hua was a savior sent by the heavens. At night, Bailon lay on her soft bed, gazing quietly at the pure white ceiling. The image of Bai Hua's suicide haunting her thoughts. It had been a tranquil morning, having just endured an attack from mutated creatures the previous night. Bai Hua and Bailon finally found a moment of respite. The city, now overrun by monsters, lay in a desolate and lifeless state. Bailon stood by the window, gazing at the soulless dead city. Still somewhat shaken, the mutated beings that had pursued them the night before had been successfully evaded, their whereabouts now unknown. Yet Bailon could not shake the anxiety that they might leap out from some hidden corner. Her fingers traced a fragment of stone on the windowsill, a remnant that had fallen from the wall. Such small stones were plentiful within the building. This was an apartment complex, battered and dilapidated from the assault, with some walls reduced to mere shells, clearly a result of violent impact. Upon entering, Bailan spotted Bai Hua lying on the old sofa in the living room, sound asleep. Sunlight streamed in from the balcony, casting a gentle, golden hue upon Bai Hua, as if enveloping her in a soft, luminous embrace. Bailan quietly closed the door and cautiously drew the curtains, plunging the room into sudden darkness. She intended to rest beside the sofa for a moment, but as she approached to sit down, her fingers brushed against something damp. Wet. A sense of dread washed over Bailan as she swiftly pulled back the curtain, only to find her hand stained with blood. This blood had come from the old black leather sofa where Bai Hua lay. Upon entering, Bailan had not noticed it. Her mind too relaxed to register the metallic scent. In an instant, her mind went blank. She understood the implications of the blood, yet her limbs trembled uncontrollably. Even her breathing became uneven. Bailan felt the world before her warping and distorting, the ground beneath her feet yielding and soft. Though she was not far from Bai Hua, that mere distance felt like an insurmountable journey. Finally, she reached Bai Hua's cold body and turned her over. Bailan's eyes widened in horror as she beheld a knife plunged into the spot where Bai Hua's heart once beat. Her face, bathed in sunlight, rendered her features indistinct. To her shock, she realized that she could not remember what Bai Hua had looked like. This was impossible. For a moment, Bailan felt herself unraveling. She rubbed her face, attributing her disorientation to the insomnia of recent days that had left her mind fatigued. Yet, minutes later, she regained her composure, and no matter how exhausted she was, it was unthinkable to forget such a significant detail. Bailan finally accepted the dreadful truth that I have truly forgotten what she looks like. Chapter 22. The bulb in a halo at the break of dawn. Zhang Qingyao arrived at the villa, knocking firmly on Bailan's door. After several minutes without a response, his patience began to wear thin. Ordinarily, even in silence, a reply would be expected, but the stillness inside was akin to that of a graveyard. Pressing his ear to the door, he listened intently, his knocking transforming into frantic banging. Bang, bang, bang. After several attempts, there is still no sign of Bailan, that I say. You must be sleeping rather soundly, Zhang Qingyao mused. Puzzled, fearing that Bailan might have fled, he prepared to force the door open, only for it to swing open just then. Whoa! He nearly stumbled, managing to steady himself with his hands against the doorframe. What took you so long? I've been calling for ages. Before he could finish, Zhang Qingyao noticed that Bailan's complexion was rather pale, her eyes glazed with a hint of redness, and faint traces of tears on her cheeks. Have you been crying? He asked, taken aback, his hands awkwardly fidgeted, unsure where to rest. After a moment's hesitation, he gently patted Bailan's shoulder. Why are you upset? Isn't living in a villa a delight? Cheer up. Bailan frowned at his hand, resting on her shoulder, that if you can't offer comfort, you might as well remain silent. Zhang Qingyao withdrew his hand into his pocket, clearing his throat and getting to the point. So, I'm here to take you to meet Professor Etair. You should freshen up quickly. He has limited time. Meeting him, Bailan's eyes brightened. Yes. Zhang Qingyao nodded, observing her reddened eyes for a moment before calling out as she prepared to close the door. Earlier during the interrogation, you mentioned you weren't concerned about becoming a subject of the Academy. That's still the case? Bailan replied without hesitation, I am not concerned. Zhang Qingyao sighed at her response. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs. Hurry up. Once Zhang Qingyao left, Bailan quickly washed up. As she passed Lai Sua's door, she noticed him standing there, waiting for her. Why were you crying? He inquired. Bailan paused mid-step, lowering her gaze in silence. After a few seconds, she replied, I've forgotten some very important things. Lai Sua pondered for a moment. Forgetting is a normal function of the brain. It is quite common that in a certain sense. Forgetting is a peculiar capability of memory. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to comfort you. Lai Sua said coldly as he shut the door. Bailan smiled faintly, then descended the stairs to meet Zhang Qingyao. And they soon set off. The headquarters of the United Nations Academy of Sciences was not located in Noah City, but the city did have a scientific branch, which included the department for studying mutated creatures. If Bailan recalled correctly, Shan Gaoyao should be affiliated with that department. She despised him and thus hoped to avoid encountering him. Along the way, Bailan often gazed at the large, disc-like light in the sky. Although it was bright, it was not blinding. Zhang Qingyao, with a cigarette in his mouth, rolled down the car window, allowing the smoke that had filled the car to escape and enabling Bailan to see the light more clearly. "That thing is mysterious," he remarked, removing the cigarette from his mouth with one hand while steering with the other. Bailan glanced at his reckless driving posture. "Captain Zhang, I assent it unsafe to drive like that. The world is already so perilous. What is a little more danger? No one will even notice." Just as he finished speaking, they spotted a traffic officer ahead. Zhang Qingyao exclaimed and swiftly extinguished his cigarette, hurriedly placing both hands back on the steering wheel. Bailan chuckled softly. "Captain Zhang, didn't you just say no one would check? Cough, cough." Zhang Qingyao coughed to mask his embarrassment, mumbling under his breath. "I thought there weren't any traffic officers on this road," Bailan warned. Although the three major districts are in the midst of an apocalypse, basic daily life persists within the city. "Captain Zhang, you mustn't forget that, or else things could descend into chaos on the streets. Get out of here. Now you're lecturing me," he retorted. "That thing grows dim at night. What's so mysterious about that? That is not the key point. The crucial part is that other light sources directed towards the light will bend around it." "Bend around?" Bailan contemplated for a moment. "Are you referring to light refraction?" No, it should not be refraction. Let me give you an analogy," Zhang Qingyao attempted to explain. "For instance, if I shine a strong flashlight at a glowing bulb, and that bulb happens to be right at the center of my flashlight's beam, then if you stand on the other side of the bulb and the flashlight, what do you think you will see? A blinding light, but it's too dazzling and I can no longer see the bulb. No, what I mean to say is that you would still see the bulb clearly, and you might even notice a halo around it. That halo is the light from the flashlight, similar to the gravitational lensing effect." Yes, that's what those scientists have said. It took me a while to grasp this concept. But this is impossible. Bailan felt that this was beyond her comprehension. The gravitational lensing effect, as she understood it, existed only in the observation of distant celestial bodies. So, what do you plan to do about the light in the sky above Noah City? Bailan inquired. "This thing cannot be dealt with. Scientists have said it is very dangerous and should not be approached. They also mentioned that there is a high possibility of something called—" "What was it?" Oh, Bailan suddenly recalled the term that Zhang Qingyao had struggled to remember. "Dark matter." Yes, dark matter. Zhang Qingyao felt a surge of admiration for Bailan's intellect. "Not bad. You know quite a bit that I merely flipped through some books on celestial bodies." Bailan gazed at the luminous spot in the sky. It appeared harmless, even beautiful and mysterious. But the potential existence of dark matter transformed this captivating nebula-like entity into something eerie, that if, as described by Zhang Qingyao, there truly existed invisible and intangible dark matter surrounding the light, then the changes that these dark substances might undergo remained a mystery that it was like a ticking time bomb. Bailan suddenly felt that everything seemed to be evolving into an increasingly fascinating direction. Chapter 23. The Research Institute. The Research Institute's building was located on the opposite side of Noah City, diagonally across from Secretary General Aaron's villa. This area was far removed from residential zones and distant from the city center. Upon disembarking, Bailan immediately sensed an extraordinary tranquility, even surpassing the serenity found at the villa that a glance around revealed a dearth of trees. Indeed, the entirety of Noah City is characterized by its scarcity of flora. Perhaps this is due to the potential for plants to succumb to infections and mutations. Consequently, from the very inception of the city's establishment, the preservation of both flora and fauna has been of paramount importance to the United Nations. The air purification system within the city has undergone numerous modifications to address the possibility of such mutations that, in terms of susceptibility to infection, the likelihood of contagion among humans, animals, and plants is considerably lower for flora and fauna compared to humans. Since the completion of the three major districts, there have been no recorded cases of infections in flora or fauna within the urban areas, and this is entirely attributable to the purification system. The gradual upgrades to this system have allowed for greater freedom in the care of plants and animals within the city. This, Bailan believes, is the true hallmark of a great invention since the advent of the era of mutation. Standing before the research department's building, she remarked, "This place is indeed well suited for research. Enough research for now. Let's head to the third floor. Professor Iter's office is just up there, Zhang Qingyao said as he parked the car and approached Bailon. He was an avid smoker, and whenever Bailon encountered him, he was typically seen with a cigarette in his mouth. However, in the research institute, he had to restrain himself. Their escort was Demong, the student who had previously accompanied Iter to the villa. When Bailon presented evidence of another world's existence to Iter, Demong remained skeptical. Despite the scientific community's fervent efforts to validate the concept of a multiverse, tangible results have yet to materialize. Everything remains firmly rooted in theory. Demong politely greeted the two and led them to Iter's office. Iter was roused from his slumber in the cluttered office, where stacks of documents lay scattered about. An array of complex books and experimental papers covered the desk, and as Iter yawned and prepared to stretch, a cascade of materials toppled down, burying him beneath the heap. A knock at the door broke the silence, jolting Iter from his groggy state. He frantically rummaged through the piles and finally located his glasses beneath the mountain of papers. "It's me, Professor Iter," came Demong's voice from the other side of the door. "Oh, Demong, what is it?" Iter replied. "Have you forgotten? You mentioned this morning that you wanted to meet Miss Bailon. Oh, right." Well, Iter hesitated mid-sentence, glancing at the disarray of his office, and wearily rubbed his temples. "Come in." The door swung open, and as Bailon and Zhang Qingyao followed Demong inside, their eyes widened at the sight of papers strewn across the floor, rendering it nearly impossible to navigate. Zhang Qingyao was astonished by Iter's obsession with research, leading him to ponder if all researchers were similarly consumed by their work. "I apologize for the mess. The office is rather chaotic," Iter said, adjusting his glasses, which sat askew on his nose. He gestured towards the sofa in front of the desk. "Please have a seat. No need to stand." "All right." Zhang Qingyao forced a smile as he looked at the sofa piled high with documents. Demong sighed in resignation, having just tidied the office for Iter the previous day, only to find it in disarray once more. "Professor, your health has not been great lately. You really ought to avoid spending nights in the office," Demong admonished. "Understood? I promise it won't happen again." Iter replied apologetically, locating his water cup, only to find the contents had gone cold. With a dry throat, he took a sip, which instantly provoked a fit of coughing. "Are you all right, Professor?" Demong asked, gently patting Iter's back. "Would you like to take a break? I can fetch you some hot water." No, I'm fine. I don't need a break. Let us get started right away." "Demong, please go and get some hot water." "But you just go." Zhang Qingyao remained rooted in place, observing the exchange between the two. He sensed Iter was unwell today and contemplated suggesting they postpone their visit, but when he turned to inquire Bailon's opinion, he found that she had silently taken the initiative, creating a space on the sofa, and patiently awaited their discussion. Before long, Demong returned with 2 cups of hot water at Iter's request. He handed one to Iter and the other to Bailon. Zhang Qingyao looked quizzically at Demong, then turned to Iter, suddenly realizing the reason for the lack of hot water. Iter wished to speak with Bailon privately. "Very well, I shall wait outside," Zhang Qingyao declared, striding out of the office while carefully avoiding the scattered papers. Demong followed suit, closing the door behind him. As Demong was about to leave, Zhang Qingyao called out, "Hey, young man, why don't we have a chat while they discuss their matters?" "Captain Zhang, what would you like to talk about?" Demong replied that I'd like to know why Professor Iter is seeking out Bailon. Could it be that she truly has something to contribute to the migration plan? "Captain Zhang, you are overthinking this. That as a member of the police force, you should be aware of the origins of this plan. From its inception, it has been deemed unviable. Of course I know that, but if you understand it's unviable, why invite her over?" "That question is best directed at Professor Iter. I am merely his student." "I apologize, Captain Zhang, but I have work to attend to." Demong bowed his head in a brief apology before hastily departing. Zhang Qingyao. Demong's demeanor came across as that of an arrogant intellectual. Yet he did not harbor any disdain for intellectuals. Rather, he found Demong's attitude somewhat aloof and uncomfortable. As one of Iter's many students and assistants, Demong often worried about Iter's health, as the professor frequently neglected meals and suffered from sleep deprivation due to his work. Zhang Qingyao sometimes felt that Demong was no different from a nurse. Yet as a student, Demong held a deep respect for his teacher. Having lost his family to mutation years ago, He likely viewed Iter as his emotional anchor. Zhang Qingyao recognized Demong as a good person, yet he was not particularly fond of him. Chapter 24. I want to see Iter eagerly drank a sip of water, and once he felt the soothing moisture in his throat. He rose leisurely from the desk and approached Bailon, taking a seat on the single sofa opposite her. Iter lowered his head slightly, hunching his back, while cradling the warm cup of water in his hands, his fingers gently rubbing its surface. This gesture gave Bailon the impression that he was particularly sensitive to the cold, even though the temperature had yet to dip into autumn's chill. Now that you've called me here. Do you believe in me? Bailon inquired. Bailon paused in surprise. You and Shun Gaoyao are friends? I would consider him a friend across generations, though I do not wish to admit that I am old. Iter replied, adjusting his glasses. Bailon noticed his gaze drift over his own wrinkled hand. At the age of 46, Iter was indeed not old, yet the age disparity with the 20-something Shun Gaoyao was significant enough that one might jest that Iter could be Shun's father. Bailon's curiosity about their relationship was piqued. You may not be old, but I am quite interested in how you two came to know each other. He interned at this research institute. During an academic discussion, he shared an idea for addressing mutated organisms. What idea was that? He proposed the development of a drug that could restore humanity to mutated beings. Yet even if such a drug were developed, it would not solely apply to humans, but also to animals and plants. Indeed, hence why some scholars present at the time derided the idea. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that it is intriguing. Would you say that intriguing is an appropriate term? Iter smiled wanly. You must understand, the realm of theoretical knowledge and the tedious process of experimental validation can be dull. However, innovative ideas and groundbreaking discoveries bring a certain joy to our work. Prior to Shun Gaoyao's suggestion, the Academy of Sciences had entertained similar proposals, such as creating a method to revert already mutated beings to their original forms or halt the mutation process altogether, at least to curb their carnivorous instincts. Yet we discovered that such endeavors were utterly impossible. Aside from drugs that could temporarily incapacitate them, all other substances were rapidly metabolized within their systems. Bailon recalled, I have heard that several years ago, the United Nations proposed a similar drug development plan, only to abandon it later. Furthermore, I understand that the substances involved were deemed slightly harmful to humans and have since been classified as prohibited. Yes, yet I remain optimistic about Shun Gaoyao, for no one has ever proposed the notion of merely restoring humanity. Moreover, he possesses a fervent obsession with mutated organisms. I refer specifically to his research interests. Iter elaborated, I remember that during our discussions I gradually realized that we shared many similar thoughts regarding mutated beings, so that is how you became friends. Indeed. However, Bailon was perplexed. After you have spoken extensively about Shun Gaoyao, what relevance does it hold to your summoning me today? Yait once again lifted his cup, which slowly rotated between his fingers as he gazed down at the gently swaying water within. In a hushed tone, he remarked, he has confided in me. What? Bailon failed to comprehend. I mean, he has shared everything about you with me. He told you everything. Bailon's demeanor grew noticeably colder. Did he mention that he was the one who personally sent me to prison? I apologize, but I am not well versed in that matter. Yait expressed his regret, prompting Bailon to revert to her earlier demeanor of respect. Their dialogue reached a brief pause, and the office fell into an unusual silence until Yait cleared his throat a few times. Breaking the uncomfortable stillness, Yait said, I wish to see. See what? Bailon assumed he wanted to recreate a scene that I wish to see how you killed those monsters, Yait stated, fixing his gaze intently on Bailon's hands. With these hands of yours, Bailon was taken aback, instinctively moving her hands behind her. It seems he truly has told you everything. Professor Yait, as a scientist, do you truly believe I could kill aberrant creatures in such an absurd manner? If you can accomplish it, then I will believe, but there are no monsters here for me to try. Yait pondered for a moment. The laboratory has lab mice. Bailon was taken aback by Yait's decisive response. She furrowed her brows, the awkwardly reserved man, and sighed. There's no need to go to the laboratory. We can do it here. Upon hearing this, Yait looked at Bailon with mild surprise. She casually surveyed the entire office before finally resting her gaze upon the cup in Yait's hand. Professor Yait, your cup is made of double-layered glass, correct? Is it insulated? That would suffice to... Do you use this cup often? If it is something you cherish, I can replace it with another da-da. It's all right. I use it occasionally, but I generally prefer insulated cups. What about the documents on the table? All documents have electronic backups. All right. Then please place the cup on the table and stand back a little. I am concerned for your safety, Balan instructed earnestly. Yait hesitated for a moment, but soon rose to stand behind the sofa. He cautiously inquired, "Is this distance acceptable?" Sufficient that, as Balan's words fell, she raised her right hand, Yait's gaze fixated on her every movement, and as Balan made an inconspicuous tightening motion, a miraculous scene unfolded. With a sharp crack, the double-layered glass cup on the coffee table shattered. The explosion was subtle, the sound not particularly loud, nor did it create a commotion, but as the fragments scattered, they produced a clattering noise. Yait stared in shock at the table strewn with glass shards and water-soaked documents, incredulously asking, "How? How did you do that?" Chapter 25. Where is your rationality? By expanding the air within the double-layered glass cup. The cup shattered. Balan provided a straightforward explanation. Yait gazed blankly at the glass debris on the coffee table. The molecular spacing increased due to heat. That can be understood as such. After all, it is the most reasonable explanation within current science. Are there any unreasonable explanations? Balan chuckled helplessly. As a scientist, you surely do not wish to hear terms like special abilities? Yait fell silent, his gaze somewhat distant, as if lost in thought. After a while, he asked, "What about the others?" "What others?" Gao Yao also mentioned that during perilous situations, you have utilized other, similar, extraordinary abilities. The latter part of his statement was evidently uttered with reluctance, his stuttering delivery causing discomfort to Balan. "Professor Yait, you need not speak in such a manner." Balan reassured him. "What may now seem unscientific might become commonplace in the near or distant future. Perhaps you are still too rational. A rigorous attitude is commendable. But sometimes human thought must embrace the more bizarre. Just as ancient peoples did not know the earth was round," Balan continued. "In truth, I'm unaware of the principles behind my extraordinary abilities. I can only offer a general overview. Since Shan Gaoyao has revealed everything to you, I would like to know your perspective on my abilities. Will you regard me as an aberration?" The final question was deliberately devoid of honorifics. Balan was astonished. "You stopped him? To let me leave unscathed? Why?" Balan perceived Yait's actions as unnecessary. He replied, "Your efforts are merely a means to approach higher powers, are they not? Frankly speaking, the more the United Nations knows about you, the worse it is for you. The internal factions within the United Nations are too numerous, and the personnel composition is complex. It is not something a young girl like you can navigate. Moreover, do you think they will truly believe you possess extraordinary abilities? So, what lies did you tell? Just say it was a ruse to escape prison. Rest assured, in this apocalyptic world, the police are not particularly concerned about your blank identity information. Besides, you have committed no crime, and they will not pursue an ordinary person who survive in a danger zone." Ordinary person? Balan silently echoed the phrase, suddenly finding it somewhat laughable. Balan felt perplexed, unable to grasp his motives. Was it merely because Yait did not want her, this ordinary person, to get involved with the United Nations? Balan understood that this was not the case, that in truth, like Gao Yao, I wish to save humanity, but we are not saviors, that I am aware of our limitations. Yait turned to gaze out the window, and Balan noticed that his attention seemed focused on the patch of light directly above Noah City. He asked Balan, "Do you know what that patch of light is?" Captain Zhang mentioned it, stating that the outer ring of the light might harbor some intangible substance. "That I have heard of it. It is an invisible matter that exists abundantly in the universe." After stating this, Balan added, "Of course, it exists only in theory. To know it indeed exists. Otherwise, many observational data regarding the universe would be inexplicable." Balan felt somewhat bewildered. Despite their extensive conversation, she had yet to discern Yait's purpose for summoning her. Initially, she had thought she could use her extraordinary abilities to deceive the United Nations into confirming the existence of another world, even believing that Yait sought her out because he believed in her. However, it now appeared that Yait's intentions diverged from her assumptions. Soon, Yait revealed his true intent, that "I need you to engage with those patches of light." Yait was no longer as composed as before. Even his speech quickened. In these past few days, we have discovered that those patches are expanding at an exceedingly slow rate, so slow that it is almost imperceptible. Yet I am certain that within those patches lies an energy of unimaginable magnitude. For the first time, Balan sensed Yait's madness for the unknown in his words. This seemingly honest and unassuming middle-aged man was suggesting that Balan personally engage with the patches of light. Dark matter, expansion, dark energy. Yait initially murmured to himself, then excitedly approached Balan, gripping her shoulders tightly. Balan, I now suspect that the patches of light appearing in the danger zone may be related to the multiverse. Perhaps each patch of light contains another universe. Balan stared at him in shock. Professor Yait, where has your rationality gone? Shouldn't a scientist be more rigorous? Upon hearing this, Yait froze and immediately released Balan. I apologize, I was too agitated, he said, pressing his forehead as if drained of energy, collapsing onto the sofa. I must urgently find a way to save humanity. Otherwise, it may soon be too late. From the moment Balan encountered Yait, she had known he did not believe in the migration plan, let alone the confirmation of the multiverse's existence. Yet the emergence of the patches of light had slightly shaken Yait's previously steadfast beliefs. However, Balan understood that this wavering was insufficient to account for his current demeanor. There must be other reasons. From Yait's earlier behavior, Balan discerned something. Yait seemed to be in a hurry. His demeanor was far too urgent. Time is of the essence. It may soon be too late. Cough, 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 cough. Yait suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, this time far more violently than before. His hunched form trembled violently with each cough, appearing as fragile as an ailing elder. Until now, Balan had never associated him with elderly frailty. Yait truly seemed unwell. Balan frowned. Professor, you should see a doctor. Chapter 26 Consideration. Zhang Qingyao's car was parked outside the research institute. And as Balan descended, she happened to catch sight of him engaged in a phone conversation. Understood. He nodded at the person on the other end of the line, and upon noticing Balan, he ended the call. I have good news for you, Zhang Qingyao said, resting one hand on the car door while retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Just as he was about to extract a cigarette, Balan's words froze his hand midair. Are you about to say, I'm free now? How did you know? Professor Yait has already informed me, and neither the United Nations nor he believes in my. Balan hesitated, ultimately compromising with two words, trick. Zhang Qingyao was somewhat taken aback by her statement. Trick? Are you implying that what I claim to be the ability to prove the existence of another world is indeed false? False? Zhang Qingyao expertly retrieved a cigarette and placed it between his lips, settling into the driver's seat. You're telling me that such vivid imagery and sensations are fabricated? Yes, it's all fabricated. Didn't the person who called you mention that? No, Zhang Qingyao replied, a hint of dissatisfaction as he lit the cigarette. He merely stated that the plainclothes officers could be withdrawn, allowing us not to confine you any longer. At this point, Zhang Qingyao looked at Balan with curiosity. I must ask, Balan, what exactly did Professor Yait discuss with you? Why is it that the moment you emerge, my team is entirely withdrawn? I have nowhere else to go. That's right. Your boyfriend is there, Zhang Qingyao remarked as he started the engine. Then let us get going. As Balan settled into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Zhang Qingyao solemnly reminded her, if this were the past, your deception would come at a cost. Balan sat quietly in the passenger seat, her gaze drawn to the shimmering lights atop the cityscape as the vehicle merged into traffic. In her mind, Yait's words replayed intermittently. I need you to engage with those lights. 3 days. In 3 days, Yait would come looking for her. Balan's thoughts became muddled. She closed her eyes, attempting to rest. But the image of Yait's pained coughing would persistently intrude upon her mind. He was ill, and from the urgency in his tone, it was evident that his condition was grave. A gravely ill physicist attempting to save humanity. This notion struck Balan as utterly implausible. His assertions regarding the lights potentially harboring cosmic truths were nothing more than conjecture. She believed that Yait, much like Shen Gaoyao, was rather naive. Upon returning to the villa, Balan fell asleep in the car, only to be roused by Zhang Qingyao. Having skipped breakfast, she felt somewhat famished, and as she disembarked from the vehicle, her vision blurred momentarily. Fortunately, Zhang Qingyao tossed her a piece of candy, which revived her somewhat after consumption. Are you experiencing low blood sugar? I haven't slept well or eaten properly these past few days, Balan admitted. leaning against the car door, her complexion appearing rather pallid. Zhang Qingyao gestured towards the villa's entrance. This place belongs to the Secretary General. It's stocked with supplies. Feel free to eat. Are you afraid your boyfriend might starve you? Captain Zhang, you truly have a penchant for humor to oh. By the way, I almost forgot something. Zhang Qingyao exited the car and handed Bailan a file folder. Bailan accepted it, surmising its contents. Inside are your identification documents, AS for your household registration. That vanished once the danger zone emerged. Just keep these, consider them a gift. Zhang Qingyao observed Bailan's frail state, unable to reconcile her current demeanor with the articulate individual he had interrogated not long ago. He sighed. Wait here. I'll have Laisoa assist you inside. No need to call him. I can manage slowly. Bailan declined his offer. You may be courteous with me, but don't extend that to your boyfriend, Zhang Qingyao remarked before stepping away, only to hear the sound of Bailan collapsing moments later. In her daze, Bailan felt herself being lifted effortlessly, the individual possessing considerable strength and an almost graceful demeanor that made her feel quite tenderly cared for. That you're remarkably light. That Laisoa's deep, magnetic voice suddenly resonated near her ear. His tone was soft yet remarkably close, bringing Bailan's dulled mind back to a semblance of clarity. She soon regained consciousness, only to find herself cradled in Laisoa's arms, now positioned on the bed. Why haven't you been eating properly? Laisoa stood by the bedside, tossing Bailan a piece of chocolate, which was quite a rarity in the city. I don't like chocolate. That you're quite particular. Aren't you? Laisoa commented. I had intended to summon a doctor to administer glucose, but since you're awake, it seems unnecessary. Wait a moment, Bailan called as Laisoa turned to leave. That he halted. Yes, there's something else? Bailan inquired. What are your thoughts on Yite? Though Laisoa was puzzled by her question, he pondered earnestly. Not well acquainted. I've only seen him once or twice, but he is quite renowned in the scientific community. Is that all? Indeed. What is his character like? I mentioned, I'm not familiar with him. Does he exhibit any peculiar traits? Bailan pressed on, causing Laisoa to grow somewhat irritated. He frowned and queried, what exactly did Yite say to you at the research department today? He said. Bailan stared at the ceiling, then shook her head after a moment. He didn't say anything. Noticing her deliberate concealment, Laisoa changed the subject. Are you hungry? Bailan nodded. There's beef among the supplies delivered. Would you like some? Bailan nodded again. About eggs? Once more, Bailan nodded. How about I brew you a cup of coffee? Bailan nodded yet again. Laisoa furrowed his brow, contemplating before asking, what about chocolate? Not interested. Very well. Wait here. With that, Laisoa turned and descended the stairs to prepare a meal for Bailan. She found herself deeply contemplating whether, in 3 days, she should accept or reject Yite's proposition. Chapter 27 Reason. As Bailan departed from the research institute, she encountered Demon, who was emerging from the document room, laden with several files. Due to Yite's influence, Demon seemed to have developed an interest in Bailan's so-called trick. Although Yite had informed him that her ability was a fabrication, Demon still wished to witness it firsthand. At the very least, he desired to experience the astounding sensation Yite once had. Bailan complied, believing there was nothing to conceal, especially since nearly everyone regarded her as an ordinary person now. Truly a marvelous illusion, Demon remarked, his reaction mirroring Yite's when he had visited the villa. Oh, you genuinely believe this is magic? Bailan inquired. Demon pondered for a moment. If Professor Yite believes it to be so, then it is. And what do you think? Before departing, Demon handed Bailan a small gift box containing a delicate metal brooch shaped like a tulip. Modest in value, he explained that he often wore the brooch, as tulips were his favorite flower, and that the yellow tulip symbolized an apology. Thus he presented it to Bailan as a gesture of regret for his previous demeanor at the villa. She did not require such a token, yet she accepted Demon's apology graciously. Yet again, the time came when sleep eluded her. With a sigh, she rose and decided to take a stroll downstairs. The plainclothes officers had been withdrawn during the day, leaving the villa eerily empty, save for herself and Laisoa. Bailan stood in the small garden outside the dining area, gazing upward at the cluster of lights in the sky, as Zhang Qingyao had noted. They were indeed dimmer than during the day, yet this contradicted logic. The human eye possesses differing sensitivities to light in daylight versus nighttime. Thus, in relatively dim conditions, Light should appear more pronounced due to the activation of rod cells in the retina. The lights hovered silently above Noah's city, resembling a giant eye, immobile and observing them, which instilled a profound discomfort within Bailon. Surrounding this, I was an intangible presence, although Yite had suggested it likely pertained to dark matter existing in the universe. Bailon remained skeptical of such speculation. Are you not going to rest? Lysoa appeared suddenly behind her like a specter. You often become so engrossed in thought. Lysoa positioned himself beside her, looking up at the lights. What did Yite discuss with you today? Nothing of significance, Bailon retorted. And you? Why did you attempt to assassinate the chairman? Upon hearing this, Lysoa instinctively glanced towards the living room, exhaling a resigned chuckle. I nearly forgot. The police have already withdrawn. There's no one else here, so you needn't worry about being overheard. Then I shall speak candidly, Lysoa stated, getting straight to the point. What do you know about the rescue plan proposed by the United Nations? You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. These details were publicly disclosed by the United Nations before the temporary settlement points fell, so they aren't secrets, Bailon clarified. The only exception is the resettlement plan, which was proposed a few months ago. I find it perplexing why they would introduce a plan devoid of feasibility. Lysoa remained silent, his gaze fixed on the meticulously tended flowers in the small garden, his lips moving slightly. Look over there. Flowers? Bailon inquired. Is there something special about them? The current United Nations is akin to these flowers, Lysoa remarked coldly, ever since the 3 major districts were established. They have grown far too comfortable. You seem to harbor a strong dislike for them. Lysoa let out a cold laugh. Plans have consecutively failed. Certain projects have been forcibly shelved. Vaccine development has made no progress. And those who could still be saved have been driven out of the districts that do you not find them sufficiently detestable? I hold reservations about your perspective, Bailon replied calmly, expressing little discontent with the actions of the United Nations. She believed Lysoa's disdain for the organization and his pity for the mutants to be merely a common human emotion, one that could cloud judgment, of course. Bailon possessed such emotions herself, but she refrained from indulging in them. At least ever since Baihua's death, she had maintained this stance. Under the night sky, Lysoa stood bathed in the silvery moonlight, his robust figure veiled by a thin layer of shadow cast by the light seeping from the house. Bailon felt a sense of distance in his solitary silhouette. Lysoa remarked, It seems we are not of the same ilk, yet I still require your assistance. His words reminded Bailon of Shun Gaoyao and Yite. She asked, Do you wish to save humanity as well? Lysoa corrected her. I am saving myself. I ask that your reason for attempting to assassinate Auguste. Killing him is merely a warning. Using the life of the chairman as a warning. Do you not consider that approach rather extreme? When Bailon mentioned the word extreme, Lysoa noticed her slight pause, yet he chose not to inquire further. He simply stated, if it were not extreme, they would not grasp the severity of the situation. Bailon sighed. I admire your courage to resist, but if only Baihua had been a bit braver back then. Your sister? Yes. Bailon nodded at the specks of light, her eyes reflecting a faint starlight. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes gently closed. Let us end this, she said. Lysoa was taken aback, gazing at Bailon in surprise, clearly not comprehending her meaning. That I mean, you need not continue to feign companionship with me. We have no relationship to begin with, Bailon clarified once more. You do not wish to see the Secretary General? No, I have other matters to attend to, and the assassination of Auguste. Just as Bailon finished speaking, Lysa moved towards the path leading from the small garden to the dining room, the sole passage into the villa. He halted there, producing a sharp military dagger from behind him. Bailon furrowed her brow. Where did you get that knife? I've been carrying it with me. Lysa raised the dagger, its blade glinting ominously, and his chilling voice echoed. Utilizing connections can come to an end, but today you shall not leave here. Chapter 28. The hidden virus. Lysoa obstructed Bailon's path, who, unfazed, smiled and asked, Do you think you can stop me? I believe you might be misunderstanding something. Lyso, the general, pointed the dagger at Bailon. Do you think I cannot defeat you? I certainly think so. Then shall we test it? Bailon chuckled, advising him. Perhaps you should refrain from trying. I fear you might explode into a bloody mess before you even touch me. Confident of her victory, she prepared to raise her hand. But in the blink of an eye, Lysoa had vanished from her sight. A sudden aura of menace approached from behind, and before Bylon could turn, Lysua had already ensnared her slender neck with his robust arm. Lysua was inherently strong, his arm thicker than Bylon's neck, and he encircled her neck tightly, rendering her immobile. Bylon did not anticipate Lysua's speed. His astonishing reflexes and agility exceeded what any ordinary person could achieve. "How did you do that just now?" Bylon queried, grasping at Lysua's arm in an attempt to pry it away. But to no avail. His strength was astonishing, akin to that of a bull, not struggle. Lysua's deep voice resonated in her ear as Bylon felt something icy glide across her neck. It was the military dagger. Lysua pressed closely against Bylon's back, one arm gripping her neck while the other wielded the knife. The blade sliding repeatedly across her soft, fair skin. Lysua was careful, not wishing to harm her. "If I were to refuse, would that knife truly plunge into me?" Bylon asked calmly. "You may certainly try, but you can subdue me with your bare hands. With your abilities, are you not capable of killing the chairman? Let me share something you once told me." Lysua whispered close to Bylon's ear. "I'm not as formidable as you think." His words were so near that his breath brushed against Bylon's ear and face, causing her some discomfort, and she wished to turn her head away. Yet Lysua showed no intention of loosening his grip. "If you do not release me soon, I shall retaliate," Bylon warned. Exasperated, "I will not let go." Lysua stubbornly tightened his grip, making Bylon feel a constriction in her airway. "I do not wish to comply. It brings me no advantage." She struggled to articulate. "I can offer you advantages." "What advantages?" "Whatever you desire, I can provide." Upon hearing this, Bylon's subsequent laughter was laced with derision. "I want Baiwa. Can you give her back to me?" Lysua froze, even his arm around Bylon's neck slackening. "You know that is impossible. She is already dead." Bylon's eyes reddened as she coldly regarded Lysua, making him feel as though she viewed him as an adversary. "I did not mean to." Before Lysua could finish, Bylon interrupted him. "I need no reminder of her death. You can offer nothing. What gives you the right to ask me for help?" Bylon turned to ascend the stairs, only to be halted by Lysua's for words that rendered her immobile. He appeared remarkably calm. Lysua stated, "I am infected." Upon hearing this shocking news, Bylon immediately spun around, retreating to what she deemed a safe distance, warily observing Lysua's every movement. She recalled the monitoring systems within the districts. "This is impossible. If you were infected, the monitoring system would indicate a significant rise in your NSBO index. But my index remains entirely normal. Only through blood testing can the virus within me be detected." "Why is that?" "Because of a forbidden drug." Lysua sheathed his military dagger, explaining to Bylon, "It is the 12th drug from the mutation testing series, when the United Nations ordered the cessation of the capsule program. This drug had only reached its 4th iteration." Bylon could hardly believe it. "You have been secretly developing it." "Not me. It is." Lysua paused, refraining from naming the developer. "I am merely the test subject. The reason my physical capabilities surpass those of ordinary individuals is due to the mutant virus within me, which is fused with my being. But as far as I know, the drugs developed in the capsule program are harmful to human bodies." "That is indeed correct, and my body has already begun signaling me." Coincidentally, just as Lysua finished speaking, blood began to trickle from his nose. Witnessing this, Bylon understood why he had previously stated, "Assassinating Auguste is something I cannot accomplish alone." Since Baihua's death, Bylon had not felt profound pity for anyone. Even if she had, it had only been temporary. Yet Lysua evoked a depth of sympathy she had never experienced before, although she recognized that Lysua did not require such sympathy. That night, regarding the assassination of Auguste, Bylon did not provide Lysua with a definitive answer. In 2 days, she would need to respond to Yite, yet she had not formulated a plan for dealing with him. The contact with the light speck remained an unknown factor, and no one knew what engaging with it would entail, and Yite had not specified how to proceed. In truth, Bylon's ultimate objective was not the light speck. If she agreed to Yite, she would gain legitimate access to the Noah City Research Institute, and Yite, being a member of the Academy of Sciences, held direct authority to report on the progress of the migration plan to the United Nations. This meant cultivating a positive relationship with Yite was precisely what Bylon desired. However, Yite himself approached her with ulterior motives, and the nature of those motives posed a danger. which left Bylon feeling hesitant. She did not fear death, but preferred to perish only after the world had been obliterated. How vexing! Bylon reclined on the soft sofa in the living room, her gaze hollow as she stared at the crystal chandelier above. Just then, Lysua descended from the stairs. If you find it bothersome, would you care to join me for a massage? A massage. Bylon turned to Lysua. Are you feeling better? Somewhat improved. At least the pain has subsided. Lysua approached her. Shall we go for a massage? There's a blind massage parlor in the West District that I used to frequent. It serves as a means to relax both body and mind. Bylon teased. I never imagined you would have such leisure. Appropriate relaxation can alleviate tense emotions. One cannot simply dwell on distressing matters. With that, Lysua approached the villa's entrance, inviting, if you wish to come, then follow. Bylon rose and followed suit, remarking, that statement hardly seems like something you would articulate. Who else would it resemble? She retorted. Zhang Qingyao, Bylon blurted. Though he is not particularly young anymore, his manner of speaking remains rather flippant. I am not well acquainted with him. Neither am I. Chapter 29. Recreational activities of observation. Lysua arranged for Bylon to have a private room, allowing her to select her own masseur. The female masseurs in the establishment were all occupied, and the owner suggested that Bylon wait for a moment, assuring her that a female masseur would be available shortly. However, Bylon, disinterested in waiting, casually summoned a male masseur as she waited in the room. Curiosity piqued when she saw the male masseur enter. She waved her hand in front of him, confirming that he indeed could not see anything. Bylon lay on the bed as the young man, whose name tag read Su Feng, gently massaged her back. I am 21 this year, and have been in this profession for 2 years, Su Feng stated, his voice clear and his appearance youthful, exuding the essence of spring. Yet there was a heaviness in his eyes, hinting at life's burdens. You have more male or female clients? Bylon inquired. Su Feng appeared somewhat bashful, smiling as he replied, most of my clients are young women. Seems you are quite popular, Bylon observed. Not exactly. Many clients focus on technique, and I still have much to learn in that regard. With her arms resting on her chin, Bylon asked with intrigue, do any female clients fancy you? Su Feng's hands faltered slightly, and he lowered his head, speaking with a hint of melancholy. I doubt anyone would have feelings for someone like me, a blind person. Noticing his despondency, Bylon deftly changed the subject. Do you like Noah City? Yes, I do. Su Feng continued his work. Why? Because it is where I live. At least here, I need not worry for my safety. Many in Noah City shared Su Feng's perspective, including the young man Bylon had encountered previously in prison. This sentiment held merit. Everyone desires a peaceful existence, and no one wishes to endure the suffering that lies beyond. Having a place to live out one's days in tranquility is a rare fortune in these tumultuous times. As Su Feng's hands moved to her waist, Bylon let out a soft sigh. Forgive me. Did I apply too much pressure? He exclaimed, startled, retracting his hands. Bylon dismissed his concern, sitting up. It is I who am not sensitive enough. Please massage my shoulders and neck. I've been experiencing poor sleep and have a stiff neck. Very well, please take a seat in that chair. It will facilitate my work. Following Su Feng's advice, Bylon settled into a cushioned chair. Tying her hair back, Su Feng cautiously made his way toward her, feeling along the wall to prevent him from stumbling. Bylon extended her hand, but when Su Feng touched her hand, he instinctively stepped back. You need not assist me, dear client. What are you so anxious about? I won't harm you, Bylon jested. Are you truly afraid of me? No, it's not fear of you. I sincerely apologize, Su Feng replied, his voice low and submissive. Bylon then noticed the bruises peeking out from his sleeves. Frowning slightly, she felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from inquiring about their origin. You have done nothing wrong. There is no need for such humility. All right, Bylon believed that one should not be overly deferential. Although Su Feng was a year older, his blindness rendered him overly cautious in all matters, evident in his every action. Initially, Su Feng's massage had some strength, but upon hearing Bylon state she was not sensitive, he considerably lightened his touch. Finding him considerate, Bylon decided to reward him with a small tip after the massage concluded. Departing the massage parlor, Bylon felt rejuvenated as she stretched and contemplated wandering about. She heard Lysua's voice. I pay for your expenses and provide you with shelter. Shouldn't you repay me? Bylon grasped the underlying implication of his words. Lysoa was alluding to the previous night's events and clearly hoped she would assist him in assassinating Augustus. Nodding, Bylon agreed. Indeed, a repayment is in order. How about? She pondered in kind. Very well. No need to trouble yourself. Bylon playfully bid farewell to Lysoa as he drove away. Once his vehicle was out of sight, her smile gradually faded. Were those bruises from a fall or the result of violence? Soon, she deemed such speculation pointless. For aside from Baiwa, she was unwilling to concern herself with anyone else that in 3 days. Yait would come looking for Bylon. The ailing scientist intent on saving humanity remained a mystery to her. Yait had expressed that his time was limited, fervently wishing to study the light spots and eager for Bylon to serve as his experimental subject. At the time, she had wanted to tell him he was out of his mind. Yet she refrained, respecting his theory that the light spots might pertain to a multiverse. After all, many great discoveries stem from hypotheses that are later validated as truth. However, Bylon still wished to express. Yait, you old fool, do you truly not regard me as human? Reflecting on this, Bylon gazed toward the luminous spots at the city center. Suddenly, she felt compelled to observe them up close. The distance was not great, and she had intended to walk over when she stumbled upon a peculiar CAF on a nearby street. Resources within the city were limited, resulting in restricted coffee supplies, causing prices to soar. It was expected that the CAF would be sparsely populated. Oddly enough, the second-floor terrace was bustling with patrons. Bylon took a few steps back to gain a clearer view. Several large telescopes had been set up at the terrace's edge. With some customers bringing their own telescopes, they were collectively observing the large, golden-hued light spot shimmering in the sky. In that moment, it seemed as though the people had transformed the enigmatic light into a spectacle for their amusement. This phenomenon, in a certain sense, was terrifying, for the unknown is inherently so. Perhaps at any moment, the light could unleash rays that would pierce the city, or it might expand until it consumed the area. Or it could very well become a bomb, obliterating all of Noah's City. Of course, these were merely Bylon's imaginings. Yet the crowd exhibited no panic. They regarded this observational activity as a form of entertainment amidst the backdrop of an apocalyptic scenario. After all, seeking beauty amid the harshness of the end times is not inherently a negative endeavor. Chapter 30. Casual discussions regarding the Light Spot Noah City Research Institute. Shen Gaoyao was searching for information on mutated organisms in the data room. Cheng Mingxi, a biologist, had previously proposed topics concerning the potential for abiotic mutations. However, as such events had never occurred in reality, over time, they were gradually forgotten by both the United Nations and the Academy of Sciences. To quote Cheng Mingxi's late biology professor from university, "You don't even understand the formation of mutated organisms, yet you wish to unravel the possibility of abiotic mutations. I truly wish this were all false." Leaning against a data shelf, Shen Gaoyao sat on the cold, tiled floor. He was acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences that abiotic mutations could entail, yet he was unwilling and afraid to contemplate it further. Secretly conducting the capsule project was tantamount to developing a poison. That much was clear. Yet, one could not deny that this medication could indeed halt further mutations in humans, and he had validated this through experiments. Lysoa was his test subject. Since the inception of the drug for mutation prevention, Shen Gaoyao had progressed from the 4th to the 12th iteration of the capsules, minimizing their toxicity. Unfortunately, Lysoa still reacted to the drug. Despite Shen Gaoyao's diligent research into mutated organisms and the development of a remedy for the virus, the mere emergence of the possibility of abiotic mutations had shaken his previously steadfast belief in humanity's salvation. He understood all too well that the drugs developed under the capsule project would be ineffective against abiotic entities. For a moment, Shen Gaoyao felt a sense of despair. After exiting the data room, he reached out to Cheng Mingxi. "Have I been wrong from the very beginning? While I do not condone your clandestine capsule project, I acknowledge your dedication to humanity, which is why I chose not to expose you. Have you ever felt despair? Shen Gaoyao, you are overthinking. It is not yet time for despair. But if the hypothesis of abiotic mutations is correct, is there any hope left for this world?" Cheng Mingxi fell silent for a long while before responding. I still stand by my words. It is not yet time for despair. Bylon entered the safe. The first floor was nearly empty. Without any money, she naturally did not purchase coffee, but instead ascended to the second floor. The terrace was fully occupied, and a line of people had gathered in front of the single telescope. Bylon found an empty spot by the railing and squeezed in, just as a lady with a pair of binoculars also inserted herself beside her. The two were pressed closely together, almost in an embrace. "May I borrow your binoculars for a moment?" Bylon politely inquired of the lady. To her surprise, after a fleeting glance, the woman generously lent them to her. "Thank you." Bylon swiftly utilized the binoculars to observe the luminous spot. During both day and night, the spot could be gazed upon directly with the naked eye, as it was not blinding. Thus, viewing through the lens did not overly disrupt one's vision. Even when the distance was shortened, from afar, the spot resembled a misty cloud, and sometimes on overcast days or at night, one could discern swirling ripples radiating outward within the light. Observing through the binoculars made these ripples appear even more pronounced. The presence of these whirlpool-like waves, when linked to his discussion of expansion and dark matter, indeed led one to question whether the luminous spot was connected to the universe, or even to a multiverse. Oh, you see the edge of the light spot? The lady who had lent Bylon the binoculars suddenly asked. "What do you think it resembles? Are you referring to the entire light spot, or just the outer ring?" "Either one works." After pondering for a moment, Bylon ventured, "You can't be suggesting it looks like a galaxy, can you?" "Doesn't it?" The lady countered. "It's simply that the points of light within this vast spot are much denser than the stars and dust in a galaxy." "Denser?" Bylon disagreed with the woman's assertion. She evidently did not possess a profound understanding of cosmic scales. At that moment, a man behind them refuted the lady's perspective, exclaiming, "Galaxy? That is clearly an eye. God is watching us. This world is doomed." The man spoke with fervor, clearly a pessimist. Perhaps his remaining faith in God was the only thing keeping him alive. "Nonsense. That must be a portal." "Certainly not a portal." "Are you a fan of novels? Could be a rift in space-time." "You must be a novel enthusiast as well. Your theories are too fantastical. It's impossible that IT must be some sort of unusual natural phenomenon that we've simply never encountered." Gradually, more people joined the discussion, and Bylon found them overly loud, so she quietly returned the binoculars and left the CF alone. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she recognized that Lysoa's determination to assassinate Auguste was evidently resolute. Assisting Lysoa was not particularly challenging, yet Bylon could not fathom the rationale behind issuing such an unprecedented warning to the United Nations. Resorting to such extreme measures to save oneself seemed, in Bylon's view, rather ludicrous. That if she was prepared to blow up the world, what would be the harm in assassinating Auguste? If the world was to be destroyed, what was stopping her from agreeing to it? After reaching a decision, Bylon leaned back against the sofa and exhaled. Suddenly, she noticed a box of cookies on a coffee table. Did Lysoa buy those? Coincidentally, Bylon was feeling hungry. Chapter 31. Poisoning when Bylon awoke. She found herself lying on a hospital bed, feeling utterly weak, her stomach discomforting, and her limbs aching as if they had been stiff for an extended period. Squinting her eyes, she glanced at the partially drawn curtains. Where Lysoa stood, bathed in a beam of light, his sun-kissed skin radiating a soft glow. Noticing Bylon had regained consciousness, Lysoa promptly drew the sheer curtain closer, intending to soften the sunlight filtering into the room, allowing Bylon to adjust to the light after a 3-day coma. "Why am I here?" Bylon's feeble voice barely escaped her throat. Lysoa approached the bedside, stating, "You've been unconscious for 3 days. If I hadn't brought you to the hospital for gastric lavage in time, you would have died." "Gastric lavage?" Bylon struggled to comprehend the situation, her head pounding. She attempted to rise from the bed, but her arms felt utterly powerless. "Phosphorus." Bylon recalled the box of cookies. "Wasn't that purchased by you? When did I ever say it was mine? The doorman brought it in, claiming it was sent by the Secretary General. But I have already confirmed with her that she did not send anything. Besides, why would she need to send a box of mere cookies?" Lysoa pulled a chair from in front of the window and sat beside Bylon's bed. "The doorman said the delivery was made by a courier. Zhang Qingyao has already dispatched someone to investigate this." "Oh, you're saying the person who delivered the cookies intended to poison us?" "No," Lysoa replied firmly. That person aimed to kill you, not me. Why? I don't enjoy sweets, Lysua added, except for fruit, but I just arrived in Noah City. There's no reason for anyone to want me dead. At that moment, Lysua stood up. Stop thinking for now. I'll go call the doctor. Just rest. Apart from Lysua, she did not know many people. After pondering, Balan realized the only person she had antagonized was that bald man in prison. But he should still be incarcerated and incapable of orchestrating such a scheme. Perhaps it was psychological, but Balan felt a lingering pain in her stomach. She gently rubbed her abdomen, suddenly recalling something. Oh no, what about Professor Ith? In the afternoon, Zhang Qingyao had come by once. He was there to investigate Balan's poisoning, while Lysua stood silently by, listening, nothing to report. That's right. Zhang Qingyao reclined casually, crossing his legs at the bedside, casting a glance at Balan, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, and explained the investigation's findings over the past few days. I've looked into it. The person who delivered the items was just an ordinary courier with no background. Zhang Qingyao pulled a photograph from his coat pocket and placed it in front of Balan. This courier is named Chen Xiaonan. Take a good look at his face in this photo. Have you had any prior encounters with him? Balan quickly scanned the image and shook her head. I've never seen him. And he dares to deliver such suspicious items. Can you guess why he had the audacity? Zhang Qingyao countered. Balan paused. He was paid? No, he was threatened, Zhang Qingyao clarified. According to Chen Xiaonan, that day, a bomb was attached to the bottom of his delivery truck, and the assailant had affixed a threatening note to the box of cookies. If he did not deliver the box to the specified location or dismantle the bomb, the assailant would detonate it remotely. Of course, calling the police would also trigger the explosion. Have you checked the surveillance footage? There were too many vehicles. If we were to check every single one, it would be far too time-consuming. Zhang Qingyao stood up. But don't worry. We'll do our best to investigate what we can. Let us leave it at that for now. I've asked everything I could. Zhang Qingyao advised Balan, just rest well in the hospital, and I'll come back to see you if there are any results. Thank you, Captain Zhang. I appreciate your efforts. Balan lowered her head in gratitude. Zhang Qingyao chuckled. It's no trouble. It's just unfortunate. Balan shrugged indifferently, glancing at Lysua, who, understanding the situation, personally escorted Zhang Qingyao downstairs. Miss Bai, be careful. Allow me to support you to Oh, you need to use the restroom. I want to go outside for some fresh air. That's not allowed. Mr. Lyender has instructed that you must not go downstairs. If you wish to get some air, I can help you walk a few laps around the corridor. The nurse stepped forward to assist Balan. She frowned. Don't listen to Lysua. I make the calls here. I can manage going downstairs by myself. How did you get up so quickly? Balan was astonished. Lysua was taken aback upon entering the room. How did you get out of bed? After a moment, he quickly realized, so you purposely sent me away earlier to sneak out? Glad you figured it out. Leaning against the doorframe, Lysua blocked her path, his tall figure hindering her exit. If you want to go down, I'll have to accompany you. That I don't need a bodyguard, and I'm merely protecting my partner. Lysua reminded her. Don't forget, someone attempted to poison you. Balan felt helpless. Lysua had indeed saved her life, and now she owed him a favor. She disliked the feeling of being indebted, and she resolved to repay this favor as soon as possible. Finally, she relented. All right, you can come along. Chapter 32. The Phenomenon of Imbalance While You Were Unconscious. I heard that Professor has been hospitalized. Lysua suddenly halted, standing behind Balan. What ailment does he have? I don't know. If you wish, you can ask him yourself. Why are you telling me this? Balan noticed the scene before her and recognized the two individuals. The professor and demon? It dawned on her that he had intentionally led her here, that I discovered this 2 days ago. Professor has been taking his walks here around this time. Lysua stepped back slightly, deliberately standing in the shadow of an inconspicuous tree. If you have something to discuss with him, go ahead. I'll wait here. For the first time, Balan realized Lysua possessed such a considerate side. She smiled and approached it. Initially, it was Demeng who first laid eyes on Balan that he appeared somewhat taken aback, but quickly masked his surprise and whispered something into E.T.'s ear. Upon hearing this, E.T. turned his head, realizing that Balan had come close, that you've been hospitalized. E.T. expressed astonishment at the sight of Balan in her patient attire. How did you end up poisoned? I have yet to comprehend this matter myself, but the police are already investigating, Balan replied. Professor, how is your health? I'm fine, quite well. Actually, Balan then settled down beside Ite. gazing at the enormous light spots in the sky, finally providing him with a definite answer. Professor, I can agree to your previous request that Ite was momentarily stunned. Really? Indeed, but I have one condition. Before Bailan could articulate her requirement, Ite seized the opportunity to divert Demeng under the pretense of needing coffee. Demeng, perceptive enough, did not inquire further and turned to leave. Only then did Bailan broach the subject directly. I am aware, Professor, that you are eager to study those light spots, and your desire for me to engage with them stems from your belief that I possess unique qualities that set me apart from ordinary individuals. While I do have certain exceptional abilities that others lack, I must clarify that I am not as formidable as you envision. After all, I am currently in a hospital, am I not? Bailan deliberately paused. Awaiting E.T.'s reaction, E.T., being astute, swiftly grasped the implication of her words. You mean to say that you require me to ensure your safety, correct? Yes, Professor. Then, if you claim not to be that powerful, why are you so certain I would still need you? Because you have no other choice. This statement left Ite momentarily speechless. A tinge of desolation flickered in his gaze as he stared at the light spots. His voice hoarse as he echoed Bailan's earlier words. Indeed, I have no other choice. Professor Ite, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Go ahead, I want to talk about the phenomenon of imbalance. Imbalance? Which aspect do you refer to? Bailan pondered for a moment. It is a disruptive behavior that affects the existence of matter in the universe, leading to an imbalance that could result in some irreversible and terrifying consequences for the world. This is referred to as the phenomenon of imbalance. Consequences? E.T.'s interest was piqued as he adjusted his glasses and looked at Bailan. What kind of consequences? For instance, the world could suddenly be devoid of light, or within a span of 24 hours. The time allocated for day and night could become chaotic, or a person with perfectly functioning vocal cords might inexplicably forget how to speak. That I wonder. Professor, do you grasp my meaning? Ite looked at Bailan with a hint of confusion. He initially opened his mouth to say something, but fell silent, contemplating for a while before inquiring, are you suggesting that everything becomes devoid of order? Yes, that is precisely what I mean. Ite struggled to comprehend. But how could such an imbalance occur? What exactly constitutes the disruptive behavior you mentioned? To put it simply, when a major event or entity, characterized by extreme regularity, undergoes a sudden transformation due to some external force, the act that triggers this change is what we refer to as disruptive behavior. The phenomenon of imbalance is utterly terrifying. Bailan concurred. Indeed, its terror surpasses that of the mutation virus. Plunging one into despair, Ite was perplexed. Why are you sharing this with me? Moreover, I have never heard of such a phenomenon before. Where did you learn about it? Oh, I imagined it. Bailan did not tell the truth, for she had heard of this phenomenon from Baihua. Prior to that, she, like Ite, had never encountered the concept of imbalance. If it is fabricated, why share it with me? Bailan gazed up at the light spots. Though I conjured it from my imagination, I am genuinely interested in your thoughts, Professor. Tell me, if the phenomenon of imbalance truly exists, could the sudden appearance of these light spots also be considered a form of disruptive behavior? The light spots in the sky flickered slowly. Their emergence indeed caught humanity off guard, just as Bailan had articulated. These inexplicable luminous clusters seemed to embody some unexplainable external force, though, as of now, they had not yet undergone any transformation. Ite sighed deeply. Bailan, at this moment, my sole focus is on resolving the survival issues of human civilization. Your inquiries are certainly intriguing, but I truly lack the energy to contemplate other matters. That I apologize, Professor. I did not take your feelings into account. Please rest for now, and once you feel better, you can reach out to me anytime. With that, Bailan kindly reminded him before leaving. Although coffee has a stimulating effect, given your current health condition, I would advise against consuming too much. Chapter 33. Bailan recovered swiftly and was discharged from the hospital in just a few days, although she still required rest and should not overexert herself. Before leaving, Zhang Qingyao specifically cautioned both of them. Try to stay indoors as much as possible over the next few days. Additionally, I will have personnel stationed outside the villa. If you notice any suspicious individuals, do not hesitate to inform me. How about this, Bailan? I could arrange for someone to protect you. What do you think? You want to assign me a bodyguard? That's the idea. Zhang Qingyao mulled it over. How about Luo Yaoi? That fellow might be a bit loose-lipped, but his skills are quite commendable. Lai Su scoffed from the side. What good are his skills if he lacks intellect? Zhang Qingyao retrieved a cigarette from his pack and placed it between his lips. Lai Su, you certainly know how to insult someone that if he hears you, he probably won't sleep a wink tonight. Bailan declined Zhang Qingyao's goodwill. No need. Lai Su has military experience and is quite capable. He can protect me. This was evident, given Lai Su's military dagger and the circumstances surrounding his release from prison, which hinted at his past endeavors, seeing Bailan refuse. Zhang Qingyao remained adamant. No. Regardless of Lai Su's prowess, you still ended up poisoned, didn't you? I am responsible for this case. If anything else happens to you, I'll be in serious trouble with the higher-ups. Bailan, noticing Zhang Qingyao's unwillingness to relent, suddenly smiled and recalled something, proposing a new idea. Captain Zhang, if you truly feel uneasy, I have someone in mind. At this, Lai Su gazed at Bailan with curiosity, eager to discover who could possibly be a more suitable choice. Zhang Qingyao furrowed his brow and asked, Who? Someone from the police department. No, he's a special police officer from the security department. Special police officer? Lai Su and Zhang Qingyao exclaimed in unison. Zhang Qingyao was so surprised that the cigarette slipped from his mouth, which he hastily picked up and dusted off, inquiring of Bailan. You know a special police officer? That? ISNT even for my department. If you want a special officer to protect you, I'll have to file a request. Bailan inquired, perplexed. Is that difficult? It seems a bit troublesome. It is certainly more complicated than reallocating personnel from my side, but I can give it a shot. Zhang Qingyao then asked, what is the name of this special police officer you know? Bailan shook her head. I don't know his name. I only remember his number is C-2237. This. Zhang Qingyao felt that Bailan was being ridiculous. After all this, you don't even know his name? That hardly qualifies as knowing him. Did I ever claim to know him? Bailan retorted with a smile, that if you don't know him, why seek him out for protection? ISNT that absurd. He is a special police officer, and his skills must certainly surpass those of the Luo Yahui you recommended. Is that reason not sufficient? Bailan's argument left Zhang Qingyao speechless. Eventually, he lit his cigarette and climbed into the car, waving his hand dismissively. All right, I'll help you file the request. Honestly, I can't believe you all that if Luo Yahui had heard this, he would have been furious and lost sleep for a whole week. What is the matter? Bailan asked. I just didn't expect you to ask someone else for protection. Bailan chuckled. Neither did I. But who could forget that man once held a gun to my head? Zhang Qingyao worked quickly. By the next day, he had completed the approval process. When number C-2237 arrived at the villa, it was just past 10 in the morning. Initially, when Bailan saw the person standing at the door in plain clothes. With a trim figure, she did not recognize him. It wasn't until she focused on his eyes for a moment that she confirmed it was indeed him. His eyes always reminded her of a soaring eagle. Perhaps due to the indelible impression he left, C-2237 recognized Bailan instantly. His surprise evident, as it seemed he was unaware that the person he was to protect was Bailan, since this was not a military setting. C-2237's demeanor appeared far more relaxed than during their initial encounter. Though this casualness did not lack a hint of discipline, I owe you an apology for the incident when I pointed a gun at your head that day. As he spoke, he genuinely bowed in apology. There is no need for apologies. It is merely a misunderstanding. Bailan smiled and inquired, Aren't you curious how I managed to escape from prison? C-2237's face bore almost no expression as he spoke, and any reaction he exhibited was faint and subdued. Just as he was about to make a formal introduction, Bailan promptly interrupted him. No, please do not tell me your name. C-2237 was puzzled. Why not? Bailan chuckled softly. I have a fondness for mystery, and calling you 2237, don't you think that adds a touch of amusement? Fine, I don't mind. A name is merely a designation. C-2237 acquiesced to Bailan's choice of appellation. Bailan then attempted to address him. 2237. What is it? It seems you are adapting quite swiftly. You require my assistance in exploring your room. No, I will manage on my OWN as they conversed. Lai Su descended from the upper floor. He paused momentarily when his gaze fell upon 2237, and as he passed Bailan, he whispered, Is this the special police officer you mentioned? The two were of similar height, but with C-2237's close-cropped hair, he appeared shorter than Lai Su, who sported a fuller head of hair. Rest assured, C-2237 nodded, promising, I will protect her diligently. Balan regarded Lysoa's inexplicable behavior with a furrowed brow. Pondering, Lysoa, are you all right? Who? Is your girlfriend? Chapter 34. Meaningless ever since C-2237 arrived at the villa. Balan has assigned him numerous tasks, and he has not voiced any complaints that a bodyguard has been reduced to a mere housekeeper by Balan. C-2237, can you cook? Balan inquired. C-2237 nodded. Yes, what would you like to eat? Balan glanced at the refrigerator in the kitchen. Our resources are limited, so let us make do with whatever we have. All right, please wait half an hour today as C-2237 headed toward the kitchen. Lysoa stood by and asked Balan, aren't you worried he might report you for personal grievances? It doesn't matter. After all, he did hold a gun to my head. Balan shrugged it off, smiling at Lysoa. I'm curious to see whose culinary skills are superior, his or yours. Once he is finished, would you care to sample his cooking? No thanks, you two enjoy it. I have to step out for a bit. Just as Lysoa was about to leave, Balan called after him. Where are you going? I know what you're up to. After glancing at C-2237 working busily in the kitchen, she quietly asked Lysoa, is it about the forbidden drugs? Whether you have taken or injected any substances is indeed none of my concern, but as a partner in the assassination of the chairman. You must ensure your body can endure until that moment. Balan's words astonished Lysoa. He paused for a moment before realizing that Balan had agreed to collaborate with him in the assassination of Auguste. Ew, what? Lysoa's heart swelled with excitement, although he did not allow his emotions to surface. Instead, he managed a faint smile and solemnly explained, the development of drug number 12 is nearing completion. Once we reach a substantial stage, I will take you to Sky City. How long will that take? Rest assured, it will be soon. In your health, at least for now, I'm doing well. Watching Lysoa's figure depart from the villa, Balan sighed deeply. What you are doing is utterly meaningless. Half an hour later, C-2237's task came to an end. Observing the 4 dishes laid out on the dining table, Balan hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Why aren't you eating? C-2237 asked. Suddenly, I have lost my appetite. This time, Balan had no intention of challenging C-2237. She genuinely inquired, do you have someone you care for? The other party shook his head. Do you have any family or friend you are concerned about? C-2237 pondered briefly. I used to, but they have already been infected by the mutation virus. I do not know if they are still alive outside the city. Do you miss them? Sometimes it seems you are not entirely a robot. C-2237's eagle-like eyes scrutinized Balan curiously. Why do you think I resemble a robot? Balan chuckled, though it may sound offensive. You do appear quite robotic. Noticing his silence, Balan continued. As a soldier, do you ever contemplate the idea of saving humanity? C-2237 considered her question. I am indeed a soldier. Obeying orders and saving lives are my primary duties. In a broader sense, saving humanity is also part of my responsibilities, but I am not a savior that I can only do my utmost to fulfill my obligations. You all are quite noble that we. C-2237 was perplexed by Balan's implication that there were others included in her statement. Balan clarified. Not long ago, Professor Yite mentioned to me that he wishes to save humanity. That is not surprising. He is a scientist. But what is the significance of saving? Do you believe it to be meaningless? When Balan uttered this statement, C-2237 seemed to regard her with newfound understanding. She gazed too far into the future, so far that, by her own words, she deemed the existence of all civilizations to be devoid of meaning. For one day, everything could potentially vanish. Have you ever cared for someone? C-2237 suddenly asked. Yes, but she is already dead. Balan replied, she once told me that humanity is so minuscule in the universe that it is less than dust. Such a fragile existence. Yet there are always those who step forward, arrogantly aspiring to be saviors, of course. I respect such actions, but I cannot endorse them. She once told me that in the face of harsh realities, we must confront them courageously. However, what was the outcome? She chose to take her own life, which further solidified my belief that saving is utterly meaningless. Upon hearing these words, C-2237 let out a cold laugh. And it was the first time Balan had witnessed such an expression on his face. C-2237 remarked, you previously said I resembled a robot, yet I find you to be even more robotic. Me. Balan found the assertion intriguing. That is quite all right. At least robots are not swayed by emotions. And you? What do you mean? I mean, does your life hold any meaning? C-2237 inquired, then quickly added another question. Or do you believe that the person you refer to as she, her life holds any meaning? C-2237's question left Bailon momentarily speechless. For an instant, she felt as though she had lost the ability to articulate. She genuinely did not know how to respond to that inquiry. Baihua was the person she had cared for most of her life, and during her most painful and tragic moments. Only Baihua had been by her side. Observing Bailon lost in thought, C-2237 refrained from further conversation. Rising to tidy up in the kitchen, Bailon sat quietly at the dining table, gazing at the untouched dishes, when suddenly she set down her chopsticks and turned to C-2237. If there exists a godlike entity above human civilization, one that monitors and controls humanity, even manipulating us with viruses of their design. Do you think such a situation warrants salvation? Is it not utterly meaningless? There is no God in this world. You are overthinking it. Then what if I substitute my hypothetical God with some form of higher dimensional being? Why pose such questions? Do you not think your assumptions are entirely devoid of meaning? But Baihua did tell me that they do exist. C-2237 paused in his actions, his eagle-like eyes fixating on Bailon with uncertainty. I do not understand what you are saying. Realizing she had divulged too much, Bailon swiftly terminated the conversation, leaving the untouched meal behind as she ascended the stairs and shut herself in her room. Chapter 35. Scar's Bailon could not recall the exact day, only that it was a beautiful day, and in the woods, the sound of birdsong filled the air. Baihua stood in the sunlight. Enveloped in blinding light, her figure a mere blur. It was then that Baihua first broached the topic of the phenomenon of imbalance, capturing Bailan's interest. Baihua, does the phenomenon of imbalance truly exist? Do you wish for it to exist? I do. I find it quite intriguing, but your thoughts are perilous. If this world were devoid of order, all living beings would be unable to survive. And you? Bailon questioned, wouldn't you also be incapable of achieving that? Do not jest. I cannot destroy the Earth. You can. You possess the ability to expand nuclear fusion energy to the point of obliterating the Earth. Bailon expressed unwavering confidence in Baihua's capabilities. Under the sunlight, unable to see Baihua's face, Bailon could only imagine that she must have interpreted Bailan's words as childish jest. Responding with a gentle smile, Bailon then inquired, so, who initially proposed the concept of the phenomenon of imbalance? I heard it from them. Who are they? Baihua shivered slightly and immediately shook her head, saying, you need not concern yourself with that. Their identity is of little significance. They are far too powerful, and the emergence of imbalance often accompanies their presence. Who exactly are they? Why do you always appear frightened when you mention them? Have they harmed you? The answer to that last question was never provided by Baihua, yet Bailon could surmise a few things. It was evident that Baihua had endured some inhumane treatment at their hands. She must have suffered greatly to instill such fear in her, to the extent of avoiding mention of them altogether. But whether they were human, divine, or some form of higher dimensional beings remained a mystery to Bailon. The death of Baihua was, to a significant degree, a devastating blow to Bailon, intensifying her desire to uncover their identity. Thus, she became indifferent to everything else, if she could lure them out through the imbalance. She would uncover the reason behind Baihua's terror, which would effectively reveal the cause of Baihua's demise. The more she pondered, the more her thoughts spiraled into chaos. Bailon had been lying motionless on the bed for nearly an hour when she abruptly sat up, yearning for some fresh air. This recollection brought to mind the blind massage parlor she had visited earlier, prompting her decision to return there for a session of relaxation. However, having been in Noah City for several days now, Bailon remained penniless. Lai Su had left, leaving only room 2237 occupied. She mustered her courage to borrow some money from 2237. Just as Bailon was about to leave, 2237 followed her. She noticed that 2237 was an adept driver, maneuvering swiftly and steadily. The only drawback was his somewhat reckless driving. Fortunately, Bailon possessed a strong mental fortitude and good physical condition. Had it been an average person, they would have likely been terrified to the point of vomiting. Upon arriving at the massage parlor, Bailon instructed 2237 to wait outside the private room and not disturb her tranquility. 2237 complied, standing guard at the door like a sentinel. This time, Bailon requested souffle. The attentive masseur who had previously attended to her as he was gentle and considerate in his technique. However, she noticed a fresh bruise on his cheek, still swollen. Su Feng hurriedly waved it off, insisting it's nothing at all. I just tripped and hit the steps. Once the bruising subsides, it will be fine. Bai Lan was somewhat skeptical, recollecting the bruise she had seen on his arm not long ago. She hastily approached him and, without a word, grasped one of his arms. She rolled up his sleeve to reveal a larger array of injuries. She was taken aback. Are you jesting? Can a simple fall cause such damage? She glanced at Su Feng, who was staring down in silence, before lifting his other arm for a cursory inspection. His body was marred with wounds. Not merely bruises, but also shallow cuts as if made by a knife. Yet, these wounds were not deep enough to bleed excessively. Most were merely superficial, capable of healing quickly. However, the sheer number of such injuries was alarming. Bai Lan released his arm and inquired solemnly, "Who did this to you?" Although Bai Lan refrained from further questioning, the sight of his injuries extinguished her desire for a massage. She gazed down at his hand, which clutched his clothing tightly, letting out a soft sigh of resignation as she regarded Su Feng, whose once delicate features were now marred with swelling, evoking her sympathy. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure. In a cold tone, she issued a warning. "Release me." Su Feng clearly trembled with fear, yet he remained reluctant to let go, pleading with Bai Lan not to leave, stating that if he did not earn enough money today. From his words, Bai Lan finally grasped the situation. Thus, she asked, "So the one who struck you is the owner of this massage parlor?" Chapter 36. An unexpected incident at the massage parlor the following day. Bai Lan and 2237 returned to the massage parlor. Bai Lan's intentions were clear. She wished to invite Su Feng to her home for a massage, paying him by the hour. This arrangement would not only allow Su Feng to earn sufficient funds, but also spare him from further beatings, thus achieving a dual benefit. Her desire to assist Su Feng was genuine, though she herself could not comprehend why she felt compelled to do so. After all, she had nothing to lose, and she was indifferent to the matter. However, she was unprepared for the shocking revelation from the corpulent owner of the massage parlor. He informed her, "Su Feng has been infected. His levels have risen significantly, and he's been taken outside the city." Bai Lan gazed at him in astonishment. "When did this happen?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lan furrowed her brows, casting a cold glance at the rotund man, who appeared sycophantic in demeanor. She rejected his feigned concern, questioning, "What is Su Feng to you?" "He is my ward. He is quite handsome, but unfortunately timid and lacking in social grace. Many female clients seem to take a liking to him, yet he fails to seize the opportunity." "Opportunity?" Bai Lan interjected. "Oh, no. I meant he is simply naive about social interactions. After all, in our line of work, we strive to ensure our clients are pleased." Bai Lan internally scoffed. "Yet as his guardian, you show no concern for his affliction? Feelings? What feelings? Should I shed tears for that wretched boy? He hardly earns enough to survive, and you expect me to mourn for him? I've already spent a considerable amount on his upkeep. Now that he has become infected, it's a blessing. He lived in mediocrity. Now he is transformed into a monster outside. Surely that's an improvement. Wouldn't you agree?" Before leaving the massage parlor, Bai Lan made a point to inquire about their closing time. 10 o'clock at night. Lai Su noticed that Bai Lan had not informed 2237 of her departure, which struck him as peculiar, prompting him to trail her to the massage parlor he had frequented before. Upon arriving just past 9:30, Lai Su cautiously concealed himself nearby, observing as Bai Lan entered the establishment. He waited for a while outside, but as 10 approached and Bai Lan had yet to emerge, he grew increasingly perplexed about her late-night visit to the massage parlor. Just as he contemplated entering to investigate, he was interrupted by Zhang Qingyao, who approached him. Well, if it isn't Lai Su." Zhang Qingyao was clad in his police uniform, a stark contrast to his usual plain clothes. There have been a spate of thefts in this area lately. Several shops have reported losses during the night, so I'm out here on patrol. Zhang Qingyao glanced around. Noting the absence of people before lighting a cigarette, he exhaled a ring of smoke, adding, "Oh, by the way, your girlfriend's case is still under investigation that we're currently tracing the related drug trafficking. We should have some progress in a few days." "Thank you, Captain Zhang, I appreciate your efforts." Lai Su maintained a calm facade. Though his thoughts were elsewhere, he was solely focused on uncovering Bailan's intentions. "What brings you here?" Zhang Qingyao continued the conversation, seemingly in no hurry to depart. Lai Su quickly replied, pointing towards the massage parlor, "I've been having trouble sleeping lately, so I thought I'd come for a massage." "A massage? You young folks enjoy that sort of thing," Zhang Qingyao remarked, glancing at the blind massage parlor. "Captain Zhang, that has quite a stereotype. Many young people indulge in massages that—" "Oh, I see." Suddenly Zhang Qingyao turned to scrutinize Lai Su. "You seem rather chatty today. I haven't seen you so engaging before." Lai Su was a loss for words, awkwardly smiling, as he noticed Zhang Qingyao preparing to head towards the massage parlor. He quickly grasped his arm. "What are you doing?" Zhang Qingyao inquired, puzzled by Lai Su's sudden action. Lai Su responded, "Where are you headed?" "To get a massage, of course. I'm getting on in years. I can't even get my shoulders rubbed. Why would I need to drag someone along?" Upon hearing this, Lai Su released him. "Captain Zhang, I held you back because the shop closes at the end." As he spoke, he gestured towards a massage parlor. Zhang Qingyao looked over, realizing that the lights on the second floor had already been extinguished, and the first floor was in the process of being tidied up. "It seems I'll have to come earlier tomorrow if I want a massage." Zhang Qingyao shook his head in disappointment. Knocking on his shoulder, "I'm still going to find Luo Yaohui to give me a massage." The sound of his lament was haunting and immediately piqued Zhang Qingyao's attention, prompting him to rush towards the massage parlor. Lai Su stood frozen for a moment before he too hurried to follow. However, he chose not to enter through the front door, but instead circled around to the back alley of the massage parlor, intending to slip in through the rear entrance to search for Bailan. That he couldn't shake the feeling that the man's anguish cry was linked to Bailan, and if that were true, he had to discreetly extract her from the scene. The back alley was a dead end, shrouded in darkness due to a broken light, but even in the dimness, Lai Su quickly spotted Bailan, drenched in blood. The back door of the massage parlor stood ajar, and she stood in the doorway, calmly meeting Lai Su's gaze. "What are you doing here?" Bailan asked. "That question is better posed to you," Lai Su replied, hastening forward to remove his coat and drape it over Bailan's upper body. "We must leave at once. Zhang Qingyao is inside. Don't worry about anything. Just come with me." Just as he attempted to lead Bailan away, Zhang Qingyao unexpectedly appeared. Chapter 37. A dramatic turn of events. Both were promptly apprehended by Zhang Qingyao, leading to their inevitable detention at the precinct for a brief period. The cries of men within the massage parlor emanated from the owner, who had already met his demise by the time Zhang Qingyao entered the establishment. His death was attributed to a knife severing his carotid artery, leading to a swift and fatal loss of blood. Lai Su had initially done nothing wrong, and was thus permitted to leave after the police casually inquired a few questions. As for Bailan, her blood-soaked appearance raised considerable suspicion. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, the police discovered that at the time, Bailan was being threatened with a knife by the owner. However, inexplicably, in the next moment, the owner seemed to have a fit of madness, slashing his own throat and committing suicide. The footage captured everything clearly. Bailan, having witnessed the suicide at close range, was understandably shaken. The scene was awash with blood, including Bailan's face and clothing, stained red by the arterial spray. Given that the massage parlor owner had taken his own life, Bailan was naturally absolved of any suspicion of murder. Yet, Zhang Qingyao was perplexed as to why Bailan and Lai Su were found in the alley behind the establishment. Lai Su explained, "I came to the massage parlor with Bailan. After our session, I stepped outside to wait for her. When I heard a scream, I feared for Bailan's safety and decided to check through the back door. You see, her room is quite close to the rear exit, and taking the front entrance would involve navigating a convoluted corridor." Their accounts seemed to align, prompting Zhang Qingyao to temporarily accept their explanation. Thus, Bailan and Lai Su's interrogation concluded. However, before leaving the police station, Zhang Qingyao cautioned Bailan, "I know you are not as simple as you appear, but it would be wise not to cause me any trouble." Her attire, drenched in dried blood, was undeniably conspicuous, even under the cover of night on the bustling streets of Petit that moment. Lai Su observed a smile playing on Bailan's lips. "How can you still find the capacity to smile?" he queried. "Why shouldn't I smile?" she retorted. "You ought to glance in a mirror and see how ghastly you appear." As soon as Lai Su uttered these words, Bailan halted, casting her gaze toward a passing shop window. Through the reflective glass, she beheld her visage, smeared with blood. When she slightly raised the corners of her mouth in a smile, it indeed appeared rather eerie. Perhaps it would be best to cover your face. You might frighten the passers-by, Lysua suggested, tugging at the garment draped over Bylon's shoulders, pulling it to obscure her entire head. Now I can no longer see you, yes, Bylon attempted to peek out from underneath the fabric. Lysua firmly grasped her wrist, halting her. Initially taken aback, Bylon soon smiled mischievously. You're taking advantage of me. Silence. Lysa warned sternly, if you utter another word, I will immediately evict you from my premises. That be why the time they returned to the villa. It was well past midnight. Avoid disturbing 2237. Lysua pulled Bylon into his room. As soon as they entered, he released her and quietly inquired, Do you know? Su Feng has been infected. That blind mass, sir? Yes, he was expelled from a city not long ago. Bylon's tone remained calm, like a placid surface of water, devoid of any ripples. Lysua had always opposed the United Nations expulsion actions, believing it essential to establish a designated area outside the city for the treatment of the infected. However, the United Nations had failed to do so, coldly and ruthlessly abandoning those who still possessed humanity outside the glass confines. Witnessing the living being devoured or transformed into monstrous beings only solidified Lysua's resolve to assassinate Augustus as a warning. Yet Lysua retained his composure. He asked, Su Feng's infection, what relation does it have to your blood-soaked exit from the massage parlor? What exactly did you do? What did I do? The surveillance footage captures everything quite clearly. Does it not? I do not trust the footage, nor do I believe that the you depicted therein would have displayed such a panicked and fearful expression upon witnessing the owner's suicide. Lysua probed further. Why did the owner die? Did you kill him? I did not murder anyone, Bylon responded, her tone still composed. Then what were you doing at the massage parlor late at night? I went to confront the owner. Did he provoke you? He was Su Feng's adoptive father, and Su Feng had endured his abuse. That I suspect that Su Feng's timid and cowardly disposition stemmed from this very man. Bylon continued, when I witnessed that owner cut his own carotid artery. You cannot fathom the excitement that surged within me. Observing the increasingly eerie smile on Bylon's face, Lysua furrowed his brow. You are quite deranged. Thank you for the compliment, Bylon replied, expressing her gratitude for Lysua's assessment. You should have seen it. In his final moments, he regained his sanity, begging for mercy. Yet he could not articulate his pleas, only emitting inarticulate sounds. Lysua seized upon the crucial aspect of her statement. Begging for what mercy? He inquired. For me not to kill him. But you just claimed that you did not murder anyone. Lysua leaned against the doorframe, sighing deeply as he covered his forehead. Bylon, you need not conceal anything from me. At least until the assassination of Augustus is complete, I will not betray you. So, speak freely. Very well, I shall be candid, Bylon said, retracting her smile that I orchestrated a suicide. What do you mean? I staged a performance in front of the massage parlor surveillance camera, a true reenactment of the owner's suicide. Chapter 38. Stubbornness. Bylon possessed the remarkable ability to project simulated imagery onto her retina, allowing others to vividly experience the sights and sounds as if they were present in the moment. This capability had already manifested during Zhang Qingyao's interrogation. It was through this power that she ensnared the massage parlor owner in a hallucinatory state, leading him to believe he was confronted by a monstrous Su Feng that I stood right before him. Yet in his eyes, I was the transformed Su Feng. That moment, he grasped a knife, intending to kill me. I feigned terror and attempted to flee. Subsequently falling deliberately, I crawled backward, trembling, tears welling in my eyes as I pleaded for mercy. Yet he was oblivious to my entreaties, brandishing the knife and advancing toward me step by step. With no avenue for retreat, I found myself backed against a wall, desperate and helpless. Just as he raised the knife high to strike, the monstrous Su Feng within me sank my fangs into his neck. In reality, it was he who had cut his own carotid artery in suicide. Bylon recounted the events in meticulous detail, even replicating the sequence of her frightful performance captured by the surveillance cameras. Concerned that Lysua might not grasp her explanation, she added, from the camera's perspective, I appeared terrified. Yet from his viewpoint, I always presented as Su Feng. When he severed his own carotid artery, what he saw was Su Feng biting into his neck. Do you understand? The matter was not overly complex. In essence, Bylon reflected, the illusions had precipitated his suicide. Lysawa frowned as he regarded Bylon. You need not elaborate so extensively. I comprehend, as long as you understand. She responded. Lysawa scoffed. If you were to pursue acting, you would surely become an award-winning actress. Bylon queried. Is that a compliment or a criticism? Whatever you perceive it to be, that is what it is. At that moment, Lysawa stepped aside from the doorway, seemingly preparing to let Bylon pass. However, his hand still rested on the doorknob, prompting Bylon to regard him quizzically. There's something else. You do not strike me as someone prone to meddling in others' affairs. When you saved me, it was clearly for the serum. Symphony is merely a masseur. There should be no ulterior motive for you to exploit, Lysawa asked. So why, having known him for such a short time, would you kill the massage parlor owner for his sake? Just consider it a momentary lapse of judgment. I simply found the owner intolerable, Bylon replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lysawa opened the door wider, signaling that she was free to leave, that I will have your clothes cleaned. Just as Bylon prepared to exit, Lysawa's hand suddenly blocked her path. Confused by his gesture, she asked, What are you doing? Just a reminder, Lysawa said, gently poking Bylon's forehead with his fingertip. And no need to be so stubborn. With that, Lysawa gave Bylon a light push, and as she stepped out of his room, he swiftly closed the door behind her. No need to be so stubborn, thought Lysawa's words lingered in Bylon's mind. Ever since Baihua's death, she had ceased to genuinely care about anything. Yet witnessing the infected and mutated individuals being expelled from the city still evoked feelings of sympathy and compassion within her. Upon learning that Lysawa was a test subject for the capsule project, she experienced similar emotions. The emergence of these sentiments even compelled her to kill the massage parlor owner for the sake of Symphony, a person she had met only a handful of times. Bylon had never magnified these feelings, and even when they surfaced, they were fleeting. She understood that the complexities of human emotion could cloud rational judgment. Yet it seemed she had forgotten one crucial fact. At her core, Bylon was still human. She gazed down at the coat in her hands, still warm from her body, and murmured softly, I truly care about anything at all. Having stayed up late, Bylon awoke to find it was already noon. Upon opening her door, she discovered 2237 standing right at her threshold. When did you arrive here? She inquired. Where did you go last night? 2237 disregarded Bylon's questions and, with utmost seriousness, responded, I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. Bylon deftly changed the subject. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Already know? Bylon's gaze wandered elsewhere. And she murmured, It seems I will have even less freedom from now on. 2237 turned to descend the stairs, stating, If you're hungry, you should come down. What about Lyso? Bylon asked. He's gone out. What did he go out for? That's something you should ask him. After the two descended the stairs, Bylon casually consumed some food before receiving a call from Demon. He informed her that Yite would be discharged in 2 days and asked Bylon to visit the research institute when he was released. Bylon had not anticipated Yite would seek her out so soon. While it was unexpected, it was also within reason. Have you been watching me? Because you have something to discuss. At the moment Lysawa spoke, a drop of sweat fell from his chin with a soft thud onto the ground. When he mentioned the words boyfriend, Lysawa paused, casting a glance at the bodyguard 2237 standing nearby, suddenly realizing this fellow was unaware of their pretense as a couple. Thus, he approached Bylon and casually draped an arm over her shoulder, pulling her into his embrace. If you wish to see, we can go to my room and have a good look. Witnessing this scene, 2237 cleared his throat twice, shifted his gaze elsewhere, and feigned ignorance. Lysawa chuckled lightly, releasing Bylon from his hold. I will take a shower first, and later, I will go to the study to read for a while. Before leaving, Lysawa playfully pinched Bylon's chin. If you wish to come find me, you're always welcome. Bylon frowned at Lysawa as he ascended the stairs to shower, suddenly feeling a sense of discomfort with this side of him, and thought to herself that Lysawa's acting was rather poor and overtly contrived. Chapter 39. Of great significance not long ago, Zhang Qingyao had instructed 2237 to keep a close watch on Bylon, making her feel like a prisoner under surveillance. Wherever Bylon went, 2237 followed. Even when she needed to use the restroom, this robot stood guard outside the door. Could you not follow me? Lan stood at the restroom door, noticing that he showed no sign of leaving, so she decided to seek out Lysua instead. With a loud bang, Lan locked 2237 out of the study point. 2237 stood outside, his voice devoid of emotion, declaring, "I will remain here. Call me if you need anything. You might as well never go to the restroom and stand guard until my bladder bursts," Lan retorted angrily, then muttered under her breath, audible only to her, like a pesky adhesive, "I can't shake him off." Inside the study, it was just Lan and Lysua had been sitting at his desk reading, but Lan's entrance disrupted his peace. Reluctantly, he set down his book and looked up at her. "I don't believe I've ever seen you angry." "Oh, I've been. You just forgot." Lan quickly calmed down, smiling as she began to explore Lysua's study. "It seems as though I am not quite significant as your girlfriend. What are you reading? Would you like to see?" Lysua handed her the book, which was about light. "I S at this because of those light spots." Lan took the book, casually flipping through a few pages. The content revolved around the exploration of light and included many scientific theories. She found the book uninteresting, closed it, and handed it back to Lysua. "So, what have you learned?" "Regrettably, nothing at all." Lan knew Lysua would be unable to find a reasonable explanation for the appearance of the light spots, especially since even Professor Yite from the Academy of Sciences had not figured out. "I do have a hypothesis." Lan shared Yite's speculation. "Perhaps each light spot contains a universe, within which numerous civilizations, including ones akin to human civilization, are birthed." That Lysua's gaze toward Lan shifted slightly. "That's intriguing. So, are you suggesting that if such a possibility exists, then the migration plan may also be feasible?" "Indeed, there is that possibility, but it is not my idea. It belongs to Professor Yite. He is a physicist. What he says is certainly more credible than my thoughts. Yet precisely because of his status, such an imprecise conjecture may raise doubts." "Indeed, it must be rigorous," Lan concurred. She strolled along the bookshelf, observing the neatly arranged volumes, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You have so many books." All these books belong to her. "I merely come here occasionally to browse," Lysua casually explained before retrieving another book on astrophysics from a shelf. Lan suddenly remembered. Lysua referred to Eileen Lester, the current Secretary General of the United Nations. After all, this was her residence, and could tea that moment. Lan noticed the book in Lysua's hand and chuckled softly. "Professor Yite suspects the light spots are connected to the multiverse, and you're already reading related materials?" "Just browsing." After a while, Lysua furrowed his brow and glanced at her. "Aren't you going out?" "I don't wish to go out," Lan pouted. "There's a robot outside. If I step out, he'll just follow me again. So, you are here not because you need something from me, but to avoid him?" Lan nodded. "You can continue reading. I won't speak, so I won't disturb you." With that, Lan settled into the sofa against the wall beside the bookshelf, smiling quietly as she watched Lysua read. Although the study was indeed quiet, the unwavering gaze fixed upon him made Lysua feel somewhat out of sorts. He closed the book, pinching the bridge of his nose, and quietly asked, "Can you step outside? Or, please don't keep staring at me. It's not like I'm shy." Lysua called out to Lan, "Come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Lan walked over. To prevent 2237 from overhearing, Lysua intentionally lowered his voice. "In a few days, I will be heading to Sangcheong City. Will you accompany me?" "So soon?" Lan was astonished and whispered, "What about the capsule project?" "The individual developing the medication will also go to Sangcheong. He will join us there, and the military will escort us." "But," "I understand." Lysua seemed to anticipate Lan's forthcoming words. "I overheard the call you had with Deming the other day. I can see that you've been getting closer to Yite lately. Due to the appearance of the light spots, the United Nations intends to gather scientists from various districts to head to Sangcheong. And Yite is on that list. I don't know what he's been researching recently, but his trip to Sangcheong is a certainty. Therefore, your accompanying me will not affect anything. And by the way," Lysua warned in a serious tone, "before we head to Sangcheong, please do not cause any trouble again, like with that massage parlor incident. That I do not wish for a repeat." "Understood, understood. You really are fierce." Lan glanced at the books on the desk. "Then you should keep reading. I will step out." "Wait a moment. What else is there?" Lysua turned his head away, somewhat shyly saying, "I know 2237 is here to protect you. But still, be cautious these days." Lan asked, "Are you afraid I will be poisoned again?" Having experienced it once, There may be a second time. It's better to be careful, especially since, Lysua paused, you hold great significance for me. Significance? Bailon felt a bit dazed. She had always believed that the continuation of this soon-to-be-destroyed civilization held no true significance. Yet now, hearing Lysua say she was significant to him evoked a peculiar sensation within her. Even the former Baiyang had never spoken to her so directly. Upon hearing this, Lysua frowned deeply. Don't think too much. I meant, about the assassination, he intentionally lowered his voice for the last 4 words to avoid being overheard by 2237. Chapter 40. The laboratory 2 days later, Bailon visited Yite. Upon her arrival at his office, she found it still in disarray. Though noticeably more organized than during her last visit, at least the floor was considerably cleaner. Upon entering, Bailon discovered Yite standing by the window, gazing at the light spots. His frail back, slightly hunched, appeared to have aged several years since she last saw him, but you're here. Let us head to the laboratory. The laboratory? Bailon thought the pace was rather swift. Professor, do we really need to go there right away? Follow me. I've discovered something new that I want you to see. Yite was in a hurry. Though his complexion had not improved much, his steps were more vigorous than before. Following him downstairs, the two made their way to another laboratory building. The building occupies a larger area, exuding a more imposing presence and a greater sense of design than the office structures. During the journey led by Yite, he spoke, "This is merely the research section of the Academy of Sciences, and the laboratory is not extensive. The Quantum Laboratory in Songcheong City is the most magnificent edifice among the 3 major districts. Not only is it equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, but it also houses the fastest quantum computer in the world." Yite spoke with pride. "I specialize in the field of quantum research, and I encounter such elements almost daily. However, it was only after the emergence of the mutation virus that I gradually began to engage with the research department on mutated organisms." Bailon appeared somewhat perplexed, but shouldn't the study of mutated organisms be the domain of biologists? "I recall you being a physicist." "Indeed," Yite clarified, which is why I mentioned engagement. "My previous research has not ceased. It is merely that due to recent equipment maintenance, I have found the time to explore other areas." "Shouldn't you take advantage of this time to rest?" Bailon inquired. "Rest?" Yite shook his head. "If I were to rest, I would run out of time." Run out of time? That phrase resonated once more. Bailon gazed at Yite's slender figure and asked, "What about Demon? Why are you alone?" "He is in the laboratory." Yite reminded her, "Once we enter, we must don protective suits. Adherence to protocol is essential." "Professor, what exactly is your intention in bringing me to the laboratory?" Bailon was unaware of what Yite wished to show her. However, once she had donned the protective suit and entered the laboratory, she realized that Yite intended for her to observe a light spot. This was Bailon's first opportunity to observe the smallest light spot up close. That it was contained within a completely sealed glass box, evidently made of the same thick and sturdy material as that found outside Noah City. Observing it from such proximity, Bailon discovered that it was not merely a flat layer, as it appeared from afar, but rather thick like an elliptical mass of light. Particles resembling light occasionally drifted out from the mass, only to dissipate suddenly upon colliding with the glass surface. This spectacle was enchanting, a sight Bailon had never witnessed while viewing the light spot through a telescope. "Look at it! How beautiful it is!" Yite leaned closer, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he observed the mysterious glow. "Professor, how did you acquire this light spot?" Bailon asked curiously. Bailon was puzzled. "How did you manage it?" "Actually, no special treatment is required. Simply surrounding it with this special glass cover suffices, as it can block the slight radiation emitted from the light spot." Bailon tilted her head. Confused, "Just surrounding it is enough?" "Apologies for my lack of clarity," Demon interjected. "I did not bring it in from the outside. Rather, it was already present in this laboratory when it appeared. Are you implying that the light spot has manifested within the district?" Demon shook his head, and just as he was about to elaborate, Yite spoke directly. "Bailon, aside from us, there are no living organisms in this laboratory to ensure the accuracy of our experimental results. We have shut down the air purification system here. In other words, the environment we are in is identical to that outside the district, which is why wearing protective suits is crucial. Otherwise, there's a significant risk of infection. Moreover, this protective suit is made of special materials, is extremely costly and is in limited supply, so we exercise utmost caution during experiments. Upon hearing this, Balan cast a glance at the heavy protective suit she wore. Finally understanding why Yite had urged her so insistently to avoid damaging the equipment and suit before entering. She also grasped the rationale behind the presence of the light spot in this space. Balan pointed at the light spot and asked, "Professor Yite, why would you allow an outsider like me into such a vital and confidential place? Do you intend for me to engage with this entity right now?" "No need," Yite clarified. "I brought you here because I wish to obtain some of the protective layer you used to shield against the acidic corrosive liquid during your rescue of Shengyao. I want to ascertain whether this protective layer can be used to interact with the light spot. That is not a problem. I can provide it for you immediately." Yite expressed his delight. "Balan, once this light spot research yields results, you will undoubtedly be the foremost contributor." However, as Balan was about to explain her own need to go to Sangqiong, Yite, overwhelmed with excitement, began to cough violently once more. "Professor," Demon hurriedly supported Yite and led him out of the laboratory, leaving Balan momentarily stranded inside. She had intended to follow, but was delayed by a moment and found herself trapped within. Chapter 41. The world within the light. Balan felt an unsettling sense of being forgotten. She was uncertain about Yite's condition, but Demon had been attending to him, demonstrating his attentive nature. Yet, it was precisely during this moment that he left Balan behind in the laboratory. For a meticulous and rigorous scientist, this was an inconceivable oversight. Thus, Balan concluded that unless an urgent or unexpected situation arose, her confinement within the laboratory must have been a deliberate act by either Demon or Yite. This was the quantum laboratory of the Noah City Research Institute, although not as expansive as the headquarters. It was filled with intricate instruments. The entrance to the laboratory was flanked by 2 doors, with a disinfection area in between, designed to eliminate any potential mutated virus that might cling to the exterior of the protective suits. Currently, both doors were firmly shut, requiring identity verification for access. Balan quietly regarded the tightly sealed doors ahead, instinctively raising her hand to use her special abilities to blast them open. Fortunately, reason prevailed, and she lowered her hand. She understood that she must seize this opportunity to approach the Academy of Sciences and the United Nations, even though she was now trapped within the laboratory. She could not afford to destroy ITAS. She contemplated how to establish contact with the outside world. An unexpected noise erupted behind her, resembling that of a machine. The glass casing unfurled like blossoming petals in 4 directions, causing the suspended light spot to become even brighter upon its exposure to air. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Balan felt that the light spot appeared to grow larger, perhaps due to the surrounding light particles that did not vanish upon colliding with solid matter, making it indeed more conspicuous than Yite had previously described. The light spot was expanding, resembling the cosmos. Balan was drawn to it, moving closer and forgetting her predicament of being trapped within the laboratory. For reasons she could not articulate, Balan sensed an inexplicable allure emanating from the light, as if an invisible thread was pulling her feet, beckoning her to draw nearer. She was acutely aware of this sensation, yet found herself unable to halt her advance. Finally, she stopped, the luminous mass now merely a few dozen centimeters away, almost within reach. From within the light, Balan seemed to hear the synchronized shouts of many voices and the sound of metal clashing, alongside a peculiar noise that she could not quite delineate, like the tearing and chewing of flesh. This sound was reminiscent of what she had heard in the danger zone, where individuals, deprived of sustenance, resorted to cannibalism to survive. Beyond the shimmering light particles, Balan encountered an imperceptible yet solid substance. The first thought that crossed her mind was dark matter. However, nothing transpired. How could this be? Did the light spots not pose the danger she had imagined? Moments later, Balan realized her assumption had been erroneous. She felt a powerful force compressing her body, emanating from the diminutive light spot before her. Soon, her form twisted under the intensity of the force, her body shrinking as if ensnared by ropes, limbs coiling around her torso. Following an overwhelming wave of dizziness, an unsettling sensation stirred in her stomach. She felt nauseous, yet she could not perceive her mouth. Only her eyes remained capable of discerning the existence of the massive light screen ahead. Wait. The light spot seemed to swell, Bailon stared in disbelief, witnessing the once diminutive glow now radiating like the sun before her. Moreover, this enlarging trend showed no signs of abating. It continued unabated that moment. The wind intensified, and Bailon began to experience ringing in her ears. She saw everything around her transform into a multitude of lines stretching backward. Bailon realized she was being rapidly drawn into the light spot, with no capacity to resist. This sensation was profoundly helpless. She was entirely alone in the laboratory, with no one to save her. Facing the unknown power of the light spot by herself, the entirely foreign realm within the light spot filled Bailon with dread. The sounds of flesh tearing and chewing echoed in her mind. The wind ceased, the rapid movement halted, and Bailon found herself standing on a soft surface. She opened her eyes to discover that her protective suit was damaged and the surrounding lines had vanished, replaced by vast expanses of crimson scenery. Her first instinct in response to these sights was flesh. Flesh was visible everywhere. The skin of the meat was evenly covered by red muscle, the overall texture appearing glossy and elastic, interspersed with white fat, yet it felt only slightly slick to the touch, neither oily nor sticky. Bailon was utterly astonished by the spectacle before her, reminiscent of the alien desert she had recently traversed. The immense cavity, akin to a colossal stomach, bore striking similarities to the fleshy walls surrounding her. However, the place she now occupied was far more magnificent. Here, the masses of flesh formed expansive pathways and sturdy walls, pulsating gently as if they were capable of respiration. She shed her deteriorated protective suit and took a few steps forward, entering a lengthy passage of flesh, flanked by windows devoid of glass. Resembling a lengthy strip of meat with uniform openings carved along its sides. Through these apertures, Bailon glimpsed the vast world of flesh beyond, where two columns gleamed with a metallic sheen. These pillars were evidently still under construction, encircled by scaffolding made of flesh, its square structure appearing oddly rounded due to its organic composition. Beneath these towering columns, numerous humanoid entities composed of flesh were laboriously transporting metallic blocks, which were clearly the raw materials for the columns. For these human-like beings, they possessed neither skin nor facial features. Apart from their human-like limbs, they were merely grotesque masses of bloody, subcutaneous tissue, leading Bailon to hesitate to even refer to them as human. It was at this moment that Bailon finally comprehended that the orderly shouts and clattering of metal she had heard earlier emanated from this very scene. Yet, where did the sounds of tearing and chewing come from? Chapter 42. The Great Engineering Project Soon. Bailon found the answer. The passage's end stood an iron door, its lock composed of flesh. This fleshy lock resembled two intertwined strips of meat, their surface of muscle and fat subtly undulating with the flow of blood vessels. The lock was alive. Apart from the metallic elements, nearly all visible fleshy substances were animated. Bailon felt bewildered to find herself in such a realm, and as the faint metallic scent wafted from the meat, she wrinkled her brow in discomfort, suddenly hearing a voice emanating from the other side of the door. I advise you not to enter at this moment. Behind her came a voice, devoid of emotion and spoken in a strangely mechanical cadence, leaving Bailon unable to discern its gender. Turning around, she beheld a figure. It bore a resemblance to the beings laboring below, with a torso and limbs akin to those of a human, yet devoid of hair, skin, or facial features. Bailon was baffled as to how this entity could produce speech. Only when it uttered a second sentence did she notice a small, open black hole at its neck. Beyond that door is the foreman of this construction site. He is currently feeding. If you enter now, he will devour you as well. Bailon cast a glance at the tightly shut door, then directed her gaze outside the passage's window, pointing at the two colossal metallic pillars. That what you refer to as the framework. Indeed, that is our grandest undertaking. Once completed, it shall be unparalleled in history. Bailon inquired, how should I address you? You may call me Wu Lu, for I am the 56th sentient being to emerge in this world and the chief engineer of this project. What project are you undertaking? It is precisely what you see. Those two metal frameworks? Yes, but that is merely a portion. What else is there? Are you constructing robots? What are robots? Wu Lu's featureless face turned toward Bailon. She could not ascertain whether he was indeed looking at her. yet she distinctly felt his gaze. Bailon refrained from explaining, deeming it irrelevant. She then asked, "What is this place?" "This is our dwelling. A realm composed of metal and flesh." Wu Lu sensed Bailon's confusion, attributing her lack of understanding to fear of the unknown. Thus, he sought to reassure her with his monotonous tone, "Oh, not worry. Although you are a foreigner, there is no need for fear, for we only consume our own kind, unless you provoke our ire." Upon hearing the term ire, Bailon was even more astonished than when he mentioned they only consumed their own kind. After all, with Wu Lu's tone, could he truly grasp the concept of anger? Wu Lu's presence allowed Bailon to rapidly glean a general understanding of this world of light and shadow. Yet the brevity of their dialogue remained insufficient for deeper comprehension. She needed to find a way to escape, and quickly. Just as she contemplated posing another question, a resounding thud echoed. The iron door was forcefully flung open, and the fleshy lock, those intertwined strips of meat, was sent flying by the impact. That moment, something emerged from behind the door, not merely walking out, but rather a massive entity, resembling a colossal caterpillar. Slowly writhing forth, if Bailon's guess was correct, this corpulent mass of flesh was indeed the foreman Wu Lu had mentioned. As it emerged, Bailon could scarcely discern its head, only observing a mass of flesh dragging itself along the ground. Its enormous body nearly filled the passage, and as it slithered past her, Bailon found herself pressed against the fleshy wall, repulsed by the sight of it, feeling nauseated merely at the thought of physical contact. Yet, squeezed by the grotesque creature, Bailon had no choice but to remain in close proximity to the wall, unable to move until it passed, granting her a moment to breathe. "Here, this is my revised blueprint." As the corpulent creature passed Wu Lu, he proactively presented his newly designed architectural drawing, which was also made of flesh, thin and reminiscent of snack made from dried pork. The foreman did not take the blueprint, but continued to writhe toward its intended direction. The being referred to as the foreman by Wu Lu departed, and Wu Lu rolled up the drawing, inserting it into the small circular black hole at his neck. "Why did it not look at your blueprint?" Bailon asked. "That is perfectly normal. The workload for the framework is immense, and everyone has invested considerable effort into this project, making it commonplace for them to be in a foul mood. But you are the chief engineer. It is merely a site manager. Should it not heed your instructions? That is where you err. The foreman in our world wields greater authority, for they possess direct territorial rights. Without their permission, we cannot construct the framework upon the land." "Territorial rights?" Bailon was astonished. "Can I interpret that as akin to a landlord or a king?" "You may certainly understand it that way." "This world is astonishing." "Astonishing? Is it not rather ordinary?" Bailon pointed once more at the pillars outside the window. "Can you tell me what exactly you are constructing?" "Merely those 2 pillars. I'm afraid I cannot divulge too much. But I can reveal that it is undoubtedly the greatest engineering feat to date," Wu Lu replied. "I apologize. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Bailon remained rooted in place, gazing vacantly at his retreating figure, before turning her attention back to the iron door that had been kicked open. Beyond it lay remnants of food scattered across the ground, akin to a crime scene. Wu Lu had stated that they only consumed their own kind. That single phrase added an air of strangeness and cruelty to this world, yet Bailon could discern from Wu Lu's calm discourse that they did not perceive it as brutal. Or perhaps this was simply one of their most mundane aspects of daily life. Yet from a human perspective, this place was nothing short of hellish. It was utterly insane, gazing at the 2 gleaming metallic pillars in the distance. Listening to the shouts of the humanoid flesh beings, Bailon fell into deep contemplation. She felt as though she were ensnared in a bizarre dream. Had she truly traversed into a tangible world of flesh and blood through this spectacle? Did such a phenomenon genuinely exist? Even now, Bailon felt somewhat disoriented. How she would escape this realm had become the paramount question. Chapter 43. The energy repository following the path traversed by the chief engineer. Bailon successfully navigated the passage down a slope. This path was still composed of flesh, yet on either side of the fleshy roadway, numerous entities resembling electrical wires intertwined chaotically, twisting together like a tangle of noodles. Some embedded within the walls, while others extended downward. Bailon passed by the wires, The sparse layers of flesh encasing them trembled gently. Emitting a low, buzzing sound, Wu Lu stood before the most densely clustered mass of wires. Seemingly deep in thought, though without facial features, Bailan could only observe him gazing down at the tangle of wires. "What are you doing?" Bailan inquired as she approached. Wu Lu glanced in her direction. "You've arrived? I'm contemplating how to resolve the persistent short-circuiting issue with these wires." Bailan furrowed her brow, her gaze involuntarily shifting toward the disarray of wires. "Do you not think they are too chaotic?" Bailan asked. "Chaotic? I find them quite clear," Wu Lu explained. "These wires are connected to the energy repository beneath, supplying nourishment to those two colossal pillars, supplying nourishment to the metallic columns." Bailan was baffled. "Were they not electrical wires?" "Electrical wires? The term 5-6 appears to have never crossed his mind." He said, "Of course not. They are not wires," that I replied. "They are conduits for delivering nourishment, yet for some reason, these conduits have ceased to function. It must be an issue with the subterranean energy reservoir." The more Bailan conversed with 5-6 about the peculiarities of this world, the more she found it astonishing. Here, there existed only chunks of flesh and metal, and the substance transmitted through the conduits was not electricity, but rather a mysterious nutritional essence. "This place is truly bizarre," Bailan exclaimed involuntarily. 5-6 turned his head to gaze at her, saying, "No, it is you who is the most peculiar here." Bailan was taken aback, suddenly realizing that she herself was the anomaly in this realm, her presence starkly contrasting with everything else. She chuckled softly and concurred with 5-6's observation. "Indeed, I am the strangest of all the as they spoke." A thunderous roar echoed from the horizon. Bailan turned towards the source of the sound and noticed a viscous substance, reminiscent of oil, cascading down from the thick, fleshy clouds. Countless droplets fell, resembling a torrential rain, quickly inundating the construction workers below. It's happening again," 5-6 sighed, shaking his head. Despite his apparent resignation, his voice remained devoid of emotional inflection, leaving Bailan to glean his feelings solely from the content of his words. "What is that oil?" Bailan inquired. "Oil? That is not oil. It is the divine punishment for our attempts to construct a framework." 5-6 elucidated that we refer to that phenomenon as heavenly retribution. "Once it appears, we cannot continue our work. We must allow the land to gradually absorb it before we can resume construction, which will consume a great deal of time." Observing the crowd engulfed by the divine punishment, Bailan questioned, "Do you not rescue your people from the oil? From the heavenly retribution? There is no need to save them. They're the lowest of the low, devoid of wisdom, merely following predetermined rules to complete their tasks. The food we typically consume consists of them. Look, they do not even cry out for help as they're swept away by the punishment." 5-6 crouched down, extracting a hardened, darkened chunk of flesh from the tangled conduits. "You see, this obstructed the delivery pipe." He casually discarded the putrid piece on the ground, where it was swiftly absorbed by the meaty terrain. "The energy reservoir is truly remarkable." Bailan inquired. "It is the perpetual engine of this world, the source of vitality for all living beings. Without it, this world would face annihilation. It must be of utmost importance, and maintenance work related to it is indispensable, correct?" Bailan asked. 5-6 nodded. "Indeed, it is crucial. The energy reservoir is our heart, and for this reason, the lives of the majority of scientists are devoted to it. However, that is inconsequential, as scientists will be reborn within the cycle. So, in a sense, you are immortal. No, there will still come a day when death arrives, and that day is swiftly approaching. 5-6 gazed at the two pillars, explaining that scientists had discovered the energy reservoir would be depleted in 10,000 years, leading to the world's eventual demise. 10,000 years. That seems an eternity away. An eternity. No, it is not as distant as it seems. Time passes swiftly, which is why we strive to construct such frameworks in this era, to expand the energy reservoir's capacity. Bailan felt increasingly perplexed. What connection did the framework have with the energy reservoir's capacity? Why were these humanoid beings compelled to erect such colossal structures? 5-6 suddenly apologized. "I beg your pardon. I lost myself in conversation and spoke excessively. This is not permitted, but my programming within the energy reservoir inclines me to be verbose. Thank you for engaging with me. The protracted work is dreadfully monotonous." And today my spirits have been greatly lifted. If possible, I hope to see you again. His words were laced with kindness and politeness, yet his tone remained monotonous and devoid of emotion, reminiscent of mechanical recitation. Bailon initially anticipated being forcibly retained in this world, but as she pondered how to depart, that overwhelming discomfort surged once more. It felt identical to the sensation she experienced upon first touching the light spot. The distortion of her surroundings, the sudden and intense compression, and the rapid movement left her dizzy and nauseated. Even after having endured this discomfort once before, Bailon found herself unable to acclimatize to it a second time. Chapter 44. Turmoil. From the moment Bailon entered the light spot until her emergence, only about 5 minutes had elapsed. Yet this unforeseen event revealed a truth to her. The light spot permits entry and exit only once. And once the allotted instances are exhausted, it vanishes. Why was I confined in the laboratory? Was it you who opened that glass enclosure? I did not. It must be a malfunction of the enclosure's program. Demon shook his head in denial. I was assisting the professor out, and he was feeling quite unwell. I was preoccupied with caring for him, which is why I forgot about you. Bailon silently stared into Demon's eyes for a moment, where innocence and defiance against her doubts resided. After a while, she released him with a sigh and inquired, "What about the Yit people?" "The professor is in the lounge. He was the one who prompted me to come here." Demon regarded Bailon's words with curiosity and was about to assist her when he suddenly asked, "Where's your protective suit?" "It was damaged and left behind," Bailon replied casually. "Where?" "In the world within the light spot." Demon froze at her words, his hand supporting Bailon's, suddenly stiffening in disbelief. He looked at the glass enclosure in silence, before carefully lifting Bailon's arm over his shoulder. After walking a few steps, he finally spoke, "We must first go to the disinfection area. We cannot afford any infections." After leaving the laboratory, Demon escorted Bailon to the lounge that IT was situated within the Yit office building, and they arrived there swiftly. However, Bailon felt weak and collapsed into a seat upon entering the lounge. She observed Professor Yit, who was sipping tea nearby. His complexion was not optimal, but he had ceased coughing, and his overall appearance appeared more vibrant than when he was in the laboratory at tea. "Oh, save time," Bailon asked directly. "Did you deliberately confine me inside?" "No, you misunderstood," Yit replied slowly, swallowing a pill that Demon had handed him. "The purpose of bringing you here today was already explained in the laboratory. And what about the enclosure containing the light spot? You didn't open it either? The enclosure opened?" Yit looked at Bailon in astonishment. "Then you..." Bailon discerned that Yit was not feigning surprise, indicating that he was unaware of her earlier experiences. Could it be that her confinement in the laboratory and the opening of the glass enclosure were truly accidental? Tentatively, Bailon chose to trust Yit and recounted the world she had encountered within the light spot in detail. Upon hearing this revelation, Yit became exceedingly animated, rising to grasp Bailon's hands tightly, his entire demeanor radiating excitement. However, this fervor was abruptly curtailed by a bout of coughing. "Well then, Professor Yit, do take care of yourself." After a brief respite, Bailon felt considerably more revitalized as she stood. Her legs no longer felt as weak and wobbly. Just as she was about to leave, Yit called out to her, "Bailon, I promise to ensure your safety. This incident was indeed unforeseen, and I hope. I understand. You wish for me to continue assisting you. Rest assured, I will keep my word. Thank you. You will undoubtedly become the savior of all humanity." "What?" Yit did not catch her words. "It's nothing. I was just joking." Bailon smiled as she exited the lounge. Upon leaving the Research Institute, Bailon noticed 2237 waiting outside. Her pace slowed, reluctant as she lingered at the entrance, her expression clearly conveying her unwillingness to board his vehicle. 2237 simply drove the car closer, stopping right in front of her. "Get in," he instructed. Bailon glanced at the back seat of the car and, with a resigned sigh, acquiesced and climbed aboard. Observing Bailon reclined lazily in the back seat through the rearview mirror. 2237 asked, "Did Professor Yit have any matters to discuss with you today?" Bailon raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you a robot? Are you genuinely interested in such affairs?" 2237 seemed poised to contest the notion of being a robot. Yet he refrained from voicing it. "I was merely asking out of curiosity." "You mean the multiverse project?" It has nothing to do with that plan. I merely wish to discuss whether you believe in the existence of other worlds. I do not. I only believe in what I can see with my own eyes, that in truth, I did not believe it either, Bailon murmured softly, but after experiencing today's events, I find myself beginning to believe. What events? 2237 inquired. Bailon suddenly reflected. Tell me, does saving someone truly hold any significance? Did you not say previously that saving is utterly meaningless? 2237 remarked. The words you speak make me feel as though you are not of my kind, but rather a mere observer witnessing the decline of civilization. You think I am not human? Bailon chuckled lightly. Please refrain from veiled insults. I might take offense that I am not you, and thus cannot comprehend your way of thinking. 2237 resumed his earnest driving, unwilling to continue the conversation. The two fell silent, and Bailon suddenly felt fatigued, gently resting her head against the interior of the car door, soon succumbing to slumber. Chapter 45. The anniversary of mourning once again, she encountered the skeletal chief engineer known as Wu Lu. The dream was chaotic, akin to countless intersecting lines weaving through Bailon's mind. Why are you holding on to me? Bailon swiftly extricated herself from his embrace, her feet touching the ground as she still felt the lingering fog of sleep. Rubbing her temples to regain composure, 2237 finally spoke. I could not rouse you earlier. Hence I carried you inside. Please do not misunderstand. He turned to resume driving, adding, I will park. You go in first. Your boyfriend awaits you. Boyfriend? Bailon lifted her gaze toward the villa's entrance, only to find Lysau standing there, seemingly appearing from nowhere. I was gone for just a little over half a day, right? Most of that time was spent traveling. Does that count as a long absence? Bailon smiled at him. Are you saying that because you missed me? Do not flatter yourself. How fierce. Wanting to see me is nothing to be ashamed of. Bailon hastily made her way into the house, sinking into the comfort of a plush sofa. Observing her fatigued demeanor, Lysau inquired curiously, Are you that exhausted? What have you been up to? I traversed realms. Of course I'm tired. Bailon spoke candidly, showing no intention to conceal the truth, yet Lysau interpreted her words as jest. That night, once more, insomnia plagued her. Bailon tossed and turned in bed, preoccupied with the incident of the light spot from earlier that day. For reasons unknown, despite the unsettling nature of the world filled with metal and flesh, she felt an irresistible urge to return, driven by insatiable curiosity about what the two skeletal figures would look like upon completion. What on earth did the inhabitants of that world aim to create? At that moment, a faint yet urgent knocking resounded from outside the door. Bailon found it peculiar and inquired as she approached. Who is it? Is it 2237? It's me. Help me. It was Lysau. His voice sounded strange, as if he had exerted considerable effort to utter those few words. Bailon swiftly opened the door, only to have Lysau's tall figure collapse against her. She could feel his trembling body, like a cold infant seeking warmth in her embrace. This was the first time Bailon had witnessed Lysau in such a weakened state. Although she had seen him bleed before, it had never been this severe. Realization struck her that Lysau was unwell. What is wrong? Can you hold on? Bailon felt a surge of panic, her instinct driving her to crawl out from beneath him and close the door to avoid being discovered by 2237. However, as she attempted to rise, Lysau grasped the hem of her clothing, his hand quickly losing strength and falling away. Suppressant. He managed to say, I need a suppressant. Where's the suppressant? In my room. Then why didn't you get it? Lysau raised his violently trembling hand. The medication, I cannot. Retrieve it. Where did you put the suppressant? Just beside the bed. Wait for me. Bailon dashed out of the room, making every effort to avoid disturbing 2237 as she swiftly retrieved the suppressant. Once back, she closed the door and prepared the syringe, injecting the medication into Lysau's body. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. After the suppressant entered his system, it took nearly 10 more minutes for Lysau to gradually regain his composure. His body ceased to tremble, his complexion improved significantly, and his labored breathing began to stabilize until it returned to normal. It was nighttime. Bailon had not turned on the lights, and in her earlier haste, she had neglected to do so in the dim light. The two sat face to face at the door, and Bailon found herself unable to divert her gaze from Lysau, suddenly realizing He was bare-chested. Her eyes instinctively lowered, relieved to see he was still wearing pants. "Have you had your fill of looking?" Lysu suddenly broke the silence, his icy blue eyes gleaming like sapphires in the dark, radiating a chilling aura. Bailon quickly averted her gaze. "I saved you, and instead of gratitude, you blame me for looking at you?" "Thank you," Lysu replied, his tone unexpectedly softening. The abrupt shift in his demeanor caught Bailon off guard. "Can we talk for a moment?" Lysu lowered his head, his dark hair cascading down to obscure his face as he dejectedly uttered, "Today marks the anniversary of my mother's passing." Bailon paused. "I am sorry. I didn't T-node. It's all right." Lysu shook his head. "It's just that every year at this time, I find myself missing her and prefer not to be alone." "What about your mother?" Bailon knew what the forced measures implied, but as the elder sister of the Secretary General, why did Lysu's mother lack access to the serum? Sensing her confusion, Lysu elaborated. "At that time, Eileen was merely a government official, not yet the Secretary General, and my mother hadn't made any significant contributions to society. Moreover, the serum was scarce, and the United Nations couldn't possibly allocate it to save," Lysu hesitated, "a commoner." Bailon noticed his fists clenching tightly as he uttered the last three words. It dawned on her that Lysu's deep-seated resentment toward the United Nations had taken root at that very moment. "It is not your fault." Lysu arose. "I am the one who should apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour." "It is no trouble." Bailon also stood. "I was unable to sleep anyway." Faced with Lysu's broad shoulders and chiseled chest drawing closer, Bailon felt at a loss and instinctively stepped back. "What are you doing?" Lysu tilted his head and smiled, leaning down to whisper in her ear. "The doorknob is behind you." His words. Bailon immediately turned to allow him passage. Before leaving, Lysu couldn't resist leaving her with a parting remark. Fool. Chapter 46. Before departure, the date for their journey to Sky City was set for 3 days hence. Bailon learned this news upon rising that morning when Lysu informed her that soon. "Not particularly," he replied, "given the emergence of the light spots. The United Nations has been urging the Academy of Sciences to commence research for some time. This trip is primarily to convene a meeting regarding the light spots." Lysu continued, "I've heard that there's been some progress in the research over at it." "Research?" Bailon chuckled. "He must be using me as a subject for study." Lysu did not catch the latter part of her sentence. "What did you just say?" "Nothing." Bailon swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, how did the United Nations allow you to go to Sky?" "It's not the United Nations. I volunteered to go." Lysu clarified, "in the capacity of a soldier. Merely as a member of the Sky United Forces Security Department, responsible for the safety of the United Nations headquarters." Lysu leaned closer to Bailon, whispering, "This is currently the most accessible position to approach Ogerst. What can I do to assist?" "I'll inform you when the time comes." The two engaged in hushed conversation at the doorway. 2237's figure suddenly appeared on the staircase. "Breakfast is ready. Come down to eat." With that, he descended again, leaning against the door frame. Lysu looked at Bailon with a smirk. "This caretaker, are you bringing him along?" "That decision shouldn't fall to me, should it?" Bailon responded. "Zhang Qingyao said he must protect me, as the one who poisoned me has yet to be apprehended, that I suspect that whether I want him or not, he will have to accompany me." Bailon sounded somewhat helpless. Lysu scoffed. "As long as he does not interfere with my plans, everything else is permissible." Perhaps due to his illness, not yet fully subsiding. Or perhaps because the Academy of Sciences had been busy, it was unable to spare time. Just when Bailon thought she would spend another dull day, Demon's call came through and he mentioned that Professor it would be heading to the Academy of Sciences headquarters in Sky City ahead of schedule. As suspicious light spots had also appeared in the quantum laboratory there, he invited Bailon to join him. But Bailon explained that she would be going with Lysu in 3 days. Demon cautioned her to be careful on the road before ending the call. Bailon turned to 2237, who had been standing guard nearby, and asked, "Could I trouble you to escort me to Sky City in 3 days?" After a moment's thought, she added, "I wonder, could you not accompany me? Are you trying to shake me off?" 2237 reminded, "It's best not to do that. Even if you were to travel without me, there would be others ensuring your safety in Sky City. The police and military presence there is double, if not more, than here, and your freedom will be even more constricted. Yet I am not a criminal. However, you are the protected party, and until the case is thoroughly investigated, you must accept our protection. Heh. Bailan smiled helplessly, saying, I truly appreciate your assistance. That afternoon, perhaps having learned of Bailan's impending journey to Sangqiong City, Zhang Qingyao approached. Captain Zhang, have you come to see me because there is progress in the case? Zhang Qingyao stammered for a moment. There hasn't been any significant progress yet, but we are still conducting a thorough investigation. Of course, we cannot guarantee that we will find anything, but you must trust the police. Then, what exactly is the reason for your visit today? Zhang Qingyao's expression suddenly became serious. Recently, there have been reports of an increase in large light spots near Sangqiong City, and scientists have discovered that these spots are expanding. Surrounding the spots, there's a gravitational field, and just yesterday, the strength of this gravitational force seemed to increase significantly, causing considerable distress for many exploration teams. He paused, as the force had resulted in physical dismemberment. Bailan recalled the scene from yesterday when she was drawn into the light spot. That moment, she was wearing protective gear and did not feel much pain, only experiencing breathlessness and dizziness. Upon entering that world filled with flesh, her protective suit had sustained some damage, but had not been completely torn apart. Could it be that the larger the light spot, the stronger the gravitational pull? Is there a direct correlation between the mass and volume of the light spots? Bailan quickly dismissed this hypothesis, as drawing conclusions about the strength of the gravitational pull based on a few examples was entirely insufficient. It required a substantial amount of data to support it, just as larger celestial bodies do not necessarily imply greater volume. Therefore, Zhang Qingyao continued from where he left off, stating, the United Nations has requested that we dispatch more police officers to the area. In 3 days, we will be departing for Sangqiong City with you. What about the military? Lai Suo suddenly appeared behind Bailan, inquiring, wasn't there supposed to be military personnel accompanying us? Zhang Qingyao explained, in 3 days. Only one military unit will accompany us, consisting of approximately 15 personnel, while the rest will be police officers. Additionally, there will be several scientific researchers from the Research Institute. Today, due to Professor Yait needing to travel ahead for a scientific conference, most of the military forces have been assigned to escort him along with other key officials and scientists. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Qingyao's craving for a cigarette struck him, and he pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket. But just as he was about to light one, he heard Lai Suo deliberately cough. Zhang Qingyao exclaimed, Oh, I almost forgot. No smoking in the villa. My apologies. I've been so overwhelmed lately that I often forget these things. I'm truly sorry. Upon hearing Zhang Qingyao's words, Lai Suo frowned and coldly remarked, It's not like we're dating, so why ask if we get along? After saying this, Lai Suo turned and walked away. Zhang Qingyao stared blankly at Lai Suo's retreating figure. Chuckling foolishly, Bailan, is your boyfriend feeling jealous? Let's not spar. I'm no longer young enough to compete with the younger generation, he added, but then felt something was amiss. Wait a minute. Why are you calling him by his number? 2237. I remember his last name is Qi. Shoo. Bailan quickly covered Zhang Qingyao's mouth. Please don't mention names. I enjoy the air of mystery. Bailan, are you all right? What kind of mystery does a bodyguard need? Zhang Qingyao scratched the back of his head. Don't let Lai Suo hear you say that, or he'll get jealous again. He won't get jealous. How do you know? I just know. Chapter 47. The airport time passed swiftly, and before long, the day to depart for Sangqiong City arrived. Sangqiong is located to the north of Noah City, quite a distance away. Bailan had heard that it was situated at a high elevation and was a very cold place. She had initially intended to bring some warm clothing, but since arriving in Noah City, she had hardly purchased anything, primarily relying on basic necessities, all of which were funded by Lai Suo. He had never expressed any discontent about this. He was quite generous, even arranging the luggage for this trip. Bailan suddenly felt that Lai Suo was quite considerate, and if he were to become her husband in the future, he would undoubtedly be a devoted spouse. The group heading to Sangqiong consisted of a moderate number of people. Bailan counted and estimated there were about 50 individuals, mostly police and military personnel, along with herself, Lai Suo, 2237, and 3 scientists. What surprised Bailan the most was that among those traveling with her was actually Shen Gaoyao. He appeared much more spirited than when she last saw him, and she distinctly recalled his terrified and disheveled demeanor while evading the mutated creatures. Though he now looked well-dressed, he still evoked her disdain. What was more concerning was that he still clutched that black briefcase. What could possibly be inside? It's time to board the plane, Lysua reminded her. They were currently at the airport located on the outskirts of Noah City, which was considerably smaller than the airports before the crisis era. The airport's interior, like Noah City, was equipped with an air purification system to help eliminate mutated viruses, but the entire runway was completely exposed to the elements, with only high walls and electric fences erected on either side to prevent mutated creatures from attacking planes during takeoff or landing. Lysua had mentioned that the planes possessed purification systems, so there was no need to worry about infection during the flight. They simply needed to follow instructions during boarding and complete the proper disinfection procedures in the designated areas to safely arrive in Sangcheong City. Furthermore, although the runway was directly exposed to the air, airport staff had to wear special protective gear due to their prolonged exposure outside. While that protective gear was not as thick or expensive as those used in the Research Institute's laboratories, it still significantly reduced the risk of infection. However, Lysua mentioned that the infection rate for those working at the airport was higher than that within Noah City, yet their salaries and benefits were considerably better. This was one of the reasons why, despite the dangers, some individuals were still willing to work there. After completing the disinfection procedures, the group lined up to board the aircraft, which was divided into two batches, meaning there were two planes. Bailon, Lysua, 2237, the scientists, and that military unit were on one aircraft, while the police led by Zhang Qingyao were assigned to the other. Unfortunately for Bailon, Shen Gaoyao was also on her plane, which caused her considerable annoyance, even igniting a fleeting impulse to kick him off the aircraft out of course. She refrained from acting on it. Bailon was a rational person, but if given the opportunity, she would certainly seek her revenge on Shen Gaoyao later. These were two planes modified from commercial aviation, relatively smaller in size, with only two cabins, but the interior was still fairly spacious. Perhaps due to Lysua's influence, Bailon was fortunate enough to be seated in first class, while the military personnel occupied the rear cabin. However, they did leave two behind in first class to stand guard, just in case of any unexpected incidents. "Why don't you go sit with the soldiers?" Bailon asked after settling down. Lysua gazed out the window at the airport runway. "I'm in Sangcheong for work. I'm not in the same unit as them, so I have a bit more freedom now." Lysua pointed to a mutated creature that had been electrocuted outside the runway, indicating for Bailon to take a look at Oh, you know how many mutated creatures are electrocuted by the electric fence outside the airport in a day? Lysua asked her. "How would I know?" "I know. At least hundreds." This statement came not from Lysua, but from a man seated in front of them. The man, Su Dinan, was one of the scientists accompanying them. And like Shen Gaoyao, he was also a biologist, though Su Dinan appeared to be somewhat older, in his 30s. His attire was quite fashionable, and he seemed younger in demeanor compared to Shen Gaoyao, who sat in front of him. Dinan continued, "Most mutated creatures have poor eyesight and lack intelligence. They rush towards the sound of electricity like savages, only to be turned to ash. Oh, by the way, I can guarantee that most of these electrocuted mutated creatures were once human. As he spoke, he exhibited great enthusiasm, which was commendable for a biologist studying mutated creatures. But when he mentioned the transformation from human to creature, the smile on his face made Lysua feel uncomfortable. After all, they had once been human. At least in expressing this, Lysua did not wish to see Su Dinan exhibit such a disrespectful smile. Bailon glanced at Lysua, then asked Su Dinan, "So, were they all people expelled from Noah City?" "Yes," Su Dinan replied, turning to kneel on the seat back, suddenly extending his hand towards Bailon. "Hello, my name is Su Dinan, a cellular biology researcher. You are very beautiful. What is your name?" "Hello, this is my girlfriend." Lysua gave a brief greeting, foregoing self-introduction, and instead claimed his territory, leaving Su Dinan no room for maneuver. Lysua looked at Bailon with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment, thinking, "Did you really take us for a couple?" At that thought, Lysua paused for a moment. "If she isn't my girlfriend, then why did I act that way just now?" Lysua felt somewhat dazed, quickly shifting his gaze back to the window. It appears that at this moment, only the desolate scene outside the airport runway can bring him some semblance of calm. Chapter 48. Flight. The journey has been remarkably smooth, with only a few minor bumps caused by occasional turbulence. Bailon took a nap, and upon waking, she inquired with the flight attendants, only to learn that they would still be flying for at least 3 more hours before reaching Sangcheong City. It felt like an eternity. Nearly 3 hours had already passed since takeoff, and Bailan's body had begun to feel somewhat stiff. She had intended to stretch her limbs, but when her gaze fell upon the window, she became captivated by the distant specks of light outside. She was entranced by the sight. After a moment's pause, she turned to her companion, Lysoa, and noticed he too was gazing at those luminous dots. "Haven't you slept?" Bailan asked, "just for a short while." "When I woke, I saw those lights," Lysoa replied. "Is it normal for there to be light spots even above the stratosphere? I cannot say for certain whether it is normal, but it seems that the number of spots is increasing." Bailan frowned as she observed the clusters of lights densely scattered across the sky, reminiscent of the countless galaxies in the vast universe. Sparking further thoughts within her, if there are lights at such heights, do you think there are many beyond Earth as well? Lysoa's expression grew serious. "This is undoubtedly not a good sign. Don't you think this is a spectacle?" Su Jinan, seated in the front row, suddenly turned around. Pointing at the distant clusters of light outside the window, he remarked, "I find this quite fascinating. Tiomi, they resemble cells distributed randomly in the air, and the increasing number suggests they are in a state of continual division. Perhaps this universe is merely a part of some higher dimensional being's body. If that is the case, why have these cells not appeared before? And why do they suddenly manifest now?" Bailan queried. Su Jinan pondered for a moment. "Perhaps some unknown cause has triggered these cells to become prominent." Lyso, following Su Jinan's line of thought, asked, "And what about humanity? Are we also cells within this higher dimensional being?" "Indeed, and every form of life can be seen as a civilization. Human civilization, cellular civilization, and even various minute particles possess their own forms of civilization, existing even in lower dimensional spaces." Su Jinan gazed passionately at the multitude of floating lights, exclaiming, "Thus, witnessing this marvel is truly magnificent. After all, we are witnessing the birth of cells within a higher dimensional organism. That said, these are merely my one-sided thoughts. What lies beyond the universe remains a mystery to us all." Su Jinan cast a flirtatious glance at Bailan. "What do you think? Do I not seem like a biologist?" A suppressed laugh escaped someone in the vicinity that moment. A fellow scientist seated beside Su Jinan playfully tapped his head. "Could you keep your mouth shut for once? You have a girlfriend now. Can you not tone down that peacock-like behavior whenever a pretty girl is around? Just act a bit more like a scientist." This individual spoke candidly, clearly having a good rapport with Su Jinan, as he would not have dared to speak so freely otherwise. Just after he finished admonishing Su Jinan, laughter erupted from the front, including from 2237, who was seated across the aisle. "You should avoid him from now on," Lysoa said, resting his chin on his hand and glancing at Bailan. "Don't let him take advantage of you." "Are you worried about me?" Bailan asked with a smile. "I am merely reminding you," Lysoa replied, turning his head away. "All right, thank you for the reminder." Bailan chuckled lightly before unbuckling her seatbelt. I need to ask for permission to go to the restroom." Lysoa was taken aback, responding with a soft "oh." Once inside the restroom, Bailan stretched lazily before leisurely closing the narrow door behind her. After washing her hands, just as she was about to exit, the plane hit a patch of turbulence. To avoid falling, Bailan grasped the handrail tightly to steady herself, yet the shaking persisted for nearly a minute without abating. Finding it peculiar, she opened the door and bumped into a passing flight attendant. "What happened?" she inquired. "Just turbulence. There is no need to worry," the attendant replied, her footing visibly unstable, yet she maintained a smile, patiently urging Bailan to return to her seat and fasten her seatbelt. Lysoa's head tilted slightly, and in contrast to his usual demeanor, he appeared somewhat adorably drowsy at that moment. "What is wrong?" he asked. "The attendant mentioned turbulence, but it doesn't seem like that to me," Bailan stated. Just then, Su Jinan turned his head again from the front row. "I feel the same. Have you considered that perhaps more light spots have suddenly appeared near the plane?" Su Jinan's observation sparked a realization in Bailan, who recalled the characteristics of the light spots. They possess a certain gravitational pull. She glanced at Lysoa, who shared her thoughts. They both concluded that the turbulence might indeed be related to the light spots. Perhaps the sudden emergence of these spots caused external forces to affect the plane during flight, resulting in the bumpy experience. However, the pressing question remained. If that were the case, They could only hope that the pilot possessed enough skill to navigate the aircraft out of the gravitational influence of the light spots. Otherwise, there would be no other recourse. Closing her eyes, Bailon envisioned the plane being drawn into the light spots, torn into fragments, while the passengers inside were mercilessly ripped apart by that terrifying force. Chapter 49. Arrival after a few minutes of turbulence. The moment of relief arrived, and everyone exhaled in unison. IT appeared to be very close to the plane, seemingly beneath it, and through the opposite window. 2137 also caught sight of the cluster of lights below. When the plane passed through that mass of light, it was affected by its gravitational pull. IT was likely at the very edge of the influence zone, compounded by turbulence that caused the amplified shaking. Lysua explained, "We really ought to express our gratitude to the pilot. Had this plane not possessed the thrust to ascend, we would have been drawn into the light spots long ago." After the plane stabilized, Su Jinan stood up, smiled at Bailon, and headed toward the restroom. Lysua coldly huffed, reminding Bailon, "Remember to follow me after we disembark. Don't pay him any mind, you're acting a bit strangely today." Bailon remarked meaningfully as she regarded Lysua. "What do you mean by strange? Are you perhaps overly concerned about me? You are the only woman on this plane. Is it not normal for me to show concern?" Bailon pouted. "I thought you would say it's because I'm your girlfriend that you care." Ahem. Lysua cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and turned his gaze to the window. Choosing not to respond further, in the ensuing hours, the first-class cabin remained exceptionally quiet, with only occasional announcement from the flight attendants or the sound of the meal cart passing by, which did not disturb the weary passengers from their long flight. Those who needed to sleep continued to do so, while the two soldiers stationed at the back remained alert and full of energy. After a prolonged slumber, Bailon, in a haze, heard the flight attendant announcing their impending arrival at Sangcheong City. Seated by the window, she leaned against the glass and gazed downward, only to be astonished to see the sky. Blue heavens, white clouds, snow-capped mountains, and even the very plane she was aboard. Bailon felt as though she were hovering above a gigantic mirror. With all the scenery reflected upon its surface, as the plane descended, the view became clearer. She realized that the mirror she had seen earlier was, in fact, a colossal glass dome enveloping Sangcheong City. From this vantage point, it became evident that Sangcheong City sprawled far beyond Noah City, and Bailon found it hard to fathom how such a grand and monumental construction project could have been completed under such harsh conditions. How many lives were lost during the city's construction? Did you know? The material of the dome surrounding Sangcheong City is particularly unique, Lysua remarked. The mirror design allows Sangcheong City to achieve a significant degree of camouflage. The temperature here is quite low, with an external landscape of ice and snow. From a distance, one can only perceive the blending of blue and white, rendering it nearly indistinguishable amid the myriad snow-capped mountains. Camouflage protects the inhabitants of the city. It is indeed a clever design. Bailon inquired, "Why didn't your father, Nolan, incorporate this into the construction plan for Noah City?" Lysua's gaze dimmed. That it wasn't incorporated. Rather, the resource consumption required was simply too great, and there were insufficient manpower. While mirror materials are not rare, the geographical conditions of Noah City were more suitable for the survival of aberrant creatures, making construction there exceedingly challenging compared to Sangcheong. And what of Dream City? What is it like? I haven't been, so I can't say that I've been there. Sujin interjected again, but his scientist friend pulled him back. "Shut up, stop flirting, strap on your seatbelt. The plane is about to land. And don't go around telling others you know me. It's utterly embarrassing. Even if there are beauties, I want to introduce them to you." Don't go ruining others. When have I ever ruined anyone? Did you not just attempt to harm someone as girlfriend? I have only uttered a few words. How could it be as dreadful as you claim? During the course of the argument, the plane continued to circle in the air for a while, ultimately managing to land successfully after approximately 10 minutes. Shun Gaoyao clutched his black briefcase tightly. Since boarding the aircraft, he had refrained from uttering a word. When the cabin door finally opened, he was the first to disembark. Bailon followed closely behind him, observing his hurried silhouette as he departed. And she let out a soft, cold laugh. "Let us go. Arrangements for our accommodations will be made shortly," Lysa reminded Bailon as they passed through. He cast a glance at Su Jianin before naturally wrapping his arm around Bai Lan's waist, preparing to descend together. You certainly know how to take advantage of me, Bai Lan remarked, eyeing his hand that encircled her waist. I am merely protecting you, protecting me. Bai Lan turned to the ever-silent 2237. And what about him? I have a bodyguard. I do not need your protection. Lai Suo halted his steps, gazing into Bai Lan's eyes, exhibiting a slight irritation that swiftly transformed into resignation. Fine, let him protect you. I can't be bothered. He took 2 strides forward and added, by the way, I haven't asked her name yet. Just then, 2237, with an expressionless demeanor, intervened. Excuse me, I am the special police officer responsible for ensuring her safety. Please cooperate and refrain from any physical contact with this young lady. This Su Jianin chuckled helplessly. I have not engaged in any physical contact with her that moment. Su Jianin's friend arrived. Holding their luggage, hurry up and disembark. Do not embarrass me any further. The people from the academy are still waiting for us. What is wrong with just getting acquainted? It's fine, Bai Lan flashed her trademark artificial smile. Watching Su Jianin and his friend leave the cabin in succession, Bai Lan turned to 2237 with a smile. Next time, there's no need to stop him, not if he truly attempts to get handsy with me. The one you ought to restrain is me. 2237 was taken aback. Why? Because I fear I might not be able to resist striking him. Chapter 50. Cultivating relationships upon disembarking, they encountered an elongated glass walkway. Encased in a curved enclosure, where a series of disinfection procedures and preliminary NSBO index checks would take place. Following this lengthy passage, Bai Lan and the group arrived at the interior of the airport in Sangxiong City. The expansive electronic screen displayed a scant number of flight details, predominantly those commissioned by the United Nations, ferrying distinguished individuals, alongside some cargo flights. This way, pleased at a woman dressed in a black suit, with a rosy complexion and fair features, smiled and gestured for them to follow as she came to escort the 3 scientists and Shen Gaoyao. While Bai Lan observed them, Zhang Xiao entered the airport hall alongside a group of uniformed police officers through the glass walkway. So you have already arrived, Zhang. Qingyao waved at Bai Lan and the others, a cigarette, unlit, perched between his lips when a junior officer approached to stop him. Captain Zhang, you cannot smoke here. I haven't even lit it. How can that be considered smoking? Well, you should even have in your mouth. You are in uniform, and if others see you, it could damage your image. Just as Zhang Qingyao was explaining. Lai Suo placed a hand on Bai Lan's shoulder. Let us go. The Secretary General's vehicle is just outside the airport, and the driver will take us directly into the city. Bai Lan nodded and followed Lai Suo. Accompanied by 2237, she glanced around, feeling a sudden pang of emotion for this glamorous airport. Passers-by were engaged in cheerful conversations, seemingly oblivious to the desolation and fear brought about by the virus outside the city. This inevitably reminded Bai Lan of those who sacrificed their lives while constructing the 3 major urban areas under harsh conditions. Soon, the trio boarded a vehicle heading to the city. That IT was a business van, driven by a young man. Once the vehicle was in motion, Bai Lan abruptly made an unusual remark. There are 3 scientists coming to Sangxiong this time. Lai Suo, perplexed, replied, Aren't there 4? Who did you exclude? No need to ponder. It must be Shen Gaoyao. However, Bai Lan refrained from stating this outright and countered, Who do you think I excluded? I do not understand the purpose of your words. I sent it obvious? Bai Lan smiled slyly. Among the 4 scientists coming to Sangxiong City, 2 are physicists, while the other 2 study biology, one of whom is Su Jianin. However, based on your tone on the plane, it is evident that you do not recognize him and harbor no fondness for him. So, stop pretending, darling. Bai Lan feigned intimacy, reaching up to tousle Lai Suo's hair. I know Shen Gaoyao is a biologist. Although I'm unaware if you know him, I suspect Shen Gaoyao must be quite interested in pharmaceuticals. To outsiders, Bai Lan's words might seem baffling, yet Lai Suo comprehended her intent. Upon her mention of pharmaceuticals, he had already grasped the situation entirely. Previously, Lai Suo had mentioned that individuals involved in the capsule project would also accompany them to Sangxiong City. And those engaged in pharmaceuticals must possess medical knowledge, or at the very least, have a relevant academic background. Thus, Bai Lan had pinpointed Shen Gaoyao as her target, coupled with Shen Gaoyao's enthusiasm for researching aberrant organisms. His prior visit to the old city government building, and the black briefcase he always carried, it was almost confirmed that he was the one secretly developing the drug for mutation testing. In truth, Lysua did not wish to keep this hidden, but Shin Gaoyao had earlier cautioned him that the capsule project must remain confidential. Therefore, Lysua had not explicitly shared this with Bailan, though occasionally, while conversing with her, he would inadvertently reveal bits of information. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, Lysua had already come to regard Bailan as his ally, leading to such unintentional revelations. Lysua smiled faintly, suddenly pulling Bailan close by the neck and asking playfully, "My dear, why are you saying all this? Are you interested in Shun Gaoyao? You saying such things makes me quite sad." Surprised by his action, Bailan looked at him in astonishment. 2237, seated in the front, awkwardly diverted his gaze to the window, pretending not to notice their embrace. "Who says we're getting cozy?" Bailan pushed Lysua away and pressed herself against the car door. Ignoring him, he even added, "We must cultivate our relationship properly." The Secretary General arranged for Lysua and Bailan to stay in an apartment within a residential area. Each room was furnished similarly to a hotel, albeit equipped with kitchens. And while the overall environment was somewhat inferior to that of hotels, it remained clean and orderly. Following the global viral outbreak, the hotel industry had long ceased to exist within the city. Accommodations were uniformly distributed by the United Nations government. Apart from government officials, ordinary citizens were permitted to own only one residence. Secretary General Aaron was unaware that Bailan and Lysua were merely pretending to be a couple, and thus he allocated 2 housing units, one for Bailan and Lysua, and another for 2237, with the 2 units being adjacent. Bailan suddenly felt that the treatment afforded to this bodyguard was even better than hers, as he had the privilege of residing alone in a single room. 2237. "How about I become your bodyguard, and you share a room with Lysua?" Bailan proposed an absurd suggestion. "Me and Lysua?" 2237 looked at her in confusion until Bailan provided a rationale that he could accept, that "we are not married. I do not wish to share a bed." After hearing this, 2237 nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. "Indeed, such matters cannot be forced. Both parties must be willing." "Indeed? What do you mean by indeed?" "You will occupy the other room." Lysua swiftly arranged the accommodations and then grasped Bailan's arm. Pulling her inside, Bailan was dragged into the room, leaving 2237 outside. But he stood there momentarily, somewhat taken aback, gazing blankly at the door that Lysua had just closed. After a few seconds, he knocked on the door. "Lysua, if she truly does not wish to, you should not force it. I am her bodyguard. I must ensure her safety." 2237 leaned closer to the door, stating, "If you do not open the door, do not blame me for barging in." Upon hearing this, 2237 finally felt reassured. "All right, if there is any danger, call for me at any time." Chapter 51. Eager anticipation, Lysua pulled Bailan into the room and swiftly closed the door. Before he could utter a word, 2237's voice resounded from outside. Bailan glanced at Lysua, sighed, and casually responded to 2237. Once 2237 departed, Lysua confronted her. "Have you lost your mind? You mentioned that matter in the car. Are you not concerned that 2237 and the driver might overhear?" "What is there to fear? I have said nothing. The capsule project is explicitly prohibited by the United Nations that if they discover it, my drug will be forcibly halted, and the plan to assassinate the chairman will be thwarted." Lysua approached Bailan, cornering her against the wall. "Do you comprehend what that means for me?" Bailan averted her gaze, feeling increasingly cornered by Lysua's proximity. "I understand. Are you aware of this? They can't perceive it. You are overthinking." Lysua suddenly grasped her shoulders. "I warn you, if you ruin my plans, I shall take you down with me." "Are you provoking me? Can't you tell?" "I am indeed provoking you," Bailan retorted, equally warning "Do not forget, it was you who implored me for assistance in assassinating Augustus." Upon hearing this, Lysua's hands, which had been gripping Bailan's shoulders, gradually loosened. He rubbed his temples, suddenly turned, and removed his shirt, revealing his broad back. Lysua's physique was robust, indicative of someone who had engaged in prolonged physical training. Bailan, momentarily taken aback by the sculpted lines of his muscles, exclaimed, "Why are you undressing?" "To take a shower," Lysua replied curtly, striding directly into the bathroom. Seeing him head for the shower, Balan began to survey the modest dwelling. The kitchen, bathroom, living room, bedroom, and balcony were all present, albeit somewhat cramped. Balan placed her luggage aside in the corridor and was about to sink into the sofa for a brief respite when she turned her head, instantly freezing, due to the limited space. The kitchen, bathroom, and living area were in close proximity, with the bathroom adjacent to the living room, separated only by a pane of frosted glass. The bathroom light was on, casting a brighter glow compared to the dim living area. Consequently, Lysa's sharply defined silhouette was fully illuminated through the glass. Balan's eyes widened. This man had not drawn the curtain in front of the frosted glass. Her mind racing, she attempted to maintain her composure and shifted her gaze towards the balcony. This guy. Balan pinched the bridge of her nose. Could it be intentional? Approximately 10 minutes later, Lysa emerged from the shower, carrying with him a faint scent of shower gel and a wave of warmth. Balan observed him from the sofa, droplets of water still glistening on his well-defined muscles. "Do you realize? I just witnessed something extraordinary," Balan remarked. Lysa glanced at the frosted glass of the bathroom and pointed. "Are you implying that you saw everything? Was it intentional for you to see?" "No," he replied, rummaging through a suitcase. "I simply forgot to draw the curtain." "Do you mind?" Balan inquired. Lysa smiled, clearly unconcerned, and reminded her, "Just remember to pull it shut when you shower." He added, "Tonight, I will sleep on the sofa. I'll be joining the joint forces tomorrow, and will not be residing here after that." "Leaving tomorrow?" Balan was taken aback. "What about the assassination? Even if he does not seek me out?" "I shall find him," Balan asserted. "I have discovered some intriguing information." "What information?" "Not telling. You won't believe it." Balan rose, yawning lazily. "The sofa is yours. I'm feeling a bit fatigued, and I will also take a shower." As Balan approached the bathroom door, preparing to step inside, Lysa reminded her once more, "Don't forget." "Forget what?" Lysa gestured towards the frosted glass, the curtain. "Rest assured, your eyes will not be subjected to anything undesirable." The following day, Lysa departed early with a large suitcase in hand. As for Balan, she received a message from Deming in the morning, instructing her to visit the headquarters of the Academy of Sciences in truth, even if Deming had not sought her out, Balan would have taken the initiative to go. Ever since her last encounter with the light spots, she had been yearning to revisit that world, eager to discover what the two metallic frameworks would resemble upon completion. With a fervent curiosity driving her, Balan, accompanied by 2237 in a vehicle arranged by Deming, made her way to the Academy's headquarters. Sky City was far grander than Noah City. While the overall structure of both bore no significant difference, two colossal bowls inverted upon the ground, Sky City was situated in the north, where the temperature was lower, and one could behold the magnificent snow-capped scenery outside the city. The distant snow-capped mountains formed a continuous chain, their peaks shrouded in mist, as if the clouds had been crushed and scattered across the mountains. Upon witnessing this sight, Balan's thoughts leapt to ice cream. She turned to 2237 and asked, "Do you have any money?" "For what purpose?" "I want to have some ice cream." 2237 checked his pockets and replied, "I didn't bring any. It is too cold for that, and you might catch a chill." "Then never mind." Upon arriving at their destination, Balan and 2237 disembarked. They stood before the entrance of the Academy of Sciences. Noticing that not far from it, a few hundred meters away, stood the United Nations headquarters, clearly visible. In the center of the square before the United Nations building stood a monument emblazoned with the United Nations emblem, while behind it, the flagpole that had once been adorned with numerous national flags was now nearly bare, with only a few major flags still fluttering in the wind. Compared to the past, the United Nations building now appeared rather desolate. Balan pondered this. Deming, who had been waiting at the entrance, approached. "Come with me. Professor, it is in a laboratory and has been expecting you for quite some time." Balan eagerly inquired, "Does the laboratory have light spots?" Deming hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes. The laboratories here are significantly larger than those in Noah City. 3 light spots have appeared randomly, each varying in size." Chapter 52. An intense curiosity, Balan was unwilling to entertain any thoughts other than her desire to enter the light spots and explore that bizarre and intriguing world. It possessed an inexplicable allure, continuously tempting Balan to delve deeper. Of course, she was acutely aware of the source of this temptation. her insatiable curiosity. Aside from obliterating this world, it had been a long while since Bailon had been so invested in anything. Thus, after instructing 2237 to wait outside, Bailon, having completed the disinfection process, entered the laboratory without donning a protective suit. Her foremost request was to expedite her exploration of the light spots. Professor readily agreed, as he greatly needed Bailon's enthusiastic cooperation. As long as Bailon could engage in multiple explorations of the light spots, it could hasten his research on them, examining their various transformations. Energy, size, composition, and structure. More importantly, it was deeply intrigued by the nature of the world Bailon was venturing into. If that world truly existed, did it imply that the migration plan was indeed feasible? It inquired, but where is your protective suit? If you don't wear it, you could easily be infected. It gazed at Bailon with bewilderment, perceiving her as carelessly reckless. The light spots not only emitted slight radiation, but remaining in the laboratory also posed the potential for mutations. Moreover, such negligence was strictly prohibited by the laboratory's entrance and exit regulations. At that moment, Deming interjected, I urged her to wear it. But she refused. I persuaded her for quite a while at the entrance, yet she insisted that the protective suit held little significance for her. Indeed, it holds little significance, Bailon clarified. Professor, didn't you mention that the protective suit is quite valuable? I cannot guarantee the suit's integrity while traversing the light spots. If it ends up damaged like last time, I believe it is better not to wear it. Besides, I have lived outside the city for many years without ever getting infected. What about the radiation? Can you withstand it? Bailon smiled in silence, hastening towards the small light spot obscured by a cover. Is this the only one? Aren't there two more? She was evidently evading the topic. He furrowed his brow at her. Bailon, you said you wanted me to ensure your safety, yet now you're not even wearing the most basic protective suit. How can you assure your own safety? Professor, radiation is not particularly concerning for me. Bailon paused, then continued to explain. Do you recall the extermination plan from 2 years ago? The United Nations lured a multitude of mutated creatures to a desolate city within the Wall's empire and subsequently eradicated them using a nuclear explosion. I was caught in a wave of nuclear radiation, yet I stand before you now, unharmed. It displayed an expression of incredulity, while Deming also struggled to fathom how Bailon had survived. Bailon remained composed. Professor, I am currently in excellent health. It grasped Bailon's hands excitedly. Bailon, if this were the last century, I would genuinely believe you possess magical abilities. No, Professor, I am nothing of the sort. I could not even protect the one person who meant the most to me. Bailon's expression turned sorrowful as she gazed at the small light spot. Inquiring, is this light spot my target this time? Yes, and there are 2 more in other laboratories. What we are currently observing is the smallest of the 3. Very well, I have something important to discuss with you as well, it added. It pertains to the migration plan. Bailon understood that it was time to proceed. She was unaware of what awaited her. Perhaps it would be that world filled with flesh and metal once again, or perhaps she would find herself in an entirely different realm, taking a darker perspective. It could be that within this new glimmer of light, there was nothing at all, only an expanse of void awaiting Bailon. The worst outcome would be the tearing apart of Bailon's very flesh. Was this truly a wise decision? To plunge into the light without having witnessed the phenomenon of imbalance was a reckless gamble with her life. For a fleeting moment, Bailon hesitated. What if I die? Yet after a brief pause, her insatiable curiosity reasserted itself, becoming a resolute conviction urging her to step into the light. Let us take a look, she told herself. Thus, she fixated on the open glass dome and slowly extended her hand. This marked Bailon's second entry into the light. Soon, she felt her breath ease considerably. This time, she had learned wisdom. Before making contact with the light, she enveloped herself in a protective layer, ensuring her garments remained intact during her traversal. Excellent. She arrived safely. Bailon felt grateful to be alive. She began to survey her surroundings. That it was still that world where metal clashed with flesh. Precisely the world she had anticipated. The towering pillars resembled those she had previously encountered. Yet their number had long surpassed 2, and the metallic framework was adorned with both square and rounded scaffolding. Bailon found it peculiar to describe the scaffolding using the seemingly contradictory terms of square and rounded. Yet that was indeed her initial impression. Standing at a distance, the densely packed scaffolding resembled a complex and intricate molecular structure, a truly fascinating sight. Bylon felt a sense of confusion. She could not fathom what the humans of this world were attempting to create. In the distance, the deep shouts of the workers echoed. Their voices, in contrast to the chief engineer Wulio, exuded a fervor that Bylon could discern as a hint of emotion. Eager to draw nearer, she wished to witness the towering metal frameworks up close. They appeared even taller than when she had first seen them, their tops obscured by a mass of fleshy clouds that year back. A familiar voice, that of Wulio, emerged as he approached from afar, his tone devoid of emotion as he spoke mechanically. Bylon nodded at the androgynous chief engineer. "Yes, I have returned," she inquired. "Is there anything you can share with me today?" Chapter 53. The repairman. "I apologize, but I fear I have no time today," Wulio replied. "I am exceedingly busy. Look at those metal frameworks. There are more and more of them, and I must diligently supervise this work to ensure no errors occur. Otherwise, as you know, the foreman may very well consume me. He would eat you too?" Bylon gasped in astonishment. "That it is a possibility. If I were to be consumed, I would lose the chance to be reborn through the energy reservoir. Though the reservoir continuously generates new lives, I do not wish for my existence to conclude here." Wulio gazed at the towering pillars on the horizon. "That I aspire to devote my entire life to the construction of these frameworks." "No, I must decline your offer," Bylon stated firmly. "That I wish to wander about." "Very well. Then please enjoy your exploration." Wulio departed, using the word enjoy in a manner Bylon found far from commendable. Though her insatiable curiosity compelled her toward everything in this place, she did not appreciate the raw, meaty essence of this world. Bylon was uncertain if this description was accurate, but as a human, she found herself unable to appreciate the aesthetic of flesh intertwined with metal. After Wulio left, Bylon strolled across the flesh-laden ground and suddenly noticed a small protrusion in the terrain not far ahead. That raised spot. It appeared there was a small black hole. The hole was large enough for an adult to pass through, leading down into darkness, where nothing was discernible. Bylon recalled Wulio mentioning that the energy reservoir was located underground. She was eager to descend and see what this reservoir, the source of the world's operations, truly looked like. However, Bylon was unfamiliar with this territory. She did not know if the hole led to the energy reservoir or if there were dangers lurking within. A peculiar sound emanated from the hole, akin to a deep breath, and Bylon could even feel warm air wafting from it. The wind carried with it the unique scent of flesh, a smell Bylon struggled to articulate. It was simply the aroma of raw meat, unpleasant, yet not entirely intolerable. Frowning at the small hole, she cast her gaze around and soon discovered another deep black opening not far from the first. This second hole was similar in size and shape to the one before, resembling a mere copy, and it too emitted a similar breathing sound. As Bylon looked further afield, she was astonished to realize that there were many such similar holes. Far more than the two she had initially observed. They were akin to myriad compound eyes sprouting from the flesh-like ground, exhaling warm air while quietly observing the world around them. Just as Bylon pondered the strangeness of this world, the breathing from the small hole quickened. "Anyone up there? Can you help me?" A voice resembling Wulio's emerged from the depths. Bylon instinctively took a step back, witnessing a hand, resembling a fleshy appendage, slowly stretching out from the dark abyss. "Please help me. I've been climbing for so long. It is far too slippery here." His tone lacked emotion, and Bylon sensed no feelings in his words. Yet the content implied he genuinely required assistance. But could he be deceiving me? Bylon hesitated, initially intending to leave, but the owner of the hand soon emerged from the hole, albeit only his head. Well, if one could call a head. It bore no hair, skin, or facial features, appearing instead as a round, fleshy orb. The sight was somewhat comical, and Bylon stifled a laugh as she crouched down to extend her hand, his hand coiled around her arm like a vine. And using her support, he struggled to pull himself entirely from the hold. He was strikingly similar to Wulio, the only discernible difference being the unimaginative metal necklace around his neck. The chain was golden, resembling gold, yet unevenly thick, as if crafted without care, and the pendant at the front was merely a rough, oval-shaped sphere. He released Bylon's hand and shook himself off, much like a wet dog. Bylon noticed some viscous liquid dripping from him, and the same sticky substance clung to her arm where she had helped him. "Thank you," he expressed. "Had it not been for you, I might have slipped back down." "Why were you down there?" "What lies within?" Bylon asked while glancing at the pitch-black opening, disdainfully flicking the viscous liquid away from her arm. "That I am a worker responsible for repairing pipes. Below lies the transport pipe connecting to the energy reservoir. Due to the numerous pipelines required for nutrient transport, the conduits often encounter issues, and are all the other holes like this one connected to transport pipes. Indeed, each hole contains them. The entirety of the earth below is interconnected." "So many." Bylon gazed down at the soft ground beneath her feet. "What is your name?" "I am in the first 10,000 sentient being born in this world." Bylon found it intriguing. "Oh, you all name yourselves with numbers? How many sentient beings have recently come into existence?" "Approximately over 100,000. Such a small number?" "Not insignificant. Among those 100,000, some are in a cycle, and this figure does not include other life forms aside from sentient beings." Bylon recalled something and pointed toward the metal frameworks. "Are you referring to those workers?" Yu-In nodded. "They are merely lowly beings devoid of intelligence, likely to enter the cycle at any moment. Sometimes when we are hungry, we venture over to casually consume one. Casually consume one. What a nonchalant statement. Were this humanity, the sentient beings here would have crossed the moral threshold." She asked, "I wish to know, do these holes lead to the energy reservoir below?" "Yes, they do, as the entire underground is interconnected, but I advise against descending." "Why?" "The underground routes are exceedingly complex. Even a repairman like myself may struggle to locate the energy reservoir. If you truly wish to see..." Yu-In raised a hand, pointing toward the distant metal frameworks. "There, the foreman responsible for their construction knows, and some scientists overseeing the energy reservoir's operations are also aware. But I must caution you," Yu-In warned Bylon. "It is best not to seek out the foreman. He may very well consume you." Chapter 54. Traversing underground, then I shall seek the scientists. Bylon replied, undeterred by Yu-In's words. "Where might I find them?" "Beneath the ground. One might, with a stroke of fortune, encounter them amidst the labyrinth of delivery pipes. So, wish me luck." Bylon casually selected a cavern, standing before it as if preparing to descend. "Are you really going down?" Yuan inquired. "Indeed, since we are here, wouldn't it be a pity not to venture forth?" "Very well, then, I wish you luck." Yuan, hands on hips, surveyed the multitude of dark chasms scattered across the ground and remarked that the number of pipes and circuits requiring repair was overwhelming. Today, he had much to attend to. Did Bylon have any further inquiries? Surprised that he had invited her to ask questions, Bylon pondered before posing her query. "What purpose do those metallic frames serve? What are you constructing?" "Regarding that matter, I cannot divulge too much. Suffice it to say that it will be the greatest undertaking in this world." Yuan echoed sentiments similar to those of Wu Lu. "The greatest undertaking. How great could it be?" Bylon, though perplexed, refrained from pressing further. Soon, Yuan resumed his repair work, while Bylon cautiously chose a chasm that appeared appealing and carefully ventured inside. As she entered, darkness enveloped her, and the walls of the cavern felt slick and viscous to the touch, reminding her of the peculiar liquid that had dripped from it. Was likely that this slime was a residue from his subterranean encounters. Struggling to maintain her balance, she felt herself sliding towards the bottom when, unexpectedly, the slope became gentler, and her field of vision expanded. At last, she found some respite, gradually slowing until she came to a halt. Beside her feet lay a fleshy wall that was nearly level with the ground, though the dim lighting rendered its color darker. Some of the surrounding flesh walls emitted a soft glow, casting circular beams of light akin to a mist of luminescence. Close to her hand, Bylon discovered this same glowing mist, which served as the primary source of illumination in the underground, transforming the otherwise pitch-black cave into a space imbued with faint radiance. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the light emanated from beneath a transparent membrane on the flesh wall, though she could not discern the reason for its luminescence. Unaware of her footing, Bylon shifted her foot forward and inadvertently kicked a metallic pipe. a common sight in this underground maze, where such conduits were densely laid out. The rigid pipes intertwined chaotically with various delivery lines, extending in all directions like a network of blood vessels, haphazardly crisscrossing the subterranean realm. Rising to her feet, Bailon observed that the delivery pipes were embedded within the flesh walls, while numerous circuits and metal conduits sprawled beneath her, leaving scarcely any place to step. The air buzzed with the sounds of nutrients being transported, accompanied by the hissing noise she had previously heard outside. The energy reservoir could sustain itself for approximately another 10,000 years before being depleted. Did that imply that the sentient beings here could also exist stably for that duration? Bailon harbored doubts, believing that these strange creatures would inevitably be driven to extinction by the chaos surrounding them. Yet, perplexingly, they seemed entirely devoid of the concept of disorder. To them, everything appeared simplified. It was reminiscent of Wu Lu's earlier statement upon witnessing the tangled lines. Is it chaotic? I find them quite clear. Searching for the energy reservoir in this oppressive underground space proved to be an arduous task, a mental torment for Bailon. Nevertheless, she persevered through the discomforting sounds and odors, finally managing to take her first step. The air was stifling and the temperature elevated, with a heavy, humid atmosphere permeating her surroundings. After about an hour, Bailon felt a dampness settle on her skin, her stamina waning in the oppressive heat. This was not a favorable sign. Consequently, Bailon resolved to take a moment to rest. Rather than sitting on the ground, she chose a spot atop a coiled line, perching herself on the uppermost metallic pipe. As she wiped the sweat from her brow, she had only been resting for a minute or two when she noticed the tangled lines ahead pulsating upward, as if something beneath was exerting pressure from below. Suddenly, that entity swiftly darted from one end of the tangled mass to the other, persistently pushing against the chaotic network of lines at a strange noise akin to slurping emanated from the tangled lines. Bailon immediately grew wary. Halting her steps, could it be that a sentient being was consuming a lower life form? However, she quickly dismissed this notion upon catching sight of the creature beneath the lines that it resembled a round mass of flesh. A corpulent entity replete with fat. From its diminutive limbs, it was evident that it had once been human. Chapter 55. The temptation of nutrient liquid. The figure's hands and feet were exceptionally short, appearing almost underdeveloped. Its large torso resembled a plump ball of flesh, from which Bailon could see the bright red fat oozing out, mingling with a layer of white greasy substance, while its limbs protruded from its body like tiny toothpicks. A slurping sound emanated from what could be termed its head, where a small black orifice about a few centimeters in diameter was open. The source of that slurping noise, Bailon observed that one of the delivery pipes within the tangled lines had ruptured, with crimson liquid continuously flowing from the break, which the creature was greedily ingesting through the black orifice on its head. Is this the nutrient substance being conveyed through the pipe? Is it consuming this blood-like nutrient liquid? Bailon watched as it ravenously absorbed the liquid spilling forth from the pipe, its corpulent body writhing as it ingested the nutrients. Moreover, she noted that its belly was visibly expanding, the dark red flesh taut beneath a thin membrane, as if it were on the verge of bursting, yet it showed no signs of ceasing its gluttonous feast. The sight of this creature devouring the nutrient substance irresistibly reminded Bailon of a pig at feeding time. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the being finally halted its consumption, turning its head towards Bailon. Residue of the liquid lingered at the corners of its small, circular mouth, which it attempted to wipe away with its hands. But the limbs were too short to reach, leaving it ultimately unsuccessful. "Who are you? Why have you been watching me?" it suddenly inquired. Bailon was taken aback by the calmness of its tone. She stood momentarily stunned, observing the remnants of red liquid at its mouth. She finally spoke. "Why are you here? You must not be a repairman, are you?" Bailon regarded it with confusion, her eyes reflecting her uncertainty. Not only was she puzzled by its previous identity as a repairman, but she also questioned why it was present here, consuming nutrient liquid. Sensing her bewilderment, it extricated itself from the tangled mass of lines. The effort of emerging had distorted its corpulent form under the weight of the heavy pipes. Once free, it lay on the ground like a lump of dough, panting heavily from the exertion. Bailon waited patiently for it to recover, and once it caught its breath, It spoke that my name is Wu Qian, the 5,000 sentient being to be born in this world. After a few more labored breaths, it asked, "Are you curious why I am here?" "Yes, I asked you that question earlier, Dada. My apologies, my memory is a bit lacking." Wu Qian replied, 20 years ago, I was repairing the underground delivery pipes in this area when I sustained an injury while climbing out of a pit. And I've been trapped here ever since. Trapped for 20 years. Bai Lan gasped. "You mean to say you've been stuck here for 2 whole decades?" "Yes, 2 decades I've been confined here." Wu Qian reiterated. "Has no one come to rescue you?" "Rescue?" Wu Qian shook his head. "No one will come to save us, for everyone in this world knows that once a being dies, it enters a cycle and is reborn. Therefore, we have never saved anyone, nor will we. However, there is still a degree of mutual assistance among our kind, but once death is involved, they will not extend a helping hand." "That sounds rather heartless." "This is not heartlessness," Wu Qian countered, shaking his head once more. "Perhaps, as an outsider, you cannot comprehend our perspective, but it is not indifference that we owe our ability to reincarnate to the greatness of the energy reservoir." Bai Lan wished to engage in a deeper discussion about this world, so she cross-legged on the ground and inquired, "How have you spent these 20 years underground?" Bai Lan found it hard to fathom how anyone could endure such a dark and oppressive environment for so long, especially while injured. Subsequently, Wu Qian elucidated Bai Lan's queries that "I have survived thus far by relying on the nutrients flowing through the conduit." He stated, moving his diminutive limbs, "You see, I have lain underground for far too long. My limbs have begun to atrophy on the day of my injury. I initially believed I would soon perish from starvation. However, I fortuitously discovered a severed delivery pipe, and thus I have sustained myself with the nourishing liquid that flows from it." Bai Lan stared in astonishment at the corpulent creature before her. To distill his words in simpler terms, Wu Qian had survived in the depths for a full 20 years by consuming nutrients due to his injury. "So, in these 2 decades, have you not sought a way out?" she inquired. "First, I did wish to escape, but the allure of the nutrients proved too overwhelming. All humans in this world require them to survive. While we can satiate our hunger with lower life forms, it serves only to fill our bellies that truly nourish ourselves. These nutrients are indispensable." Wu Qian raised his head and pointed with his small finger at the broken conduit. "Do you know, each sentient being has a fixed daily intake of nutrients that cannot exceed a certain limit. If one consumes too much, one becomes dependent on it, much like I am now. Even though my wounds have healed due to the nourishment, I am loath to leave this place to you. Find it hard to believe?" he continued. "Yet, such occurrences are common in this world. But what of the broken conduit? Is there no one to repair it?" Bai Lan asked that I am the worker responsible for maintaining this area. Unless I die and am absorbed back into the cycle, no new repair workers will come, he replied. Bai Lan then posed another question. "Will no other repair workers pass by here? If they saw you, they would surely rescue you." Before she could finish, she realized the inappropriateness of her question. Wu Qian interjected, "As I said, we do not rescue others. Occasionally, repair workers might pass through, but by then, my wounds have healed, and I no longer require assistance. They are merely passing by. But if your wounds have healed, why not ascend?" Once again, Bai Lan regretted her inquiry. She quickly faced Wu Qian's reproach. "You see, you have forgotten again. By that time, I was already ensnared by the allure of the nutrients, and I could not leave. Please refrain from asking such foolish questions that I apologize. I find it difficult to acclimate to everything about this world." Bai Lan murmured. Chapter 56. Wu Qian paid no heed to Bai Lan's apology. He seemed to harbor little interest in anything beyond the nutrients. Although he remained a part of this world, everything apart from the crimson liquid flowing from the energy repository appeared to him as an abyss of nothingness. All but forgotten, including his own life. Bai Lan suddenly recalled that no one in this world cared for their own existence, as they would be reborn through the energy repository cycle. Yet, Wu Yo had mentioned that the energy of the repository would be depleted in 10,000 years, indicating at least one thing they valued: the energy repository itself. For the sake of the energy repository, to ensure the continuity of this civilization, they had constructed the numerous skeletal structures that stood upon the fleshy ground. With this thought, Bai Lan posed a question she had asked multiple times before, now to her third individual. Oh, you know what purpose those metallic skeletons serve. What is this world constructing? She had hoped that this creature, fixated solely on nutrients, could offer her some valuable insight. Yet, much to her surprise, he echoed the same sentiments as the previous encounters with Wulio and the repair worker. I am sorry, but I cannot divulge much about the skeletal project. Just know that it will be the greatest endeavor this world has ever undertaken. Once again, the phrase the greatest endeavor. The riddle makers Bylon yearned to pry open their minds to discover what thoughts lay within. Moreover, was there any inherent connection between constructing metallic pillars and salvaging the energy repository? Or perhaps, in this realm, one could not utilize human reasoning to fathom the thoughts of these sentient beings? She cast a questioning glance at Wu Qian, who lay on the ground, fixating on his head and envisioning the gruesome scene of obliterating it with her powers. She observed Wu Qian pivot, crawling back toward the severed conduit, his form writhing amidst the layers of pipes and wires, laboriously maneuvering his corpulent figure to the spot where the nourishing liquid flowed. Afterward, he paid no further attention to Bylon, seemingly disregarding her presence entirely, and began to voraciously gulp down the vivid red liquid, reminiscent of blood. Bylon realized she could glean no further information from Wu Qian. With a sigh, she rose and offered him a slight bow. Thank you for sharing this with me. With that, Bylon ventured deeper into the subterranean realm. This visit to the sanguine world had evidently lasted longer than the previous occasions, and the encounters with the two individuals had granted her a deeper understanding of this enigmatic place. What did it truly resemble? How was the energy it contained generated, sustaining the normal operation of a world for such an extended period? She fell into a brief stupor, when light finally returned to her vision. It was afternoon, and Bylon awoke. From Yite, she learned that she had spent over 10 minutes in the light spot and subsequently lapsed into nearly 2 hours of unconsciousness. After undergoing thorough disinfection and a physical examination, Bylon emerged from the hospital. By then, she had nearly regained her prior mental state. Her complexion noticeably improved, appearing almost indistinguishable from her usual self. Yite had deliberately chosen a comfortable spot in the CAF at the headquarters of the Academy of Sciences. This establishment was specifically designed to provide scientists and staff a moment of respite amidst their tedious work. It was now shortly after 3 in the afternoon, and nearly everyone was occupied with their tasks. Thus, the CAF was devoid of patrons aside from the barista at the front, ensuring that no one would interrupt Yite and Bylon's conversation, not even Demang. They had seated themselves in the innermost corner of the CAF, where even the barista could not overhear their exchange. The air was saturated with the rich aroma of coffee, a scent Bylon adored, though she did not enjoy drinking it herself, opting not to order any beverage. In contrast, Yite ordered a cup of black coffee. "Professor, do you enjoy coffee?" Bylon inquired. Yite nodded, taking a small sip from his cup. "Yes, I do. I drink 2 cups daily, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. A few times when I stayed up late, I even lost track and consumed 6 cups. Aren't you afraid of not being able to sleep at night?" "Not at all, given my current state." "What is there to fear?" Yite replied with a bitter smile. "If I were to fear anything, it would be that I might not find a way to save humanity before I die." Noticing the somberness in Yite's eyes, Bylon asked, "Do your friends and family know what illness you have?" "No, I haven't told them. However, judging by my condition, even without my disclosure, they could likely surmise it is an incurable disease." "So, is there truly a necessity for them to know the specifics?" Bylon recognized it was best not to pursue the topic further. Yet she reminded him, "Remember I mentioned before that excessive caffeine intake can affect your health. I hope you will moderate it for the sake of your well-being." Yite hunched his shoulders and took another small sip, cradling the coffee cup as if seeking warmth, despite the CAF's temperature being around 20 degrees. "Quite comfortable. Let's do this," Yite suggested. "You recount everything you encountered in the light spot from beginning to end, and afterward, we can discuss other matters." Bylon did not immediately relay her experiences to Yite. Instead, she posed a question. "May I ask you something first?" "Go ahead. If I were to annihilate this world, how would you perceive me?" Yite was taken aback by Bylon's inquiry, shaking his head as if regarding a naive child, and chuckled softly. "Bylon, you know that is impossible. No matter how powerful your abilities, the notion of destroying a world is absurd. The world is vast. Beyond Earth lies the solar system. and beyond the solar system is the entire universe. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the universe, its rate of expansion? Are you aware of that? But what if it were merely to obliterate the Earth? Hearing this, Yite paused, seemingly fixated on her use of the word merely, repeating it as if it held greater significance. Chapter 57, The Sugar Cube, Sinking into the Coffee. Bylon quickly conveyed her observations from the light spot to Yite in the simplest of terms. As before, Yite exhibited immense curiosity about that world, bombarding Bylon with numerous questions regarding her experiences, yet she found herself unable to provide satisfactory answers. As someone who has only visited twice, Bylon felt that the information she had gleaned was far from sufficient, particularly concerning the immense metallic frameworks. Ite harbored the same doubts. What indeed were they aiming to create with these metallic structures? How did it relate to the energy repository? Bylon was equally curious. In fact, her desire for answers surpassed that of Ite. Consequently, she made a request to enter the light spot for the third time. Ite was taken aback. Are you particularly interested in that place? Yes, I am eager to learn everything about it. I wish to understand what the energy repository, which enables entry into the cycle, truly looks like. Bylon replied earnestly. Professor, I hope to continue exploring the light spot tomorrow. If you would be willing, I would certainly be willing, but can your body withstand it? Ite expressed concern for Bylon's physical condition. That I can manage, Bylon said, glancing at her hands. Yet I cannot be certain that I will emerge from the light spot world unscathed each time. Nor can I predict how long I might remain disoriented after each experience. Ite gazed at her in silence before taking a sip of coffee, then sighed softly. Let us discuss the light spot matter tomorrow. Do you recall that I mentioned having something to share with you regarding the migration plan? I do remember, but I also have a question for you concerning nuclear energy. Nuclear energy? Ite replied. Puzzled. Why do you inquire about that? Professor, I am not in a hurry. Please proceed with your matter first. Bylon adjusted herself into a more comfortable position, leaning back against the chair, her smile indicating her readiness to listen to a story. Ite surveyed the cafe, ensuring that they were alone apart from the barista. Before lowering his gaze to his coffee, he dropped a sugar cube into the cup and stirred it gently with a small spoon. You see, the black coffee has changed in flavor due to the sugar. With just a stir, ripples emerge in the liquid. He placed the cup on the coaster and looked up at Bylon. Uncertain of his intent, Bylon asked, Professor, how does this relate to the migration plan? Is he who unsettles everyone? Ite murmured softly. Bylon did not catch his words clearly. What did you say? Professor, she inquired, astonished by the news. Nothing at all. Then who proposed this global broadcast of the Salvation Plan, and in what manner? Previously, Demeng had informed Bylon that both the United Nations and the Academy of Sciences opposed the migration plan. Yet it had indeed been announced through the United Nations platform, and now everyone is aware of it. The United Nations has never denied the accuracy of this broadcast. How can you claim that it has nothing to do with them? Soon, Ite provided an explanation that ate the time. The proposal of the migration plan was unforeseen. Although quantum computers can simulate artificial wormholes, allowing information to be transmitted through quantum entanglement, it remains merely a simulation at our current technological level. Actual entities cannot be transmitted. The multiverse. It is like countless soap bubbles floating in the air, too unpredictable. You cannot tell where they will drift or when they might burst at present. The only reliable entities are those light spots. Bylon remained silent, allowing him to continue. The plan was proposed by a hacker named Mo Air who breached the United Nations network system. That IT was he who disseminated the multiverse migration plan to the world through the United Nations platform. Because of that cyber attack, I found myself mired in this mess. I had no desire to present at the public announcement regarding the multiverse. It was sheer torment. Bylon asked, why didn't the United Nations issue a statement to clarify? After all, it was not their proposal. Ite shook his head. I do not know. The United Nations is currently in disarray, and I prefer not to interfere in governmental affairs. But such an action tacitly endorses the hacker's actions, leading to public backlash against the United Nations, and you have been further burdened because of this. Ite let out a hollow laugh. Bylon, let me share something rather absurd with you. What is it? The hacker who proposed the plan. Ite hesitated, closing his eyes to take a deep breath. After exhaling, he finally spoke. He is my student, Vincent Mo Air. Bylon did not recognize the name. Yet the fact that he was ET's student indicated a background in physics. How could he have turned into a hacker? ET explained he pursued a double degree in quantum information science and computer science, demonstrating great talent in computing. Yet, I never imagined he would use his skills to attack the United Nations, nor did I foresee my student engaging in such actions in ET's eyes, which were filled with a sense of helplessness. It seemed as though a light had quietly dimmed Bailon. Do you know? He was once my proudest student, yet I could never truly understand him. Bailon sensed ET's resignation and sorrow. She recognized his disapproval of Vincent Moir's actions and felt a sense of regret for him. But there was nothing to be done. The deed was done, and nothing could be changed. Bailon inquired, "Where's your student now? Does he regret his actions?" "Why do you ask?" Ite responded, "Professor, please drink more slowly," Bailon politely reminded him. Chapter 58. 5 months ago, Vincent Moir discovered a light point in the laboratory. Initially, he believed it to be a firefly and was curious about how a firefly had ended up in the lab. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Why was the light emitted by this firefly so bright during the day? Dressed in protective gear, which made his movements cumbersome, Vincent observed the motionless little creature hovering in midair and attempted to reach out and catch it. He thought it would surely dart away. But strangely, it remained still, showing no inclination to flee. Hesitant, Vincent's outstretched hand wavered before ultimately grasping the creature. Vincent had ridden a roller coaster once before the era of aberration, and the experience had left an indelible impression on him. The dizzying sensation and weightlessness were not something he wished to endure again. After the swift roller coaster ride concluded, Vincent found himself in a dark crimson cave. Initially terrified, he soon discovered that the surroundings were composed entirely of flesh. The ground and walls were visibly covered in blood and meat. In a state of panic, Vincent, a vegetarian who had always been sensitive to meat, detested the smell it carried, which would make his stomach churn at the slightest whiff. He could not suppress a gag. Desperate to escape, he sprinted forward through the cave. After traversing a thin, pinkish membrane, his vision opened up. He beheld countless metallic pipes intertwined with wires, stacked within a circular area. While more pipes and wires embedded themselves into the flesh walls, but he even noticed that the flesh around him was subtly undulating, as if breathing. This intensified his urge to vomit that he screamed, collapsing in shock and staring at a person whose entire form consisted of blood and flesh. "You need not fear. I mean you no harm, that I merely came to investigate these conduits. Point one of the energy repository pipes seems to be blocked. That is where the issue lies." The individual spoke in a calm tone, devoid of inflection. Vincent could not comprehend his words, nor did he know who he was or where he was. After a long pause, he tremulously asked, "Where is this? Why do you look like that?" The latter part of his question remained unvoiced. "You seem to be quite frightened," the figure responded, turning towards Vincent and taking a few steps closer. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zero, the primordial intelligent life form of this world, and the administrator of the energy repository." What does that mean? Vincent thought he must be dreaming. He clearly heard every word Zero spoke, yet the combination left him feeling bewildered. Zero observed Vincent in silence for a moment before rephrasing. "Welcome to this world. I am currently the only existing life form here, and soon I will utilize the energy repository to create more life and establish a new home." As he spoke, Zero approached the conduits, locating a broken pipe. Subsequently, he tore a piece of flesh from his own body and used the slightly viscous tissue to wrap the ruptured section of the pipe, quickly sealing the break. At that moment, the intricate network of lines before them trembled slightly, accompanied by a peculiar buzzing sound. Behold, the nutrient solution is being transmitted, and the energy reservoir is coming to life. Zero once again turned to face Vincent. For the first intelligent life form was about to be born. Would you care to witness it? All of this, Vincent Moore had never mentioned to his mentor, Professor It that moment. Bland, and it were still in the CAF of the Academy of Sciences. It said before Vincent proposed a migration plan using hacking techniques, he had actually discussed the concept of multiverse immigration with me. But at the time, I dismissed it as mere jest. Later, I was taken aback when he brought this notion up at the scientific conference organized by the United Nations. And then? Bland inquired, but I believe Vincent is indeed courageous. He at least had the audacity to express his thoughts. Indeed, he speaks boldly, even confronting the chairperson at that time. It sighed. However, shortly thereafter, his research was halted. Bland began to comprehend. So that was why he resorted to hacking the UN system. I never imagined he would take such extreme measures. Had I noticed sooner, I might have been able to prevent him. He must possess a strong sense of conviction, right? Bland remarked. Such individuals are generally resistant to persuasion. Once they set their minds on something, they will strive to accomplish it. Yes, he is far too obsessed. It lamented that if only I had waited a little longer, until the light spots appeared, I could have joined him in his research. But he chose to. It did not finish the thought. Bland understood that Vincent was significant to it. And as a teacher, witnessing a student in such circumstances was naturally distressing. Therefore, she allowed it a moment to process the emotion. After about a minute or two, it took a sip of coffee, regaining its previous composure. Then it turned to Bland. I recall you mentioned wanting to ask me something related to nuclear energy? Yes, Professor, Bland nodded. All right, please proceed with your inquiry. Chapter 59. Further exploration. Bland gazed at it for a moment, contemplating her words before posing her question as simply as possible. Professor, you must be aware that to obliterate the entire Earth, even detonating all existing nuclear warheads simultaneously, would be insufficient. If we were to utilize merely one nuclear bomb of standard yield and amplify the energy released upon detonation to a value comparable to the Earth's gravitational binding energy, do you think it could destroy the planet? Upon hearing this question, its expression visibly shifted. IT was perplexed by Bland's inquiry. Bland, it struggled to find the right words, and after a moment, burst into laughter. Bland had never witnessed such a laugh from it. It resembled mockery directed at an innocent child. However, Bland paid little mind to it and patiently awaited the continuation of its words. IT continued, I know you are intelligent, but hearing such words from you still strikes me as somewhat. The word ridiculous remained unspoken, as it sought a different phrasing. Bland, you know that as a scientist, I have proposed many hypotheses, but they all require experimental validation. What you just mentioned can only be considered a theoretical scenario. The Earth's gravitational binding energy is immense, and we simply cannot amplify energy to that extent. Upon hearing its patient explanation, Bland suddenly retorted, what if I could achieve it? What? It was taken aback, never anticipating Bland would assert such a claim. For a moment, it felt an illusion that perhaps Bland could indeed accomplish such a feat. Observing its uncertain expression, Bland suddenly burst into laughter. Professor, I was just joking. How could I possibly be that formidable? If I were truly powerful enough to obliterate the Earth, I wouldn't have been so exhausted during my exploration of the light spots. Nor would I have fainted, would I? It chuckled in relief. I thought you were suddenly asking this question seriously. It's all in jest. Please do not take it to heart. Bland stood up. All right, I believe it is time to conclude our discussion for today. Understanding its implication, she assured, rest assured, I will arrive on time tomorrow morning. Very well, I will await your arrival. I must take my leave now. My little bodyguard has been waiting outside for quite some time. As she spoke, Bland glanced toward the CAF's exterior, where 2237 was leaning against the glass window, idly kicking at small pebbles on the ground. After temporarily parting from it, as she turned, Bland's smile abruptly vanished. Her inquiry regarding nuclear bombs was not a fleeting whim, nor merely a jest. Through her conversation with it, Bland became increasingly convinced of the feasibility of the idea of obliterating the world. I must witness them, she thought. The following day, in her eagerness to reach the Academy of Sciences early, Bland arose at dawn. Just as she finished dressing, the city was suddenly filled with the blaring sound of air raid sirens. Such citywide alarms were rare occurrences. She recalled the last instance when the air raid sirens had been sounded, when the United Nations announced the migration plan. What could be the reason today? Later, she learned from 2237 that the recent increase in light spot phenomena had rendered flights unmanageable, resulting in an immediate suspension of all flights and the closure of the airport. This incident caused quite a stir. After all, the normal operation of the urban area relied heavily on cargo transport. With the flights grounded, life within the city would undoubtedly be affected. Bland believed that upon hearing this news, the deeply buried fears of humanity regarding the apocalypse would be reignited, and those who once admired the light spots as mere scenery would likely begin to regret their foolish actions. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Academy of Sciences, Bland followed Demon into the laboratory, where 2237 remained stationed outside. This time, the light spot was larger than the previous two instances, yet it still did not compare to the largest one in the laboratory. According to Demon, the largest light spot was nearly the size of a curled-up adult. In all experiments there had been halted, including damage sustained by the laboratory equipment affected by the light spot. For the safety of the scientists, the entire laboratory had been shut down. As she traversed the light spot, Bland still felt some discomfort in her stomach. She gently caressed her abdomen, observing her surroundings that it was a metallic square lattice structure, aside from the top and bottom being covered with metal sheets. The other four sides were hollow. Each metallic edge of the lattice was sparsely surrounded by dark red, flesh-like material. The exterior of this metallic hollow lattice was a small room lined with flesh, with visible surroundings entirely composed of meat. Only one narrow, seemingly cramped pathway led outward. However, peering from within toward the pathway, Bland could only see an inky blackness beyond, uncertain of the nature of this strange metallic lattice. Just as she was about to step out to investigate, a figure entered through the narrow pathway. Upon entering, the individual paused. Without facial features, Bland could not discern their expression. She could only infer from their general demeanor that they seemed surprised by her presence. "How did you get in here?" The small opening on their neck opened and closed gently. "Control room?" Bland was taken aback, surveying the interior of the metallic lattice, but found nothing within. "Yes, and it is everywhere." The person's statement was peculiar. They stepped into the metallic lattice, and as they approached Bland, she noticed a dent in the back of their head, as if caused by some sort of impact. "What happened to you?" Bland inquired. Realizing they were referring to the metallic skeletons, she asked, "Does it not hurt?" "No, individuals in this world do not experience pain." "Then what did you mean when you said, 'It is everywhere'?" "I was referring to these that," they spoke, without a clear indication of where their hand was. The entire metallic lattice began to tremble slightly. During the quaking, the flesh-like material on the metallic edges surged upward toward the metal sheets, swiftly expanding as if inflated, forming numerous fleshy spheres. They descended from above, and Bland stepped back, narrowly avoiding being struck by one of the spheres. This process lasted approximately half a minute. When the half-minute elapsed, the interior of the metallic lattice was no longer hollow, but filled with many balloon-like fleshy spheres suspended above, each connected to the metal sheet above by a thin, resilient string. There were so many that Bland could only describe them as densely packed. "These are the switches I intend to control." The individual pointed at the descending fleshy spheres, turning to Bland and saying, "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am the 12th intelligent life, form born in this world. You may call me 12, and I am also the 324th controller of the skeletal engineering." Chapter 60. Control Room, the controller of the skeletal structure. Bland was momentarily taken aback by these words. "Control those skeletons? I do not understand how that is possible." "Through these switches," replied the 324th controller, 12, as they tugged at one of the suspended fleshy spheres. He exerted force. The rounded sphere elongated downwards, and in the very moment he released it, the fleshy orb sprang upwards, rebounding with vigor. It was at that instant that Bylon felt the vibrations resonating throughout the cramped room and the metal grid. The intensity of these vibrations surpassed that which occurred when the fleshy orb was activated, and the duration of the tremors was notably prolonged. To prevent herself from stumbling due to the shaking, Bylon grasped the metallic edge of the grid, which was smeared with flesh despite her internal revulsion. She clung tightly. "What have you done?" Bylon inquired. Shire continued to manipulate what he referred to as the switch, and as he tugged on a second fleshy orb, he remarked, "We are underground at the very base of the entire skeletal structure. I was just controlling the bending and turning of the skeleton." "What is the purpose of this control?" "It is, of course, to test its performance." Shire operated with utmost seriousness, displaying remarkable skill as he pulled multiple fleshy orbs in succession. After each of his manipulations, Bylon distinctly sensed the varying intensities of the vibrations within the control room. "Are you constructing a machine of considerable size?" Bylon asked. This endeavor intended to alleviate the burden on the energy reservoir. She felt as though she grasped the concept, yet was uncertain, prompting her to ask, "Is there a controller beneath each skeletal structure?" "Indeed," Shire nodded. "Currently, This world has established 632 skeletal structures, each with an underground control room housing over 1,000 corresponding controllers. However, regrettably what? Regrettably, thus far, only 1/3 of the tested skeletons are operational, and nearly half of those require extensive modifications. The process of rectifying these issues will be lengthy, and even after such modifications, there is no guarantee they will function properly. What about the other half? That is the most lamentable aspect. During the prolonged modifications, the other half has already been rendered inoperative. Such cryptic language was not unfamiliar to her, having encountered it numerous times before. Thus, she posed another question. Your investments and returns are completely disproportionate. Given the immense cost of this project, wouldn't it be deemed excessive? Shire shook his head. It's of no concern, as long as the energy reservoir could be successfully expanded. All current expenditures will not be in vain. But isn't the construction of skeletons precisely for the purpose of expanding the energy reservoir? Isn't wasting resources contrary to the very intent behind your skeletal engineering? What if the project fails? I have stated this is not waste, Shire interjected, his tone exuding confidence and determination, yet Bylon could not derive that sentiment from his countenance. Initially, she intended to subtly probe further into the matter of the skeletons. But just as she was about to speak, the intensity of the vibrations within the control room suddenly surged. All the fleshy orbs suspended from above began to exude a crimson liquid. The blood-like liquid seeped through the membrane of the fleshy orbs, initially trickling down in mere drops, but soon it cascaded down like rain. Bylon quickly withdrew from the metal grid. Her swift reaction ensured that she remained unspattered by the sanguine fluid, leaving her entire body clean save for her feet. The control room was now awash with vivid blood, while the ground continued to tremble. Bylon steadied herself against the fleshy wall, urging Shire to exit swiftly. Yet he remained rooted in place, shaking his head. No, even if I could exit, I would not be able to leave this room. Why? Bylon was perplexed, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. What is this blood? It is the blood that flows from the skeleton, Shire explained, but then uttered words that left Bylon even more bewildered. Skeleton number 324 requires modification. The control room I occupy will be purged. What on earth are you talking about? Isn't there a way to exit? Bylon attempted to pull him out, but Shire suddenly raised his voice several octaves, exclaiming, You must leave. The foreman will be here soon. To date, the number of skeletons requiring modification and those rendered inoperative is substantial. Thus, the turnover of controllers has exceeded 1,000, with more than half of them having been consumed. Consumed? Bylon gazed at him in astonishment, abruptly grasping the implication of his words. The modifications and disposals of skeletons. The control room will be purged. The foreman will arrive shortly. Consumed, in essence. If a skeleton encountered issues, the foreman would come to devour the controllers. What a cruel world is this? Bylon could hardly fathom the brutality and indifference embedded within this realm. All she wished for now was to flee the control room, lest she too be devoured as a controller. In that very moment, as she contemplated her escape, a massive, grotesque creature akin to a bloated maggot obstructed the sole exit of the control room. The foreman has arrived. Bylon, on high alert, pressed her back against the fleshy wall, positioning herself sideways beside the exit. Given that the inhabitants of this world lacked eyes, she could not ascertain whether the foreman, inching towards the control room, had noticed her presence. Fortunately, it appeared that the foreman was indeed oblivious to Bylon. He made his way directly towards Shire within the metal grid, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. Bylon held her breath, waiting for the rear of the foreman and his corpulent body to distance itself from the narrow exit. As the tremors ceased, the control room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sounds of the foreman's crawl across the ground and the dripping of blood. An inexplicable fear began to rise within her. Since the passing of Baiwa, Bylon had not felt such suffocating pressure. The terror of facing death was an experience she had not encountered in what felt like ages. Observing the foreman inching towards the metal grid, she seized the moment when his bulk finally moved away from the exit to swiftly turn and quietly exit the control room. Chapter 61. Back to the surface upon leaving the control room, Bylon distinctly heard the sound of the foreman devouring Shire. The sound of flesh being torn apart would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Outside the control room lay a maze of convoluted and narrow corridors. Bylon was baffled as to how the foreman could maneuver his substantial girth through this labyrinth. The passageways were lined with dark red flesh walls, and every few meters, circles of glowing fog emanated from the membranes of the flesh, illuminating the surroundings like torches. Yet the entire underground environment appeared eerily stained with blood. With each few meters she traversed, a junction awaited her. The multitude of passages was chaotic, devoid of any directional markers. Gradually, she slowed her pace, and upon reaching a corner ahead, she discovered another control room. Unfortunately, this room was vacant, its metal grid devoid of any entangled scraps of flesh. It appeared to be a pristine metal enclosure. Clearly, this control room had already undergone the foreman's purging. Bylon felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She suddenly found herself at a loss for what to do next. What am I afraid of? I could easily obliterate that creature into a heap of mush. Why should I be afraid? Bylon admonished herself. Just as she contemplated turning to leave and explore other corridors, someone approached from around the corner of an adjacent passage. Noticing Bylon, he courteously bowed his head in greeting, as if respectfully acknowledging her presence. "Hello," he said, moving closer to Bylon. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the 1,300th intelligent life form-born in this world. You may call me Qian-san." Bylon was taken aback by Qian-san's sudden self-introduction. "I have been searching for you," he continued. "Fortunately, I found you in time. If the foreman had discovered you, it would have been dire." His words deepened Bylon's confusion. "You're looking for me?" "Yes, I'm searching for you," Qian-san explained. "Just a moment ago, I sensed an unusual weight in control room number 324, leading me to suspect that someone else had entered the underground. I came to guide you out of here, that you're not going to capture me." Bylon took a cautious step back. "Why would I capture you?" Qian-san shook his head. "You are merely a wayward traveler who has stumbled into a construction site. I'm simply a patrolling overseer of this area. Unlike the foreman, I am not capricious. I have no intention of capturing you, only to escort you to safety." Capricious. The term, spoken by someone from this world, felt somewhat jarring to Bylon. They were born without facial features, rendering all emotions inexpressible through expressions, gestures, or tone. These beings spoke with an ever-calm demeanor, appearing perpetually amiable. This serene attitude almost caused Bylon to forget that they were indeed the unique humanity of this world. Lowering her guard, she pointed toward the vacant control room. "Will there be new controllers coming here?" Qian-san shook his head. "I do not know. Perhaps there will be, or perhaps never again. I am merely a patroller here, not well-versed in the skeletal project. All I need to know is that it is a grand endeavor, and that suffices." Those 5 words had become almost tiresome to Bylon. She sighed, conceding with a nod. "Well, take me out then. I happen to wish to see the surface and ascertain the progress of this grand undertaking." "All right, follow me." Qian-san turned and walked ahead. "It had been quite a while since I last visited the surface, so it was fortuitous that we could ascend together to witness the visage of this magnificent project." Along the way, we passed several other control rooms, some of which had operators manipulating switches, while others were empty chambers. Bylon, observing Qian-san who was leading the way, inquired, "A control operator once mentioned to me that the manipulation of the framework is intended to test its performance. So, at what stage are your tests currently?" "Such a lengthy duration." Bylon found it somewhat absurd. If it were humanity, such testing would have spanned several generations by now. She further asked, "Once it enters the application phase, what will you utilize it for?" "Apologies, but I'm not particularly informed about that. The framework project was proposed by scientists, and the engineers drafted the blueprints and construction plans. That I am merely a humble inspector. My intellect pales in comparison to that of the scientists. Hence, I shall forever remain an inspector. Do you not wish to know the true purpose of the framework?" Bylon attempted to extract information from Qian-san, but the latter seemed genuinely oblivious to the matter. He replied, "All I need to know is that the framework is intended to expand the energy reserves. That I have no interest in the specifics of how the project is implemented or operates. Outsider, please refrain from further inquiries, as my designation within the energy reserve is low curiosity. You will not glean much from me." Realizing her intentions had been perceived, Bylon decided to cease her questioning. She obediently followed Qian-san, and after approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the surface. This prolonged journey through the subterranean realm had finally concluded. Once more, Bailan beheld the vast expanse filled with flesh and sinew. At that moment, a colossal metallic framework towered beside her, its apex stretching skyward, piercing the thick clouds of flesh above. Presumably completed, most of the scaffolding had been dismantled, leaving the framework starkly upright upon the earth. Due to the control from the subterranean control room, many metal frames were striking various poses. Yet structurally, they appeared devoid of any connection to human bones. It was truly spectacular. Qian-san, standing nearby, emitted a remark devoid of emotional fluctuation. Bailan concurred with his assertion of grandeur, but the presence of the metallic framework in this peculiar world led her to deem it more fitting to describe them as eerie. Chapter 62. Unfounded fear. The duration of this venture into the alternate world seemed prolonged. Nearly 3 hours had passed, and Bailan found herself still within this realm. It was during this interval that Bailan realized perhaps the duration of her stay was proportional to the size of the luminous spots. For each time she encountered a luminous spot, its size indeed correlated with the passage of time. However, it had been quite a while. Surely, it was time to depart, Bailan murmured softly. She glanced at Qian-san, who stood motionless with his gaze fixed upwards, seemingly still contemplating the framework above. There's no rush. I haven't been out in ages, and simply wish to behold this project that could pave the way for our future. Though Bailan could not discern Qian-san's current state of mind, his slowed speech and the content of his words suggested he was filled with confidence and yearning regarding this endeavor. She could sense his anticipation for a promising future. Knowing that Qian-san would not be leaving anytime soon, she smiled and turned to wander through the land scattered with metallic frames in the distance. New frames were still under construction, with scaffolding resembling molecular structures housing bustling construction crews, their cries and the clang of metal creating a nearly synchronized symphony. As before, she felt unwell and fainted. This time, Bailan remained unconscious for far longer than her previous episode. She pondered whether continuing to explore the luminous spots was indeed the right course of action. What if she could not awaken next time? What if the power within the luminous spot tore her apart? Bailan's thoughts grew chaotic as she stood listlessly at the door, just as she was about to enter, when 2237 called out to her from behind. "Are you all right?" he asked. "But every time you emerge from the laboratory these past 2 days, you seem to be fainting. What exactly are you doing inside?" 2237's brow furrowed with a hint of reproach, his tone carrying an undertone of inquiry. He kindly cautioned her, "You shouldn't go there tomorrow. Stay here and rest well." Bailan detected a trace of command in his words that I would like to, but I cannot quite comprehend why. I am particularly curious about that place. Bailan's voice was soft, yet 2237 still heard her. "What are you curious about?" He replied firmly, "I am not particularly interested in your research, but it is my duty to protect you, that if anything were to happen to you due to Professor Yait's research, it would be my dereliction of duty." 2237 was taken aback by her willingness to concede, and he grasped her arm once more. "Wait a moment. I asked, there's something else? Are you hungry?" 2237 suddenly inquired out of the blue, then added, "I heard your stomach rumbling while we were in the vehicle." Bailan instinctively touched her stomach. She had indeed skipped dinner, and hunger had rendered her weak. She realized that part of her current fatigue was likely due to her empty stomach. After considering that there was no food in her room, she thought it would be unfortunate to suffer from low blood sugar tonight. Thus, Bailan raised her gaze to 2237 and nodded. The latter released her, stating, "I have food in my room. It's rations distributed by the military during our time in Noah City. I'll fetch it for you now." Bailan accepted the compressed biscuit he offered with a light laugh. "Thank you. I appreciate that you noticed my hunger. It was merely a coincidence," 2237 replied, pointing at the biscuit in her hand. "This should be consumed with water. It can easily create a sense of fullness, so don't eat too much, that I understand," Bailan said, shaking the biscuit in her hand. "Rest assured, I will savor it." "I didn't expect you to be quite considerate," she added. "Good night." 2237 gazed softly at the closed door, whispering 2 words, "Good night." That night, Bailan dreamt. She found herself in the blood-soaked world once more. In her dream, Bailan stood within the metallic grid of the control room, the ground awash with crimson liquid, the blood's height even surpassing her ankles. I could see that moment. The foreman lumbered into the control room with his massive frame. Bailon wished to escape, yet no matter how she struggled, her feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, immobile. The 324th framework requires adjustment. This control room will be cleared, a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Bailon scanned her surroundings, but could not spot the speaker. As the foreman approached, ready to consume her, Bailon realized, with growing horror, that she had unwittingly transformed into the likeness of 12. And the gruesome image of 12 being devoured by the foreman flooded her mind, that a wave of terror washed over her once more. That chilling and icy sensation felt like a needle, slowly piercing from her coccyx up to the crown of her head. The foreman was coming closer, then opened his mouth towards Bailon. In a state of overwhelming fear, Bailon screamed, jolting awake to find 2237 watching her with concern from beside her bed. "What happened? Are you all right?" As soon as he spoke, Bailon realized, puzzled, "How did you get in here?" 2237 pointed to the door. "I barged in. Impressive. You managed to break through such a robust electronic lock." She remarked, "And no need for explanations. You need to ensure my safety. I understand this, and I appreciate it." But Bailon picked up the door lock that had fallen to the ground and waved it in front of 2237. "Next time, please don't be so rough. I was merely trying to take a nap. Nothing would have happened." Chapter 63. A stroke of bad luck having promised 2237 to rest well today. Bailon refrained from visiting the Academy of Sciences. She contacted Yite, informing him that the exploration of the luminous spots will be postponed for a few days, to which Yite agreed, suddenly finding herself with free time. Bailon lingered in her room, feeling aimless, and decided to take a walk outside. Upon exiting, she spotted 2237 stationed at the door. "Why are you still here?" Bailon frowned. "To protect you," leaning against the door. Bailon felt discontent at the notion of this clingy companion following her everywhere. She sighed. "Then accompany me for a stroll outside. I've been lying down for far too long and wish to stretch my legs." All right. The Secretary General had arranged accommodations for Bailon and her companions on the topmost floor of the apartment building, providing a relatively unobstructed view. Due to the elevation, Bailon opted for the elevator each time she descended. This occasion was no exception. She and 2237 entered the elevator sequentially, as they had done previously. When Bailon pressed the button for the first floor, the elevator descended, halting unexpectedly between the 11th and 12th floors with a loud clang. The sudden stop jolted both of them. Bailon and 2237 grasped the handrails on either side of the elevator, and then 2237 approached Bailon, seizing her arm. "What are you doing?" Bailon blinked in surprise. "To protect you," 2237 replied, his expression unwavering. Bailon found it amusing. "Don't protect me. If something goes wrong, we are both doomed," just as she was about to press the highest floor button along with the emergency alarm and intercom. The entire elevator suddenly plummeted, as though the cable above had been severed. Neither of them anticipated such a turn of events, and Bailon was thrown to the ground by the violent descent. She thought to herself that if they continued to fall like this, death was inevitable. In a moment of desperation, she raised her hand, preparing to manipulate the air beneath the elevator to cushion their fall. However, just as her hand lifted, the elevator came to an abrupt halt. It was precisely this that spared them from the perilous incident. After being rescued, Bailon had no desire to ever step into an elevator again. She sat at the entrance of her apartment building, her forehead resting in her hand as she gazed blankly at the myriad of light spots atop the glass canopy, lost in thought. Having encountered such misfortune the moment she stepped outside, her intention to clear her mind had evaporated. "Are we not going out?" 2237 inquired from behind her. "Shall we take another elevator?" This question left Bailon momentarily bewildered. To be honest, she had no inclination to ride an elevator again in the near future. She would rather take the stairs. However, her residence was on the 18th floor, and climbing that height seemed rather excessive. She envisioned herself gasping for breath upon reaching the top, and ultimately resigned herself to the idea of not going up at all. Thus, the two strolled along the streets of Sky City. Yet, for reasons unknown, Bailon found herself beset by a streak of bad luck that day. She narrowly avoided being struck by a flower pot falling from a high-rise and almost got hit at an intersection, some incidents she evaded through quick reflexes. while others were thwarted by 2,237's protective actions. By the end of the day, while Bylon had escaped unscathed, 2237 bore the marks of injury on his arm, observing the bruises marring 2,237's skin. Bylon furrowed her brow in speculation. This doesn't feel like mere bad luck. It seems as though someone is intent on seeing my demise. No, I insist on wandering about, and I intend to discover who wishes to kill me. Bylon surveyed her surroundings. Isn't Captain Zhang investigating the individual who attempted to poison me? Now that this person has followed me to Sky City, isn't that quite revealing? Revealing of what? Do you know who it is? I do not. Bylon shook her head, then revealed a determined smile. But couldn't we simply check the recent flight records? Moreover, we have not been in Sky City for long, and with all flights grounded here since yesterday. Hasn't the scope narrowed considerably? What if the would-be poisoner is still in Noah City, but has hired someone local to kill you here? You make a valid point, but I believe if he truly wished to kill me, he would come in person. Why? Because I'm formidable, Bylon chuckled. Which ordinary person could possibly kill me? And yet, you were poisoned at tea that time. I was unaware that someone was trying to poison me. Hence my guard was low. Now, however, things are different. What is different? I still got injured while protecting you. 2237 waved his injured arm before her, speaking sternly. Do not take this lightly. If anything were to happen to you, it would be my failure. It is nearly evening. Shall we not go out for a bite? Bylon suddenly proposed. She was perplexed, unable to fathom who might wish her harm. Was it someone she knew? Or had she inadvertently angered someone? Perhaps. Bylon's thoughts drifted to Shun Gaoyao. After much contemplation, she concluded that Shun Gaoyao was the only one with a motive to harm her. After all, during her capture outside Noah City, she had threatened him. Chapter 64. Immersion and application in the laboratory. Only one light spot remained unexplored. Bylon had spoken with Yite, promising to visit after a day's rest. However, that day of rest was anything but pleasant for her. A series of unfortunate events had left her feeling more fatigued than ever. Early in the morning, before dawn, Bylon awoke to find her entire body aching, perhaps a remnant of her recent experience traversing light spots. Compounded by yesterday's misfortunes, she had scarcely found a moment of true relaxation. Rolling on her side, she hoped to indulge in a bit more sleep, putting thoughts of the academy on hold, but to her surprise, Demon knocked on her door in person. What brings you here? Bylon exclaimed, surprised to see Demon standing outside. Where is the professor? Is it just you? Have you come to take me to the academy? Demon's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, his breathing rapid and his demeanor unsettlingly frantic. Bylon. His eyes glistened with moisture as he suddenly grasped her hand. The professor is hospitalized. He suddenly vomited blood this morning. And it terrified me. Calm down. How is he now? Have you informed his family? I have, but the professor remains unconscious and is undergoing emergency treatment. It was perhaps the first time Demon had witnessed Yite in such a critical state, leading even the typically composed Demon to succumb to panic. Demon. Yite was akin to family. He had cared for him like a son. Bylon understood the depth of this bond, akin to that between Bai Hua and herself, allowing her to empathize with Demon's current anxiety and worry. However, she could not comprehend why. With Yite in a coma, Demon had chosen this moment to seek her out instead of staying at the hospital. Soon, Demon provided an explanation, his voice tinged with emotion. Before the professor fell unconscious, he expressed a desire for you to swiftly uncover the secrets of that world, and he has already begun preparations to report this matter to the United Nations. Report to the United Nations? Bylon was perplexed. The time for entering the light spot was limited. That if he truly intended to expand a migration plan based on this, it would be impossible. He is aware of this, which is why he wishes for you to enter the light spot as soon as possible. If you can locate the energy source there, perhaps there lies a solution to the anomalous virus. Bylon grasped Demon's intent. Are you saying this matter is unrelated to the migration plan? Yes, and such a powerful energy source may indeed aid our ravaged world. Bylon leaned wearily against the doorframe. The professor truly does not regard me as a person. Bylon, I understand that you may not have fully recovered, but this is the professor's wish. He hopes. I know, he is a diligent scientist. Bylon interrupted Demon. Whether the energy source can genuinely ameliorate our world's dire situation remains uncertain. I can only hope that his efforts are not in vain. And now, Rest assured I will go. But I need to change clothes. Bailon glanced down at her nightgown. You wouldn't have me leave dressed like this, would you? It was only upon noticing her flimsy camisole that Demon became flustered, quickly averting his gaze. Then hurry. I will wait for you outside. Perhaps it was too early, for 2237 was still asleep and entirely unaware that Bailon had left. When Bailon followed Demon to the academy, it was just around 6 in the morning. The laboratory housing the light spot was not large. Upon entering, it was dimly lit, with only a glowing oval orb suspended in the corner. This light spot was significantly larger than before, roughly the size of her when she crouched down to hug her knees. All experiments had been halted, and thus all instruments were powered off. The lab was silent, save for the voices of Bailon and Demon. Do you need any assistance? Demon, clad in protective gear, inquired from behind her. Bailon shook her head. No, I should be able to exit shortly. Just wait here and take me to the hospital when I come out. All right, I will wait here. After exchanging a few brief words, Bailon once again entered the light spot. The metallic skeletons of the flesh-like earth stood resolutely, but unlike before, they now appeared lifeless, without the scaffolding surrounding them. Not a single worker's shadow was in sight, and even the metallic sheen that once glimmered on the skeletons had faded away. They stood dimly upon the earth, resembling withered trunks in this desolate landscape. Just then, a sentient being happened to pass by, and Bailon hurriedly called out to him. Excuse me, what has happened here? Why? Bailon asked plainly, has the skeleton project ceased? The being paused, addressing her inquiry. It has not ceased. Rather, a completed skeleton has been established in the East, which has undergone testing and has officially entered the application stage. The skeleton has been completed? Bailon gapet in astonim. She had no idea that such a lengthy span of time had elapsed since her departure from the light spot yesterday. Then, may I inquire, how long has it been since the skeleton project was proposed until now? 3,000 years. We have endured 3,000 years in total. The being raised his voice several-fold, seemingly expressing his excitement through this heightened volume. However, from the tone, Bailon still could not discern his emotions. She gazed towards the east, as indicated by this intelligent being, and once again inquired, may I now ask about the relationship between the establishment of the skeleton and the energy reservoir? In what manner is the skeleton intended to augment the energy within the reservoir to achieve the goal of saving this world? I believe you should personally visit the East to witness this magnificent project. Then you shall discover the answers you seek. Where is it? How do I get there? It lies to the east. If you proceed in that direction, you will surely see it. The skeleton is so immense that it is visible from afar. The wise being spoke. He took a few steps forward. Coincidentally, I am also heading there. Why not accompany me? Allow me to introduce myself, he said, bowing slightly to Bailon. I am Niansen, the 23rd intelligent being born in this world. If you do not mind, I shall accompany you on this journey. Chapter 65. The metal plate of identity. Bailon did not mind traveling with Niansen, as she urgently needed someone to guide her to the skeleton. However, walking on foot would entail a long and arduous journey. Niansen mentioned, the inhabitants here possess a means of rapid transportation known as Chihuahua, a carnivorous plant that in this world, there are hardly any plants. Only Chihuahua can thrive and proliferate extensively underground, with a few rare specimens capable of growing on the surface. The term Chihuahua reminded Bailon of a man-eating flower. She wondered if there might be any resemblance between the two. Following Niansen, they traversed a considerable distance from what had long become a relic of the metallic skeleton construction site. After approximately an hour of walking on the unchanging fleshy terrain, they finally encountered a long queue of people. The line was so lengthy that its origin was invisible. Bailon attempted to climb a nearby, small slope to gauge the length of the queue. But she was more curious about the reason these individuals were waiting. These are all people heading to the skeleton. Bailon stood atop the height. Niansen at the base of the slope provided the answer. So, queuing will grant access to that place? Bailon gazed into the distance of the long line. Not exactly. This is to board the Chihuahua, the plant I mentioned earlier. I asked that the kind of flower you spoke of ahead. Yet I can see nothing as she spoke. Bailon craned her neck in an attempt to discern the distant view, but it was shrouded in mist, obscuring the front of the queue. The line is exceedingly long, and with today's poor visibility, Perhaps you would have seen it without this fog. Niansen explained while waving his hand towards Bailon. Come on, let's join the queue. Otherwise, if we delay further, more people will join behind us. How long will this queue take? Bailon inquired. I do not know. It may take an entire day, and if luck is not on our side, we might not be able to board until tomorrow. That is far too long. Time was of the essence. Bailon could not afford to wait until then to see the skeleton. She expressed her urgency. I cannot wait. I might leave here shortly. You wish to leave? Did you not intend to see the skeleton? I am indeed eager to see it, but Bailon struggled to articulate. How could I explain that this is a world of light spots? Niansen would certainly not believe her at that moment. Niansen, positioned at the end of the line, lowered his head as if pondering something. After a moment, he raised his head and asked, How long until you leave? I do not know. Perhaps in a few hours. Wait a moment. I have a solution. Niansen proposed. Here, take this. With that, Niansen opened a small black hole on his neck and retrieved a metal plate inscribed with distorted characters. The plate was rectangular, resembling a crude iron piece, thin overall but uneven in thickness, adorned with bizarre, winding inscriptions. Bailon suspected that this item was something Niansen had whimsically crafted. What is this? This is my proof of identity as an engineer. Niansen handed the metal plate to Bailon, adding, I refer to the skeleton project. You are the engineer responsible for this project. Bailon was taken aback and accepted the metal plate from Niansen. Indeed. Then do you know Wulyo? Bailon recalled that she had not seen Wulyo in a long time. That'd be why the time measures this world employed. It had been 3,000 years since she last encountered him. Was he still alive? Had he entered a cycle, or was he admiring the birth of this grand project at the completed skeleton? He is at the skeleton, awaiting the arrival of people, so that all of humanity can remember this historic moment. Bailon could not comprehend what Niansen meant by historic moment. Perhaps it referred to the so-called expansion of the energy reservoir, thereby saving the entire world. She asked, So, why are you giving me this plate? What purpose does it serve? Niansen explained, gesturing ahead. With this, you may proceed directly to the front of the queue. Everyone here recognizes this engineer proof. The emergence of the skeleton holds immense significance for this world. And people respect all those who have contributed to this project. You mean to say I should use this to skip ahead in line without being scolded by those behind? This, in essence, was tantamount to allowing Bailon to cut in line. Niansen nodded. Rest assured, no one will say anything. If you possess this proof, everyone will hold you in high regard. But I am an outsider, and I look completely different from you all. That is of no consequence. Aside from the foreman, the humans in this world are quite friendly. Niansen reiterated, Take it. Hurry to the front of the line. No one will be upset. Bailon hesitated, not because she doubted whether to accept it, but rather because she wondered why Niansen would bestow such an important item upon her. She queried, What about you? This queue is exceedingly long. Waiting until tomorrow will be exhausting. I am fine. The length of the queue does not concern me. I am willing to wait. Niansen explained, My designated traits in the energy reservoir are enthusiasm and helpfulness. Thus I derive great pleasure from assisting others. To me, helping brings joy, and I truly relish that sensation. Joy? Bailon could not perceive any semblance of happiness in Niansen. His bald visage bore no expression, his entire head resembling a fleshy orb affixed to his neck. Enough of this. You must go now. Did you not say you were leaving here? Niansen urged Bailon to seize the moment. While there is still time, you must witness the greatest project in this world. Upon hearing the phrase greatest project, Bailon's brow furrowed slightly. Those words have been repeated too often that if this continued, she might truly develop PTSD regarding them. Thus, after thanking and bidding farewell to Niansen, Bailon hastily distanced herself from the end of the queue to avoid further conversation about the great project. Chapter 66. Chihuahua. The queue was exceedingly long. Bailon walked for quite some time before reaching the front. However, she did not immediately produce the metal plate. Instead, she was astonished by the sight before her. To her surprise, the Chihuahua, as a plant, was composed of flesh. It resembled a star-shaped flower, with each point being rounded. These rounded edges forming its petals. The petals of the Chihuahua opened and closed, the surface veins pulsating rhythmically, akin to a peculiar mouth that had cracked open. The flower's center was hollow and circular. extending deep into the plant, seemingly connecting with its underground roots, which in turn linked to the depths below. Bailan listened closely and could hear a humming sound emanating from beneath the surface, reminiscent of the sound produced when a conduit transports nutrients. Beneath her feet, it felt as if something was gently vibrating with a minuscule amplitude. Yes, she sensed the tremors beneath her. Bailan furrowed her brow, noticing that the person at the front of the queue was approaching the Chihuahua. The petals gradually unfurled as he drew near, and the leaves on either side began to quiver, resembling a pair of wings eager to take flight. However, being anchored to the ground, the flower could not lift off. Soon, the individual reached close to the Chihuahua, and the trembling of the leaves ceased. In an instant, the fleshy leaves stretched towards him, swiftly enveloping his entire body. An astonishing scene unfolded. The leaves that cocooned the man lifted upwards, and at that moment, the hollow portion of the Chihuahua's center, essentially its mouth, expanded even wider, and a long, worm-like tongue extended from its depths. The tongue was at least 3 meters long, with a sharp tip resembling a knife. As it emerged, Bailan even caught sight of the barbs lining its underside. By all appearances, that individual was destined to be devoured. As the Chihuahua's saliva sprayed forth, the man was indeed ushered into its mouth, confirming Bailan's fears. He was truly consumed. For a moment, Bailan found herself in a daze, her thoughts somewhat disoriented. Hadn't Niansen claimed that the Chihuahua was a means of swift transportation? Why then, had that man been eaten just like that? Just as Bailan was engulfed in confusion, she noticed the thick root of the devouring flower bulging out significantly, evidently indicating that the person consumed by the flower had fallen into that very spot. Subsequently, with the sound of the flower swallowing echoing, the bulging area began to descend at an excruciatingly slow pace, until the swollen mass was entirely swallowed beneath the ground, at which moment the root restored its original girth. An epiphany struck Bailan. It dawned on her that the devouring flower was not consuming him, but rather, through its roots, was transporting the individual to another location. That it was likely that the buzzing sound she had heard earlier, reminiscent of a conveyance tube, emanated from the flower's roots. While she comprehended the reason why the locals regarded this flower as a mode of transport, there lingered an unsettling feeling within her. This flower was flesh-made, and the thought of being consumed by it only to be transferred elsewhere felt akin to being devoured and subsequently excreted. How reminiscent it was of excrement. Bailan muttered to herself that moment, someone in the queue noticed her and waved. "Do you remember me?" Bailan looked up and recognized the person greeting her. He wore an uneven, unadorned golden necklace around his neck. "Yuan, it was that repairman. What brings you here?" Bailan approached him. Yuan pointed to the towering, devouring flower, taller than a person. "I'm going to inspect the completed framework, for it has now become the most sacred and esteemed entity in this world, a sight all of humanity wishes to behold." "And what of your repair work?" "I have completed my checks in my designated area, and for now, all is well. Moreover, every repairman will be heading there." Yuan shook his head and corrected himself. "No, not every repairman. Rather, all of humanity will be going there. Is it truly so magnificent?" Bailan felt that the world's peculiar sentiment towards the framework bordered on excessive blind worship. Yuan nodded. "Indeed, we firmly believe it to be that magnificent." Hearing this, Bailan gazed silently towards the devouring flower for a moment before retrieving the metallic plate that Ersan had given her. Showing it to Yuan, "I possess this now. Can I be placed ahead of you?" Yuan inclined his head slightly, seemingly scrutinizing the small metallic piece in Bailan's hand. Soon, he nodded and graciously said, "Of course, come forward. Will the others behind you have any objections?" "Not at all. They will utter not a word, for the people of this world are exceedingly friendly." Yuan echoed sentiments nearly identical to Ersan's. Thus, Bailan positioned herself ahead of it, and this place was merely 6 individuals away from the front of the queue. And soon it was Bailan's turn. She gazed at the enormous flower before her, its petals unfurling. Instinctively swallowing hard, T.O. claimed that she was not nervous would be untruthful, especially since she was about to be engulfed by its maw. Bailan took a moment to steady her emotions, and then walked slowly towards the devouring flower. She appeared calm, yet could not suppress a wave of nausea, for the closer she approached the flower's mouth, the more pronounced the odor emanating from it became. it was indescribable. It was not an outright foul stench, but certainly far from pleasant, resembling a blend of blood and mildew, akin to the scent of meat that had languished for an extended period, altogether uninviting. Bailon pinched her nose as she neared the flower. Its two fleshy leaves immediately enveloped her body. Then she felt herself being lifted gently, followed by a dizzying sensation akin to being spun in circles. This dizziness was far more tolerable than the previous experience of traversing through light spots, as it was merely the sensation of her being drawn into the flower's mouth by its tongue. This feeling was fleeting, but the barbs upon the flower's tongue swiftly jolted Bailon into clarity. The prickling sensation of the barbs against her skin was mildly painful, yet not excessively so. It was akin to a small insect lightly biting her. However, the widespread nature of this discomfort rendered it profoundly unsettling. Fortunately, once the tongue had drawn Bailon into its mouth, it released her. In that instant, she found herself descending into the devouring flower's roots. Her body was gradually being swallowed deeper into the earth, inch by inch at a languid pace. After what felt like a dozen seconds, the ground beneath her feet suddenly disappeared, and she plummeted completely into the thicker roots of the flower. Her vision was enveloped in utter darkness. Chapter 67. During transmission, that darkness persisted for an extended duration. Bailon sensed that her body was flowing along with the strange liquid surrounding her upon entering the depths of the earth. There were no discernible odors, yet she remained capable of breathing freely, which struck her as miraculous. She attempted to move, but after extending her limbs a mere few centimeters, she encountered a cool, smooth membrane. This membrane was as smooth as a mirror, yet remarkably pliable, encircling her entire being in a ring-like fashion. This shape reminded Bailon of the tubular water slides found in water parks. And at that moment, she felt as though she were submerged in water, moving swiftly with the current. Bailon realized that this membrane originated from within the roots of the devouring flower. In other words, she was traversing the subterranean realm through the root system as a conveyance, with the framework in the east as her ultimate destination, journeying through the underground at a rapid pace. Bailon's palm gently caressed the membrane, sensing it swiftly retreating behind her. Suddenly, the darkness before her faded, but that did not signify her arrival at the location of the framework. She remained underground and, during her transit, beheld a wondrous sight beneath the surface. This subterranean realm was entirely distinct from the blood and metal-laden world above, resembling a beautiful sanctuary, harmoniously nestled in the depths of the earth for the first time. Bailon encountered colors other than those she had known, a deep azure reminiscent of the ocean. Within this azure expanse were countless luminous points, akin to stars in the night sky. Bailon could not ascertain what these star-like entities were, but she was certain that she had glimpsed an expansive cosmos beyond Earth while beneath the surface. Perhaps the protracted duration of transmission was so monotonous that the denizens of this world constructed such a place underground for passing humans to admire. This splendid spectacle was so precious that Bailon's gaze was perpetually drawn to the tranquil azure. For a moment, she found it difficult to tear her eyes away. Moments passed, perhaps just a few minutes, when Bailon noticed a shadow suddenly emerge amidst the starry azure. The shadow darted swiftly within, causing the previously illuminated areas to dim as it passed, as though it were consuming the luminous points. The shadow continued to swim, drawing nearer to Bailon. It was then that she discerned its true nature. It was merely a small devouring flower, and wherever it traversed, it would unfurl its circular mouth within the flower stamen to consume the glowing points. Bailon finally understood that those luminous points were not stars at all, but rather the sustenance of the devouring flower. This place was not a scenic spot for travelers to behold, but rather a colossal nursery for the immature, devouring flowers to thrive. Bailon even speculated that this location might be the womb of the devouring flower. This conjecture arose as Bailon observed numerous clusters of devouring flowers swimming through this womb. Resembling a dense cluster of fish eggs, this sight sent a chill down her spine, not out of fear, but from the sheer astonishment at the staggering density of the scene. Consequently, Bailon kept her eyes shut for the remainder of the journey. She had no desire to witness any more clusters of devouring flowers and simply wished to reach her destination and behold the framework that had been completed in this world. Time passed, and the transmission speed of the roots began to decelerate. Concurrently, the surrounding water flow also slowed. Bailon sensed a force tugging her upward, plunging her once more into darkness. However, this time the darkness did not linger for long. In an instant, Bailon was expelled from the mouth of another devouring flower. Indeed, she was expelled. Bailon fell from its mouth, emerging sticky and disheveled, her clothes torn in places by the barbs of the flower's tongue. With a few superficial cuts on her skin, thankfully shallow and merely causing a slight sting, upon emerging from within the devouring flower, Bailon landed in a water-filled depression, a large yet shallow puddle akin to a small pool in a waiting area. She used the water to cleanse the remnants of liquid from her body, and just as she finished, Yun was also expelled from the devouring flower behind her. Bailon temporarily disregarded Yun and stepped out of the puddle. Ahead lay a broad passage, with light visible at its end. Within this passage, numerous individuals who had been transported here were walking outward. Bailon followed suit. The people here were peculiar. They seemed to lack the habit of conversing. As the entire passage was enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of water and the footsteps of the crowd. Behind her, Yun hurried to catch up with Bailon. Bailon inquired, "Will we see the framework soon? How long will it take?" "Not long. We should arrive in about half an hour." Bailon tapped her somewhat sore shoulder, feeling a hint of fatigue creeping in. This is a common phenomenon. As I have explained countless times, the devouring flower is not merely a free transport entity within this world. As we traverse the subterranean routes, it siphons a portion of our vitality, transforming this energy into nourishment for itself and its progeny. The progeny refers to those diminutive devouring flowers, does it not? Indeed, you must have glimpsed them underground. Despite their numerous presence, fierce competition prevails among the devouring flowers, with many mature specimens consuming their inferior counterparts that fail to adequately absorb nutrients, much like how we might prey upon our kin. Allow me to add, oh, by the way, those luminous points beneath the earth signify the nourishment I mentioned. I find that place quite delightful, for it is there that colors unseen in this world manifest, a notion I find rather romantic. Before encountering the cluster of devouring flowers, Bailon shared this sentiment. Unbeknownst to them, the two were nearing their destination, as rays of light from the outside world cast upon their forms. Look, ahead lies the skeletal remains. Yun hastened forward, leaving Bailon behind, stepping into the light and exclaiming loudly, "It is indeed my honor to witness the great achievement that is about to unfold." Chapter 68. The contemplation chamber. Since the advent of the era of transformation, the internal workings of the United Nations have altered significantly from their former state. As the mutation virus swept across the globe, numerous conference halls fell into disuse, and a specialized council for the defense against mutated organisms was established, accompanied by the construction of additional buildings designated for this particular council's use. Laisuo found himself assigned to this conference building. During his break, he passed by the contemplation chamber located in the southeastern quadrant of the building. True to its name, this chamber serves as a sanctuary for quiet reflection. For several days now, Laisuo had observed the contemplation chamber as he passed by, yet he had never ventured inside. He had only caught a fleeting glimpse of it on the first day during a comprehensive tour of the United Nations headquarters. Today, rather coincidentally, Laisuo fell ill. Typically, entry to this place necessitates a security check to prevent unauthorized individuals from introducing dangerous items, rendering Laisuo unable to bring in the suppressants, which are considered prohibited substances. In an effort to conceal his physical distress, Laisuo entered the contemplation chamber with a facade of composure. The chamber is usually devoid of visitors, making it the quietest locale in the vicinity of the United Nations headquarters. Fortuitously, upon his entrance, he found the chamber entirely empty. This tranquil building often reminded him of a church. Soothing his restless thoughts as he passed by the far end of the hall stood a colorful stained glass window composed of various colored panes, casting shadows upon the ground as sunlight filtered through to noon. The shadows formed symmetrically with the stained glass, creating a most comforting image of symmetry in every direction. A chill enveloped Laisuo's body as he touched the wall, moving forward into the shadow of the colored panes. Although he felt unwell, A sense of calm washed over him while standing on this vibrant ground, granting him the illusion of stepping into a painting. Cold sweat beaded on Lysua's forehead. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he collapsed to the floor, the colors reflecting upon him, as if he had become a part of the glass, merging with the surrounding serenity. The absence of others in the contemplation chamber allowed Lysua to momentarily relax. He chose to lie back on the floor, basking in the warmth of the sunlight, quietly awaiting the cessation of his pain. Ordinarily, Lysua relied on suppressants to alleviate his suffering during episodes of illness, as these substances effectively controlled the spread of the virus within his body and the toxicity of the prohibited drugs. However, there are times when the suppressants cannot be administered in a timely manner, and in such instances, the properties of the mutation testing drug, which is also a prohibited substance, come into play. Given the unique nature of the mutation testing drug, its inherent toxicity can still slow the virus's spread. In other words, even without the suppressants, Lysua could endure this episode of illness, albeit with considerable discomfort. Conversely, the toxicity generated by the testing drug within his body would intensify. The pain within him grew increasingly unbearable, and Lysua found himself struggling to endure it. He clenched his teeth, curling into a ball and gripping his knees tightly. Yet, despite his efforts, the agony remained unrelenting. Lysua's complexion had turned pale, and even his previously sun-kissed skin appeared ashen under these circumstances. "You need not accompany me inside. Wait for me outside." A familiar woman's voice resonated from beyond the contemplation chamber, instructing the two bodyguards accompanying her. "Just give me 10 minutes." Lysua recognized her voice and swiftly concealed himself within the shadows. The interior of the contemplation chamber was dim, with only a single window, the massive stained glass. As it was daytime, the sole source of light came from this window. The woman entering the chamber was the current Secretary General of the United Nations, Erin Lestil. Lysua was unaware of her habit of seeking solace in the contemplation chamber. He hid in a dark corner, shielded by a row of seats, placing him beyond Erin's line of sight. He observed as Erin stood before the stained glass, lost in contemplation of the vibrant panes. "Who is there?" Lysua was taken aback by her keen observation. After a moment of hesitation, he rose from behind the seats. Today, Erin was clad in formal attire, her hair meticulously styled, and her makeup mature and pristine, with not a stray hair out of place. Lysua had witnessed this efficient image of her on numerous occasions and found it unappealing to in truth, since Erin had entered the political arena, he had harbored no fondness for her. Erin expressed slight surprise at Lysua's sudden appearance, yet her demeanor remained composed as she quickly regained her usual dignified "And why affairs are none of your concern." Lysua, burdened by pain, emerged from his hiding place. Intending to leave the chamber, Erin called after him, "None of my concern? Yet I provide for your sustenance and shelter, and this is how you repay me. I shall repay you for all of this." "And with what will you repay me?" Lysua fell silent, his legs wavering beneath him, barely managing to support himself against a nearby seat. Then his voice trembled as he replied, "My life." "What did you say?" Erin approached, seeking clarification, but Lysua interjected, "Do not come any closer. Lysua, do not lose your mind that I understand that my sister's situation has led to your misunderstanding of me, but I wish to save her as well." "Then why did you not administer the serum to her?" Lysua interrupted Erin. "I am aware that you have secretly kept the dose at home, yet when our mother became infected, you did not bring it forth." A flicker of emotion crossed Erin's resolute eyes, a glimmer of sadness that quickly dissipated, and her gaze returned to its customary steadfastness. "I do not wish to explain this matter. Think what you will. However, I must tell you that at that time, I desired to save her life far more than you could imagine." Upon hearing this, Lysua let out a cold laugh. He said nothing further, turning to leave. "You need not depart," Erin called after him again, calmly glancing at her wristwatch. 10 minutes have passed. "I shall take my leave." He seated himself on a bench against the wall, and as his gaze drifted over the stained glass, it was as if he beheld his mother within the kaleidoscope of colors. Prilica, Lestil had a fondness for vibrant and beautiful things. If she were to see this window now, surely it would bring her great joy. Chapter 69. Averse to seeing hope regrettably, Bylon did not have the opportunity to witness that great project. The laboratory was devoid of life, the lights unlit, and silence pervaded the air, with all instruments in an inactive state. Demon was nowhere to be found. Bylon was left bewildered, staring at the doorway when she suddenly spotted Demon just outside, his face faintly smiling through the small glass window in the door. His smile was subtle. Had she not looked closely, Bylon might not have even noticed it. Why was he smiling? That eerie, faint smile felt like mockery directed at her. In an instant, a chill ran down Bylon's spine as she realized that Demon had intentionally locked her inside the laboratory. Why would he do such a thing? Bylon believed she had never provoked him and held no animosity toward him. Blank thoughts occupied her mind. A realization struck her. Demon was the one who had poisoned her. At that moment, Demon's voice echoed from the wall-mounted intercom. "You are doomed." Bylon glared furiously at the door, recalling her desire to confront Demon. But each time she emerged from the light, it felt as though her energy had been siphoned away, leaving her akin to a patient sedated before surgery. Unsure of what Demon might do to her once she was completely unconscious, Bylon's intense willpower compelled her to stand. Bylon concealed numerous secrets from both Eat and Demon. To be precise, she had hidden everything from everyone, including her assertion to Lysaw that I am not as formidable as you imagine. From the very beginning, Bylon had been concealing her true strength. The reason behind her actions was to gain proximity to the United Nations Academy of Sciences, thereby acquiring the nuclear weapon she so desperately needed, and subsequently amplifying that energy to a value equivalent to the gravitational force of Earth, causing a state of imbalance. However, such formidable power necessitates certain conditions for its release. It is not merely at one's fingertips. Moreover, the activation of this ability is bound by a specific time frame, during which Bylon rapidly exhausts an immense amount of mental energy, leading her into a prolonged state of unconsciousness. This is why Bylon refrains from opting for a more direct method to induce imbalance. Previously, Baihua had penned a letter to Bylon before her suicide, in which she deliberately placed 2 shackles within Bylon's body as she bestowed her abilities upon her. Point 1 is triggered in moments of life and death. The other, extreme rage. The former is a passive restraint, while the latter is more challenging for Bylon to invoke. Bylon has always been a person capable of maintaining an exceptional level of emotional stability. Her feelings are almost always subdued. Therefore, extreme rage becomes the very shackle that most readily binds her formidable abilities. Bylon has long since ceased to harbor any attachment to this world. She has no family, and the only companion she had, Baihua, is no longer with her. Previously, Bylon had entertained thoughts of suicide, yet she did not wish to bid farewell to this world so easily. Instead, she yearned to witness for herself who they truly are, as Baihua had spoken of them. This desire birthed the seemingly absurd and childish notion of detonating the Earth. However, the genesis of this thought is also rooted in another reason. Bylon possesses an inexplicable obsession, a fixation on the phenomenon of imbalance. She cannot fathom why such thoughts arise, as if the phenomenon of imbalance has become an imperative she must fulfill, driving her step by step closer to them. Upon seeing Bylon rise, Demon was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly regained his previous composure and certainty. He observed Bylon approaching him, attempting to open the door, and cautioned her. "It is futile. I have locked the laboratory door from the outside. This door is composed of a special material, and even if you strive to open it from within, it will prove ineffectual." This, Bylon hesitated, her hand pausing on the doorknob as she looked up at Demon, who continued, "I have observed you on numerous occasions. The light spots exert a significant influence on you. The duration of your unconsciousness is contingent upon the size of the light spot. This time, you have explored for a longer period than before. Thus, I deduce that your unconsciousness will last even longer." Bylon's lips moved, but her words were inaudible to Demon. Within the laboratory, all electrical circuits had been shut down, rendering the intercom a one-way transmission. Only Bylon could hear Demon speak, while her voice could not reach the outside. Although he could not discern her words, Demon surmised her query. "You are asking me why I intend to kill you?" Bylon nodded. Demon deliberately paused, leaning closer to the glass pane of the door, fixing his gaze upon Bylon's eyes, and coldly articulated his next words. "I do not wish to witness hope." In his gaze, Bylon perceived an emotion that was chilling to the core. He was evidently unlike Yi-Tae, who harbored an urgent desire to save humanity. Demon, in stark contrast, seemed devoid of such aspirations. I do not wish to see hope encapsulates his view of the world, that I can see that you are weary. Demon's voice reverberated again through the intercom. So sleep. Once you succumb to slumber, you shall never awaken. That precise moment, he forcibly shut off the intercom. Outside the door, Demon cast one last glance at the enraged Bailon, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he turned to walk towards the decontamination area. His demeanor was remarkably composed, as though nothing had transpired. However, this tranquility did not endure for long, as his inner turmoil was violently stirred by the explosive shattering of the laboratory door behind him. The shockwave from the explosion sent Demon crashing several meters away, leaving him in a disheveled heap on the ground, struggling to prop up his frail body with his hands as he turned to look back. Amidst the smoke, Bailon stood there like a wraith, her figure gradually coming into focus from the haze. If you are dead, you will no longer see any hope, Bailon threatened ominously. Chapter 70. I will not. Demon's leg was injured, and before Bailon, escape was no longer an option. He understood that Bailon would invariably succumb to a lengthy unconsciousness after emerging from the light spot, each instance lasting longer than the last. Yet what he had not anticipated was that Bailon could stand before him, remarkably alert. Demon retreated slowly, but the pain in his leg rendered him unable to flee, forcing him to collapse on the ground and crawl backward with his arms. Bailon approached him, her pace unhurried, yet significantly quicker than the wounded Demon. In mere strides, she closed the distance between them. Demon soon discerned that Bailon appeared markedly different from before. Her gaze was fixated on him, her sharp eyes devoid of their usual brilliance, instead exuding a sense of emptiness, an eerie, profound void. As Demon gazed into her eyes, he fell into a trance, as if an enigmatic force drew him in. He beheld the swirling vortex within Bailon's eyes, reminiscent of a black hole, and gradually his backward crawling ceased, leaving him motionless, staring up at the now-closed Bailon. Why do you wish to kill me? Bailon's voice was devoid of any inflection, as she mechanically echoed her prior question, reminiscent of those skinless beings from another realm. Demon was entranced by her eyes, because I do not want humanity to witness hope. I intend for this world to continue its descent into ruin. But you are a scientist, a student of ET, Bailon continued, her voice emotionless. That is inconsequential. Why? Because my family was exiled to the outskirts due to infection. My parents, sister, brother, and even my newborn niece, they were all innocent. Why should they be denied the serum and barred from the city? You are a scientist. Do your family not deserve privilege? At that time, I was not. I was merely an ordinary student. Is this the reason you wish for the world destruction? Should they not have perished? Demon's retort plunged Bailon into silence, but a flicker of light seemed to tremble within her hollow gaze as she stepped closer to Demon. Squatting before him, she asked, are there any other reasons? My girlfriend. Demon's gaze remained fixed on Bailon's profound eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Aside from the professor, she was the closest person to me. Yet last year, she became infected, her transformation swift. When the military arrived, they shot her before my very eyes that I can never forget the look of disdain and contempt they cast upon her. Oh, you seek revenge on society? Bailon inquired, then added, what about Ite? The professor's body cannot endure much longer, but I will live to witness the world's demise. That I acknowledge your performance is commendable. Even I was deceived, Bailon said, rising to tower over Demon. Yet, I believe you will not survive to witness the day the world crumbles in an atmosphere of absolute calm. The two completed their dialogue. Bailon's fury remained unspent. She was poised to kill Demon when, unexpectedly, the dim laboratory behind them erupted with light. The apparatus surrounding the light spot was demolished, with some instruments being torn apart by the dark matter encircling the light, rendering the entire laboratory a scene of chaos akin to a seismic event. Just as Bailon's gaze shifted away, Demon regained his senses. Trying to flee, Bailon raised her hand, and Demon's limbs froze in place. His entire body immobilized as if encased in IC. Oh, you wish to take a look inside. She suddenly proposed. Perhaps this time, we will glimpse the energy repository. You are insane? I will be torn apart by the dark matter. Demon struggled, Yet he was utterly powerless. Before Bailon, he was but a lamb waiting for slaughter, the chasm of power separating them insurmountable. What is there to fear? Bailon smirked slightly, revealing a cruel, sinister smile, the first time Demon had witnessed such a countenance on her. She said, I will encase your body in a protective layer if you are still torn apart while traversing the light spot. Then all the better. It saves me the trouble of killing you. However, if I can allow you to see the energy repository before your demise, I would find that even more delightful. Demon felt Bailon's grip tighten around his neck, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. Yet his mind remained relatively clear. Did you not say you wish to avoid witnessing hope? If the energy repository truly possesses the power to save this world, then that would be your greatest punishment. You might as well kill me now. I will not. Bailon released her hold on Demon, who gasped for breath. He did not wish to enter the light spot. Scanning the area and noting the shattered glass from the laboratory door, the sharp shards strewn across the ground, he swiftly picked up a piece, preparing to slice at his carotid artery. But Bailon intervened just in time. Under Bailon's control, the shard flew from Demon's hand and into hers, causing his palm to be lacerated, crimson blood oozing from the deep cut. Bailon casually discarded the shard, glancing at the bloodstains on the ground as she coldly warned Demon, do not attempt any tricks. I do not wish to enter the light spot. Demon endured the pain coursing through his hands, leaning against the wall beside him. Now that you are aware, what purpose does my existence serve? Is it merely to torment me? Indeed, Bailon replied with a smile. You may not yet comprehend my nature. I hold grudges. You have attempted to kill me time and again, resorting to poison and orchestrating various accidents. Did you truly believe such actions would suffice to end my life? Or do you assume I possess no temper? I am aware of your disdain for me, so why not simply end my life? Do not hesitate. I do not hesitate, Bailon stated, her irritation evident as her brows furrowed slightly. I have already expressed that I shall not. She deliberately emphasized the last three words before turning towards the patch of light. In the next moment, Demon found his feet moving uncontrollably towards Bailon that he wished to stop. But even as his hands flailed aimlessly in the air, he could not prevent his legs from advancing forward. Chapter 71. Like death itself upon his first glimpse of the scene within the light, Demon was horrified. He had thought that even with Bailon's protective layer, he might still be torn apart by the power of the light. Yet such an event did not transpire. He arrived safely in this realm filled with tangible flesh. This world appeared somewhat different from what Bailon had encountered before, although the land and distant mountains remained composed of flesh. For some inexplicable reason, this place felt rather stale to Bailon. Quite literally, it bore the quality of meat that had lost its freshness. The hues of the entire world seemed to have deepened, casting a dull exterior that enveloped Bailon in a sense of lifelessness. She knelt down to touch the fleshy ground beneath her feet, discovering it to be somewhat sticky and accompanied by a hint of dampness, clearly indicative of decaying flesh. How could this be? Bailon pondered, turning to explore further afield, only to find a magnificent metallic skeleton standing in the distance. This solitary structure towered over the numerous skeletons she had previously observed, appearing both more robust and grand. Is it defunct? Was her immediate thought. Then she recalled that Urshizen had mentioned the existence of metallic skeletons already in application in the eastern part of the land. Could this be the one? It indeed appeared spectacular, and, as the locals claimed, a monumental endeavor. Yet for reasons unknown, it now seemed less glorious and somewhat disheveled. Bailon approached it for a closer inspection, disregarding Demon as she advanced straight towards the skeleton. The closer she drew, the more peculiar it appeared. She could clearly see the rust that marred its surface, the metal long devoid of its former luster. As she neared, she could even detect a faint scent of rust emanating from the skeleton, which intensified as she approached that moment. Demon finally regained his composure and matched Bailon's pace. Previously, he had inquired about this world with Yite, who had never witnessed it firsthand and only heard descriptions from Bailon. Now, seeing this bizarre reality with his own eyes, Demon found it difficult to accept. What troubled him further was the thought of what to do if they discovered the energy reservoir, bringing hope to that world. You must act now, Demon urged, stressing each word. I shall not, Bailon reiterated, echoing her previous sentiment. She stated those 3 words with a cheerful demeanor, yet her expression quickly turned cold. To kill you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Demon stared at Balan in disbelief, his body stiffening as he stood frozen for a moment. Instinctively, he swallowed in fear and, after a brief pause, continued to follow Balan towards the metallic skeleton. In truth, Balan was beginning to tire, as the exertion of her powers had drained her significantly. However, following the lifting of her restraints, she had regained some energy, allowing her to remain calm and control her surging emotions, thus enabling her restraints to function once more, restoring her consciousness which should have lapsed. Another reason for not immediately killing Demon was her desire to conduct an experiment. She wished to discern whether others could safely traverse the realm within the light. Aside from herself, it was evident that she could bring others in with her protective layer. If feasible, Balan hoped to personally bring Yite here to observe the energy reservoir, although she believed it would offer little assistance in resolving the aberrant virus. At the very least, it could allow Yite, the ailing scholar, to witness it firsthand. It would also serve to enlighten him to the futility of his so-called plan to save humanity. Previously, I only mentioned it. Now that you behold such a colossal metallic skeleton, will it not frighten you? Balan inquired, walking ahead and breaking the silence. Along their journey towards the skeleton, Balan sensed an eerie stillness, with only Demon as her conversational partner, prompting her to engage in casual chatter. I have encountered many individuals here. I wonder how they fare now. The names of the people here are quite peculiar, named in the order of their birth. Though they do not repeat, the names become increasingly complex as one progresses. Look, the skeleton draws nearer. Before this, Balan had sensed an unusual silence, which is why she had been incessantly chattering, attempting to generate some sound while conversing with Demon. Yet this vast and desolate world seemed to contain only the two of them. Balan halted, lowering her gaze to the small black holes in the ground that led to subterranean conduits, and suddenly recalled something. That we cannot even hear the sound of the nutrient transmission. I remember you mentioning to the professor that the ground here breathes. Demon interjected, prompting Balan to look down at the slightly decayed dark earth. I noticed this point when I arrived. Balan raised her eyes to the towering metallic skeleton. Why has this world become so desolate? It truly resembles the end of days. Demon's statement awakened Balan. The end of days? She echoed, realizing that the current era of this world might indeed be the 10,000 years mentioned by Wulyo. The energy reservoir would have been exhausted by this juncture. With this thought, Balan quickened her pace towards the skeleton, leaving Demon bewildered as he hurried to catch up. When she was merely 50 to 60 meters from the skeleton, Balan came to a halt. Demon, who had been following her, looked at her abruptly frozen figure, perplexed. What is the matter? Come here and see for yourself. Demon approached, scaling the somewhat steep incline where Balan stood at the summit, quietly gazing ahead. Demon, who seldom exercised, typically devoted his time to caring for Yite or immersed himself in the laboratory, and in his leisure, he would ensure he presented himself well, wishing to make the best impression on the outside world. Yet, even such a man found himself panting heavily after merely climbing the modest slope to Balan's position. Breathless already? Balan chided. I see that even if Yite were 10 years younger, his stamina would surpass yours. Demon, however, disregarded her comment, focusing his gaze into the distance. What he beheld rendered him speechless. The desolate ground was littered with corpses, their emaciated bodies exposed to the air, resembling jerky blown by the wind. The expanse of these bodies stretched at least several hundred meters, if not a kilometer, with the skeleton standing at the center of this grim tableau. The chaotic heap of corpses rendered this eerie location akin to a chilling graveyard, casting the metallic skeleton amidst the dead as a colossal tombstone. It was evident that these individuals had gathered to witness the grandeur of the metallic skeleton, yet for reasons unknown, they had perished here, leaving the skeleton rusted and shrouding this world in a pall of death. Balan approached to take a closer look, noting that some corpses on the periphery had been partially absorbed by the ground, their lower halves buried beneath, evidently an attempt to integrate them into the cycle before the energy reservoir was depleted. It seems the energy reservoir has truly perished, Balan murmured, her gaze fixed on the corpses before her. Yite's aspirations may remain unfulfilled, Demon stood silently beside her, and Balan could discern that although he cared deeply for Yite's well-being, if forced to choose between saving the world and Yite, he would undoubtedly choose the former without hesitation. In the end, Balan still remained oblivious to the workings of the skeleton. Since entering the light, none of the individuals she had encountered had explained this matter to her. They only spoke in riddles and vaguely described the skeleton's grandeur. Yet, what was the outcome? The skeleton's endeavor had failed, and this world had met its end. This only served to further confirm Balan's previously wavering conviction that saving a civilization on the brink of extinction was, in essence, a futile endeavor. That moment, soft, muffled footsteps echoed from the slope behind him, as if treading upon a fleshy terrain. Could it be that someone was still alive? Was this place not yet entirely obliterated? These were the first two questions that arose in Balan's mind. The third was, from where had this person emerged? And lastly, Balan found the individual to bear a certain familiarity as the figure ascended the slope. Demon felt a surge of panic. He was unfamiliar with the humans of this world, and their appearance was rather unsettling, reminiscent even of those humanoid infectees, some of whom had transformed into monstrous forms post-infection. Consequently, Demon found it difficult to accept psychologically that it was Wu Lu. Balan finally recognized him. Her voice drew the attention of both Demon and the ascending Wu Lu. "Are you referring to that chief engineer?" Demon inquired. "Indeed, it is he," Balan affirmed with a nod, then waved toward Wu Lu, asking, "From where have you come?" "We did not see you earlier. I have only visited this world a few times." Balan felt a flicker of relief upon encountering the survivor. Upon seeing Balan, Wu Lu also waved back, "Da-da, you have returned, and this time you bring a companion." After ascending the slope, Wu Lu pointed to the direction for which he had come, saying, "I crawled up from a cave over there." "A cave?" Balan gazed in the direction he indicated. "Food?" She glanced at the pile of corpses. "Are you referring to these?" "Yes, these individuals have perished, aside from nutrient liquid. They're the most suitable sustenance for us," Wu Lu replied, then turned to Demon beside Balan, introducing himself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Wu Lu, the 56th intelligent life form to emerge in this world." "Ah, I am Demon," he stammered, nodding toward Wu Lu as a form of greeting. Balan then asked, "Has the energy reservoir ceased operations?" "Yes," he confirmed. "Then that implies the nutrients remaining in the pipelines are limited." "Are the number of survivors sufficient to sustain you?" "Over 100 years. That is far too brief to know. In fact, a century is quite lengthy." Balan was taken aback by his response, recalling that during their first encounter, he had claimed a millennium was short. Why had he changed his perspective now? "What do you plan to do after that?" Balan inquired, glancing at the apex of the metal framework. She was aware that it had become obsolete, yet still asked, "What is the status of the framework project?" "This project?" Wu Lu hesitated, letting out a sigh, which took Balan by surprise, for the humans of this world had never exhibited any emotion. Yet this sigh conveyed Wu Lu's helplessness. He continued, "Although the first plan failed, the second plan has now commenced." "The second plan?" Balan was eager to express her frustration. "You haven't even informed me about the first plan, and now you suddenly mention a second one." She queried, "If there are other plans, it implies there is still hope." "Why the sigh?" "Because the second plan is exceedingly difficult to realize, far more so than the first. Thus, I say the time is lengthy. For that is how long we await our demise." Balan understood Wu Lu's discontent, yet seized the opportunity to ask, "What was the first plan? Can you tell me now?" Chapter 73. The heart. What was the first plan? "Can you tell me now?" "The first plan was to extract the heart that we named this initiative the Heart Capture Project." Balan comprehended the gravity of his words but still felt the need to clarify. "Extract what?" "The heart," Wu Lu explained. "Our world possesses a heart that contains immense energy. It is this heart that created our world, while the energy reservoir is merely a byproduct of its creation. In other words, the existence of the energy reservoir was purely coincidental, and all humans that emerged in this world were mere happenstance." Balan interjected, "No, wait. Are you saying this heart is an organ? Is it beneath the ground?" "It is certainly not an organ. It is the creator," Wu Lu refuted. "Moreover, it is not underground, but rather in the sky." As Wu Lu pointed upward, both Balan and Demon instinctively gazed above. The sky of this world was peculiar. One could not see the heavens when looking up. only a dense canopy of flesh-like clouds. These clouds were so thick that Bailon felt as if they could be twisted to extract oil with a mere twist of the hand. As she lowered her gaze slightly, the metal framework loomed in her vision, suspended between heaven and earth. "Now I understand why the framework was constructed to such heights," she remarked. "But how do you intend to extract the heart using the framework? How large is the heart, and what does it resemble? Is it akin to the heart within the human body?" Bailon posed numerous questions in one breath, to which Wu Lu patiently responded. "Since the heart lies just above the cloud layer, we undertook the framework project, investing thousands of years in continuously testing its strength and sensitivity to create a structure capable of penetrating the clouds to extract the heart. In fact, there's a grasping appendage at the very top of the framework, though it remains obscured by the clouds," he added. "As for what the heart looks like, we do not know, for no human has ever witnessed it. We only know from the records left by Zero that the heart exists and that the immense energy it contains could expand the energy reservoir, allowing this world to endure for tens of thousands of years." Zero, Bailon was intrigued by the unfamiliar name. Was he also human? The first being born from the energy reservoir? No, Zero is the initial intelligent life form. He did not emerge from the energy reservoir, but was born alongside it. Bailon grasped the implication. "Are you saying that Zero was created by the heart, the creator?" "Indeed, he was born together with the energy reservoir and serves as its custodian. With his existence, the energy reservoir was activated, enabling us to come into being." Wu Lu's voice carried a calmness devoid of fluctuation, yet Bailon could sense his profound respect for the being named Zero. "I hold him in great esteem. All of humanity respects him that he utilized the energy reservoir to forge an entire civilization, which is indeed admirable." She gestured toward the clouds above the framework. She inquired, "Is there truly a heart located just above this spot?" After a moment's pause, Wu Lu replied, "Initially, experts confirmed that the sky here harbored great power, which is why we concluded that the heart resided in this location. However, for reasons unknown," Wu Lu trailed off. "In any case, the mission failed, rendering this framework obsolete. Fortunately, we retained some materials as proof that our previous endeavors were noble and worthwhile, and that is sufficient. I still have a question." Bailon raised her hand. "Why do you refer to that metal structure as a framework? To me, it resembles the arm of an excavator." "What is an excavator's arm?" Wu Lu's question momentarily bewildered Bailon. As she realized that this world lacked such machinery, she quickly rephrased, "I meant, why is it called a framework? Why not choose another name? Because this pertains to our second plan. D'Hotel." Bailon leaned in. Yet Wu Lu fell silent. "I apologize," he suddenly expressed. "I cannot disclose the details of the second plan at this time. You only need to remember that it is a grand undertaking, and that is sufficient." Bailon was at a loss for words. It seemed he could not divulge anything at all. She sighed quietly, casting a glance at Demon, who had hardly spoken since earlier. Bailon could sense that. Although he was resistant to this place, curiosity still flickered in his eyes. Turning back to Wu Lu, Bailon made a request. "Since the energy reservoir has ceased operations, may we now visit it? Of course, it is merely a heap of useless scrap metal now." "Oh no, it has become a relic." Wu Lu readily agreed, yet he did not lead them immediately. Instead, he approached the towering pile of corpses, stating, "I apologize, but I am exceedingly hungry. Before guiding you to the energy reservoir, I must first satiate my hunger." "Not a problem. Please enjoy your meal," Bailon responded, immediately turning away with Demon. She wished to avoid witnessing Wu Lu consume his kin, a sight that evoked a profound discomfort within her, akin to the notion of cannibalism. Soon, it appeared that Wu Lu had found his desired sustenance, and as he fed, Bailon and Demon could distinctly hear the sounds of his consumption. Bailon was uncertain how he selected his food. Perhaps he utilized basic criteria such as color, texture, meat elasticity, and aroma. One could not deny that this was a place imbued with both wonder and strangeness. At this moment, Demon, who had hardly spoken before, suddenly broke the silence. Bailon glanced at Demon and remarked, "When I first arrived here, I shared similar thoughts with you. By the way, now that the energy repository has become utterly useless, do you still look forward to seeing it?" "Indeed." Demon's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Of course I do." Bylon chuckled softly. If Professor Etair were to learn that you are pleased about the depletion of the energy repository, he would likely be infuriated, wouldn't he? Demong shot a cold glare at Bylon, seemingly displaying a hint of anger at her remark. But soon, he quelled his irritation and presented his request to Bylon. If possible, after you depart from the light spot, please refrain from informing the professor about today's event. At the very least, I wish to leave a positive impression of myself as a student in his waning days. Of course, Bylon readily agreed. Chapter 74. Forward Wulyo had finished his meal, and once he was satisfied, he led Bylon and Demong underground. The surroundings remained unchanged from before, save for the dimmer hues of the subterranean flesh walls compared to the surface. Naturally, the slightly rancid odor was more pronounced. Demong, being a frail scholar, lacked the sturdiness of Bylon, and as he slid down the opening, he somehow managed to sprain his arm. Observing Demong clutching his injured arm, Bylon couldn't help but quietly mock him. You simply needed to relax while descending. Being so tense only led to your injury. How useless. Demong, stung by her jest, chose not to retort. He was indeed self-aware in this regard. Thus, upon arriving underground, he silently followed Wulyo, ignoring Bylon. Noticing his silence, Bylon inquired of Wulyo, "Is the energy repository far? If it takes several hours to reach, we may not have enough time." "Not far," Wulyo replied. "The skeleton is quite close to the energy repository. And before reaching it, you will also pass by the control room of the skeleton." Wulyo led the way, navigating over a sturdy conveyor pipe. Following closely behind, Demong struggled to climb over, while Bylon brought up the rear. Throughout the journey towards the energy repository, Bylon found herself contemplating the second plan. The first plan, heart capture, had already failed. What connection did the remaining materials of the skeleton and the very name of the skeleton have with the second plan? Unable to make sense of it, she quickened her pace to walk alongside Wulyo, asking, "You need not divulge the specifics of the plan, but may I inquire what the name of the second plan is?" "It has no name yet. Perhaps it has yet to be conceived." "Yes, for this plan consists of 2 steps." "What are those 2 steps?" "I can only say that the first step is somewhat akin to the heart capture plan, still concerning manufacturing." "And what about the second step?" Upon hearing this, Wulyo halted, turning to face Bylon, as if scrutinizing her. Realizing that she had perhaps pried too much, Bylon understood Wulyo would not divulge any further details and tactfully took a few steps back to join Demong. "Asking further will yield no results. It would be wiser to conserve your energy," Demong remarked coldly. At last, he had found the opportunity to deliver a condescending retort to Bylon. She, however, brushed it off with a smile and a shrug. "If I don't ask, how would I know he wouldn't share? The individuals I've encountered here, although they are riddles in themselves, seem quite willing to converse about matters beyond the plans, at least in my experience. They have been rather amicable. You pose no threat to their interests, hence their friendliness towards you," Demong wisely noted. Regardless of whether this was a world facing its demise, once interests were mentioned, the entire nature of the matter shifted. Just as Itair wished for Bylon to seek out the energy repository, that was his intent. He too had ulterior motives for drawing Bylon closer to the light spot. Unfortunately, the energy repository had already run dry, reduced to nothing more than a heap of useless scrap metal. As Wulyo had stated, "that I wish to discuss something with you both," Wulyo's voice carried from ahead, as he walked while addressing the 2 following him. Bylon had no objections. "Speak. What would you like to discuss? Have you heard of the phenomenon of imbalance?" When the phrase phenomenon of imbalance reached Bylon's ears, she briefly thought she had misheard and promptly asked for clarification. "What did you say?" "He mentioned the phenomenon of imbalance." Demong reiterated Wulyo's statement. Earlier, Bylon had brought up this phenomenon with Itair at the hospital, as it was precisely her intention to create such a phenomenon that prompted her to mention it. Since Demong had not been present at the time, he now appeared utterly unfamiliar with the concept. "What is that?" he inquired. This was the first time Demong was hearing about it, and he followed up with, "The concept sounds rather vague. Could you elaborate?" At this point, Wulyo stopped and turned to explain to Demong. To put it more straightforwardly, it involved a certain interference with the established laws of the world. But that explanation remains quite broad. Indeed, for imbalance itself is a rather elusive phenomenon. Bylon then regarded Wulyo with calm curiosity. "How do you come to know of this phenomenon?" This phenomenon was discovered by scientists under fortuitous circumstances. And due to its uniqueness, I wish to discuss it with you. Discovered by chance? Bailon found it peculiar, considering Baiwa was also aware of this phenomenon. How coincidental it was that Wulio and his group also recognized the existence of the phenomenon of imbalance. Thus, she concluded that there likely was no connection between the two, that perhaps it was merely a coincidence that I don't understand. Bailon pressed, "Why did you suddenly bring up the phenomenon of imbalance?" "Oh, because the phenomenon of imbalance pertains to the second plan." Wulio replied, "But perhaps it's best I refrain from discussing it further. I'm concerned that I might inadvertently reveal aspects of the plan that we wouldn't mind." Bailon smiled, taking a few steps closer to Wulio. "Please continue. I would be honored if you shared your thoughts with us. That I can tell you're trying to extract information from me." Wulio turned back and resumed walking. "Let's continue. Aren't you eager to see the energy repository? It's not far ahead, approximately half an hour's journey." After that, Wulio fell silent, becoming considerably more reticent, which deprived Bailon of further opportunities to inquire about the second plan. Understanding that Wulio would not share more, she slowed her pace, choosing to walk at the back of their trio. Demong trailed behind in silence, while Bailon leisurely followed, her gaze fixated on the backs of the two ahead. The intricate maze of underground conveyor pipes made progress increasingly challenging, extending what should have been a half-hour journey to a full hour. Eventually, the trio arrived at the location of the energy repository. Chapter 75, witnessing with one's own eyes before them lay a downhill path. According to Wulio, the end of this underground passage led directly to the energy repository. Yet prior to laying eyes on the repository, Bailon had a question for Wulio. "What I wish to discuss pertains to the phenomenon of imbalance." "Are you referring to the phenomenon itself or its relation to the plan?" "The former." "Very well, go ahead and ask." Wulio halted, turning to face Bailon, and Demong, standing behind him, also paused, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Bailon asked, "You mentioned earlier that the phenomenon of imbalance is difficult to define. What kinds of disruptive actions could lead to its emergence? What examples do you have in mind?" Bailon quickly added, "For instance, would the destruction of a planet qualify as a disruptive action?" Wulio shook his head. "I'm afraid that among the two examples provided to me by scientists, one indeed involves the destruction of a planet. However, regrettably, this method cannot induce the phenomenon of imbalance." "Why not?" Bailon found it hard to believe. From the outset, her intention in saving Shun Gaoyao at the government building was to gain proximity to the United Nations and the Academy of Sciences. Yet now Wulio claimed that such a method was infeasible. This meant that all her efforts had been in vain. Noticing Bailon's incredulous expression, Wulio clarified her doubts. "You must understand the definition of a disruptive action. It is primarily an external force interference. Regardless of the power you employ for intervention, it falls under the category of external factors. However, fundamentally, what you perceive as an external force is merely the interference that can be exerted in reality or at the current moment. The prerequisite for a disruptive action to lead to imbalance must be its suddenness and unpredictability, with the latter being of utmost importance." Bailon listened intently, allowing Wulio to continue elucidating. "Imbalance is an inevitable phenomenon within random events. Whether you grasp this concept, I shall provide an example. For instance, if I were holding a metal ball and gently tossing it up and down, its trajectory would be distinctly linear. Yet suddenly, the ball disappears. How does it vanish?" Bailon was perplexed. While she understood that the iron ball was merely an example presented by Wulio, she found herself pondering seriously, even envisioning the image of the iron ball suddenly vanishing in the act of being tossed. It was the emergence of disruptive behavior that interfered with the ball's original trajectory. With a look of confusion, Bailon fixed her gaze on Wulio's hand, saying, "I believe you could elucidate your point a bit more clearly. Let me put it this way. Regarding your earlier suggestion about destroying a planet, do you genuinely believe that obliterating a celestial body would result in a state of imbalance? Our current technological capabilities are insufficient for such feats. But that does not preclude the possibility in the future. It is entirely a foreseeable outcome that he intended to convey that disruption must be an act utterly unattainable in the present world. And the consequences of such actions must also be unpredictable, much like the vanishing iron ball. When and where would it reappear? In what manner did it depart from Wulio's palm? These questions remained shrouded in mystery. Of course, even such unpredictable outcomes would not necessarily lead to the creation of imbalance. For Wulio had stated from the outset that the phenomenon of imbalance was exceedingly difficult to define. At this thought, Bylon fell silent, as Wulio's words thoroughly extinguished her notion of detonating the Earth. It dawned on her that her ideas had been profoundly naive from the very beginning. Suddenly, Bylon laughed, her lips curling into a wry smile that seemed to mock her own childish behavior. The thought of blowing up this world was merely an instance of misguided arrogance. Did she truly believe that relying on the powers bestowed by Baihua would enable her to easily obliterate the Earth? Bylon, what are you thinking? She chided herself. Forget it, I only had that one question. Very well, let us proceed, Wulio replied as he turned and continued onward. The passageway was not particularly narrow. Its diameter was ample enough to accommodate 5 individuals walking side by side. Yet on either side, 2 rows of fleshy walls were embedded with unevenly sized conduits. The tangled and intertwined lines, coupled with the already substantial pipes, nearly occupied half of the passageway. Bylon found the cramped atmosphere stifling, believing that such a dark and confined space would hinder her ability to breathe. Fortunately, the corridor was not long, and soon they arrived at their destination. At the end of the passage stood a metal door, resembling a slab of iron, marred by uneven surfaces save for a solitary doorknob. Were the inhabitants of this world incapable of crafting anything refined? Bylon mused, concluding that only the metal framework was their finest metallic creation. As she contemplated, Wulio opened the iron door. Beyond the door lay darkness, likely due to the depletion of the energy reserves, which rendered the interior dimly lit. Bylon and Deming followed Wulio inside, who approached a metallic frame at the door's edge and manipulated the panel within. In no time, the room was illuminated. In that instant, both Bylon and Deming were taken aback by the spectacle before them. The chamber housing the energy reserves soared to a height of several meters. Akin to a skyscraper constructed underground, at the center of this expansive room lay an inverted semicircular apparatus, not merely placed, but rather fused to the ground, as if it were an extension of the flesh. The craftsmanship of the device was exquisite, with delicate patterns pulsating with a soft blue light. Above the semicircular shell rose a cylindrical structure extending to the ceiling, adorned with flowing light, ascending and encircled by fleshy tendrils that thickened as they reached the apex, merging with the ceiling. However, this octopus-like structure possessed 6 legs. Yet that was not all. The apparatus was enveloped in a thin, translucent membrane, allowing for a clear view of the strange symbols that flickered upon its screen. Bylon approached one of the horizontally positioned cylindrical structures, which towered over her, its diameter exceeding her own height. Each of these 6 metallic cylinders connected to a smaller semicircular device, similar in design to the central one. Yet each smaller semicircle featured conduits linked at its base. Evidently, these numerous lines were intended for the transportation of nutrients. Throughout the room, such conduits were abundant, sprawling across the walls and floor, some even entwined around the energy reserve, creating a somewhat chaotic layout. After surveying the entirety of the room, Bylon ultimately focused on the central apparatus. While the scene was indeed impressive, could such a device sustain the world's operation for so long? She found it difficult to believe that moment. She longed to utter to Wulio, "Is this it?" Fortunately, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, for what she and Deming beheld was merely the tip of the iceberg that was the energy reserve. Chapter 76. One of many, Wulio explained that the energy reserve constituted an immensely vast system. The room that Bylon and Deming had just observed was merely one of the many branches of the energy reserve. "How extensive is it?" Bylon inquired, standing before the semicircular apparatus in the center of the chamber. "It far exceeds the area occupied by the skeletal construction from several millennia ago," Wulio replied, approaching one of the metallic cylinders and lightly touching it. "It is a pity that such a magnificent energy reserve created by the Creator can no longer function." Bylon gazed at Wulio, with his head bowed in contemplation of the energy reserve, appeared somewhat resigned and regretful. "You feel fear now?" she asked. "Fear of what?" "Fear of death, in the past. We did not. But now, among us humans who cling to the remnants of our nutrients, there are indeed some who have begun to sense the terror that death brings. We are transforming, becoming somewhat less human. The humans you speak of differ from my understanding. Why do you say that? What distinctions lie between the two? Because you rely too heavily on the energy reserve. The reserve bestows upon humanity distinct settings during creation, and you cannot transcend the confines imposed by these settings. Your perspective is overly limited to we, however, are different. In my world, the inhabitants continuously break through their limitations. Unshackled by constraints, they experience a myriad of emotions and thoughts. Of course, there are those who resemble you, rigid, conservative, and traditional in thought, but fundamentally, we remain completely different. If that is the case, I envy such a world. Bylon remarked. Wulio sighed once more, as before. Yet, as an engineer in this world, I yearn for the rebirth of the world I hold dear. That I wish you success. Bylon replied. It would indeed be a great pity if such a colossal energy reserve were to simply wither away. Just as the two concluded their conversation, a figure entered through the uneven iron door. Deming stood a short distance from the door, startled by its sudden opening, and discreetly retreated to a corner of the room, silently observing the newcomer. Upon entering, the figure paused, evidently perplexed by the sight of the two outsiders. Who are they? He inquired of Wulio. Wulio bowed slightly in response, indicating a disparity in their status. They are travelers from afar, wishing to observe the energy reserve, so I brought them in. Wulio briefly introduced them, and the figure cast a glance at Bylon and Deming. In truth, Bylon was uncertain if he truly scrutinized them, but he undoubtedly directed his gaze toward them for a moment. The fleeting nature of the glance gave her the impression that he merely skimmed over them. Then, he unexpectedly introduced himself. Greetings, I am the third intelligent life form birthed in this world. You may call me 03. I am one of the scientists responsible for recording energy reserve data, and a direct subordinate of General 01. Bylon was taken aback, not anticipating that he was a scientist. Please continue your tour. The energy reserve has been depleted. To us, it has now become a relic, open for public viewing. Saying this, 03 began to leave, passing by Deming first, then Wulio, and finally Bylon. There was another door diagonally across the room, and 03 was headed toward it. However, just as he passed Bylon, she called out to him. May I inquire if the phenomenon of imbalance is related to your second plan? Upon hearing Bylon's question, Wulio hurriedly exclaimed, Bylon. He raised his voice, clearly wishing to deter her from further inquiries. The consequences of the second plan could indeed lead to the emergence of imbalance. I believe there is nothing to conceal. However, I cannot divulge more details regarding the second plan. 03 replied apologetically. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. If you wish to explore further, Wulio can guide you. With that, 03 departed. If the plan results in imbalance, would not this world be doomed? Bylon pondered aloud. That is precisely our concern, Wulio affirmed. The scientists are conducting extensive experiments, hoping to mitigate the likelihood of imbalance through their work. But given the current circumstances, it appears to be a daunting task. We are all apprehensive that the plan may not come to fruition, leading the scientists to expend considerable resources. Let us set aside that topic for now and venture to explore other energy repositories. May we visit the Central Energy Repository? Bylon inquired. Certainly, that is precisely why I am here to guide you. However, should we encounter other scientists along the way, I expect you to exhibit respect. At the very least by bowing as I do. Upon hearing this, Bylon hesitated briefly, glancing at Demong, who was examining a small semicircular instrument adjacent to the energy repository. And also, Wulu added, please refrain from inquiring about the second plan, as it is classified information. No, he continued, making his way to the large semicircular instrument positioned in the center of the room. He pressed a protruding metal plate on the instrument twice, and a series of beeping electronic sounds ensued, resulting in a small door opening that was just large enough for a single person to pass through. Wulu elucidated, the current nutrient solution has become exceedingly rare, so we have substituted it with electricity, allowing the underground lights to function properly and restoring the transmission capabilities of the energy repository. Afterward, he gestured towards the newly opened small door. Beyond the door lay a compact, enclosed room resembling an elevator, albeit significantly smaller than any Bylon had previously encountered. Please enter. This is the transmission chamber, which can comfortably accommodate the three of us. That I shall be the first to step inside. and we should arrive at the central control room of the energy repository in a few minutes. It is likely to be crowded with visitors, so be prepared. Chapter 77. The central control room by Lon felt as though her time within the transmission chamber stretched infinitely. Although the ascent and descent lasted merely 2 or 3 minutes, to her, it felt akin to an eternity. Fortunately, she managed to suppress any urge to vomit, though dizziness and a mild discomfort in her stomach lingered. At least she was still conscious. After sitting for a moment, she began to regain her composure. However, Damring was not as fortunate. He had completely fainted. Is he all right? Wu Lu inquired, casting a concerned glance at the unconscious Deming. He is fine, merely unwell, and he should awaken shortly, Bailon reassured, glancing at the transmission chamber that Wu Lu had just sealed. You should have informed us beforehand. Informed you of what? Of, Bailon said, rubbing her stomach. Never mind, we are already seated. It matters little whether you mentioned it or not. At that moment, the trio found themselves in a room strikingly similar to the previous one, even down to the layout. The distinction lay in the fact that the light emanating from the instruments was green rather than blue. You may proceed. The central control room lies just beyond that door, Wu Lu said, pointing towards an iron door at the front of the chamber. As for your friend, let him remain here for now. Once he regains consciousness, I will guide him to you. Bailon cast a glance at Deming and shrugged nonchalantly. Truth be told, even if Deming were to perish here, she would feel no pity for him. His life was of little consequence to her. Bringing him into the light spot was merely an experiment. And now that she had learned that achieving the phenomenon of imbalance was far from simple, her curiosity to explore it further had waned significantly, let alone her desire to continue collaborating with Yite. Achieving imbalance was no easy feat, and Bailon resolved to take her time. With that thought, she pushed open the iron door. As it swung ajar, a cacophony of noise filled her ears. The expanse before her was vast, reminiscent of a closed stadium teeming with spectators. Yet in this expansive space, it was filled to capacity with people. Each individual appeared devoid of skin, their bodies pressed tightly together like exhibits in a human specimen display. Bailon stood at the threshold, astonished by the sight, and felt an involuntary urge to retreat. She was not afraid, but the sight of so many humanoid masses standing in unison instilled within her a strong aversion to drawing near. Bailon made a conscious effort to avert her gaze from these individuals and instead focused on the colossal instrument amidst the crowd. According to Wu Lu, it represented the very core of the energy repository and was the largest component within the central control room. The entire apparatus was symmetrically structured, with an inverted triangular top affixed to a fleshy ceiling, while tightly coiled flesh strands formed the base, connecting the top and bottom. The lower section, also triangular, was adorned with intricate patterns, through which white light flowed in spirals toward the symmetrical center. Surrounding the instrument were several skeletal metallic control rooms, evidently designed based on these larger structures, but noticeably more expansive than those Bailon had encountered previously. Metallic conveyor tubes and various tangled wires were visible on the floor and walls, and the walls of this enormous stadium-like chamber featured multiple protruding platforms, akin to bleachers, also crowded with people. The individuals on the platforms jostled for position, marveling at the magnificent energy repository that had once bestowed life upon their world. As Bailon surveyed the surrounding platforms, she noted that these flesh-formed altitudes were being pressed and distorted by the crowd, creating an illusion of imminent collapse. Are these people insane? This is hardly a tour, Bailon muttered under her breath, then took a few steps forward, positioning herself on the outskirts of the throng. She had no desire to mingle with them. Thus she strolled around the outer edge of the gathering. In that moment, Bailon observed a solitary figure standing quietly in the corner, starkly contrasting with the raucous crowd. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a watch adorning his wrist. A watch. A watch. Bailon's eyes fixated on the timepiece. It was a vintage-style watch with a leather strap, circular face, and a relatively thick band, likely designed for men. Yet the craftsmanship of the watch was exquisite, shattering Bailon's previous notions of the crude handmade items she had encountered in this world, such as the necklace priced at 10,000 and the metal tag at 23. Along with those iron doors, without a doubt, these items exhibited a roughness akin to child's play. Why did a watch exist in this world? Moreover, it bore a striking resemblance to those in reality. "Hello," Bailan could not restrain herself and approached him. "May I ask about this watch?" Before she could finish her inquiry, she noticed that the hands on the watch face were motionless. The watch appeared to have stopped. Furthermore, she observed a slight defect where the face connected to the strap, though it did not hinder its wearability. The individual raised the hand adorned with the watch. "Are you admiring this timepiece?" Bailan nodded. He continued, "It is not mine. Its original owner resembled you quite closely. People from your world are quite remarkable, capable of crafting such intricate adornments." Though he had inexplicably praised her, Bailan gleaned from his words that the watch indeed did not belong to him. And she could ascertain that it also did not belong to this world. It seemed others had also entered the light spot. "May I inquire further?" Bailan said. "How did you come by this watch?" Initially expecting a response that would satisfy her curiosity, perhaps it was a gift, or he had exchanged it with someone, or even found it, she could hardly fathom it being stolen. From her understanding, the people in this world were generally amicable, and she did not believe they would resort to theft or robbery. Yet, she had overestimated them. Due to the existence of the energy repository, each individual's characterization could potentially harbor a negative aspect. The person before her stated, "I took this watch from a foreigner." Chapter 78. Initial results stole it. Bailan was momentarily at a loss for words. She had not anticipated the individual before her would so candidly admit to robbery. An awkward smile crept on her face as she asked, "And where is the person from whom you took the watch now? What is his name?" "I do not know." He shook his head. "I merely thought it looked appealing. When I seized it, he was startled and ran away." "And what did he look like?" "I did not catch a clear glimpse, but I remember he wore glasses that I knocked them off when I collided with him. And he fumbled on the ground for quite some time before finding them, and then fled." From his description, Bailan at least acquired a useful piece of information. The individual from whom the watch had been stolen was likely severely myopic. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude, feeling there was nothing more to inquire. Just as she was about to depart, she turned to find Deming awake, leaning against the doorframe and staring vacantly at the scene before him. Bailan approached him. "Ah, you're awake." Deming cast a sidelong glance at Bailan before shifting his attention to the enormous instrument. "Is this the center of the energy repository?" he asked. "Yes, otherwise why would all these people be gathered here? Is it necessary to crowd around a machine that is no longer functional? It is the very entity that once brought them to life. Their reverence is entirely natural." Bailan glanced behind Deming. "Where is Wulu?" "He has left." "Where to?" "He likely has some matters to attend to." "Oh." Bailan nodded and turned her gaze back towards the colossal instrument at the center of the energy repository. Although Bailan had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the second plan, the exacerbation of its condition, coupled with the depletion of the energy reservoir, rendered the exploration of the light spot largely devoid of substantive significance for her. Nevertheless, there was still one task she needed to accomplish prior to that. With this thought, she turned her gaze towards Demon. The latter, sensing the icy scrutiny from Bailan, gradually shifted his gaze to meet hers. It appeared he comprehended the intent behind her gaze as he closed his eyes with a sigh and calmly inquired, "Are you going to kill me?" Bailan tilted her head, a semblance of a smile playing on her lips as she retorted, "What do you think? Can I see the professor one last time?" Demon asked, a hint of desperation creeping into his voice. Bailan fixed him with a silent stare for a moment, just as she was about to respond. A thunderous roar erupted from the central control room. The cacophony of the crowd grew louder, intermingled with the clamor of machinery, rendering the entire venue exceptionally chaotic. Bailan covered her ears and looked towards the central apparatus. Noticing that the triangular device was trembling violently, it seemed to be operational. Hadn't the energy reservoir been depleted? Why was it suddenly functioning? The second plan seemed to be yielding results at that moment. From behind Demon, at the iron door where he stood, a voice emerged, belonging to Wulyo. "What is going on? 1,000 years ago, before I first encountered you, I also met humans like you. You must originate from the same world, right?" Wulyo's words took Bailan by surprise, recalling the man with the watch who had also encountered beings from the real world. This further convinced Bailan that this corporeal realm was traversed by others besides herself and Demon. What baffled her was that the temporal reference was a millennium ago, a millennium prior, before Wulyo had met Bailan. which implied that someone had come before her entry into the light spot. What was that person's name? What did he look like? Bylon asked as they spoke. The energy reservoir abruptly ceased its operations. Bylon and Demon were drawn to the sudden silence, while Wulio, rarely seen to sigh, remarked, "It seems the plan has still not succeeded." "What exactly happened to the energy reservoir?" Bylon inquired. "Nothing much, merely another test of the plan, but it was indeed operational just now." With that, Wulio turned to leave. Bylon stood still, watching Wulio's silhouette disappear into the transmission room, momentarily lost in thought. She blinked, her gaze sweeping around until she spotted Demon, who had already slipped into the throng of people, vanishing from sight. Considering the elapsed time, several hours had passed since entering the light spot. It was indeed time to exit. Thus, Bylon dismissed the matter, contemplating that as they were on the verge of leaving, she could teach him a lesson later. She stood nonchalantly outside the crowd, observing the energy reservoir, passing the time that a few minutes later, the apparatus trembled once more, reactivating under the influence of the second plan's testing. The incessant rumbling began to overwhelm her senses, and Bylon felt a familiar dizziness wash over her as the sensations from her entry into the light spot returned. As she closed her eyes, the surrounding noise gradually faded, and the nauseating scent of decaying flesh dissipated. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself still before the shattered door of the laboratory. But curiously, Demon was nowhere to be found. This was impossible. Weak and weary, Bylon leaned against the wall, attempting to rise. But the energy expended during her traversal through the light spot weighed heavily on her body. Despite having partially released her abilities earlier, the shackles still remained, and her powers were once again locked away. The laboratory occupied an entire floor and had been forcibly sealed due to the appearance of the light spot, meaning no one would be coming for a while. Just as she was on the verge of fainting against the wall, a figure emerged from the direction of the disinfection zone, gradually being swallowed by darkness. Chapter 79. He has disappeared. When Bylon awoke, she found herself lying on a soft bed, her body stiff as if she had been asleep for an eternity. Confused, she turned her head and noticed 2237 sitting by her bedside. Seeing Bylon's pallid complexion, 2237 handed her a cup of freshly poured hot water. His expression stern as he said, "Had I not arrived in time, you might have remained trapped in a laboratory until you perished from hunger." Bylon took a sip from the cup. Was it really that dramatic? 2237's face remained impassive, his tone serious. "Do you realize you've been unconscious for 3 whole days? Even if you hadn't tea-starved, you would have surely died of thirst. 3 days. Bylon was taken aback by the duration. The laboratory was closed, and it would take at least 5 days to reopen. You should know how soundproof that place is. What if no one discovered you during those 5 days? I could wake up and leave on my own. 2237 was momentarily speechless, waking up after 3 days. Are you certain you have the strength to walk out? Bylon gazed down at the warm cup in her hands, her attention suddenly drawn to the unfamiliar clothes she was wearing. Did you inform Lysoal about my situation? He is your boyfriend. He naturally has the right to know, 2237 replied. But where is he? At this, Bylon glanced towards the door of the bedroom. Has he been discharged? Before 2237 could respond, Bylon found it somewhat amusing. She had been confined due to Demon's actions. Without him, she would never have been able to breach the laboratory door. Perhaps having slept for too long had dulled her mind. Only now did she connect the dots regarding Demon. Speaking of Demon, where is he? Bylon inquired. He has vanished. Bylon was perplexed by this turn of events, even suspecting that Demon's body had been torn asunder by the light spot, rendering his corpse invisible. But was that even possible? At that moment, 2237 continued his earlier thought. You just mentioned Demon. I was about to speak of this matter. 2237's hawk-like gaze bore into Bylon. Then he furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes slightly. Rising, he maintained his seriousness. I've said what I needed to say. I must take my leave now. Call me if you need anything. That you are leaving just like that. Bylon contemplated calling him back, but realized there was indeed nothing left to discuss. With a resounding thud, 2237 closed the door behind him as he exited Bylon's room. Where could Demon have gone? Why had he run towards the crowd? The more Bylon pondered, the more perplexed she became, prompting her to rise from the bed and take a hot shower. Afterward, feeling refreshed, She thought that since there was no one else around, she might as well emerge in her natural state. To her surprise, just as she opened the door, she found Lysa standing there, his eyes wide as he froze upon seeing her unclothed form. "I thought you were still asleep." Lysua shut his eyes and turned his back. Hastily closing the door behind him, put on some clothes. "I want tea look." Having seen everything, Bylon quickly wrapped herself in a bathrobe and emerged, finding Lysa standing with his back to her. She chuckled softly. "I am dressed now. You can turn around." Cautiously, Lysua turned, only to find Bylon completely covered in her bathrobe, letting out a silent sigh of relief. Though he appeared somewhat flustered, Bylon noticed this and teased. "You've seen me bare, yet I'm not embarrassed. Why are you the one blushing?" Her tone was playful. Lysua frowned. "I'm not blushing to know. You're deliberately avoiding my gaze, that I'm merely concerned about my partner." "Stop being so stubborn." Bylon advanced towards Lysua. "If I recall correctly, you previously mentioned that I was the one being stubborn." Having said this, Bylon stood right before Lysua. Fresh from her shower, she exuded a faint fragrance. Droplets of water cascading from her damp hair. The beads of water trickled down her hair, gliding down her neck and disappearing beneath the bathrobe. Lysua instinctively swallowed hard, his throat visibly quivering under Bylon's watchful eye. She reached out, gently caressing his throat. Lysua felt a surge of electricity course through him. Suddenly, he grasped Bylon's delicate wrist, warning in a low voice, "If you continue to tease me, do not blame me for taking liberties." He then lowered his gaze, focusing on Bylon's bathrobe, whispering in her ear, "I know you're not wearing anything underneath, that I was merely joking," she replied. Lysa brushed past Bylon, heading towards the living room and settling onto the sofa. "This time, I only have a 2-hour break, and I can stay here for no more than half an hour before I must leave." Chapter 80. I believe you. Bylon recounted the events surrounding the light spot to Lysua in their entirety. She felt there was nothing to conceal, thus providing a detailed account, including matters concerning it and Demon. Lysua listened in disbelief, yet he did not press further, instead accepting the astonishing revelations with a calm demeanor. He appeared remarkably composed, as if he had never heard the news at all. He inquired, "Is it truly Demeng who wishes to poison you?" "He has openly admitted it." "Then he has gone missing now. What has been the reaction from the Academy?" "I am uncertain, but the police will surely investigate and inform them that Demeng vanished alongside Guangbi and do you think they will believe it?" "If it is you who voiced this, they certainly will not." Lu Su rose and walked toward the balcony, gazing silently at the scene beyond, contemplating for a moment. "Now that you are awake, you should promptly relay the events to Ite. Guangban was of his urging for you to explore, and Demeng is a student. He will undoubtedly believe you and offer assistance. Although I do not know Ite well, I trust that, as a scientist, he is a responsible individual. However, I forcibly brought Demeng into Guangban. While it is true he intended to kill me, punishing him is not entirely unjust. Yet, as his mentor, do you not fear Ite might harbor resentment towards me and betray me?" Lu Su turned to Bylon and asked, "You have known Ite far longer than I have. Do you believe he would act in such a manner?" Bylon pondered thoughtfully for a moment before shaking her head. "No." After this brief exchange, an unexpected silence enveloped them. Lu Su seemed to have something more to say. He stood on the balcony, his gaze fixed on Bylon, hesitating on how to begin. Bylon smiled and waited for him to speak. At last, Lu Su inquired, "Are you feeling better now? Is that all you wish to ask?" "I am merely concerned for my partner." That phrase again. Bylon approached the balcony and stood beside Lu Su. He was tall, requiring Bylon to tilt her head to gaze at him, which she found somewhat displeasing. Suddenly, she jabbed her elbow sharply into his arm. "If you care, just care. No need to add partner for emphasis. Do not poke me. You are too thin. It hurts when you jabbed." At Lu Su frowned and rubbed his sore arm. "Does all this muscle even hurt?" "Muscle is still flesh." Yes, they spoke of assassination. Bylon's mouth was swiftly covered by Lu Su's hand. Bylon had been pulled inside by Lu Su, and anyone unaware might think he was attempting to abduct her. "Be gentle. I can walk on my own," Bylon protested, pulling his hand away. Looking down, she realized his rough handling had loosened the belt of her bathrobe, causing it to part slightly and reveal her fair skin. Lu Su cleared his throat twice. Turning away as if he had seen nothing, Bailan chose not to acknowledge his discomfort, quickly adjusting her attire, and continued, "Now, tell me, how do you intend for me to assist you with the assassination of the chairman?" "The United Nations will soon convene a summary meeting regarding recent plans at the council building," Lu Su stated seriously. "The details of this second half of the meeting will not be disclosed to the public. Thus, the media will leave after the first half concludes. Moreover, the attendees will be significantly fewer than usual, primarily consisting of key officials that I have heard that some military personnel will also be present." "So you intend to seize the opportunity to assassinate Auguste while there are fewer people?" "Yes, but the security system at the UN headquarters is always meticulously enforced. I cannot do this alone." "What do you require of me?" "There will be a 15-minute break during the meeting. Auguste will remain in his exclusive lounge. All you need to do is deal with the security personnel patrolling outside the lounge." "You make it sound quite simple, but how am I to gain entry? And what of the surveillance?" "You may find this hard to believe," Lu Su replied, "but you can simply walk in with confidence." "What?" Bailan thought she misheard. Since the onset of the Alteration era, the UN has canceled access to certain public areas. "This has nothing to do with public access. I intend for you to masquerade as a journalist to blend in. I will arrange for a press pass and other materials for you. Will I not be discovered?" Bailan had never encountered the profession of journalism and was uncertain of her ability to assume this new identity. However, for Bailan, it presented an intriguing experience that "I trust you. You will not be found out, but you have not explained what I should do specifically once I arrive. What is the exact timing of the meeting? When should I go?" "The person delivering the materials will inform you." "And what about 2237? He has been watching me closely." After speaking, Lu Su adjusted his clothing and moved toward the door, seemingly intending to depart. Initially, he wished to leave without further explanation, but after a moment of consideration, he decided to clarify matters for Bailan. "You need not explain anything to me," Bailan replied somewhat coldly. "Once this assassination is concluded, I shall take my leave. Life within the city is certainly preferable to that outside, yet I still favor the existence beyond these walls. Remaining here makes me feel as though I'm being confined." Lu Su was taken aback. "Have you concluded matters with Ite? Did I not just elaborate in detail?" She retorted, "I do not wish to be involved any longer. Furthermore, the energy reserves have been depleted, rendering ET's research on Guangban unnecessary." Upon hearing these words, Lu Su hesitated, then suddenly spoke in a low voice. "If the assassination is successful, I too wish to leave the firmament and live beyond the city." "Why? Are you not afraid that the outside world is fraught with danger?" "Not at all." Lu Su shook his head. "What I fear most is witnessing this city succumb to corruption, step by step." Chapter 81. Kamite took the initiative to visit Bailan at her apartment. When Bailan opened the door to find him at the doorbell, she was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that E.T.'s complexion had deteriorated further since their last encounter. His once somewhat plump cheeks were now sunken, devoid of color, and his frail form resembled little more than a fragile sheet of paper, as if a gentle breeze could whisk him away. Upon hearing that Bailan had awakened, Ite rushed over alone. Due to Demeng's disappearance, Ite found himself without an assistant, which made Bailan acutely aware of the elder's loneliness and helplessness, stirring a sense of sympathy within her. "Professor, why have you come alone?" "Please come in," Bailan urged, promptly ushering him inside. "Had someone informed me, I would have gone to the academy to find you." Ite began to speak, but faltered upon noticing 2237 also present in Bailan's dwelling, causing his words to catch in his throat. Bailan sensed Et's discomfort and called for 2237 to step outside, instructing him to wait at the door. Bailan first seated Ite on the sofa, then poured him a cup of warm water. "Professor, even if you had not come to find me, I would have sought you out, although the outcome of this venture into an alternate world was unsatisfactory. I acquired quite a bit of information from the engineers there." Seated on the opposite side of the sofa, Bailan continued, "Did you come to inquire about the energy reserves? That is part of the reason." "But you wish to know about Demeng's whereabouts?" "Yes, the last time I was hospitalized, it was Demeng who guided you to the laboratory for the exploration of Guangban. Yet since my discharge, Demeng has gone missing." Ite exhibited signs of anxiety, removing his glasses and rubbing his nose bridge pensively. A troubled expression etched across his face. "Has something unfortunate befallen him? He entered Guangban with me, but he perished She explained that after the first Guang band dissipated, a second one appeared abruptly, and Demeng was absorbed by dark matter during its emergence, ultimately being cruelly torn apart. In simpler terms, he was dead, utterly, irretrievably dead. Bai Lan spoke the lie without flinching, without a hint of hesitation. She wished to avoid entanglement and unnecessary disputes. It was a hassle, and she only desired to extricate herself unscathed. Since the laboratory surveillance had long been disabled by Demeng, she could fabricate any narrative regarding the events within as long as Ite believed her, even if the police were to investigate later. She would have the assertion that Demeng died within Guang Band to rely upon. After conveying the news of Demeng's demise, Bai Lan deliberately observed Ite's expression. He slowly adjusted his glasses. Remaining silent, Ite lowered his gaze, staring blankly at an unspecified point. Bai Lan was uncertain of what he was fixated on, and even Ite himself was unaware of what captivated his attention. For a moment, Ite seemed lost in thought, his mind a void as if it had been forcibly excavated. Bai Lan waited patiently for him to regain his composure, and after what felt like an eternity, Ite finally spoke. "Very well, I understand." Bai Lan was taken aback by Ite's calm demeanor. He did not weep, nor did his voice tremble. He appeared so composed that Bai Lan questioned whether he was devoid of emotion. A cold-hearted creature. Yet, inexplicably, she felt that this state of tranquility suited Ite well. "Professor," aside from Demeng's situation, Bai Lan ventured tentatively. While Bai Lan articulated her thoughts in great detail, she withheld certain information. Specifically regarding the second plan, Wu Lu had mentioned that the second plan had already shown preliminary success. She aimed to assist Lu Su in the assassination of Auguste and then depart from the firmament as swiftly as possible. After listening to Bai Lan's detailed account, Ite remained as composed as before. He assured Bai Lan that he would help suppress the matters that transpired in the laboratory, for it was he who had encouraged her to explore the light spots. And thus he must take responsibility for the situation. Regarding the death of Demeng, he also planned to explain it to the police and address it when reporting to the Academy of Sciences and the United Nations about the exploration of the light spots. Subsequently, Bai Lan clearly expressed her desire to cease further exploration of the light spots. To her surprise, Ite readily agreed. Bai Lan was perplexed by his thoughts. Perhaps the news of Demeng's death coupled with the depletion of the energy reserves had struck Ite with a double blow, leaving him somewhat at a loss, and he sought to mask his inner turmoil with this facade of tranquility. "Bai Lan, I'm quite intrigued by the imbalance phenomenon explained by the engineers from Institute 56. Ite suddenly remarked. Bai Lan was taken aback by his unexpected shift in topic. "Professor, why do you bring this up?" she inquired. According to Institute 56, disruptive behavior is difficult to achieve, hence the imbalance phenomenon is unlikely to manifest in reality. "Is that so?" Ite gazed out towards the balcony, seemingly lost in thought as he spoke. "Do you not find the light spots reminiscent of such a phenomenon?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lan was momentarily stunned. Ite continued, "If I recall correctly, you once speculated that the light spots might represent some form of disruptive behavior, but I hold a differing view that I believe their emergence is indicative of an imbalance, albeit one that evidently has minimal and gradual effects on this world. Furthermore," Ite added, "Bai Lan, did you know, your very presence is not a form of disruption to the world we inhabit?" "Professor, your words make me feel like an outlier. I apologize for instilling such negative thoughts in you. I regret my earlier comments." Standing at the door, 2237 observed Ite leaving and turned to Bai Lan, asking, "Did you speak with him?" "Yes, I did. And then, after that, I wish to leave the city of Songxiong." Chapter 82. Running errands for others after Ite's departure, while packing her belongings, Bai Lan discovered the tulip brooch that Demeng had gifted her in Noah City. She had intended to return it to him, but before she could, Demeng had vanished. Bai Lan could not comprehend why Demeng had disappeared along with the light spots. She closed her suitcase and stood up. A thought struck her, prompting her to knock on 2237's door. Upon opening the door and seeing Bai Lan, 2237 appeared quite surprised. "What is it? Are you heading out?" "No, I have a question." "What question?" "Do you know the meaning of yellow tulips?" "I'm not sure, but my mother used to love tulips. She told me that tulips have many meanings, and they're a good choice for gifting friends. Does it carry an apology connotation?" "I'm sorry. As I mentioned, I'm not very familiar with flower meanings. However, Since tulips are suitable for friends and signify the value of friendship, they likely encompass an element of apology as well, don't you think? Bailon murmured softly, "We are not friends." "What did you say?" 2237 did not catch her words. It seemed Ming had long contemplated this, and gifting Bailon the tulip brooch was his way of expressing a small apology for the matter of wanting her dead. Did he think such a trivial token could absolve him of his guilt? Bailon found it utterly laughable. The following day, Bailon swiftly received a press card sent by a representative from Lysa. To her astonishment, the person delivering the press card was Shungao Yao running errands for someone. Upon seeing Shungao Yao, Bailon teased him to avoid being seen by others, especially 2237. She quickly pulled him into her room before 2237 could notice his arrival. Shungao Yao, dissatisfied, shrugged off Bailon's hand with a scoff, adjusting his glasses. "Humph. I didn't even know it was you until I saw your picture on the press card. I was quite reluctant to come and deliver it." "Yet here you are," Bailon quipped. Shungao Yao fell silent, handing the press card to Bailon before attempting to leave, only to be stopped by her. "Hey, what about other matters?" "No explanations." Shungao Yao appeared extremely impatient, avoiding her gaze as he said, "Next Monday at 9 a.m. at the Abnormal Biological Defense Council building in the first-floor conference hall. Just don't be late. But I'm unfamiliar with the inside. Will someone guide me?" "Of course, there will be designated personnel to lead you. And there are also signs. You won't get lost. And afterward, where should I go after the meeting?" Shungao Yao pouted that you'll see Lysua then. He'll tell you. "Oh," Bailon nodded, regarding Shungao Yao with a peculiar expression, "that I didn't expect you to know Lysa." As she began to speak, she lowered her voice, "about the plan to assassinate the chairman, that I didn't expect you to be aware of this either." "So the collaborator Lysa mentioned was actually you," he replied, surprised. "There must be more surprises in store for you. What else?" Shungao Yao looked at Bailon in confusion. "I also know you're developing forbidden drugs. You appeared at the old government building, presumably to retrieve old project materials?" Bailon smiled. "Oh, and since you're willing to assist Lysua in the assassination of the chairman, helping him obtain these materials," she said, weighing the press card in her hand, "it must also be your hope for the United Nations to restart the capsule project. Once the chairman is dead, they will realize the severity of the situation. And you can seize the opportunity to issue a warning, thereby securing the necessary funding and material support for the project to continue to... Am I correct?" Shungao Yao stared at Bailon in astonishment. "Ew, what about it?" Bailon pushed his hand away. "Don't point your finger at me. Lysua actually told you about the forbidden drugs." Shungao Yao lowered his voice, incredulous. "How come he shares everything with you?" "He didn't tell me. I deduced it myself. However, I can tell Lysa seems not to be trying to hide it from me." "What is the nature of your relationship? Didn't he claim you were a fake couple?" "Why does it seem so real?" "It is real," Bailon joked. "Stop dreaming. He's the Secretary General's nephew. How could he possibly be interested in you?" Shungao Yao scrutinized Bailon with disdain. "Look at you, dressed so poorly, lacking any charm." Shungao Yao's words infuriated Bailon, yet she concealed her anger and instead raised her hand to grip his neck. "You dare say that again?" she warned, her expression icy. With merely 3 fingers, she tightened her hold, turning Shungao Yao's neck a shade of crimson that he struggled to speak. His airway constricted, and the veins on his forehead bulged, indicating his struggle for breath. His limbs gradually losing strength. "Let go." He managed to squeeze out 2 words. Only then did Bailon release him. Finally, Shungao Yao gasped for air, greedily inhaling the fresh atmosphere around him. Under Bailon's intimidation, he dared not utter a word. Once he regained his composure, he cautiously glanced at Bailon, who was leaning against the wall, a smile playing on her lips as she watched him. "Do you have anything else to say?" Bailon suddenly inquired. Shungao Yao flinched, shaking his head repeatedly. Just then, his phone rang that he glanced at the screen before quickly answering. "Hello? What did you say?" Though Bailon could not hear the voice on the other end of the line, she noticed Shungao Yao's face turn ashen, as if he had received some distressing news. The urgency of the call was palpable, and Bailon sensed his growing unease. He swiftly hung up the phone and pushed past Bailon. Rushing out the door, Bailon did not feel angered by his abrupt departure. Rather, she watched Shungao Yao's frantic figure leave, deep in thought. What could have possibly happened? Chapter 83. Unexpected death. The content of Shen Gaoyao's phone call was the unexpected death of Cheng Ming-si. Cheng Ming-si had been the lead researcher on the potentialities of non-biological anomalies, a topic he had proposed himself. Previously, he had presented a hypothesis on non-biological anomalies at a scientific conference. Though his project had garnered some recognition from certain members of the Academy of Sciences and received funding for relevant research, it had ultimately attracted little attention. Even Shen Gaoyao, who studied abnormal organisms, believed that non-biological entities were unlikely to undergo anomalies. It was only after his personal experience outside the city that he began to harbor doubts regarding the potential for non-biological anomalies. This led to increased interactions with Cheng Ming-si. Naturally, his research remained clandestine, known only to Bai Lan and Lai Suo, with Cheng Ming-si being the sole other individual aware of the endeavor. He had transformed the government-provided housing into a laboratory for developing forbidden drugs, while also shuttling between data rooms, having minimal contact with the headquarters of the Academy of Sciences, including Ite. He was simultaneously engaged in the capsule project and Cheng Ming-si's non-biological research. His aspirations were noble, yet the repeated failures had instilled within him a profound sense of frustration, greatly depleting his research efforts. Now, astonishingly, he had received the news of Cheng Ming-si's untimely demise. This was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to Shingo. As he proceeded to the hospital's morgue, he received a call from the Academy of Sciences, revealing an even more shocking revelation. Cheng Ming-si had perished as a result of an attack by a monster. The term monster was seldom employed by the personnel of the Academy to describe mutated organisms. In their meticulously crafted experimental reports, they adhered to a more scientific nomenclature, referring to them as mutated organisms. Cheng Ming-si had remained within the city limits, never having ventured beyond the confines of the Academy's headquarters since his arrival. How could he have encountered a monster? Was it possible that this creature had infiltrated the urban area? Such a significant event, if disseminated, would undoubtedly incite widespread panic among the city's inhabitants. Contemplating this, Shen Gaoyao gradually slowed his pace until he came to a halt. A sudden unease washed over him, accompanied by a rather absurd notion. It was entirely conceivable that Cheng Ming-si's research had yielded results. This was the last outcome Shen Gaoyao wished to see, for such findings would undoubtedly bring about catastrophic repercussions for the world. The phenomenon of non-biological mutation would become humanity's nightmare. And no wonder they had resorted to the term monster. Cheng Ming-si had no relatives or romantic partners, and the few friends he possessed were all affiliated with the Academy. Thus, when Shen Gaoyao arrived at the morgue where Cheng Ming-si's body lay, he found no one present save for a handful of staff members. Earlier, someone from the Academy came to see him. "You may bid him farewell, but I advise against opening the body bag," one of the staff members cautioned. Shen Gaoyao, puzzled, inquired why not. "Am I not allowed to see him one last time?" "It's because he was attacked, and his body." Before the staff member could finish, Shen Gaoyao swiftly unzipped the body bag. The sight that met his eyes was enough to make him retch that he initially gagged. But upon crouching down and catching sight of Cheng Ming-si's head, partially devoured by the monster, he erupted into violent convulsions, expelling the contents of his stomach from earlier that day. Shen Gaoyao nodded. Unable to bear looking at Cheng Ming-si's face, he shielded his eyes and collapsed onto the floor in despair. It was abundantly clear that the grievous state of Cheng Ming-si's head was not the result of human action, but rather the gruesome work of a monster. Shen Gaoyao was consumed by curiosity regarding the appearance of the creature that had slain Cheng Ming-si. Was it a humanoid mutated organism or a mutated plant or animal? The worst-case scenario would be that Cheng Ming-si had encountered a non-biological mutation. Naturally, Shen Gaoyao hoped it was not the latter possibility. Cheng Ming-si's funeral was scheduled for 3 days hence, yet curiously, the monster responsible for his death had yet to be located. It seemed to have vanished without a trace. Even if it were an intelligent, mutated organism, it should not have been able to evade the numerous surveillance systems throughout the city. Shen Gaoyao found this perplexing and decided to visit Cheng Ming-si's residence. The location had already been cordoned off by the police, and entry into the entire building was prohibited. Officers were conducting a thorough search of the apartment complex and surrounding areas. But nearly 2 days had elapsed since Cheng Ming-si's unfortunate encounter, and they had yielded no results. Shun Gaoyao intended to inquire about Cheng Mingxi from the police, but even as a representative of the academy, he had no authority to interfere with their investigation, and they were under no obligation to share any updates with him. Frustrated, Shun Gaoyao resolved to examine Cheng Mingxi's residence himself, only to be stopped. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shun, but you cannot enter. But I have important documents left at Cheng Mingxi's home," Shun Gaoyao fibbed. "Documents? What kind of documents?" the young officer inquired. "Describe them, and I'll go fetch them for you. No, those documents are crucial. I must retrieve them personally." Seeing the officer's refusal to grant him passage, Shun Gaoyao clicked his tongue. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he was timid and did not wish to provoke the police. If he forced his way into the crime scene, it would be he who ended up in trouble. Shun Gaoyao contemplated leaving, considering that since entry was barred here, he would visit Cheng Mingxi's small laboratory at the academy instead. Perhaps he might uncover something of value. "Wait a moment," the young officer suddenly called out, as if recalling something. "That if you truly wish to go inside, you can obtain a permit from the academy." Chapter 84. The crime scene following the officer's suggestion. Shun Gaoyao procured a permit from the academy, stating that he had left important experimental documents at Cheng Mingxi's residence, which granted him access to the crime scene. However, prior to this, he had made a special trip to Cheng Mingxi's office at the academy, where he discovered a report concerning non-biological research. This report detailed the process of non-biological mutation, yet offered no insight into the causes behind such transformations. Shun Gaoyao was astonished that Cheng Mingxi possessed such a document, further cementing his belief that non-biological entities capable of mutation indeed existed in this world. This indicated that Cheng Mingxi's report had not yet been published before he was tragically killed by a mutated non-biological entity. Shun Gaoyao was filled with dread, fearing that one day the world would be entirely overrun by monsters. With this thought in mind, he tucked the report into his black briefcase and prepared to return to the crime scene. As items from the crime scene had to undergo police inspection and documentation before being removed, Shun Gaoyao planned to search for relevant experimental documents at Cheng Mingxi's residence to deceive the authorities. While searching for the documents, he deliberately slowed his pace. He first wandered around Cheng Mingxi's study, casually flipping through several folders on the bookshelf, then moved to the living room, and finally the bedroom. After nearly half an hour of searching, the young officer trailing behind him began to grow impatient. "Mr. Shun, Captain Zhang will be arriving shortly. Could you perhaps speed things up?" the officer prompted once more. "But please, do not disturb anything." Upon seeing Shun Gaoyao rummaging through the bedside drawer, the officer hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Shun, please be gentle. Don't make a mess. Oh, that can't be moved. That one too. Oh, no, be careful not to disturb anything." "Mr. Shun, what exactly are you looking for? Perhaps I could assist you." The young officer was becoming increasingly anxious, perspiration forming on his brow as he attempted to prevent Shun Gaoyao from rifling through the stack of documents on the desk. Just then, Shun Gaoyao exclaimed, "Oh, why are there so many documents on Cheng Mingxi's desk?" At that moment, Zhang Qingyao's voice echoed from outside the door. "Oh, I remember you." Zhang Qingyao stepped into the study and immediately spotted Shun Gaoyao. Pointing at him, "Your surname is Shun, right? I recall you're a biology student, correct? When I last visited Sanqiong City, although we were not on the same flight, we were still fellow travelers." Shun Gaoyao had not anticipated Zhang Qingyao's prompt arrival. He smiled awkwardly and nodded, exchanging a brief greeting. "Yes, it's me. Captain Zhang, good to see you. No need to be so formal." Zhang Qingyao clapped Shun Gaoyao on the shoulder, the gesture surprisingly forceful, causing Shun Gaoyao to stumble forward a couple of steps. "I must say, you young people are impressive. Achieving the status of biologist at such a young age is no small feat." Zhang Qingyao shook Shun Gaoyao's hand, offered him compliments, and curiously inquired, "May I ask what brings you here today?" "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Qingyao looked at Shun Gaoyao with curiosity as he nodded in response. "But how did your documents end up at Dr. Cheng's home?" "It's like this," Shun Gaoyao explained. "Cheng Mingxi and I have been researching non-biological mutations. He is the lead researcher, so most of the documents are with him. But now As he spoke, Shun Gaoyao's expression shifted to one of sorrow and despair. Zhang Qingyao, noticing his distressed demeanor, offered consolation. "We deeply regret Dr. Cheng's untimely passing. Rest assured, we will locate the escaped mutated organism and ensure it does not harm any other citizens. But despite searching for so long, you have yet to find it, Shen Gaoyao remarked, surveying Cheng Mingxi's residence before suddenly asking, have you searched for any residual saliva from the mutated organism here? Have you analyzed its composition to determine whether it originates from a humanoid or non-humanoid mutated organism? You cannot answer because you have not found any traces of a mutated organism. Have you? Shen Gaoyao deduced for Zhang Qingyao, noting that apart from Cheng Mingxi's blood, there were no traces of mutated organisms. No blood, saliva, bodily fluids, or any secretions. Upon hearing Shen Gaoyao's statement, Zhang Qingyao instantly grasped the true purpose of his visit. Mr. Shen, it seems you are not here for documents, but rather to investigate the cause of Dr. Cheng's death, aren't you? Shen Gaoyao shook his head repeatedly, insisting, no, I am here to collect information. I was merely searching for data when, before Shen Gaoyao could finish his sentence, Zhang Qingyao interjected. So you were also inspecting the crime scene? Realizing he had been seen through by Zhang Qingyao, Shen Gaoyao felt a sense of relief and decided to abandon his pretense. Indeed, as my colleague and a fellow researcher of anomalous organisms, I express my deepest condolences for his death. However, as a scientist, I must be accountable for my research. The possibility of non-biological mutations does indeed exist. Zhang Qingyao furrowed his brow. Mr. Shen, I am but a simple man, and I do not comprehend your research on these non-biological entities. What exactly do you mean by what you just said? What I mean is that Cheng Mingxi was likely killed by a mutated non-biological entity. And what about its secretions? Shen Gaoyao pondered for a moment before explaining. Cheng Mingxi discovered that in the early stages of non-biological mutation, there are no secretions present, much like I mentioned earlier. Blood, saliva, and the like are undetectable. However, over time, they will develop flesh and blood bodies akin to those of humans or animals, and the subsequent mutation process resembles that of plants. So, what you're suggesting is... Zhang Qingyao grasped the implication. Dr. Cheng was indeed attacked by a non-biological entity in its early stages of mutation. Yes, that is precisely my point, Shen Gaoyao affirmed. Moreover, non-biological entities in their early mutation stages lack physical bodies. They can even camouflage themselves to evade our searches, which is the most terrifying aspect. Chapter 85. Alert! After hearing Shen Gaoyao's statement, Zhang Qingyao deployed additional personnel and expanded the search radius. This report must be promptly submitted to the United Nations. Just as he was about to leave Cheng Mingxi's residence, Shen Gaoyao suddenly had a question and inquired of Zhang Qingyao, Captain Zhang. With so many surveillance cameras in the vicinity, was there not a single sighting of the fleeing creature? Zhang Qingyao wore a grave expression, holding a cigarette case. He took a cigarette from it and spoke in a low voice. We have reviewed the footage. My eyes are nearly blind from watching the screens. Yet we cannot find a trace of that thing. It's as if it vanished without a trace. I do not even know what it looks like. You do not know what it looks like. Shen Gaoyao's heart sank. Are you suggesting that the surveillance has never captured it? Then how can you be certain that Cheng Mingxi was attacked by the creature? Just look at the wounds. A creature of that size is left with only half its body. What else could have killed him if not a bite? What do you mean? Zhang Qingyao was about to light a cigarette when Shen Gaoyao stopped him. The fact that the surveillance has never captured it. Please elaborate. Captain Zhang, think about it. If the surveillance has never captured it, then it indicates that it has never left this place to this point. Zhang Qingyao felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he quickly regained his composure and shrugged off Shen Gaoyao's hand. Do not frighten me. We have searched this place thoroughly. Even the ventilation ducts have not been overlooked. How could there possibly be a creature hiding here? Captain Zhang, I do not doubt your expertise, but you are unaware of the nature of mutated non-biological entities. Think carefully about what I just said. Non-biological entities in their early mutation stages lack physical bodies. They can even camouflage themselves to evade our searches. Zhang Qingyao recalled this statement. Just then, he suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, Everyone! Alert! Zhang Qingyao's voice echoed throughout the entire floor, and all the officers within hearing distance of his shout fell into a state of heightened alert. In an instant, the entire building was enveloped in a profound silence, and the tension in everyone's hearts escalated. Zhang Qingyao seized Shen Gaoyao's hand and swiftly led him away. Mr. Shen, this place is dangerous. You must leave immediately. As Shen Gaoyao was brought into the corridor outside, he felt a surge of fear. He feared death and dreaded encountering a mutated non-biological entity. Yet, as a biologist, he was also deeply curious about the nature of the creature that had killed Cheng Mingxi. This conflicting mindset left Shen Gaoyao at a loss for how to proceed, but he was shoved by Zhang Qingyao, who then instructed a nearby officer to escort Shen Gaoyao to safety. Mr. Shen, please follow me downstairs. Just as the young officer grasped Shen Gaoyao, a strange sound emanated from Cheng Mingxi's residence. The noise resembled a sharp, hard object scraping across a surface, akin to fingernails on a chalkboard. However, the sound was fleeting, lasting only a second or two before ceasing. Zhang Qingyao could not discern its exact origin, but he was certain that it indeed came from the crime scene, specifically from within Cheng Mingxi's residence. It's the mirrored AT that moment. Shen Gaoyao recognized the source of the piercing sound. Zhang Qingyao glanced at him. Are you certain? I am sure. That was the sound of something scraping a mirror, or possibly glass. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyao picked up his radio. Confirm for me which areas inside have mirrors, and be mindful of the windows, before the person on the other end of the radio could respond. Shen Gaoyao interjected, I have been to Cheng Mingxi's home a few times. There's a mirror in the foyer and another in the bathroom, and there's a full-length mirror placed diagonally across from the bed in the bedroom. Are there any other places? There are many objects resembling mirrors. How can you be so certain? Before Zhang Qingyao could finish his sentence, Shen Gaoyao seemed to have a sudden realization, his eyes widening as he grasped Zhang Qingyao's shoulders. The desk. It's the writing desk, Shen Gaoyao shouted in a panic, warning the officers in the study to be cautious. The surface of the desk is made of glass. No sooner had he spoken than a scream erupted from the study. A male plainclothes officer had been impaled in the abdomen by a creature resembling a spider. The creature, under gunfire assault, panicked and leaped through the window, disappearing from sight in an instant. What are you all doing? Chase it! Zhang Qingyao shouted angrily at the other officers and commanded the person on the radio, notify the SWAT team, reinforce our numbers, evacuate nearby residents. Hurry and capture that thing. With a beep, the radio went silent. Zhang Qingyao turned to the visibly shaken Shen Gaoyao. How did you know that the creature was in the study? It was the pile of documents on the desk, Shen Gaoyao explained. Cheng Mingxi had a mild obsession with cleanliness. He would not typically leave files or books in disarray on the desk. I found it odd earlier, and now that I think about it. That was the creature's disguise, wasn't it? Zhang Qingyao clicked his tongue, his desire to smoke evaporating. He first glanced at the cigarette, but that had fallen to the ground during his shouting, then looked back into the room at the male officer who had been stabbed in the abdomen. Damn it! If only we had discovered it sooner. Zhang Qingyao lamented, striking the wall in frustration, and signaled to the nearby officer. All right. Shen Gaoyao nodded, trembling as he scanned the corners of the study. His gaze fell upon the crimson streaks of blood flowing across the floor. He shut his eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight, and turned to follow the young officer out. The mutated non-biological entities were capable of camouflage. Their forms could change in any manner, often disguising themselves as objects of similar size. This time, the spider-like non-biological entity, though small in size, could easily kill an adult male. Could ordinary weapons bring it down? Could the munitions developed by the military still incapacitate it? He trembled in the back seat of the car, gripping the arm of the young officer beside him, nearly digging his nails into the flesh of his arm, for he knew that everything around him could potentially transform into a monster. Chapter 86. What is this thing? On that day, Bailan had intended to meet Zhang Qingyao to explain the situation, asking him to withdraw 2237 and then look online to research how reporters conduct interviews and their working methods. However, just as she was about to leave, the air raid sirens blared throughout the city. This time, the alarm was shorter and sounded far more urgent than the previous sirens that had accompanied the flight cancellations. Clearly, something significant had transpired. Bailan opened the door and happened to see 2237 standing in the corridor. What's wrong? What's happening? Bailan queried, pulling 2237's hand away. Do not push me. Speak clearly. 2237 frowned, his expression grave. This is a level 2 alert. The flight cancellation you heard before was merely level 3. What's the difference? How dangerous is a level 2 alert? It can be fatal. 2237's face was somber as he gazed outside the apartment building. And this is only level 2. If it escalates to level 1, the consequences would be far worse. Bailon gazed indifferently at the city before her. The scene appeared no different from usual, as people below continued with their activities, seemingly unaffected by the alarm. They do not seem afraid. Bailon pointed to the pedestrians passing below, just as 2237 finished speaking. A dark shadow rushed past. The shadow leapt from an unknown place, landing gracefully before Bailon. Due to its incredible speed, she could not discern its form, but she could vaguely see that its legs were long and that it had many legs. Something has jumped down. Bailon forcefully pushed aside 2237 and leaned over the railing of the corridor, peering down to discover a grotesque creature resembling a spider, glistening with metallic sheen, voraciously devouring a passerby. To her astonishment, such aberrant beings had emerged in the urban landscape. This alarming scene was also witnessed by 2237. I must descend. And no sooner had she uttered those words than Bailon turned and sprinted down the stairs. 2237, unable to seize her in time, had no choice but to pursue her in an attempt to halt her reckless descent. To no surprise, Bailon was remarkably swift, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. At a critical juncture, both elevators were descending, an exceedingly unfavorable situation for 2237, who resided on the top floor. He had no choice but to take the stairs. The screams from below continued unabated, as terrified citizens fled in all directions from the creature that had suddenly appeared, while the spider-like monstrosity seemed to revel in the cacophony of fear that filled the air. T emitted a piercing wail that felt as though it could shatter eardrums. The jarring screech resonating throughout the street, and Bailon felt that this shrill sound created an illusion of reverberating through the entire city of Songcheon. Finally reaching the ground floor, Bailon noticed that the spider had not yet fled far, for lifeless bodies lay strewn across the street, and the once bustling thoroughfare was now nearly deserted, save for a few scattered pedestrians cowering in corners. Trembling with fear, the spider had brutally claimed the lives of 4 individuals, leaving their corpses mangled and incomplete. Yet curiously, they all shared a grim commonality. Their heads had been consumed by the creature. Why does it have such an affinity for devouring craniums? Suddenly, the monster let out an ear-splitting shriek, the excruciating sound reverberating painfully against Bailon's eardrums, causing her to clutch her ears as her legs weakened. Nearly collapsing to the ground, it was evident that the creature's scream possessed a certain lethality. Having feasted upon 4 human heads, the spider-like creature had sprouted crimson fleshy lumps across its exterior, unevenly distributed as though haphazardly affixed with glued in its vigorous movements. Some of the fleshy protrusions even threatened to fall from its body, creating a grotesque and repulsive sight. Seizing the moment while the spider was preoccupied with its 4th victim, Bailon stealthily approached, intending to utilize her power to obliterate it. However, as she raised her hand, it suddenly fell limp. She realized that the spider's metallic skeleton was solid. Her ability would have no effect on it whatsoever. What on earth is this creature? Bailon began to retreat, recognizing that she was ill-equipped to confront it and prioritizing her own safety. Just then, 2237 rushed over and pulled her into the safety of the apartment building. At that moment, the police arrived, accompanied by a squad of highly trained elite forces surrounding the perilous creature. Realizing it was cornered, the monster ceased its gruesome feast and leaped into the air, attempting to escape. To its dismay, a member of the team had deployed a capture net, obstructing its path. The net rapidly constricted upon impact, enveloping the spider entirely, just when they thought they had successfully ensnared it. The spider's razor-sharp metallic skeleton swiftly sliced through the net with its legs. This time, instead of leaping away as before, it opened a black manhole, cover a mere foot away from its feet, and swiftly burrowed into the darkness below. Though the spider was not particularly large, it was still remarkable how it managed to contort its body into a rod-like shape, easily slipping through the manhole. Those present were left in shock, never expecting it to escape in such a manner that it was cunning. What kind of biological aberration was it? Bailon, concealed in the apartment building, witnessed the entire unfolding scene. I have never encountered such a mutated creature. Bailon had no intention of leaving. She inquired, Do you think it consumes human brains to evolve? Or perhaps to become more intelligent? Upon hearing this, 2237 paused, reflecting deeply before responding gravely. Let us hope it is not the case. Chapter 87. Long time no see the operation to capture the creature had not progressed smoothly. Zhang Qingyao, the head of the investigation into Cheng Mingxi's death, faced criticism from his superiors. The spider remained elusive, and no one knew its whereabouts. Shen Gaoyao submitted Cheng Mingxi's report to the president of the Academy of Sciences, who had already informed the United Nations that non-biological mutations would become the most pressing issue at hand, and a matter of utmost importance in the future. The question of how humanity could continue to survive seemed to have become a distant fantasy. Standing on a rooftop of an office building, Yait gazed out over the city, his expression vacant as he stared at the seemingly tranquil urban landscape, unmoving. Leaning against the railing, his frail figure stirred slightly as he noticed Shen Gaoyao approaching from behind. Long time no see. Indeed, it has been a while. I did not expect to encounter you here. Shen Gaoyao appeared weary, dragging his heavy steps toward the edge of the rooftop railing, exhaling deeply. It had been quite some time since the two had seen each other. They had crossed paths once at a previous scientific conference, yet had not exchanged any words. Unbeknownst to them, both Yait and Shen Gaoyao had immersed themselves in their respective research endeavors, rarely leaving their laboratories. Even when not in the lab, their research fields diverged, making it unlikely for them to be found in the same scientific building. Their methods of relaxation were also vastly different. Yait preferred the solitude of sipping coffee, while Shen Gaoyao would often take naps in the quiet of the resource room down on the rooftop. Yait and Shen Gaoyao stood side by side. Yait spoke with a hint of melancholy. I have heard about Cheng Mingxi's report. Can non-biological entities truly undergo mutation? Yes, Shen Gaoyao replied, removing his glasses and gently massaging the bridge of his nose. I have seen that creature with my own eyes. The police are currently engaged in an aggressive hunt for it. However, I have no idea what material it has mutated from. Regardless of its origin, we are powerless to intervene. Shen Gaoyao sensed the desolation and despair in Yait's words, yet he was unwilling to surrender. He understood that non-biological mutations had momentarily derailed his research into the antidote. But as long as the drug could still control the pace of biological mutations, there remained a glimmer of hope for humanity's salvation. Gaoyao, there is still so much left to discover in this world. But before we do, it has already spiraled out of control that I feel utterly useless. Yait continued, despairing that I know that as a scientist, it is inappropriate to express such sentiments. But I am human too. I have my fears, and I wish to survive. I truly do not know how to face it anymore. I am afraid too. Shen Gaoyao rubbed his face vigorously until it turned red, his gaze trailing down the railing to the ground below, 20 meters beneath him. The pressure at the Academy of Sciences is overwhelming. At one point, it drove me to contemplate suicide, but I refrained because each time I considered it, I would recall the moment I took my father's life, that I could not save my mother or my father, and that is why I resolved to help those who still have loved ones. You never shared this with me. Yait looked at Shen Gaoyao with sympathy, but more so with a sense of compassion for the world. Shen Gaoyao offered a bitter smile. My wish was too naive, so I refrained from voicing it, fearing you would mock me. That is not a naive wish. Yait shook his head. You must understand that saving humanity is also a means of saving oneself. But some individuals cannot even save themselves at this juncture. Shen Gaoyao's expression shifted. He recalled Yait's condition. Yait, how is your illness? Have you improved? Unaware of his terminal diagnosis, he had only heard rumors about Yait's hospitalization from others. No need. Purchasing medication would be a waste. Resources are precious now, better left for those in need. Yait scoffed. Currently, life in the city is overly affluent. Some have forgotten the hardships outside, especially those in power who need not worry about being hungry or cold. Moreover, as far as I know, there are numerous corrupt officials within the United Nations. Shen Gaoyao made a gesture to silence him, signaling Yait to refrain from speaking further. Yait, you cannot say such things. Be careful not to be overheard. And, if I am, I would rather speak louder, so they all hear. Yait's tone, initially weak and lacking energy, suddenly surged with vigor, expending all of his strength. Perhaps he had overexerted himself, as he soon succumbed to a violent coughing fit. His hand slipped from the railing, nearly causing him to topple over, but fortunately, Shun Gaoyao caught him just in time, and oh need, cough, 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 yet was coughing so violently that his face flushed crimson. He gently pushed Shun Gaoyao's hand away and leaned against the railing, struggling to maintain his balance. Shun Gaoyao perceived Yite as a frail, sun-scorched bamboo pole, fearing that he might snap with the slightest pressure. "Are you hiding something from me? You cannot continue like this. Come with me to the hospital. But you, I truly am fine. Farewell, Yite." Shun Gaoyao understood Yite's strong sense of pride, and thus refrained from insisting further. As he watched the unsteady figure of Shun Gaoyao descend the staircase, he let out a long sigh. Just as he had upon his arrival, in the past 2 days, he had been burdened with an overwhelming influx of unforeseen information. Leaving his mind fatigued, he had initially intended to take a brief nap in the archives. But on his way there, he learned of Yite's tragic suicide. Chapter 88. An unbearable reality, although the residents of the city remained unaware of the precise events unfolding. Lysao, as a member of the Joint Forces, had gleaned some insights. After hearing the alarm, he was informed by a colleague about the non-biological mutations, the death of Cheng Mingxi at the hands of a spider, and the creature's subsequent escape. Upon seeing her, Lysao finally felt a sense of relief. Noticing her nonchalance, he cautioned, "If you can avoid going out, please do so. The alarms will sound every 2 hours throughout the city. We must remain vigilant." Bailon was taken aback by his concern and nodded in acknowledgement. "Don't just say, you must follow through. Do not venture out," Lysao implored, his insistence eliciting a teasing smile from Bailon. "It seems you care about me." Lysao sighed in resignation. "I have mentioned before that I am merely worried about my partner, and I wish for your safety." Lysao hesitated at the door, seemingly reluctant to depart. "Is there anything else you wish to remind me? I simply want to say, take care of yourself." After saying this, Lysao prepared to leave, but Bailon urgently called out to him. "Wait. What is it?" Bailon impulsively replied. "You too." Lysao was taken aback by her words. A smile threatening to break through, he wanted to laugh, but quickly smoothed his expression, simply nodding at Ba as he bid farewell and stepped outside. He caught a glimpse of 2237 leaning against the wall. Lysao felt a sinking sensation. He swiftly closed the door. Surely, he did not overhear our conversation about partnerships. "What were you discussing about partners?" 2237 suddenly interjected. Upon his arrival, Lysao had momentarily forgotten to close the door, allowing 2237 to overhear their exchange. Not wishing to elaborate, Lysao merely nodded in acknowledgement and intended to leave, but 2237 called him back. "Hold on." Lysao assumed 2237 would continue the topic of partnerships, but instead he stated bluntly, "If you're worried, just say so. After all, some things need to be voiced for her to know that what you wanted to convey. What do you think?" He glanced towards Bailon's room, his gaze lingering at the door for a moment before turning to leave. Shun Gaoyao had never anticipated that Yite would walk down such a dark path. He recalled the first time he met Yite, whose passion for science had captivated him. They shared many unique insights regarding mutated organisms, which fostered their friendship. Yet now, the person who had been alive just moments ago had leapt to his death before him. Shun Gaoyao stood below, mere meters away from Yite's lifeless body. In that instant, he felt utterly shattered. First, there had been setbacks in drug development. Then, Cheng Mingxi's murder, followed by the confirmation of non-biological mutations, effectively trapping Shun Gaoyao's clandestine capsule project in an inescapable cycle. And now he had witnessed Yite's suicide with his own eyes. Shun Gaoyao collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way as he stared vacantly at Yite's blood-soaked form. In that moment, he seemed to forget what fear was. His mind went blank, as if only this could provide him with a fleeting respite. Shun Gaoyao! Shun Gaoyao! He remained oblivious until Yite's body was finally removed. It was not fear of seeing the corpse that paralyzed him, but rather an inability to accept this grim reality. The cumulative pressure bore down on Shun Gaoyao, overwhelming his already fragile nerves, and under the relentless assault, he lost consciousness. Within a short period, the deaths of 2 scientists had occurred in Sangqiong City, alongside the emergence of non-biological mutations, resulting in casualties among the citizens. The news of the spider's continued evasion spread throughout the city, and suddenly, Sangqiong City fell eerily silent, resembling a vast graveyard, steeped in unsettling tranquility. Almost everyone refrained from stepping outside, fearing that the spider might emerge from the shadows to unleash chaos. This series of unforeseen events compelled the United Nations to postpone their conference, and Lysua's assassination plan had to be temporarily shelved. Additionally, Cheng Mingxi's report gained the attention of higher authorities, prompting urgent meetings not only within the Academy of Sciences, but also within the United Nations, which was increasingly concerned that to prevent further panic among the populace. The United Nations concealed the details of the non-biological mutations, only disclosing the appearance of the mutated spider. While this alleviated the fears of many, the United Nations understood that such a fate could not endure for long. They recognized that combating the mutation virus was a protracted battle, and the realm of non-biological mutations represented an insurmountable chasm that would only deepen and widen with time. They needed to find solutions swiftly, lest the world inexorably descend into the abyss of annihilation. This urgency led to a rash idea among some radicals within the United Nations regarding the multiverse and migration plans. Chapter 89. The photograph. The funerals for Cheng Mingxi and Yite were held 2 days apart. The Academy of Sciences had suffered the loss of 2 esteemed scientists, a devastating blow to their community. Upon learning of Yite's suicide, Bailon initially intended to attend his funeral. However, upon reflection, she resolved to depart with grace. Yet, she felt a profound sorrow for the untimely demise of this scientist. Bailon had deceived him, fabricating the false news of Demon S' death and concealing the fact that the energy reservoir had been reactivated due to Project 2. These omissions had undoubtedly impacted Yite, and though she could not ascertain the extent of that impact, she understood in her heart that both Demon and the energy reservoir held immense significance for Yite. If Yite's suicide stemmed from these 2 matters, then Bailon felt a twinge of guilt. Her mood dampened. She wished to avoid further contemplation of these matters before aiding Lysua in assassinating Augustus and leaving Sanxiu. She had one final task to accomplish: to rid herself of the persistent presence of 2237. She had previously expressed her desire to leave to 2237, yet she had never mentioned the incident regarding Demon S' attempt on her life. Thus, to ensure he would no longer act as her bodyguard, Bailon revealed to 2237 the truth about Demon S' intentions. Initially, upon hearing that Demon sought to kill Bailon, 2237 was taken aback, but he quickly displayed a hint of disappointment. Bailon teased, "You aren't upset that Demon failed to kill me, are you?" 2237 tapped her forehead lightly. "Do you think that is possible? If he had succeeded, it would have been my dereliction of duty." Bailon clutched her now sore forehead, gazing at 2237 in astonishment. "You hit me? Can I? But you're my bodyguard." That was then. This is now. Since the person who wanted to kill you didn't emerge from the light. There is no longer a need for me to protect you. 2237 tapped her forehead once more. "Don't forget, when we first met, I had a gun pointed at your head." That initial encounter had been intended as a jest. Yet 2237 had proven himself diligent, and after several interactions, Bailon ceased to challenge him. However, she was unprepared for the fact that once the bodyguard role was shed, 2237 would take action. "That I can't be bothered with you. I'm leaving." Having been in Sanxiong for quite some time, this was Bailon's first venture into 2237's room. When she expressed her intent to depart, he made no attempt to stop her. Yet, just as she was about to exit the living room, her peripheral vision caught sight of a photograph laid upon the coffee table. It was a duo portrait. One of the individuals was unmistakably 2237, his hair longer than his current buzz cut, suggesting it was taken before his military service, his face adorned with a smile, a radiant expression Bailon had never witnessed. During his tenure as her bodyguard, he had never smiled so brightly. The other man in the photograph was a completely unfamiliar face. "Who is this?" Bailon inquired, pointing at the stranger in the photograph. 2237 turned his gaze in the direction she indicated, his eyes darkening. "That is my brother." "Brother?" "Yes. Though I despise him, I also miss him." Quite the contradiction. "I assent to it." 2237 flipped the photograph face down on the table, seemingly unwilling to look at it any longer. "Why cover it?" "Because I don't wish to see him." "Then why do you dislike him?" Because of certain matters, 2237's tone grew despondent, his patience waning. That I am not obligated to explain myself to you, that I was merely asking. No need to be angry. While speaking, Bailon picked up the photograph once more. Holding it delicately in her hands as she scrutinized it closely. You look so beautiful in this picture, grinning from ear to ear. Why do you always wear such a serious expression now? Give it back to me. Wait a moment. Bailon stepped back a pace, causing 2237 to miss his chance to retrieve the photo. Suddenly, Bailon pointed at the background of the picture and asked, "Is that the Academy of Sciences?" "Yes. Why do you ask? Is your brother connected to the Academy of Sciences?" He was the youngest dual-degree master student of his cohort, majoring in quantum information science. "It's not surprising to see him at the Academy, is it?" "Dual degree," Bailon mused, a flicker of recognition crossing her face as she instinctively inquired, "Is his other major computer science?" 2237 was taken aback, looking at Bailon with a puzzled expression. "How do you know?" Bailon suddenly realized. Glancing at 2237's face, she posed a question she had long been reluctant to ask. "What is your name?" Taken aback by Bailon's unexpected inquiry about his name, 2237 felt a bit confused. However, since it was not something to be concealed, he revealed, "My name is Arthur Moore." "Moore." Bailon repeated the surname, a laugh escaping her lips. "So, you are the younger brother of Vincent Moore." Pondering this, she continued, "But wait, ITT has seen you before. He is Vincent Moore's teacher. Didn't he recognize you as Vincent's brother?" "Professor ITT has never met me. He wasn't present when my brother and I took the photo, so it's not strange, is it? But you, how do you know my brother's name?" "I heard ITT mention it," Bailon replied, hesitating, though it might be a bit intrusive of me to ask. "I recall you mentioned that your family members were infected by the mutation virus and are no longer in the city. But, as far as I know, your brother should—" Bailon deliberately left her sentence unfinished. "But Arthur understood her implication that I know. He is in prison," Arthur stated. "He committed a crime, and that is why I detest him for claiming he was infected by a virus. It's because I do not wish to bring up his criminal actions." Bailon was taken aback. "Since you were aware of his crime, does that mean you knew from the very beginning that the migration plan was his proposal?" "What migration plan? Didn't he steal the serum?" Arthur appeared completely ignorant of the matter, displaying considerable confusion and astonishment. "Clarify your statement. Are you saying this plan was proposed by him?" Bailon found herself momentarily speechless, not having anticipated Arthur's ignorance of the issue. Simultaneously, she considered that the United Nations had maintained a high level of confidentiality in this regard, even concealing the specifics of the criminal's actions from the criminal's family, and attributing other charges to Vincent. "Please don't be agitated," Bailon attempted to soothe Arthur's emotions, but unexpectedly, her own feelings were also stirred. She noticed that the photograph of Arthur and Vincent contained something she recognized, a vintage watch with a damaged connection between the strap and the dial. Chapter 90. Stroll Bailon could hardly believe that Vincent Moore was indeed Arthur's elder brother. Even more astonishing was the realization that the watch Vincent wore bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had seen in the alternate world. She recalled that the individual in that world had claimed to have snatched the watch from someone. Could it be that Vincent Moore was the one from whom the watch had been stolen? Holding the framed photograph of Arthur and Vincent, Bailon glanced up at Arthur, noticing he was still grappling with the reality of the situation. "When was your brother arrested?" Bailon inquired. Arthur did not hear her question. He sat on the sofa, appearing somewhat dazed. "Arthur, when was your brother arrested?" "Over 5 months ago." Bailon echoed the timeline, not fully grasping what Arthur had said. She murmured to herself, "Over 5 months. So he must have entered the world in the light spot over 5 months ago?" But then again, the passage of time in that world is evidently different from ours. What are you muttering to yourself? "I was asking why the United Nations agreed to the proposal of the migration plan. Did your brother hack the UN system?" Bailon interrupted Arthur's thoughts with a succinct explanation. He used the UN platform under the hacker alias Moore to announce the migration plan to the world, leading everyone to believe that it was issued by the United Nations. "I don't understand. The United Nations could have clarified this matter, yet they chose not to, which essentially amounts to endorsing my brother's actions. That is precisely what I find perplexing." Bailon sighed, handing the photograph back to Arthur. "Forget it. I don't wish to dwell on these matters any longer." As she turned to leave, Arthur suddenly grasped her arm. "What is it?" "Thank you for telling me this. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to my brothers." If I hadn't seen this photograph, I would never have realized he is your brother. I want to go out for a walk alone. Since you are no longer my bodyguard, there is no need for you to follow me." Noticing her intent to leave, Arthur cautioned, "The entire city is on high alert. It's not safe to wander outside. It's fine. I'm merely going to the corridor for some fresh air." Balan deceived Arthur. She had no intention of merely stepping into the corridor, but rather descended the stairs to stroll through the deserted streets of the Celestial City. The Celestial City now resembled a ghost town, with only the patrolling officers visible as she traversed each street. Alongside elite troops clad in black tactical gear stationed at larger intersections, some even manning guard posts. They were all armed personnel dispatched to hunt down the spider. Balan, a seemingly frail woman, walked boldly down the street, inevitably drawing attention. "Captain Zhang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here in the Celestial City." Balan expressed her surprise. "Who?" "That fellow of yours." "What's his number again?" "Oh, right, 2237. Isn't he your bodyguard?" "Why isn't he with you?" "He didn't come along at That kid. Once this is over, I'll report to my superiors. Such an incompetent bodyguard is unacceptable. You need a replacement." "No need. I don't require protection at the moment." "Why not?" "No reason." Balan swiftly changed the subject. "Captain Zhang, do you have any leads on that spider you're searching for?" "Not a single clue." Captain Zhang Qingyao became irate at the mention. "That creature seems to have vanished. We've searched the city to the point of exhaustion, yet we can't find it. Didn't a witness say it went underground?" "Have you searched the sewers?" Balan asked. "Having been one of the witnesses herself that we searched the sewers already, but that thing can disguise itself." As he spoke, Captain Zhang abruptly stopped, closing his mouth and furrowing his brow at Balan. "Balan, don't you think you're asking too many questions?" "Curious, perhaps," Balan responded with a playful smile. "And no need to see me off. My residence is quite near. That is not acceptable. We must be cautious." Captain Zhang insisted responsibly, "It's not just your life at stake. We are accountable for the lives of everyone in the city. We cannot afford any more casualties." "Well, thank you, Captain Zhang." Balan cast a reluctant glance at the young officer before turning to walk towards her apartment building. Behind her, Captain Zhang called out, "And make sure that lad Lysol is careful too." "Got it," Balan replied casually. As she walked away, another young officer trailing behind Captain Zhang remarked, "Captain, it seems you just revealed something you shouldn't have." Captain Zhang pulled out a cigarette, leisurely taking a puff before lightly tapping the young officer on the head. "Of course, I know what I said. Can't you see I did on purpose?" "I didn't catch that." The young officer shook his head. "Why would you do that?" The young officer realized the implications of what Captain Zhang had said, but followed his squad to continue the search. In truth, even he had not contemplated why he had disclosed the detail about disguise to Balan. Subjectively, he had indeed done it intentionally, yet objectively, he was reluctant to articulate it, resulting in a momentary pause in conversation. However, from the moment Captain Zhang first encountered Balan, he sensed she was no ordinary individual. Now, seeing her walk so brazenly down the street only reinforced that belief. Chapter 91. Not a mutant creature finally free from the company of Arthur. Balan found herself once again assigned a new companion by Captain Zhang, yet she still felt somewhat uneasy. The young officer was quite obedient, not uttering a word, remaining quietly composed, and he was rather handsome. Unbeknownst to her, Balan was on the verge of forgetting his presence entirely. During her earlier conversation with Captain Zhang, she had caught the mention of the term disguise. She immediately comprehended that the spider-like creature was unlike any other aberrant beings encountered previously. It possessed the remarkable ability to evade the police's search efforts through clever disguises. This very skill was likely the reason it had remained undiscovered until now. What kind of disguise could it possibly employ? Balan muttered to herself, coming to an abrupt halt, coinciding with the small police officer's pause. "Miss Balan, why have you stopped?" he inquired. "Even a 3-year-old child has mastered the art of hide-and-seek. Surely, a more intelligent being could manage some form of camouflage." While the small officer's reasoning held merit, the notion of hiding undetected for such an extended period within a city-wide search net exceeded the capabilities of ordinary disguises. Balan had witnessed the aberrant creature firsthand, and it bore little resemblance to the other she had encountered outside the city. The spider's body was composed of gleaming metallic materials, and after consuming a head, it could sprout a fleshy epidermis, swiftly finding refuge when under attack. Had it been one of the mindless aberrant beings, they would have been thrashing about chaotically. Could it be a form of species evolution? Bailon pondered aloud. After speaking, she discreetly observed the small officer's reaction, who appeared as quiet and obedient as before. What you say is indeed plausible, but I am not well versed in biology. The small officer scratched the back of his head. Offering a sheepish smile to Bailon, it was evident that, despite his youth, he was tight-lipped. Bailon continued walking, contemplating how to elicit further information from him. She then asked, by the way, after searching for so long, have you analyzed the type of creature we're dealing with? For instance, what kind of biological aberration it might be? If we could ascertain its category, we could roughly determine its habits, considering that many aberrant beings tend to adhere to their pre-transformation behaviors, such as nocturnal activities or a preference for damp, dark places. Upon hearing this, the small officer furrowed his brow. Miss Bailon, please don't try to extract information from me. I'm merely a rookie, and Captain Zhang is in charge of the case. I can't possibly know all that. You truly know nothing? I don't know. Even if I did, it would be confidential. I really can't divulge anything to AT this juncture. He shifted the topic. Miss Bailon, is the apartment far from here? Are we nearing it? Bailon discerned that he was deliberately sidestepping the subject of the spider's camouflage and ceased her inquiries. Upon returning to the apartment building, Bailon did not immediately enter. She stood at the base of the edifice, gazing upward, then glanced down at the previously disturbed manhole cover. The cover had been replaced, showing no signs of having been pried open by a creature just days prior, and the corpses on the street had long been cleared away, as if nothing had ever transpired. Miss Bailon, why aren't you going in? The small officer asked from behind. She approached the manhole cover, crouching down to feel it, seemingly attempting to pry it open. Miss Bailon, stop. You can't open the manhole. If something were to happen, Captain Zhang would blame me. The small officer rushed forward to intervene, only to find that Bailon had not lifted the cover, but had merely brushed the dust from her hands and stood up. Don't panic. I was just taking a look though. And what did you discover? Nothing at all. Bailon smiled. Did you not say that the creature could disguise itself? Since the police have searched for so long without success, it must mean its camouflage skills are exceptionally refined, to the point of being indistinguishable from reality. Is that not so? Bailon queried the small officer. Am I correct? That makes sense. Bailon perceived his perfunctory response, and from his hesitance, she sensed that she had struck a chord. The creature's camouflage had indeed reached a level of sophistication that blurred the lines of authenticity. Did you not mention its adeptness at disguise? What if it is hiding in a room within the apartment building? What then? Thus, he replied, even if what you say is true, the likelihood of the creature being outside is still greater. What makes you say that? Because in such a wretched world, having a home is already a stroke of fortune. If even this warm place were to harbor a monster, where else could we possibly go? The small officer's words struck a deep chord within Bailon. She gazed at him, feeling a renewed sense of compassion for humanity in this world. How about I escort you upstairs? No. As I've mentioned, it's the same inside as it is outside. Both could harbor a disguised aberrant being. Not an aberrant being, the small officer suddenly corrected her, and upon realizing he had let something slip, he quickly covered his mouth. This action caught Bailon's attention, but she refrained from calling him out, or rather, she did not have the opportunity as the small officer turned and fled after his slip. Not an aberrant being. What could that possibly be? Chapter 92. Convenient disguise. The small officer had uttered a rather peculiar statement. Not an aberrant being. What could that imply? Bailon had seen the spider with her own eyes, and it was indeed vastly different from the aberrant creatures she had previously encountered. Nonetheless, it was undeniably a monster that fed on humans. She ascended the stairs. Bailon continued to contemplate the small officer's remark. Before she realized it, the elevator had reached the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, she found Arthur standing in the hallway, gazing in her direction. You went out? I thought you were just stepping into the hallway. For some fresh air? He queried. I went down for a stroll, Bailon replied, approaching Arthur and posing a question that seemed to perplex him. You think there are monsters in this world beyond aberrant beings? Arthur did not understand her inquiry, and after a moment of serious contemplation, he countered, What kind of monsters are you referring to? Bailon pondered. Monsters that eat humans. Humans can eat humans too. Are you referring to that spider? Arthur discerned by Land's confusion. Not an aberrant being? What could that possibly be? That is precisely what I wish to ask you. Balan shrugged, clearly indicating that he too was in the dark. Does it sound strange? Has the Academy of Sciences discovered a new species? If ITT were still alive, perhaps I could inquire with him. But now, the Academy of Sciences holds no relevance for me. Mentioning the Academy brought a flicker of melancholy to Arthur's eyes as he recalled Vincent's imprisonment. But this sentiment quickly dissipated as he remarked, "In truth, there is someone nearby who might have some information. He should be able to enlighten you." "Are you referring to Lysawa?" "Yes, him. Forget it. Whether I ask or not is inconsequential. Curiosity aside, I have no desire to get entangled in the troubles of Sky City anymore." As Balan was about to enter her room, she heard Arthur say, "This is not merely a matter of Sky City. It is an issue that all of humanity must confront." "And so what?" Balan leaned against the door. "Do you believe someone who considers salvation futile would care about all of humanity?" "Balan, I may not know what you are truly thinking, but I can see that you do not genuinely care about nothing." Arthur cautioned her, "Perhaps you have already begun to change without realizing it." "Shut up. I do not wish to hear any moralizing." No sooner had she spoken than Balan closed the door, shutting Arthur outside. The interior was far quieter than the outside, which brought a measure of tranquility to Balan's mind. She took a shower, deliberately hanging her clean clothes on the hook behind the door. However, upon finishing her bath, she discovered that her clothes had fallen to the floor. Did they accidentally drop? As Balan picked them up, she noticed they were damp from the steam, leaving her with no choice but to wrap herself in a towel to fetch dry garments. As she toweled her freshly washed hair and randomly selected an outfit from her suitcase, Balan's peripheral vision caught sight of the balcony door ajar. It was a glass door resembling a floor-to-ceiling window, opened just a crack, allowing a faint breeze to whistle in from outside, a sound that was both soft and reminiscent of an infant's cry. Balan frowned and approached the balcony, gently closing the door, which finally silenced the eerie noise. Once the door was shut, the entire room fell into a profound silence, as if it were lifeless. Yet the balcony door remained open. Before venturing out, Balan had verified that all doors and windows were securely closed. Yet this door now stood ajar after her shower. Could it have been left slightly open, blown ajar by the wind? She quickly dismissed this notion, for the wind was blowing inward, while the door opened outward, rendering it impossible for the breeze to push it open. Instantly, a sense of foreboding welled up from within her, and Balan felt her heart rate quicken. She struggled to steady her nerves and calm herself. Suddenly, she recalled the spider that had sought refuge in the sewer that time. Balan had employed her special abilities against it, but to no avail that if she were to encounter it again. She truly had no idea how to confront it. Balan imagined the spider leaping into her room from some shadowy corner, devouring her head in one swift motion. An unexplainable fear began to swell within her. Such feelings were rare for Balan. She recalled the last time she had felt this terrified was when she witnessed the foreman consume the controller in that other world. It seems far too coincidental. It must truly be a spider. Balan pondered this as her gaze shifted slightly upward, only to suddenly notice that the circular chandelier at the ceiling had inexplicably grown larger by a whole circumference. In the B district of the sewage system beneath the city of Sangxiong, near the residential area, the second exploration team, dispatched for reconnaissance, stumbled upon a grotesque pile of foul, decaying crimson flesh. The quantity of this meat was scant, already putrid and exuding a nauseating stench. Although the overall odor of the sewer was already unpleasant, Zhang Qingyao could immediately discern the abhorrent smell emanating from this heap of rotten flesh upon arrival. "When was this discovered?" he inquired. "Just half an hour ago," replied the captain of the second team, adding, strangely enough, "The first team scoured this area yesterday, and there was nothing here then. This indicates it was discarded here after the search." Zhang Qingyao remarked. Rising with a slight gag, he grasped the arm of the nearby team leader and instructed, "Have someone collect a sample for the Academy of Sciences to analyze. I suspect this meat has fallen from that entity." "Understood. I'll see to it." The team leader nodded, promptly using the intercom to summon sampling equipment. Zhang Qingyao's gaze remained fixed on the pile of flesh, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Captain Zhang," a young officer beside him ventured, "if this meat truly did fall from it, Was it intentional or accidental? If it was intentional, what could be its motive? Zhang Qingyao, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, scoffed. What do you think? It's undoubtedly to facilitate its continued masquerade. Chapter 93. Freedom, enjoy the chandelier. Now a size larger than usual, caught Bai Lan's attention at that moment. She suddenly comprehended the meaning of Zhang Qingyao's words regarding the masquerade. What she had not anticipated was the astonishing extent of the creature's camouflage. If one did not scrutinize closely, the chandelier appeared indistinguishable from its original material. Could it mimic both texture and shape? This remarkable ability reminded Bai Lan of the chameleon. Maintaining her composure, she deliberately moved at a slower pace from the balcony glass door towards the foyer, her steps notably more cautious and measured in an effort to avoid disturbing the anomaly above her. Every second felt like an eternity of torment, long last. As she took her final step, Bai Lan reached the foyer. Before her stood the door leading to the corridor beyond. With just a few more steps, she could escape this place. Despite being wrapped only in a bath towel, she could hardly afford to dwell on such trivialities. Exiting this space was her utmost desire at that moment. Bai Lan had never feared death. This was her third encounter with terror. The first was when Bai Hua perished, the second, when the foreman devoured the controller, and the third was now. She had never envisioned a day when she would dread a mutated creature. No, the young officer had asserted that this was not a mutated being. Then what exactly was it? In that instant, a torrent of fragmented thoughts flooded Bai Lan's mind, but she quickly steadied herself. Fixing her gaze on the doorknob within arm's reach, just as she was about to grasp it, an odd sound echoed behind her. The noise was brief yet piercing, reminiscent of the sound made by the spider she had previously encountered. After the sound ceased, silence enveloped the living room once more, a deathly stillness pervading the space. Even the slightest movement from Bai Lan would elicit a soft creak from the wooden floor beneath her. Indeed, the sensation was unmistakable. Her eyes fell upon the darkening shadows on the ground. The black silhouette loomed larger, an overwhelming sense of pressure creeping upon her from behind. Bai Lan knew it was approaching. In that moment, she tore away the bath towel enveloping her body and hurled it behind her, taking advantage of the creature's momentary distraction to dash through the door. The towel was but a flimsy barrier to the creature, swiftly shredded by its sharp metallic spines. The instant Bai Lan emerged, she collided with Arthur, who stood just outside the door. Arthur was taken aback, his expression a mix of surprise and astonishment at her exposed form. "What are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the spider-like creature freed itself from the tattered towel and burst through the door to the United Nations building, before the conference hall of the Mutated Organism Defense Council. Security had intensified in response to the spider's threat. Lei's workload had significantly increased. He typically enjoyed 1 or 2 hours of rest during shifts, but in recent days, such reprieves had dwindled considerably. To be frank, Lei's was feeling somewhat irritable. Due to the matter of non-biological mutation, coupled with the unfortunate incidents involving 2 scientists, the United Nations General Assembly had been postponed, indirectly delaying Lei's assassination plans. As a member of the United Forces, Lei's had little opportunity to approach the current chairman, Auguste. However, whenever a meeting concerning mutated organisms and related plans convened, the chairman was certain to attend the hall where Lei's was stationed, thus affording him a chance to draw near. After waiting so long for this opportunity, who could have anticipated the scientist's mishaps? Lei's felt a wave of frustration wash over him. During a brief respite, he paused outside the contemplation room for a few minutes. He had intended to enter and sit quietly for a spell, but upon recalling that Eileen also had a penchant for reflecting in the contemplation room, he hesitated to linger there. Standing idly, gazing up at the ceiling, he felt weary, and as he caught sight of the sparse speckles of light beyond the glass dome, Bai Lan suddenly came to mind. Once this assassination concluded, perhaps he could venture outside the city with Bai Lan. Together, perhaps? As Lei's mused aloud, a smile unexpectedly crept across his face. Lei's, upon seeing her, his mood soured. He snorted coldly and turned to leave, only to be called back by Eileen. "Wait, I have something for you. To be precise, is not for you, but for your girlfriend." Eileen appeared somewhat fatigued today, likely due to the strain of the non-biological mutation crisis, which had made her duties considerably more demanding, leaving her somewhat haggard. Yet, as the Secretary General, Eileen maintained an air of grace and composure. Lays was taken aback by her words. What do you wish to give her? This, Eileen replied, removing a necklace from around her neck and placing it into Lay's hands. He recognized it immediately. It was a ring threaded onto a chain, crafted by his mother and gifted to Eileen. Since Eileen was reluctant to marry, Lay's mother designed this ring. Its purpose was not to urge Eileen towards marriage, but rather to symbolize her liberation from the constraints of traditional unions. Hence the small notch left on the ring that it was not valuable nor particularly beautiful, but it represented freedom and joy. Eileen explained, give this to your girlfriend, although I have yet to meet her. I hope you can convey my best wishes to her. Gazing at the ring crafted by his mother's hands, Lays found himself momentarily lost in thought, failing to notice that Eileen had quietly departed. Chapter 94. Coming for you during the pursuit by the spider, Arthur had draped his coat over Bailon. The two now found refuge in the underground parking garage of the apartment building. How strange, Bailon gasped, leaning against a black scent. It seems to be coming after you. Arthur, seated beside her, cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Bailon's expression grew serious. Just now, someone heard the commotion outside and came to investigate. But the spider didn't pause at all. It kept pursuing me. Why would it chase me? Is it because you are special? Arthur queried. Bailon chuckled incredulously. What makes me special? Is it that my head looks particularly delectable? Chill. They suddenly fell silent. The elevator's entrance in the parking garage. The spider descended, its iron ball-like head swiveling as if scanning its surroundings. Bailon and Arthur held their breath, astonished that this creature understood how to use an elevator. Its intelligence surpassed that of all mutated organisms studied by the Academy of Sciences. This was a terrifying revelation. Let us conduct an experiment, Bailon whispered. Arthur, confused, asked, What do you mean? We split up and see whom it pursues. Going solo is a death sentence. Arthur clearly disagreed with Bailon's suggestion. If it truly is after you, what will you do? Run outside. The streets are filled with police and military personnel that you really believe they can handle it. If the spider were that formidable, it wouldn't be hiding. Upon hearing this, Arthur seemed somewhat persuaded, yet he remained concerned that Bailon's course of action was tantamount to seeking her own demise. No, while I'm not your bodyguard at the moment, as a man, before Arthur could finish, Bailon abruptly covered his mouth. Don't you think it's a bit too quiet? She gestured for Arthur to remain silent. The clicking sounds made by the spider had inexplicably ceased, plunging the parking garage back into silence. Had it left? Bailon and Arthur locked eyes, and simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them. Both turned their gaze upward, only to discover a spider ominously hanging from the ceiling of the underground parking garage, its grotesque form fixated upon them below. Before Arthur could fully comprehend the situation, Bailon was the first to flee, and as she had surmised, the spider paid no heed to the still stationary Arthur. It extended its 6 legs and swiftly pursued Bailon. Bailon, Arthur called out to her. Yet even this cry failed to capture the spider's attention. It was indeed fixated on her. But why? Arthur pondered, rising to chase after Bailon, only to be astonished when she and the spider vanished from sight in an instant. He dashed from the parking garage to the street outside, but their figures were nowhere to be seen. Growing anxious, Arthur sought out the nearest search team to report the spider's appearance. Bailon had been pursued. Yet, curiously, it had not harmed her. Cornered in an alley, she first enveloped herself in a protective barrier and expanded the air between herself and the spider, temporarily preventing it from closing in. This tactic was intended to buy time, allowing her to await the passing of the nearby patrols. Bailon had previously observed that search teams traversed this street every half hour, and calculating the time. Only a few minutes remained until their arrival. Just then, the spider abruptly ceased its movements, and from its metallic-like head, a small orifice opened, resembling a mouth. This circular aperture expanded, reaching a diameter nearly the size of an adult's open palm before halting. Initially, Bailon was perplexed, assuming it was preparing to consume her, but moments later, she was stunned to see a luminous orb resembling a light spot emerge from the spider's maw. Was it truly a light spot? Bailon could hardly believe her eyes. Why was this phenomenon occurring within its mouth? She considered moving closer for a better look, yet hesitated, for releasing her control over the expanded air would grant the spider an advantage. Unexpectedly, the spider emitted a piercing shriek, its voice reverberating with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing the heavens, echoing through the street. This cacophony would undoubtedly attract the nearby patrols, yet Balan could not fathom its motives. Previously, she had perceived the creature as intelligent. If so, why would it deliberately summon attention? Gradually, the sound sapped Balan's strength, her arms drooping, and her ability forcibly dissipated. This provided the spider an opportunity to advance. The spider's shrill cry abruptly silenced, its piercing tones seemingly time-limited. Soon, Balan's limbs regained their vigor, but just as she prepared to retaliate, the spider stood before her, its circular mouth agape, fixating on her intently. Balan, however, was entranced by the swirling light particles emanating from its mouth. Much like the first time she encountered the light spot in the laboratory, it possessed an enchanting allure that captivated her attention deeply. The patterns of light reflected in her eyes flickered slowly, akin to nebulous formations drifting in the vast cosmos, expansive and mysterious. In that moment, Balan was spellbound, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the light spot. Her mind devoid of all distractions, as if under a spell. Gradually, she raised her hand, delicately touching it with her fingertip. In the next instant, Balan vanished from the depths of the alley, and simultaneously, the spider swiftly closed its mouth. The search team patrolling this area happened to pass by the street outside the alley just then, and when they glanced inside, they found it utterly vacant. Devoid of both Balan and the spider, they continued on their way without delay. Chapter 95. A conversation with the General. Balan awoke in one of the control rooms of the energy repository. As she opened her eyes, she noticed a figure clad in a white robe standing before the instruments, resembling the human she had encountered in this world, yet this individual was notably taller. "You are awake," he stated, seemingly having anticipated her presence. "Who are you?" Balan inquired. He lifted his gaze, gently caressing the instrument's exterior while introducing himself over his shoulder. "Greetings. I am the first intelligent life form born in this world. You may call me 01. Balan recognized him. "You are General 01. "Indeed. You know of me? I heard Scientist 03 mention you. I see. Did he speak of the second plan?" Balan paused. Nodding. "He did. But before we delve into that, could you first explain why I am here? Because this world is on the brink of annihilation." 01's words left Balan perplexed. "I am aware of this. But what does it have to do with my arrival?" "It has everything to do with it." 01's volume rose significantly as he turned to face Balan, his featureless face betraying no emotion as he continued. "You shall become the savior of this world." Balan found his assertion ludicrous. "General 01, are you joking?" "Oh, my apologies for my presumptuousness." 01 bowed deeply to Balan. "Allow me to clarify." His formal address left Balan further bewildered. He revealed a staggering truth. "Miss Balan, everything here is an illusion. This world ceased to exist 100,000 years ago, but what I see and touch is undeniably real." She spoke. Balan reached out to touch the adjacent cylindrical instrument. The chilling sensation it conveyed was palpably existent. Suddenly, a recollection struck her. Someone had visited this place before, and their wristwatch had been stolen. "Are you referring to Vincent Moore?" "Yes, that is correct." "What, precisely, do you wish to convey to me?" 01 fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before finally articulating his explanation. "Our civilization has evolved over hundreds of thousands of years. Yet we have remained stifled by the constraints of the energy repository and the heart, preventing true advancement. Science has been confined to a minuscule domain that a mere 10,000 years before the world's destruction. Scientists discovered the dire news of the impending depletion of the energy repository. This revelation spread throughout our civilization, but due to the emotional programming of the energy repository, we felt no sense of urgency. Only the understanding that we must keep the repository operational. I apologize for the length of my discourse." "And oh need, please continue," Balan encouraged him. "Very well." 01 moved to the center of the room, pausing before the semicircular instrument. After manipulating its panel, the metallic cylinder beside Balan opened partially, revealing a child of approximately 10 years old, strikingly similar to a human from reality. He possessed skin, features, and hair, an incongruous human in this alternate world. Balan looked at 01 with confusion. who approached the sleeping child and continued, "Following that, as you have observed, we exhausted every conceivable method, formulating plans, testing frameworks, and implementing strategies. Yet ultimately, we failed. The energy absorption of the heart was unsuccessful, and the energy repository could not be restarted, leading to the emergence of the second plan." What exactly is the second plan? The second plan consists of 3 steps: construction, restarting the energy repository, and the lengthy journey. Bailon found the steps of this plan disjointed, questioning, "What are you constructing? And who is this child? Why is he here?" 01 gently caressed the child's peaceful face, explaining, "This child represents the first step of our construction." What do you mean? The term construction encompasses 3 layers of meaning. First, to create a phenomenon of temporal distortion for a brief period. Second, to produce beings akin to yourself. And the third layer? We shall discuss that later. Miss Bailon, are you not curious about the 2 aspects I mentioned earlier? For instance, how temporal distortion is achieved, and why we aim to create humans? Bailon, unwilling to engage in further riddles, urged him to speak plainly. 01 elucidated. The scientists of this world have long pursued research on temporal distortion. Yet the existence of the energy repository has shackled all science within its constraints. Consequently, the initial plan veered into uncontrollable territory. Ultimately, the scientists resolved to create disturbances to generate an imbalance, liberating science from the repository's limitations. Fortunately, this endeavor succeeded, and imbalance occurred. Indeed, and it was due to this that the second step of the plan, restarting the energy repository, became feasible. Isn't that a success? If the energy repository can be restarted, this world will continue to function. No, 01 shook his head. That is merely a temporary state. The emergence of the imbalance phenomenon has indeed activated the energy reservoir and caused temporal distortions. Yet the duration of the reservoir's operation is unpredictable and beyond our control. After all this, what do you truly wish to accomplish? Miss Bailon, I was referring to the first layer of meaning in construction. 01 stated. The second layer of meaning, the creation of humanity, is intrinsically connected to the third layer of meaning. How so? Bailon inquired, puzzled. What is the third layer of meaning? Although 01 lacked eyes, Bailon could still perceive a certain obsession reflected in his demeanor towards the child. He then slowly closed the metallic cover of the cylinder, sealing the child inside once more, and turned to Bailon, uttering a statement that left her in shock. The third layer of meaning is the creation of a virus. Chapter 96. The shackles of thought. At the moment 01 spoke of creating a virus, Bailon did not wish to associate it with the mutated virus. Yet 01 added, "I know what you are thinking. Yes, the virus I refer to is indeed the mutated virus, which we deployed into that world through temporal distortions." Why? Bailon was perplexed. Your world has already faced misfortune. Why bring that misfortune to other worlds? We are striving to save an entire civilization, he explained. Thus, you intend to annihilate another civilization. What do you truly aim to achieve? What purpose does their destruction serve? Before she could finish her sentence, Bailon suddenly realized, her shock evident as she gazed at 01, asking without restraint, "Are you planning an invasion?" Yes, 01 nodded. The creation of humanity is intended to test the virus, facilitating our invasion. After the failure of the first plan, we preserved the skeletal materials specifically for human creation. However, during the subsequent process, scientists discovered the bone matter over our lengthy journey, leading us to replace the original metal substance with the bone matter. In truth, we cannot afford to ponder such matters. Self-preservation and invasion are currently our only options. This world can no longer sustain the prolonged operation of the energy reservoir, so we must locate a world rich in resources to reactivate it. Miss Bailon, just imagine if your homeland were on the brink of vanishing. What would you do? Would you not, like us, choose invasion? I do not possess the complexity of your thoughts, nor would I have considered temporal distortions. Before this, I did not even believe in the existence of the multiverse. Very well, our modes of thought differ. Yet that does not diminish the universal desire of humanity to survive in the face of apocalyptic scenarios. Indeed, Bailon recalled the real world, where humans, much like them, endeavored to save their impending civilization from destruction, oblivious to the fact that the mutated virus they sought to eradicate had been unleashed upon them by those from another world. At this juncture, Bylon thought of Yite. If he were alive and learned that the virus was manufactured and deployed by those for the Lightspot world, he would undoubtedly regret his explorations here, as it would serve as a biting satire of his past actions. Bylon believed that even upon discovering this truth, Yite would still choose to take his own life, for to him, it would be nothing short of a ludicrous mockery. Oh, right, I indeed neglected to clarify. 01 interjected. This is how it is. Decades ago, following a cataclysm, the Earth became uninhabitable due to decay, with only a little over 10,000 survivors remaining. Thus, we preserve a portion of the energy reservoir, relocating it within the spacecraft. After the imbalance phenomenon occurred, the spacecraft underwent a prolonged temporal journey and eventually identified a world suitable for our survival. It was during this time that we deployed the virus, which needed time to mutate, only impacting non-biological entities over a decade later. 01 elucidated. As you can see, while everything you perceive is undeniably real, this place is, in fact, a fabrication. The light spot is a parallel space created by scientists through temporal distortions, serving as a true reflection of past events in this world. In reality, the space you occupy is an expanse of nothingness. Here, there is nothing, yet the brain, when stimulated, generates illusions, even affecting your five senses. Bylon found all of this absurd, akin to a surreal dream. Suddenly, a thought struck her. But that watch I already mentioned, it is a genuine reflection, capable of influencing your five senses, within that seemingly real, yet void light spot. All the humans present can be regarded as real, or conversely, as false. It depends on your interpretation, 01 explained. Bylon struggled to comprehend, feeling as though 01 was engaging her in a linguistic game. I understand that you may not be able to accept this immediately, but we have anticipated this. Nevertheless, we still choose to inform you, 01 continued. Wait, I'm feeling somewhat bewildered, Bylon contemplated seriously. Apologies, it is my failure to communicate clearly. Allow me to be more direct. What you see now is entirely real. However, the light spots you previously encountered were all fabricated by US. Oh, you grasp this? Bylon suddenly realized. You mean I am currently inside your spacecraft? Precisely. But why create light spots to bring me here? To allow you to witness all that transpires here. Cease with the formalities. The more I converse with you, the more absurd it seems. What does this have to do with me? 01 tilted his head, as if observing Bylon. After a moment of thought, he remarked, It appears your mental shackles are exceedingly rigid. I have relayed so much to you, yet you remain unable to recall. What? Bylon did not comprehend the implication of his words. Please allow me to finish, he urged. Miss Bylon, in reality, you are also a product of our creation. And you are our most successful experiment to date, for you have been influenced by the imbalance phenomenon. Have you lost your mind? Bylon could not believe his assertions, her anger flaring. I am who I am. How could I possibly be an experiment? How do you explain the special abilities you possess? This question left Bylon momentarily dumbfounded. When she finally processed it, her eyes widened, and she suddenly stepped forward, grasping 01's white robe, glaring fiercely at him. Are you implying that Baiwa was created by you? Baiwa? 01's featureless face displayed confusion as he altered his tone, shaking his head. I do not understand your meaning. Stop pretending. If, as you say, my abilities were granted by Baiwa, that implies she was created by you. So, the they she referred to are indeed you, these abominable beings. Do not attempt to deceive me further. Bylon released 01 and raised her hand, preparing to use her abilities to obliterate his head. In a flash, he crouched to evade her attack. With a loud clap, 01 pressed a button on a nearby instrument. Instantly, the surrounding lights extinguished, plunging Bylon into darkness. Then, 01's voice echoed eerily from the shadows. Miss Bylon, the release of your mental shackles may be somewhat uncomfortable. I hope you can endure it. Chapter 97. Do not use honorifics initially. Bylon felt as if something was tightly constricting her head, followed by sensations akin to blades scraping away at her flesh. The pain was excruciating. Bylon felt as though she were on the verge of death. Although the experience was distressing, as 01 had mentioned, Bylon indeed began to recall. Deep within her memory, the face of Baiwa, always illuminated by sunlight and thus indistinct, finally became clear in her visage. Bailan recognized herself. It turned out she had always been her. Baiwa was the sister she had rescued amidst the mutated creatures. But why had she forgotten these memories? Before encountering Baiwa, Bailan was a creation of theirs, both a physical test subject for the mutated virus and a vessel through which they deployed the virus into the human world via temporal distortions. However, following the emergence of the imbalance phenomenon, Bailan's body was profoundly affected, resulting in significant changes. Such transformations had not occurred in other test subjects, which ultimately led her, previously under the control of the energy reservoir, to develop her own consciousness. She broke free from the constraints of the energy reservoir's docility, obedience, and lack of pain perception, becoming a fully independent entity. Yet in her subconscious, Bailan still perceived herself as a puppet created by them, a mere tool for testing the virus, and thus continued to abide by the energy reservoir's directives. Nevertheless, repeated experiments inflicted unbearable suffering upon her, gradually igniting her resistance against their testing. This was something they had not anticipated. Consequently, Bailan was punished, confined, and began to fear them. Due to the parameters of her prolonged existence, Bailan's physical form perpetually maintained the appearance of a 20-year-old. This confinement lasted for 60 years. In the span of these long 60 years, no one has ever engaged in heartfelt conversation with Bailan. She remains blissfully unaware of the happenings beyond her confinement. Each day, the only semblance of interaction comes from the occasional exchanges with those who deliver her meals. Bailan feels an overwhelming solitude, curling up day after day in that dark, confined space. Her only flicker of hope lies in the brief glimmers of light that seep through the door when the meal deliverer enters. She recalls that fateful day when he arrived. He, too, was a product of their creation, a man of delicate features. He informed her that their experiments were nearing success. Initially, she gazed at the man. Yet her expression soon turned blank as her focus shifted to the sliver of light behind him. She sat in silence, as if she had forgotten how to use her vocal cords. Once the virus is successfully deployed, we will be eradicated, he stated. This proclamation stirred a subtle shift in Bailan's otherwise impassive demeanor. Her eyes flickered, and she turned her gaze back to him. She parted her lips, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts, for it had been so long since she had spoken. After a moment, she managed to utter a few words. "Are you afraid?" Bailan stammered, reminiscent of a child just learning to speak. The man shook his head. "You have been confined for far too long. It appears you have forgotten that our programming includes fearlessness." Upon hearing him mention the word fearlessness, a sardonic smile crept across Bailan's lips. "I must take my leave. The next phase of the experiment is about to commence," he said hastily, placing the food down and swiftly exiting the small room that imprisoned her. The door closed once more, plunging Bailan into an abyss of darkness. Once the virus is successfully deployed, we will be eradicated. The surrounding silence felt deathly, as if she were already in her grave, in the confines of her mind. Shaped by the programming of the energy core, Bailan harbored a rigid belief. They were immensely powerful. This notion had been hammered into her psyche like a nail, becoming an indelible mark that she could not shake off. They were powerful, so powerful that even upon gaining strength through imbalance, she felt no room for rebellion. This ingrained belief only deepened her fear of them. Consequently, Bailan exhibited docility and compliance. She ceased to resist, thereby becoming a usable subject once again. Ultimately, at the moment when the virus was successfully developed, she seized the opportunity to escape the spacecraft amidst the celebration. Bailan was free. Afterward, she encountered Baiwa, who saved her, and together they navigated the world of mutated beings for several years. Gradually, Bailan learned much from Baiwa, including the nuances of emotion. Yet, she never anticipated that this seemingly joyful and simple girl would eventually depart from her life. Unable to bear the hardships of their fugitive existence, Baiwa ultimately chose to end her own life. In that moment, Bailan shattered. She kept vigil by Baihua's corpse for 3 days and nights, watching as her body succumbed to decay. Ultimately, Bailan made a decision. She imposed a mental shackle upon herself. She chose to forget everything from her past, continuing to use the name Bailan, and became Baihua. The memories end here. The pain dissipated in that instant. Before her collaboration with Ite to explore the light spots, Bailan's subconscious was still gripped by fear of them. But afterward, her mindset began to shift. She gazed at the figure before her, one of their own, her eyes now filled with anger and resolve. Bailan fixed her cold stare upon Ling Yi. She did not exhibit excessive emotion due to past events, but regarded him with calmness. I told you not to use honorifics. Yes, she uttered the final words. Ling Yi noticeably raised his voice. Yet Bailan reiterated, I said, do not use honorifics. Just as she finished speaking, with a swift motion, Bailan unhesitatingly snapped Ling Yi's neck. Chapter 98. Achieving liberation, Bailan regarded Ling Yi, who lay motionless on the ground after she had broken his neck. A glimmer of cruelty flickering in her icy gaze. She knew that soon he would revive once again. After all, apart from her bones, her flesh had also been birthed from this machinery. However, Bailan no longer relied on the energy core. She understood that these beings, created by the energy core, were devoid of their own thoughts, mere hollow shells adorned with human exteriors. Even if she saved them, they would offer her no gratitude. A cold smile crossed her lips as she turned her attention to the large apparatus at the center of the room. Bailan knew that this was not the central control room of the energy core, thus she had no desire to linger. The spacecraft was vast, its internal structure intricate. Once she exited the branch room of the energy core, the myriad of passageways before her resembled blood vessels, densely interwoven throughout the colossal ship. Consequently, she was unaware of the route to the control room. Suddenly, Bailan regretted having killed Ling Yi so easily. At the very least, she should have extracted the location of the control room from him. But regret was futile, and Bailan steeled herself to continue her search. She navigated the intersecting corridors, striving to locate the room housing the energy core's center. Her objective was straightforward: to destroy the energy core. In the past, Bailan had feared them, but now, having come to realize that the energy core endowed humanity with various traits and forcibly imposed programming upon them, she understood that they were not nearly as formidable as she had once perceived. Bailan feared nothing anymore. Those fears gradually morphed into resentment, fueling her desire to eradicate them and solidifying her determination to obliterate the energy core. With this mindset, the seal she had imposed upon her own powers began to unravel. Yet, this release was painfully slow. Bailan felt a warmth circulating through her limbs. This sensation was comforting, akin to soaking in a warm spring, allowing her body and mind to relax. Perhaps Ling Yi had forcibly unlocked Bailan's mental shackles, causing the lock that confined her unique abilities to gradually dissipate. This was a welcome development, as it would enable Bailan to wield her powers more adeptly and freely, no longer succumbing to prolonged unconsciousness after expending excessive energy. However, this sensation did not last long. The disconcerting wave of dizziness washed over her once more. Yet, there was no time left. When Bailan finally regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a hospital bed. To her surprise, standing by her side was Lisa. However, her first instinct was not to inquire about why Lisa was there, but rather to look out the window. Unfortunately, the curtains were drawn, shrouding the room in darkness. Lisa, could you please open the curtains? Bailan's voice was somewhat hoarse. She licked her dry lips and spoke. Bailan paused and asked, how long was I unconscious? 5 days, Lisa replied as he rose. I'll go fetch a nurse. You need another examination, but Lisa left to summon a nurse, temporarily vacating the room. Bailan paid little attention to what he said. Instead, staggering towards the window, she leaned against the frame and gently pulled back a corner of the curtain. Instantly, a blinding light flooded in, and her vision was enveloped in a sea of white. Bailan immediately shielded her eyes from the sunlight, closing them momentarily to adjust, yet the searing sensation persisted. After what felt like an eternity, her eyes finally began to acclimate. She gradually opened them a crack, and within her limited field of vision, she glimpsed a pale blue sky. As she adjusted to the intensity of the light, Bailan eventually opened her eyes fully. The dazzling spots in the sky faded away, leaving only white clouds and a flock of birds soaring above. The light spots are gone. Did they do this? Bailan murmured to herself just as Lisa entered with the doctor and nurse. What are you doing out of bed? You just woke up. Get back in, Lisa said, swiftly moving to support Bailan, who was teetering on the verge of collapse. Bailan stared at Lisa, who was so concerned for her, momentarily taken aback. I just wanted to open the curtains and take a look. Bailon replied weakly, her voice barely above a whisper, after days of relying on four fluids for sustenance. She felt feeble, her legs unsteady. In that moment, Bailon completely lost her strength, and just as she was about to fall, Lysa effortlessly swept her up in his arms. Bailon felt ill at ease with Lysoa's sudden show of concern. Her gaze averted as she turned her head away. Chapter 99. Too much talk. After all her bodily indicators were checked, Bailon was declared healthy and without issues. The doctor's final diagnosis was fatigue from overexertion, necessitating rest. Lying in bed, Bailon stared out at the empty sky, appearing calm and serene on the surface while inwardly scheming to find a way back to the spacecraft. That moment. Lysua's cough broke the silence as he placed a bag of fruit gently on the bedside table. Subsequently, he sat beside her and got straight to the point. Isn't it time you explained that question I posed earlier? What question? Bailon looked at him, puzzled. Didn't you hear it? No. Could you repeat it? Lysua furrowed his brow and inquired once more, why were you wearing the attire of 2237 while you were unconscious? Moreover, it seems you were not wearing anything underneath. As he delved further into the topic, a hint of embarrassment crept in Lysua's demeanor. Bailon chuckled softly, because I had just finished bathing and hadn't had the chance to get dressed yet. Bathing? Lysua's heart sank as he abruptly stood up and grasped Bailon's shoulders. Are you implying that young man saw you unclothed? You could say that, but the situation was dire. Spider was pursuing me, and he offered me his coat because I was without clothing. It's nothing. He did not take any liberties with me, he then cautioned Bailon. Remember to keep your distance from him in the future. After all, there are distinctions between men and women. Bailon appeared taken aback. Since when have you become so conservative? Speaking of distinctions, you have embraced me twice. Oh no, there was that other time in the villa's garden when you held a knife behind me. Enough, before Bailon could finish her sentence. Lysuor raised his voice, signaling her to cease this line of discussion. By the way, did you bring me to the hospital? Bailon asked that it was the search team that found you. You were unconscious in an alley. And later Zhang Chengyao contacted me, which is how I learned you were in trouble. And what about Arthur? Arthur? Lysua had never heard that name before. He was 2237. His original name was Arthur Moore. After your discharge, I have something to discuss with you. Lysua looked at her in confusion. Is there something we cannot discuss here? What do you think? Naturally, it pertains to that matter of yours. Just as Bailon finished speaking, the voice of Zhang Qingyao echoed from outside. What matter are you referring to? Do share, I'd like to hear about it. Zhang Qingyao's loud voice reverberated in the hospital room, causing a passing nurse to shoot him a glare and gesture for silence. Zhang Qingyao shrugged apologetically and cheerfully entered the room. Captain Zhang, what brings you here? Of course, I came to see you. Look at you. The moment you told that 22 whatever to leave you unprotected, you ended up injured. Zhang Qingyao glanced at Lysua. You seem quite concerned for your girlfriend. How long has the team granted you leave? A week, Lysua explained. Bailon has no one to care for her. It wouldn't be convenient for her to be alone if I didn't come. Fair enough, Zhang Qingyao nodded, taking a seat beside Bailon's bed. Go on. Speak. Speak about what? Bailon queried, puzzled. Of course, about the incident where you were attacked, that we currently have no leads. That creature is elusive, leaving us in a state of chaos at the precinct. Therefore, you must recount the entire ordeal to us in detail. We need to go to the precinct. No need. I will record it. With that, Zhang Qingyao retrieved the voice recorder he had brought, activated it, and placed it on the bedside table. After listening, Zhang Qingyao glanced awkwardly at Lysua, who appeared to be deep in thought as he gazed out the window, looking rather disheartened. Naturally, any normal man would feel uneasy knowing his girlfriend was seen unclothed by another man. Zhang Qingyao sighed, turned off the recorder, and approached Lysua, patting him on the shoulder. Don't dwell on it. The situation was tense, and Bailon had no choice. Don't take it to heart. Lysua, unwilling to broach the subject, merely offered a non-committal Back in the day, my wife was quite the beauty. Many men pursued her when she was young. Zhang Qingyao suddenly began recounting his romantic past. Lysua, uninterested, leaned towards the window and gave Bailon a knowing glance. Bailon immediately understood. Captain Zhang, I'm quite hungry. Why not have Lysua fetch me something to eat? Sure, let him go get it quickly. You can listen to my stories in the meantime. Zhang Qingyao turned to face Bylon. Startled, she noticed Lysaw stifling a laugh. No, Just as Bylon was about to politely refuse, Zhang Qingyao plopped down into a chair and began to regale her with tales from the past. I never knew Zhang Qingyao could be so loquacious. Lysaw remarked as he set the food aside, jokingly asking, "How are your ears holding up?" Bylon shot him a sidelong glance and turned away, ignoring him. Lysaw chuckled. "You should really eat something. Aren't you hungry?" "I can't eat right now." "Are you upset?" "No, if you're not upset, I'll take your surname." "Didn't T refuse?" "I did, but he acted as if he hadn't heard. Then he must be doing it on purpose." As he spoke, Lysaw sat down and began peeling an apple. You may not know this, but Zhang Qingyao, wife, passed away 6 years ago. He has a son and a daughter. His eldest son died 3 years ago due to the mutation, and he dotes on his little daughter, who is currently being raised by her grandmother in Noah City. Therefore, when he sees us, he might be reminded of his wife. So let him talk. You could just listen. After all, it won't cost you anything. Suddenly, Bylon lay down and covered her head with the blanket. S.O. chatty. Her voice emerged muffled from beneath the covers. Chapter 100. Will you be my girlfriend? After Yait's passing, he had confined himself to his home. During this time, Lysaw visited him once to inquire about the progress of the capsule project. Shen Gaoyao candidly shared the potential consequences of non-biological mutations with Lysaw. Lysaw could see the despair etched on Shen Gaoyao's face, and as a test subject, he did not wish to witness such a state in Shen Gaoyao. His failure would inevitably lead Lysaw towards death. Unless he could truly develop a drug capable of resisting the mutation virus, that I know there have been many incidents in the city recently, but you promised you would develop an antidote. Lysaw accepted the inhibitor that Shen Gaoyao offered him, gazing down at the box in his hand before looking back at Shen Gaoyao. Pull yourself together. Be a man. What does being a man entail? Shen Gaoyao scoffed. I am a man, yet I cannot face failure time and again with composure. That spider is still roaming the city. Who knows how many more lives will be lost, and how many non-biological entities will undergo mutations in the future. We are all doomed. The entire world is on the brink of destruction. Shen Gaoyao's agitation grew, his voice escalating to a near shout. Calm down. How can I be calm? Shen Gaoyao weakly cradled his head. Crouching on the ground, his voice trembling, I truly cannot continue with the capsule project. These drugs are useless. I have some inhibitors left. Just take them all. Are you giving up just like that? What about the poison inside me? Lysaw tightened his fist, feeling an urge to strike him. That I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Hearing Shen Gaoyao's apology, Lysaw relaxed his clenched fist that he knew that hitting him would be futile. This man, aside from his scientific intellect, was rather inept in other aspects, even lacking in psychological resilience. Helpless, Lysaw sighed. Even if you hadn't involved me, I would have been infected long, in the end. It's all the same. Whether I die sooner or later, I might as well contribute something. So it won't be a completely meaningless death. He consoled himself with these thoughts. Shen Gaoyao, with tear-filled eyes, looked up at Lysaw and once again apologized. I'm sorry for disappointing you. That's something you ought to say to yourself. Lysaw was taken aback to see him cry and averted his gaze. Dismissing Shen Gaoyao's fragility with disdain, he turned to leave. It seems you need to calm down. Let us discuss the capsule project another time. Wait, Shen Gaoyao called after him. What is it? Thank you for coming to see me. I am currently, don't misunderstand, I only came to get the inhibitors. I need to pick someone up that we could talk next time, but I asked to pick up Bylon. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lysaw found Bylon already packed and even had her discharge summary completed. As he entered the room, he saw her quietly sitting by the bed, silently gazing out the window. What are you looking at? The sky. The light spots have disappeared, and it's been a long time since I've seen such a clear sky. You seem to have taken a liking to gazing at the sky these past few days. There's something you're hiding from me. Lysaw hoisted the bag containing Bylon's clothes onto his right shoulder. Bylon smiled. Do I need to report everything about my life to you? Not necessarily, but if I can assist you in any way, I hope to return a favor. Bylon's smile faltered as she looked at Lysaw, momentarily at a loss for words. What's wrong? I might not be able to help you anymore. Why? There's something I must clarify with you. Then let us talk in the car. All right, on the way back. Lysaw drove in silence. occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror and noticing that Bylon, just like in the hospital, continued to quietly gaze at the sky. "It feels like you've changed," he suddenly remarked. "In what way have I changed? I can't quite articulate it." Lysua prompted, "Aren't you going to tell me what you want to say?" The vehicle was devoid of any other passengers. "You may speak freely." After a moment's hesitation, Bylon finally voiced her thoughts. Perhaps it would be best to forego the assassination. Why? Lysua appeared somewhat displeased, because the migration plan was not proposed by the United Nations. Bylon stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Lysua abruptly slammed on the brakes, halting by the roadside. "What did you say?" Bylon conveyed the details regarding Vincent more to Lysua, including the fact that Arthur was Vincent's brother. Bylon continued. "I believe the most pressing matter for you to understand is why the United Nations has tacitly approved this plan, rather than hastily resorting to assassinating the chairman for deterrence. As such an action would be exceedingly perilous for you and could very well cost you your life." Lysa bowed his head in contemplation, suddenly realizing that Bylon's words were somewhat peculiar. He turned to her and inquired, puzzled. "What about you?" Bylon apologized. "I'm sorry, but perhaps I cannot assist you this time, so I would advise you to clarify matters before making any decisions." "You wish to leave, don't you?" Lysua's words carried a hint of melancholy. He hesitated, pondering for a moment before asking, "What exactly transpired before you fell unconscious?" "I can't shake the feeling that you have changed somehow. I have endured a great deal. Besides, change is a natural part of being human. What's wrong with becoming different?" Bylon joked lightly. "Women can be quite capricious, you know." Lysua managed a bitter smile. He understood that asking Bylon for help was inherently dangerous. In the past, he would have coerced her into providing assistance, but now he found himself unwilling to do so. He realized he had begun to unconsciously pay attention to Bylon's every move. Would she be in danger? Was she hungry? Was she upset? Lysua found this newfound concern amusing. He knew he ought not to feel this way, as he was aware that if this continued, Bylon would become his Achilles' heel. Thus, Lysua acquiesced, nodding. "Very well. I shall momentarily set aside thoughts of the assassination." Bylon had expected Lysua to remain obstinate for a while longer, yet she was taken aback by how swiftly he agreed. "However, I have a request." Lysua suddenly gazed earnestly into Bylon's eyes. She countered, "What request? If it pertains to the government, the United Nations, or the Academy of Sciences, it has nothing to do with those. It is a personal matter." Lysua interrupted Bylon with utmost seriousness. "What matter?" Bylon was momentarily taken aback. She found Lysua's intense gaze somewhat disconcerting, and she felt a twinge of nervousness, not fully comprehending why such emotions arose within her. Bylon swallowed hard, awaiting Lysua's words. He then asked, "Would you consider being my girlfriend? I mean the genuine kind." Chapter 101. "I am tempting you." Bylon was taken aback. She never anticipated that Lysua would express such sentiments. Could it be that he is serious? Perhaps anticipating her response, Lysua felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was not entirely unexpected. He understood she intended to depart from this place, and thus would not engage in any relationships. Nevertheless, he felt a lingering sadness in his heart. Lysua worried for her safety outside the city. His intention was to persuade her to stay so he could continue to protect her, since she had rejected his feelings. He resolved to let her go. Although he yearned to leave with Bylon, for the time being, he could only remain behind. Lysua suddenly regretted confessing his feelings to Bylon. He had indeed developed feelings for her. But he was painfully aware that his time was limited. To utter such words to Bylon while bearing a body on the brink of death felt somewhat irresponsible. The apartment building had been thoroughly searched by the police, and for the moment, there was no danger. But even so, no one could guarantee that the spider would not reappear. "I have heard that creature is quite adept at disguising itself. Are you truly safe living alone?" Lysua asked with concern. "I'll be fine." Bylon dismissed his worries, stating it was of no consequence, as she would leave in a few days, perhaps even the next day. With that, Lysua made his way to the bathroom, seemingly preparing to remove his shirt. "What are you doing?" Bylon inquired. "Taking a shower. But you're leaving tomorrow. Yet Arthur's room next door has already been vacated. Aren't you going to sleep there?" "You monitoring me?" Bylon retorted, somewhat irked. "That I am protecting you," Lysua corrected, and just before entering the bathroom, he reminded Bylon, I can see that you have endured great suffering, but you need not be so strong in front of me, nor feel as if you must bear everything alone." With that, Lysawa stepped into the shower. Balan remained in the living room, gazing out at the empty sky, lost in thought. The sense of helplessness and solitude in the darkness was something others could not fathom. 60 years, if it were an ordinary person, they would likely have gone mad or even committed suicide long ago. However, Balan was a creation of the energy repository, and she would not age, nor would her appearance change. She recalled the initial 30 years, during which she was shackled and monitored in every movement, deprived even of the right to end her own life. Subsequently, she abandoned thoughts of self-destruction and began to exist like a puppet, indifferent to everything in the outside world. It was only when someone mentioned that all manufactured humans would be destroyed following the successful deployment of the virus that Balan, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden urge to rebel. "Why should I be at your mercy? Why should you dictate my life and death?" Balan felt indignant. Yet at that time, her thoughts were still influenced by the energy repository, leading her to believe in their superiority. Hence, she ultimately retreated, choosing instead to escape, even to forget. When Lysawa emerged from the shower, he found Balan once again lost in thought. He was towel-drying his damp hair as he approached her. However, the woman in a daze failed to notice his presence. It was only when Lysawa drew near that she caught the scent of his body wash wafting through the air. Balan turned her head and happened to see Lysawa seated beside her on the couch. He was shirtless, clad only in pants. His slim waist contrasted with broad shoulders, exuding an aura of masculine charm. "I am tempting you." Balan was astonished, looking at him again. "Do you even realize what you were saying?" "Just a joke." Lysawa reclined against the armrest of the sofa, casually asking, "Why are you lost in thought again?" "I was reminiscing about some things, feeling down." "What things? Do you need my help?" "It's something from the past. And besides, you wouldn't be able to help." "Perhaps I could." Balan frowned. "Let go." Lysawa complied. He did not wish to provoke Balan's anger and ultimately released her. The last part of his sentence went unheard by Balan. In the night, Balan awoke, glancing at the time. It was just past 1 in the morning. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall back asleep, feeling a bit parched, so she decided to get some water. As she strolled past the living room, Balan noticed Lysawa was sleeping on the sofa, turned to the side, clad in a thin shirt, appearing somewhat cold. Initially, she intended to ignore him, but after drinking water and returning from the kitchen, she once again saw Lysawa. With a resigned sigh, Balan fetched a blanket and gently draped it over him. Unbeknownst to her, Lysawa had not been asleep at all. After Balan entered, he opened his eyes, smiled at the blanket covering him, and then chose not to feign sleep any longer, sitting up instead. That night, Lysawa remained wide awake, silently watching over her. Chapter 102. A formal confession. He was puzzled as to why the United Nations Council would conceal the incident of being hacked, even tacitly approving the plan proposed by Vincent. Lysawa spent the entire night contemplating, ultimately concluding, there are individuals within the council who have endorsed this plan, and surely more than one. At the very least, he could inquire with Aaron at T7 in the morning. While Balan was still asleep, Lysawa rose early to prepare breakfast. He skillfully cooked fried eggs and sliced some fruit for Balan. Once everything was ready and tidied up, approximately 10 minutes had passed. She really sleeping so soundly? Lysawa knocked on the bedroom door, but there was still no response. Could something have happened? "What is it?" Balan looked at Lysawa, puzzled by his urgency. "While you were frying the eggs, perhaps the sound was too loud, and you didn't hear me come out. I was just washing up." "Why do you look so anxious?" Balan realized. "Oh, you're worried I might have been taken by that creature. I wasn't paying attention." Lysawa chose not to argue with her, deciding it was best to let it go. As long as she was fine, he urged her to come and have breakfast. Putting his worries aside, he guided Balan to the dining table while he fetched the fried eggs and fruit. "Hurry and eat. Once you're done, I'll be leaving," Lysawa stated. "Leaving so soon? I have work to do." "All right then." Balan quickly finished the fried eggs, swallowing them before adding, "Then I should also prepare to leave." Lysawa popped a piece of apple into his mouth. Yet before he could chew, he froze upon hearing Balan's words. "Why are you leaving so soon?" "Due to the lack of necessity to stay." "Is there truly no room for lingering?" Balan set down her chopsticks, propping her head with one hand. tilting her head to gaze at Lysua. If I were merely an ordinary girl, perhaps I would choose to stay and agree to be your girlfriend. This statement ignited a flicker of hope within Lysua, who appeared somewhat pleased. However, such joy was fleeting, and soon he furrowed his brows again, a habit he seemed to have unconsciously cultivated, difficult to shed. But I know you are anything but ordinary. Bylon chuckled softly and inquired, what is your definition of ordinary? Does such a term require definition? It's entirely subjective, much like the definition of beauty, which remains inherently diverse. Beauty cannot be dictated by a singular voice. Indeed, Bylon pondered for a moment and rephrased, perhaps substituting ordinary with mundane would more accurately convey my current sentiments. Suddenly, she spoke earnestly, Lyso, although I yearn to be an unremarkable person. The reality is, I cannot, for I do not belong here. Lysua refrained from probing the meaning behind her words, instead clasping Bylon's hand tightly. But in the future, you can belong here. Can you tell me what it is? If I can be of assistance. You cannot help, Bylon replied, lowering her gaze to the untouched plate of fruit on the table, her voice barely above a whisper. This is something I must face alone. Why would the nephew of a Secretary General endure hardship outside? Do you believe that if the non-biological situation deteriorates further, there will be a distinction between the city and the outskirts in the future? Lysua retorted. Bylon contemplated, there is no distinction, but once I accomplish that task, perhaps everything will change. What do you mean? Lysua sensed an underlying message in Bylon's words, even feeling an unsettling premonition. What exactly do you intend to do? What are you doing? I know you've already rejected me, but I've yet to formally confess my feelings. Bylon was taken aback. Did you not say before, that is different? Lysua approached Bylon, halting before her, gazing deeply into her eyes. Please, don't do this. I can't quite handle it. Bylon stammered, retreating a few steps, but found herself cornered against a wall. She had not anticipated Lysua's relentless advance that trapped her in the corner. Lysua, are you all right? You don't usually act this way. That a sudden pang of guilt washed over Bylon. Could it be that there was something captivating about her that attracted him? Why did Lysua seem to have transformed into an entirely different person, evoking in her the image of a tomcat in heat? Fortunately, Lysua refrained from any inappropriate actions. He merely lifted a stray lock of hair from Bylon's temple, tucking it behind her ear, and his gentle, affectionate voice echoed beside her. Bylon, he softly called her name. I like you. The moment those 4 words escaped his lips, a shiver coursed through Bylon, her back pressing tightly against the wall, wishing fervently to slip into the crevice. You make me feel a bit strange. How is that strange? Lysua suddenly chuckled, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he stepped back, creating distance between them. You rejected me yesterday. Why would I confess? Of course, I was merely jesting that I did not anticipate your reaction to be quite so adorable. Lysua gently pinched Bylon's cheek, then turned to leave, saying, It's time. I must take my leave. Bylon's brow furrowed momentarily, but soon relaxed again. She watched Lysua's departing figure and said, Take care. Lysua paused at the door, nodded slightly, and without uttering a farewell, he exited, because he did not wish to say goodbye. Chapter 103. Encountering an attack, the Non-Biological Anomaly Defense Council is set to convene an internal emergency meeting this afternoon, which will not be disclosed to the public. Thanks to Bylon's warning, Lysua temporarily abandoned his assassination plan for Auguste. However, he remained intrigued by the contents of the meeting, as he had heard it pertained to non-biological mutations and new proposals. Regrettably, Lysua was not responsible for the internal proceedings. He could only patrol outside. Today, he deliberately lingered before the meditation room. And indeed, Eileen arrived once more. Eileen was taken aback to find Lysua waiting for her. But her surprise was short-lived, quickly reverting to her usual composure. Do you need something from me? I wish to know why the United Nations proposed a migration plan. Lysua asked pointedly, intentionally omitting Vincent Moore's name. Feigning ignorance of the matter, and their candid dialogue was a departure from their usual interactions. Eileen regarded him quizzically. Why the sudden inquiry? I simply wish to know. If it is confidential, you may choose not to disclose. Some members of the council believe in this plan, and perplexingly, the number of supporters has been steadily increasing. Eileen rubbed her forehead, appearing somewhat fatigued. I can only say so much. Do you have any other questions? Lysua, puzzled, asked, "Is the increase in supporters due to the non-biological mutations? Perhaps it seems many believe this world is on the brink of collapse, that is the Academy doing nothing about it." No, Eileen shook her head, her gaze firmly fixed on the winged goddess statue above the meditation room's entrance, and suddenly asked Lysa, "Do you know what this statue represents?" "I recall it was a gift from the Wall's empire to the United Nations, depicting a goddess symbolizing courage from their national mythology. This embodies my hopes for humanity," Eileen declared. "Courage is the light in adversity. I have always cherished this phrase. Now, I hope all of humanity can possess such courage and not be easily defeated by this insidious virus." Lysa scoffed. "You speak so lightly of it. I'm aware that what I hope for is idealistic, but that does not grant you the right to mock me at this juncture." Eileen fixed Lysa with a gaze filled with resolve and resilience, prompting him to furrow his brow and avert his eyes. "Do not look at me that way. No matter how much you say now, it cannot atone for the sins of the past." Lysa turned away coldly. "I will never forget that you deliberately chose not to save my mother. It wasn't that I didn't want to save her, but do not say any more. I do not wish to hear your lofty principles." Eileen sighed, straightening her collar. "You misunderstand me. I do not blame you. However, as your kin, I must advise you to avoid acting on emotion. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Are you implying that I know about your plan to assassinate the chairman?" Lysa halted, staring blankly at Eileen's figure, and she suddenly inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Eileen first glanced at Lysa's departing back, then raised her gaze to the statue, symbolizing courage, closing her eyes and exhaling deeply before entering the meditation room. The council's meeting that afternoon did not last long. From the moment the officials and scientists entered until their exit, it took approximately an hour and a half. Lysa had expected them to remain for at least 3 or 4 hours. Due to the excellent soundproofing, Lysa could not discern anything from outside. With the conclusion of the meeting, the joint forces guarding inside and outside promptly withdrew. As he prepared to leave with the departing team, Lysa noticed Shen Gaoyao, that he appeared much as before, his demeanor suggesting fatigue, his posture slightly hunched, giving the impression that he had not slept in days. Shen Gaoyao seemed exhausted, finding a spot out of the sunlight to sit, quietly lowering his head as if lost in thought. Unable to leave with the group, Lysa could only observe him from a distance, speculating what he might have endured during the meeting at that moment. A familiar figure approached Shen Gaoyao. Lysa quickly recognized him as Su Din, the biologist who had previously struck up a conversation with Bailon on the plane. It appeared he exchanged a few words with Shen Gaoyao, and soon after, Shen Gaoyao began to weep profusely, cradling his head in despair. Lysa could not hear their conversation, yearning to rush over and inquire about the meeting's contents. He initially intended to linger at the back of the group, hoping to slip away unnoticed by the captain, but suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, a heart-wrenching wail that conveyed unimaginable torment. The joint forces and the security personnel present instantly went on high alert. Lysa raised his weapon towards the source of the sound, when a deafening shriek pierced the air, followed by the shattering of glass. It was the United Nations building. The windows below the 5th floor of the building shattered entirely due to the cacophony, sending shards of glass raining down and injuring numerous passers-by. The crowd, believing they were under a terrorist attack, erupted into screams and scattered in every direction, creating a scene of utter chaos. The troop to which Lysa belonged, under the leadership of their captain, advanced toward the building, while a portion of the security team was tasked with protecting and evacuating the terrified officials and the fleeing masses. At that moment, Lysa found himself at the rear of the line, witnessing the panicked individuals fleeing the building, their faces etched with sheer terror. The piercing cry that had just echoed through the air undoubtedly originated from a spider. Although Lysa had never laid eyes on the creature, the police had long provided relevant photographs and surveillance footage, which he had scrutinized, confirming that its appearance closely resembled that of a spider. What he had not anticipated was its emergence within the United Nations building, nor the sheer penetrative power of its voice. The sound resonated in his ears, leaving them slightly buzzing, and for a moment, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, an experience shared by others in the group. Just then, a large spider, glistening with a metallic sheen, leapt from the building, presenting itself before the crowd. Chapter 104. He will surely be fine. To be frank, Bylon was at a loss as to how to exit, for every entry and exit point in the city was heavily guarded. Were she to disregard all semblance of compassion and embrace a cold-hearted demeanor, she could easily obliterate the city, for the shackles within her had been released, allowing her powers to flow freely. Yet, she refrained from such actions, and the reason was, of course, then but a sense of rebelliousness surged within her. If they sought to invade this world, then they would never succeed. Initially, Bylon intended to pack some clothing for her escape, thinking it prudent to change once outside, but upon reflection, she dismissed the notion. This was not a vacation. Thus, apart from some water, she took nothing else. Standing before the entrance of the airport terminal, Bylon planned to venture outside the city. But flights had long been grounded, leading to the airport's forced closure. After a moment of contemplation, she noticed a passing airport staff member. Just passing by, taking a look, she offered dismissively. Once he departed, she approached one of the tightly shut terminal doors, intending to force it open. Despite the omnipresent surveillance, Bylon was unconcerned. Just as she was about to act, a peculiar sound echoed from a distance. The sound, faint upon reaching her ears, unmistakably emanated from within the city. The jarring noise burst forth like a laser piercing through the clouds, rapidly expanding outward, affecting even Bylon's eardrums. Dark smoke billowed upward, gradually spreading in all directions. Bylon recognized the area engulfed in black smoke. It appeared to be the United Nations building. Had the spider attacked there, a sense of unease washed over her. Could such a creature truly cause that level of chaos? From this vantage point toward the UN headquarters, it seemed as though the entire structure had been obliterated. For reasons unknown, this sight filled Bylon with trepidation. Just as this anxiety began to swell, the citywide alarm blared. The urgent, staccato sounds reverberating from the airport's loudspeakers further unsettled her, amplifying her agitation and rendering her unable to maintain her composure. This alarm clearly sounded more urgent than the previous Level 2 alert. Bylon recalled Arthur mentioning that a Level 1 alert signified the most severe situations. Is it truly a Level 1? As she mumbled softly to herself, a streetlight nearby suddenly transformed into a spider-like figure, leaping toward the departing staff member. Startled, the staff member turned to the sound, and upon witnessing the spider lunging at him, he let out a terrified scream, his legs giving way beneath him as fear drained away his strength. Bylon frowned, opened her palm, and clenched it into a fist, causing the spider-like monstrosity to crumble into a heap of scrap metal. Observing the pile of shattered metal before her, the staff member, still trembling, glanced in her direction without uttering a word of thanks, hastily rising to flee in disarray. Not even a single word of gratitude escaped his lips. Bylon cast a disdainful glance at his retreating figure, sneering coldly. Had I known, I should have let that thing consume you. With that, Bylon resolved to leave the city of Sangxiong immediately. Yet as she turned to stand before the terminal's entrance, she hesitated. She softly uttered his name. How annoying, Bylon complained as she pivoted and sprinted toward the UN headquarters. Along the way, she observed numerous aberrant creatures, all resembling spiders, that had undergone transformation. The sudden surge of these bizarre entities clearly indicated a meticulously orchestrated plan on their part. Yes, she made her way to the headquarters. Bylon saved over a dozen individuals while simultaneously dispatching as many spiders. The journey from the airport to the UN headquarters, if undertaken on foot without pause, would typically require over an hour. However, Bylon commandeered a vehicle and sped along, thus arriving at the headquarters in roughly half an hour. Alighting from the car, she beheld the once majestic building now in ruins, with shattered windows accounting for more than half of its facade, rendering it a shadow of its former grandeur. Even the flags of various nations that once adorned the front were tattered, some completely missing, leaving only bare flagpoles standing forlornly. Bylon sought Lysua's figure. She happened upon several officials being pursued by spiders while passing through a grassy area. Yet, rather than intervene, she chose to stand quietly aside, watching as the spiders gruesomely severed the officials' heads from their bodies. Turning away, she continued her search for Lysua, uncertain of his whereabouts, and fearing he might have met with misfortune, yet she clung to the belief that he was likely still alive. Lysol would not perish. He surely would be fine. Bylon held steadfast to this conviction. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a massive spider leapt from the top of a 6-story building, landing with a thud before her. The creature was so large that it obscured much of the sunlight pouring down, casting Bylon into shadow. She stepped back a few paces, raising her hand to prepare for a counterattack, only to find another spider had appeared behind her. The two arachnids flanked her, and Bylon sidestepped, raising her hands to unleash her power, instantly transforming the spiders on either side into mere heaps of iron shavings, scattered by the wind. The United Nations had suffered a grievous blow from this monstrous assault, and its entire security system lay in shambles. Officials lay dead or wounded. Some had managed to escape in time to save their lives, but with so many non-biological aberrations now roaming the city, fear gripped everyone. Sangxiong City descended into an abyss of terror. Chapter 105. An eerie reversal of questions. The increasing number of aberrant entities brought Sangxiong City to the brink of collapse. This once glorious metropolis now lay in tatters, a poignant testament to its decline. Nearly 3 hours had passed since the United Nations building was besieged by a swarm of spiders, and Lysol, along with Shengayao, had taken refuge in the meditation room. This chamber was designed with inspiration from church confessionals, featuring private contemplation spaces. The walls were thick, providing excellent soundproofing, allowing those inside to be shielded from most external noises. Lysol and Shen Gaoyao found sanctuary in one of the smaller contemplation rooms, its dim lighting and oppressive atmosphere contributing to an overall sense of confinement. Upon entering, Shen Gaoyao, dragging his injured leg, collapsed in the corner, clutching his head in distress, while Lysol secured the door, guarding against any spiders that might discover their hiding place. Both had sustained injuries during their flight from spiders. Lysol's was minor, a cut along his arm, while Shen Gaoyao's wounds were grievous. His calf was deeply lacerated, causing him excruciating pain as he sat down. Noticing Shen Gaoyao's pale complexion, Lysol propped the door handle with a nearby wooden chair and approached to assess his injuries. "You've sustained severe injuries. Wait here. I'll find some bandages for you shortly," Lysol assured him. Shen Gaoyao broke into despairing sobs. "Where on earth can we find anything? The outside is crawling with monsters. If we step out, we might not survive a minute," Lysol frowned. "What good does crying do? If you hadn't faltered and slowed us down, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Then just leave me." "You go," Shen Gaoyao shouted, his voice strained and lacking strength. Lysol remained silent, his expression cold as he regarded him. He allowed Shen Gaoyao a moment to collect himself. After a few minutes had passed, Shen Gaoyao lowered his head and murmured an apology. "I am sorry. I was overly agitated just now." He wiped away the remnants of tears from the corners of his eyes and used his sleeve to dab at his nose. "It was you who saved me. And yet I spoke of you in such a manner. Are you calm now?" Shen Gaoyao quietly bowed his head, glancing at the gruesome wound on his leg, where torn flesh had given way to exposed bone. He winced, inhaling sharply. Lysol followed his gaze. "Your injury must be treated. Otherwise, you will lose that leg. Let it be that I doubt I can escape from here." Shen Gaoyao's voice carried a hint of despair as he lifted his reddened eyes to Lysol. "You should leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Taking me along will only burden you." "Humph." Lysol scoffed coldly. "So, you fear death no longer?" Shen Gaoyao shook his head. "It is not that I do not fear death, but I know deep down that I cannot survive." "How can you be so sure? You are the one who vowed to save humanity, the one who invited me into this plan, and now you speak of giving up?" Lysol stepped forward, gripping Shen Gaoyao's collar tightly, lifting him slightly off the ground. "I warn you, Shen Gaoyao, you must formulate the antidote, or I will break your leg right now." "But I truly cannot," observing Shen Gaoyao's pitiful demeanor. Lysol ultimately released him with a sigh. The movement caused Shen Gaoyao to inadvertently aggravate his leg wound, sending cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and his complexion grew even worse. Lysol sat beside him, exhaling a deep breath. "You must gather yourself. There is always a way." Shen Gaoyao remained silent, staring vacantly at a monochrome painting on the wall of the contemplation room. That it was a simple piece, composed of only black and white. The two colors occupied symmetrical squares, symbolizing the duality of light and darkness. Shun Gaoyao had only ever been in the hall of the contemplation room, where the immense stained glass left a profound impression on him and calmed his thoughts. However, he had never entered the inner contemplation room before. Now, confronted by such a simple painting, he felt that this place somehow offered more tranquility than before the stained glass. He suddenly spoke during the council meeting today. Something was mentioned. What was it? Do you know General Alva? Lysawar recalled. I know of him. 3 years ago, he quelled the riots in Dream City with just an armed force. He was brave and resolute, a general worthy of admiration. However, I remember he was in Dream City, not in the sky. Why do you bring him up now? Shun Gaoyao ruffled his disheveled hair, then removed his glasses to rub his nose vigorously. They connected with Alva during the meeting, and then he surprisingly proposed invasion. Invasion. Lysawar was baffled. The Earth was overrun with mutated creatures, and even non-biological entities were undergoing transformation. Where did he intend to invade? An extraterrestrial realm? This was beyond our comprehension. First, we thought he was joking about invasion, but afterward he showed us. As he spoke, Shun Gaoyao abruptly halted. Lyso urged him to continue, and Shun Gaoyao resumed. It was not Alva himself, but rather his adopted son who revealed something astonishing to us. Who is Alva's adopted son? Su Jinan, isn't he from Noah City? I initially believed he was from Noah City too, but later I learned he only went there for work. He has always been a citizen of Dream City. What did he show you that was so extraordinary? Lysawar inquired again. Shun Gaoyao hesitated, and after a moment he spoke. It was footage from another world. What? Lysawar thought he misheard, repeating Shun Gaoyao's words verbatim. Footage from another world? Yes, it was recorded with a camera. As he spoke, a look of terror emerged in Shun Gaoyao's eyes that on the large screen in front of the conference hall. A grotesque world filled with blood and flesh appeared. Those present initially assumed it was a small camera focused on the interior of a person undergoing surgery, until the footage revealed skinless humanoid beings. Shun Gaoyao's eyes widened as he stared ahead, as if witnessing that very scene before him. Lysawar asked, so, General Alva's intention was to invade that grotesque world? According to his words, indeed. That is absurd. How was such footage obtained? I do not know. Shun Gaoyao shook his head, leaning wearily against the wall behind him. Most of those present at the time had been skeptical, believing General Alva and Su Jianin had fabricated the footage using CG. Some officials even mocked them openly, so by the end of the meeting, few supported that seemingly ludicrous invasion plan. But from your expression, it seems you do not entirely disbelieve them. Lysawar observed the depth in Shun Gaoyao's eyes. Asking softly, is that so? At that moment, Shun Gaoyao's eyes shifted, the hollow black pupils slowly turning towards Lysa. Strangely, he did not move his neck, only his eyes, a peculiar posture that instinctively aroused Lysawar's wariness. Then, Shun Gaoyao responded in an eerie tone, do you not think, in a world devoid of hope, invasion might be the best course of action? Chapter 106. He has changed in that instant. Lysawar felt that Shun Gaoyao had transformed. Since their acquaintance began, Shun Gaoyao had always been an individual fascinated by the study of mutated beings. He harbored a deep disdain for those monsters, yet his obsession with research stemmed from a desire to save humanity from viral afflictions. However, since the confirmation of non-biological mutations, Shun Gaoyao had changed. He no longer delved into the study of mutated beings and had lost interest in the mutated virus. He merely perpetuated his fears. Expressing his despair and trepidation openly, his cowardice and timidity laid bare before Lysa. Lysawar understood Shun Gaoyao's character. Although he was not particularly admirable, he had shown dedication to his research in his quest to develop a drug to counter the mutated virus. Shun Gaoyao had invested considerable effort and energy, resulting in noticeable weight loss. Yet Lysawar never anticipated that he would utter such words now. Invasion is the best course of action available. That I am fully aware of what I am doing. And I remember every word I have spoken. What about the migration plan? Do you not think that, in a sense, invasion and migration are indistinguishable? Both require the opening of a multiverse to ensure passage to another world. That is indeed the case, Shun Gaoyao replied. But if I do not believe now, I might end up like Yite, choosing to end my life. His choice to commit suicide was foolish, Lysawar disagreed. That was because his world had crumbled. Leaving him without hope of survival, I can understand him. He was just like me now. Shun Gaoyao felt a pang of sadness as he recalled Yiti Okama's emotions. He turned his gaze back to the stark black and white painting on the wall and continued. The difference is that I have rediscovered my faith. Laisawa frowned. You do not mean that so-called invasion plan, do you? Shun Gaoyao replied. Su Jinin spoke to me about the migration plan. He said it was proposed by a hacker named Moer. I was already aware of this, but Su Jinin also revealed something astonishing to me. The migration plan was personally approved by General Alva. You know how disappointed I was to hear that. I was disillusioned with the entire council. But what good is Alva's approval? He is but one man. Do you know how many officials there are in the 3 major districts? The voting power is certainly not in his hands. Do you know how many people unconditionally trust Alva? Shun Gaoyao revealed the truth. The current United Nations was rife with corruption and chaos. How many have been bought off by him? He had a large number of officials who followed and trusted him. Though Shun Gaoyao was unsure how he accomplished this, it was clear that he wielded significant influence and charisma. At least during the previous meetings, he had used his status as a general to sway the majority in favor of the migration plan. Though Shun Gaoyao also understood that many still deemed it absurd that if so many had been bought off and trust him, why was his invasion plan rejected at this meeting? Because the participants were all unfamiliar faces. I dare say this time, the attendees were certainly handpicked by August. August. Lesso heard this familiar name, the very person he had long desired to assassinate. Upon hearing such news, he suddenly felt a sense of solidarity with August's actions. At this moment, a question arose in Lesso's mind. Why did Su Jinin seek you out to discuss this matter alone? Shun Gaoyao had been speaking incessantly, and he felt fatigued. The pain in his injured leg persisted. Enduring the discomfort, he shook his head. I do not know, but Su Jinin is Alva's adopted son. He must certainly be aligned with Alva. Observing Shun Gaoyao's pained expression, Lesso pressed his ear against the door of the contemplation room. Listening intently to the sounds outside, detecting no noise, he resolved to venture out in search of some supplies to staunch Shun Gaoyao's bleeding. The Joint Forces had a medical room, and there should undoubtedly be useful items at the nearby Academy of Sciences adjacent to the United Nations building. Thus, Lesso swiftly rose, preparing to leave. Where are you going? Shun Gaoyao inquired. I'll find you medicine and bandages. You need treatment for your bleeding, but it's dangerous outside. Unable to dissuade him, Shun Gaoyao could only nod. Then be careful. I will wait for you here. Understood. Lesso cautiously exited the contemplation room, and fortunately, there were no malevolent spider swarms outside. After several hours, he wondered where they had disappeared to. Lesso was aware that those creatures were adept at camouflage, often masquerading as ordinary objects, so he could not entirely ensure that the surroundings were safe. In truth, even if it were not to fetch medicine for Shun Gaoyao, Lesso would have needed to make this journey for himself. He initially believed this would be a challenging chase, but to his astonishment, the spider lunging toward him disintegrated into a cloud of fragments in an instant. Bylon, we didn't leave? Lesso asked in surprise. Is it because you were worried about me? Lesso encountered Bylon once more, that he felt a sense of joy that she had not departed from the firmament. Yet simultaneously, he harbored concerns for her continued presence here. Why didn't you leave? Lesso furrowed his brow and chastised her. Seeing his outburst, she was not frightened, but rather found it somewhat amusing that it doesn't matter where I go. The number of non-biological mutations is increasing. And both the city and its outskirts are unsafe. She spoke. Bylon surveyed the surroundings. That moment. Another spider leapt forth, and with a swift motion, Bylon shattered it into several pieces that fell to the ground. Lesso gazed at the debris for a moment before asking, using your abilities so recklessly will tire you out. I no longer tire, Bylon replied nonchalantly. The locks within me have been undone. I remember everything from before. Locks? Lesso inquired. I will explain that to you later. Suddenly curious, he asked, how did you know I would come here? Your suppressants can't be taken into the United Nations building, so you would have them on you. The only possible place is the dormitory of your joint forces, so I came here to wait, and it seems I was right to do so. Bylon smiled. Am I clever? Let us go. This place isn't safe. Wait. Lesso stopped Bylon. I need to save someone. He.S. injured. Save someone? Who? Shun Gaoyao. Upon hearing this name, Bylon's expression immediately soured. She understood Lesso's reasons for wanting to save him, yet felt a twinge of discomfort within. The contemplation room remained quiet, and as Bylon entered, she was drawn to the magnificent stained glass. Captivated by the colors and patterns, she unconsciously approached it. While behind her, Lesso held her back. "Don't wander off," he cautioned. "Then be careful," she replied. "It's fine. This place offers a clear view ahead. It seems quite secure." Before leaving, Lesso had specifically instructed Shun Gaoyao to brace the door, knowing full well that this feeble barrier would not withstand the assault of monsters. Yet he was uncertain whether Shun Gaoyao had followed his advice. Furrowing his brow, he attempted to push the door open. To his surprise, the door creaked ajar with a gentle push. Shun Gaoyao had not heeded Lesso's instructions. Then Lesso sensed something amiss and swiftly opened the door fully. However, the contemplation room was utterly vacant. Had Shun Gaoyao left, or had he been consumed by a monster? Lesso contemplated various scenarios internally. Yet he was acutely aware that the likelihood of Shun Gaoyao's survival was exceedingly slim. He had sustained grievous injuries, and without timely medical attention, even in the absence of those monsters, he would inevitably meet with calamity. "What is wrong?" Bylon noticed Lesso's peculiar expression as he gazed into the contemplation room. "Shun Gaoyao is missing," he replied, turning to her. "Didn't you say he was injured? That cowardly fellow can barely drag himself along. How far could he have gone?" Bylon scoffed. "He'll probably be eaten by spiders before long." As she spoke, Bylon's smile faltered. She recalled that remnants of the toxic suppressants and a mutated virus lingered within Lesso's body. If the research on the suppressants continued, it was possible that Shun Gaoyao could indeed eliminate the inherent toxicity of the drugs. Yet now, with Shun Gaoyao missing, if he were to perish, Lesso would be beyond saving. The mutated virus was of their own creation, thus they must have devised a method to combat it. Otherwise, even if they managed to invade, they would only reap a world on the brink of destruction. Taking a deep breath, Bylon observed Lesso, who appeared a loss, and said, "Let us go find him. Without a corpse, there is a significant chance he is still alive. Stop trying to comfort me." Lesso leaned against the wall, pinching his forehead, looking somewhat weary. "What is the matter?" Bylon moved closer to check on his condition, but Lesso refused. "I'm fine. It's just that my mind has been in a state of heightened tension. Now that I can finally relax, I feel a bit fatigued. This place is quite extraordinary. Upon entering, I felt my thoughts settle, a stark contrast to the chaotic world outside." Lesso explained, "It's because the soundproofing is excellent. Located at a distance from the noisy streets and surrounded by a tranquil courtyard. The contemplation room was established precisely to allow individuals to calm their thoughts. I admit, it is indeed a very comfortable space." Lesso gazed at the immense stained glass. While Bylon looked at him, he shook his head. "I don't want you to take risks for my sake. Moreover, if Shun Gaoyao truly intends to leave, can I genuinely stop him? If he wishes to die, he could easily do so outside. But if..." At this point, Lesso deliberately paused. Bylon frowned, uncertain why he only spoke halfway. "Bylon, there is something I must tell you," Lesso declared suddenly. "What is it?" "During this council meeting, someone proposed a plan as absurd as migration." "What plan?" "Invasion." When Lesso uttered these two words, Bylon recognized them all too well. For on the spaceship, 03 had mentioned the notion of invading the human world. A sense of absurdity washed over her, and she turned away, gazing once more at the stained glass. Jesting. Invade where? Outer space. Are we to compete with aliens for territory? I am not joking, Lesso said seriously. In such a context, who would jest? Furthermore, Bylon prompted. Lesso continued, "Furthermore, I now suspect that Shun Gaoyao may very well have aligned himself with the proposer of this plan. I am willing to listen." Lesso found himself in a state of confusion. His mind still clouded. "I still do not comprehend what you are saying. Let us momentarily set aside those plans. What does it mean to have passed through the light spots? What lies within them?" Bylon hesitated, refraining from immediately explaining to Lesso. After all, elucidating the intricacies of that world would indeed prove to be a cumbersome task. As she pondered, Bylon gradually approached Lesso, standing before him and gazing into his ocean-blue eyes, softly inquiring, "If he intends to leave, even if I spend more time searching, I may not be able to find him." Lesso looked tenderly at Bylon, encouraging her to speak, saying, "Go on, I am willing to listen." As if he were narrating a story, Balan disclosed everything to Lysa. For reasons unknown, she trusted him, a trust devoid of rationale, akin to her feelings toward Baihua. Had she been lonely for so long that she so readily accepted someone as closeness? Upon this reflection, Balan realized she needed to bolster her guard. Lysua could scarcely fathom the terror and solitude that Balan must have endured during those long 80 years of confinement. Balan, Lysa gently enveloped her in his embrace, assuring her from now on, "I shall always be by your side." Lysa listened attentively as she spoke, tenderly stroking her hair. "You need not worry about me. I will handle my own affairs." Suddenly, Lysua asked, "Now that both worlds have proposed an invasion, what do you believe we should do next? This is not a matter for us to fret over. I currently have 2 tasks at hand. Point 1 is to destroy their ships and energy reserves, and the other, what is the second task? To rescue you. As she spoke, Balan pushed Lysua away gently, clarifying, "Do not misunderstand. I am merely rescuing you in passing. Even if it is merely incidental, I am quite pleased." Upon hearing this, Balan's cheeks flushed slightly. She averted her gaze, hastily turning her head elsewhere. Lysua, noticing her newfound shyness, chuckled softly. "Are you feeling bashful? Is this the appropriate moment for such discussions? We should seek a safer location to hide before deliberating on our next course of action," Balan suggested. "This place is actually quite secure." Lysua surveyed the entire contemplation room. Seeing the smile dancing on Lysua's face, Balan furrowed her brows, questioning, "Do you not have something of great importance to attend to?" "The migration plan has also begun to take shape. If my suspicions are correct, then this matter cannot be entirely blamed on the United Nations, and you have no need to assassinate Auguste." "The question of assassination is no longer pertinent," Lysua replied solemnly. "The city is overrun with those monsters. Regardless of whether Auguste is still alive, the United Nations itself will likely disintegrate due to this catastrophe. The act of assassination has lost much of its significance for me." "Then, what will you do now?" Balan was about to inquire further when Lysua interrupted. "I currently wish to find one person, and afterward, I hope to do something for you." "Who are you looking for?" Balan asked out a key individual in this incident. Balan contemplated, "Is it Vincent Moore?" "Indeed, it is he. With the city now fallen, the prison will likely be in disarray as well. What if going there changes nothing? Then I shall seek Aaron." Lysua gazed thoughtfully at the enormous stained glass behind Balan, as if only that could bring him some inner peace. He said, "At the very least, I must ascertain whether she is alive or dead." Chapter 109. The search for Vincent Moore. Vincent Moore was imprisoned in the male section of the prison in Sky City. The prison, situated at the northernmost part of the city, rests at a higher altitude than other areas, nestled halfway up a snowy mountain. Thus the temperature was considerably lower. Upon their arrival, Balan and Lysa both sensed the chill in the air. Lysua removed his outer coat, which he had worn in the army, and draped it over Balan, saying, "Wear this. I can manage without it." Balan smiled, saying nothing, and quickly followed him. The large iron gate before the men's prison stood ajar, and the guard had long since vanished, leaving the entire prison feeling desolate. Evidently, this place had also suffered an attack from the monsters. To be cautious. There may still be monsters lurking within, Lysa warned Balan. She nodded softly, closely trailing behind him. Upon entering the prison, they both experienced an uncanny sense of familiarity, perhaps due to the overall structure resembling that of the prison in Noah City. However, despite the similarities, it was evident that they bore the fingerprints of the same designer, yet the geographical differences between Sky and Noah resulted in some distinctions. "Where do you think Vincent might be held?" Balan inquired. He attacked the United Nations security system, categorizing him as a major offender. He will likely be confined deep within the prison. Lysua explained, "Although the prisons of the 3 major cities were not designed by my father, he did contribute. If it were him, I believe he would place the cells of serious offenders deep within the mountain. Even if a prisoner wished to escape, they would find it exceedingly difficult in such a confined space." Lysua pointed to a row of rooms built against a mountain. "Do you see that row of houses ahead?" "I see it, but it appears to be the surveillance room for the prison, next to which is the guards' dining area, with the inmates' cafeteria directly opposite, and in between is the exercise yard. Nothing seems particularly noteworthy. Indeed, it is not remarkable. However, meal times and activity times are fixed. Inmates spend the majority of their time in their cells." To my knowledge, serious offenders do not dine with other prisoners. A dedicated guard delivers their meals. At this point, Balan understood. I realize now, simply standing here, we can observe the outer wall of the prison. Sky City is indeed larger than Noah City, yet the male prison appears considerably smaller at a glance. Thus, your earlier conjecture is entirely correct. Certain areas have evidently been concealed. Lysa gently ruffled Balan's hair. Come with me. With that, Lysa headed toward the guard's dining room, pushing open the glass door and stepping inside. The tables and chairs in the dining area were in disarray, bloodstains marred the walls, and a few corpses of guards lay in the corners. As they passed the kitchen window, Balan glanced inside, noting that the bodies of the chefs were present, sharing a common trait. They had all lost their heads. Balan sighed, mourning their lost lives. Yet she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. What are we doing here? Balan surveyed the room, suddenly realizing Lysa's purpose for entering. Are we to find a way that leads to where Vincent Moore is held? I cannot be certain. I merely wanted to take a look. Lysa ventured into the kitchen, noticing a small window on the innermost wall that could be lifted. Upon seeing Lysa open the cover concealing the window, Balan realized it was a food service window. It appears he is indeed inside. Balan approached the window, peering through to find a dimly lit corridor beyond, stretching further into darkness. She turned to Lysa, asking, how do we get in? This window is too small for us to crawl through. We must find an entrance. There should be one nearby. Can we locate the entrance? If not, I could forcibly break through that window. Though I would not recommend such an action, and no need for that. This area is connected to the mountain. Forcibly breaking through could potentially cause a collapse. Let us search along the wall. We should make a discovery. Lysa frowned. If the circumstances are favorable, Vincent might still be alive. But if... Lysa ceased his words, yet Balan comprehended his meaning. The worst-case scenario would be that the place had also fallen victim to the monster's assault, and Vincent had perished. Naturally, Balan hoped such a fate would not come to pass. Balan and Lysa walked along the exterior wall of the mountainside, when suddenly, Lysa halted, as if he had made a discovery. Have you found something? Balan was about to step forward when Lysa raised a hand to stop her, signaling her to remain silent. In that moment, both fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had paused, enveloping them in an eerie stillness. Balan's gaze was drawn to the snow-covered mountainside, where she noticed it seemed to undulate rhythmically, akin to a breath. Lysa stepped back a few paces, yet Balan remained still, continuing to observe the wall that appeared to be breathing, slowly raising her hand. In the next instant, a colossal spider lunged forth from beneath the snow, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air, obscuring Balan and Lysa's vision. Be careful, Lysa shouted, seizing Balan's arm and pulling her close as they were propelled several meters away by the force of the blast. Fortunately, Lysa's physical condition was robust. He emerged with only minor scrapes, while Balan, cradled in his embrace, remained unscathed. Be cautious. The creature has vanished. Lysa arose, alert to his surroundings, one hand gripping Balan's, carefully shielding her behind him. Balan quietly gazed at Lysa's tall silhouette, surprised by the extent of his protectiveness, which warmed her heart while simultaneously filling her with concern for his safety. Since the spider's sudden appearance, it had vanished, leading the two to conclude that it must be lurking nearby, silently observing them. Chapter 110. The Undying Monster. Balan whispered from behind him. To deal with it, it must come into my line of sight. She harbored reservations, fearing that the creature might launch a surprise attack from an unseen direction, leaving her no time to retaliate. It was well known that these monsters, born from the mutation of inanimate objects, possessed far greater intelligence than ordinary mutated beings, and their camouflage was exceedingly difficult to detect. Thus, Balan had no way of knowing where it could be hiding. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the front. You stay alert to the rear. Lysa tightened his grip on Balan's hand, as if imparting a profound sense of security. As time ticked by, while Balan was keeping an eye on their back, she noticed something amiss. Was there really that much snow that had been tossed aside by the spider? She looked down at the clumps of snow scattered on the ground, now tainted with dust, appearing dull and dark. Yet, Balan distinctly remembered that when the monster had leapt out, the quantity of snow had not seemed so substantial, even if she were to gather the scattered snow together. it would still appear to be more than before. Bylon gently leaned her back against Lysaw, whispering, "There's something wrong with the snow." The spider was several times larger than any she had encountered before, towering nearly 7 or 8 stories high. Yet it could disguise itself as something much smaller. This was the largest inanimate aberration Bylon and Lysaw had ever seen, its oppressive presence impossible to underestimate. However, it seemed to pose no threat to Bylon at all. She simply lifted her hand and effortlessly transformed the creature, poised to attack, into a heap of metal fragments. The metal clattered down with a series of thuds. One larger piece was on a collision course with Bylon's head, but Lysaw reacted swiftly, pulling her aside just in time to, "Don't worry. Even if you hadn't pulled me, I wouldn't have been hit," Bylon replied. Lysaw, exasperated, said, "If everything is fine now, let us continue searching." Just as they exchanged a few words, strange noises emanated from the ground where the metal fragments had fallen to. It was the sound of the metal rolling across the surface. Both Bylon and Lysaw turned towards the source of the sound, only to witness the scattered metal pieces suddenly converge in one direction, swiftly reassembling into the form of the giant spider. "It can regenerate," Bylon gasped as Lysaw tugged her away to flee. "This is impossible. If it can regenerate after being killed, what on earth can we use to deal with it?" For a moment, Bylon was dazed. Like a robot being dragged along by Lysaw, they navigated past several buildings, the spider's massive size making it easy to lose sight of it in the chase. That it was less agile than Bylon and Lysaw, and after a few twists and turns, they finally managed to shake it off. It slipped into a blind spot. Lysaw and Bylon quickly took refuge in the surveillance room of the men's prison. The electricity here seemed to be only partially cut off, and not all the monitors were damaged, likely due to some backup power, allowing a few screens to still function. Lysaw barricaded the door and turned to observe the various screens displaying live feeds. One showed the spider traversing the playground, its 6 legs moving rapidly toward the inmates' cafeteria. With the knowledge that it was moving farther away, Lysaw finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Bylon, finding her sitting beside the monitor, lost in thought. The view was completely obstructed by the screens, and unless one looked closely, it would be impossible to discern her presence. Lysaw peeked outside the surveillance room, confirming the area was safe before sitting down beside Bylon. They were nestled closely together in a position that was quite concealed from view. "What are you thinking about?" Lysaw asked softly. "That I'm wondering why I can't kill it," Bylon replied, staring down at her hands, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lysaw gently tapped her forehead. "It's an inanimate object, not a living creature. How can you kill it? Let's not dwell on other matters for now. We should focus on finding Vincent more first, and then we can contemplate our next steps. But this one is different. I could handle the others, but this one can regenerate." Bylon rubbed her temples. "It must have been specially crafted by them to counter me." "Don't overthink it." Lysaw tenderly caressed the spot on her forehead where he had tapped. "That thing is left now. Let us figure out a way to find Vincent." "You go ahead," Bylon's words left Lysaw puzzled. "If I go, then what about you? I'll distract it." "Absolutely not." Lysaw grasped Bylon's hand. "What kind of joke is that?" "I'm not joking. That creature is clearly after me." "That doesn't mean you should risk your life. That I'm a man. Why should I let a woman go distract a man-eating monster?" As Lysaw spoke, he seemed genuinely intent on diverting the spider's attention, prompting Bylon to wrap her arms around his legs in surprise. "If you don't want me to go, then neither of us should take that risk." Lysaw looked at Bylon, unable to suppress the joy bubbling within him. Chuckling softly, "It seems you really are worried about me." "This isn't a time for jokes," Bylon retorted, devoid of humor. "You were never like this, Lee, since I've known you. I've never seen such a serious expression on your face." Lysaw remarked while keeping his gaze fixed outside, remaining vigilant. "And now you see it." Bylon lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lysaw. They stared into each other's eyes, the atmosphere growing subtly charged. Bylon could distinctly feel Lysaw's face inching closer, his breath and gaze exuding a primal intensity. She was momentarily entranced by his slowly approaching lips, but just as they were about to touch, she swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. "What are you doing? Do you want to kiss me?" Lysaw was taken aback, leaning back against the corner, his demeanor shifting. Chapter 111. Area, a number 1. Upon witnessing Lysaw's reaction, Bylon found him somewhat endearing. She turned her head and couldn't help but chuckle. Such a tall man. Yet you're cowering in the corner. Lysol averted his gaze from Bylon. Changing the subject, it seems quiet outside. Let us go find Vincent. At the mention of Vincent, Bylon's expression darkened once more. Her brow furrowed as thoughts of the undying monster tightened the tension within her. Everything will be fine, Lysa reassured her. I'm worried about you. Bylon blurted out, the virus within you needs to be eradicated quickly. If I don't find a way to get you on board soon, you might. I understand, but I'm fine right now. Truly, Lysua embraced Bylon. In fact, I should be thanking Shen Gaoyao that, if it weren't for him, I would have already become a monster. Roaming the outskirts of the city, IT was his anti-mutagen testing drug that saved my life. But he also introduced another toxin into your system, which equates to a slow death. When the words slow death were uttered, Lysua released Bylon, aware that he could not provide her with a future. Each time the thought of death arose, he felt himself retreating. Now we have no other path to take. Lysua stood up. You need to destroy the spaceship. While I want to continue living, we both wish to find them. Since we have no other options, we must first seek out Vincent for answers. If that fails, we can look for Alva in Dream City. He might know a way to encounter them. There may be no hope. How would we know without trying? Lysua urged Bylon, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You were never like this before, but once concerns arise, it makes one indecisive. Bylon lowered her head. I despise this version of myself. Lysua fell silent, standing quietly beside her, waiting for Bylon to gather her emotions. Initially, he believed she would need more time, but to his surprise, Bylon quickly rallied herself. Let us go. Finding Vincent is our priority. Lysua smiled at her newfound determination. Perhaps this was one of the reasons he was drawn to her. Once they ensured that neither the spider nor any other threats were present in the monitors or outside, they ventured out, cautiously navigating along the walls, meticulously observing their surroundings. After approximately 10 minutes, Bylon made a discovery. They stumbled upon an area of artificial snow along a rugged mountainside, which was situated adjacent to the genuine snow. It was easily overlooked unless one examined it closely. It was only when Bylon reached out to touch it that she sensed something was amiss. Right beside the artificial snow, they found a minuscule gap. Lysua peered down through the narrow, seam-like gap, noticing a patch of artificial snow on the ground below, which was easily overlooked. He dug into the synthetic snow and uncovered a metallic flap. Upon opening it, he discovered a button inside. As he pressed the button, the door, which had been coated with artificial snow, swung open, revealing a dark, deep passageway before them. Let us proceed. You follow closely behind me and be cautious. Lysua instructed. The two then ventured into the dark passage. Bylon trailed behind, quietly shutting the door to avoid detection by the spider lurking outside. The passage was not lengthy, with ventilation ducts affixed to both walls. As they walked through, Bylon could even hear the whistling sounds emanating from the ducts. Before long, she and Lysua arrived at an iron door secured with a combination lock, due to the backup power supply. This door remained firmly shut. Bylon asked Lysua to step aside, then took a few steps forward and delivered a powerful punch to the door. With a resounding thud, she caught Lysua's gaze. She flashed a smile and tossed her hair, teasing, What are you staring at? Never seen someone like me before. Lysua shook his head with a resigned smile and pushed open the door, which Bylon had partially damaged. At this rate, no man will dare to be interested in you, he remarked. Let me lead the way, but I don't require excessive protection. It makes me seem weak, Bylon countered. I didn't articulate my point clearly. Lysua replied, What do you mean? Bylon asked, puzzled. I meant to add to my previous statement about no man liking you in the future, he clarified. And what would that addition be? She inquired. Except for me, he said. Bylon paused, understanding his implication. You truly are. She found herself at a loss for words, realizing that since he had expressed his feelings for her, he had been strutting around like a peacock, constantly seeking her attention. It was worth noting that Lysua was the type who would boldly strip in front of someone he fancied and make suggestive remarks. Bylon wondered if he might engage in even more ostentatious behaviors. As they spoke, they entered a small room that led to several narrow corridors. They chose one and fortuitously stumbled upon a file room containing prisoner records. The shelves were filled with numerous file bags. And on a shelf marked with the letter W, they found information regarding Vincent Moore. Bylon examined the contents of the file bag closely, noting that his identity appeared rather unremarkable and did not significantly differ from Eater's description. However, one crucial detail stood out. The document specified Vincent Moore's exact location within the prison. "There is a map here," Lysa beckoned Bylon over. She looked up to see a diagram of the prison's internal structure hanging on the wall before Lysa. "With a map and Vincent's location, this will greatly facilitate our search," he remarked. Bylon shook the file bag in her hand. "We are fortunate. It still contains his location, since this area hasn't been attacked. There is a substantial chance he is still alive." Lysa took the file bag from Bylon and glanced inside, discovering a piece of paper detailing Vincent Moore's location. A -01, it seems Vincent is indeed confined in the deepest section. A level signifies the highest security classification for criminals in a certain sense. He must be quite formidable, Lysa noted. Chapter 112. The oppressive cell this concealed prison housed a multitude of inmates, all of whom were serious offenders. The prisoners in Area A were of utmost importance. Bylon and Lysa were puzzled. Despite Vincent Moore's hacking activities being inappropriate, the migration plan had been adopted by the United Nations. Why, then, was he sentenced so severely? If Vincent was in Area A, did that imply General Alva should also be incarcerated alongside his adopted son, Sudan? Bylon joked. Vincent was captured for hacking the United Nations system, while Alva was not. "I simply don't comprehend why he ended up in Area," Lysa mused, glancing down the dimly lit corridor. The corridor was flanked by 2 rows of cells. Unlike ordinary prison cells outside, these did not have visible iron bars allowing clear view inside. Rather, they were relatively enclosed individual rooms, each with a single iron door and no windows that a typical person subjected to such an oppressive environment for an extended period would likely suffer a mental breakdown. Bylon, initially following Lysa, decided to investigate one of the solitary cells to see what kinds of prisoners were held inside. Approaching a cell, she noticed only a small iron window on the door. She opened the cover of the window, but found it pitch dark within, devoid of light, rendering everything indistinguishable. As she gazed into the darkness, a pair of bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared, startling her and causing her to retreat a couple of steps. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Bylon quickly closed the small window and shrugged. "Just taking a look. Be careful. The inmates here are quite dangerous. You could easily get hurt." As they conversed, the sound of cackling laughter echoed, interspersed with incomprehensible mutterings from the inmate. Bylon suspected that prolonged confinement had taken a toll on his sanity. She hurried to catch up with Lysa, but just then he came to a halt, and she collided with his back. "There is no room 01 here." Lysa's words perplexed Bylon as she had walked along. She and T closely checked the numbers above each iron door, with Lysa's remark. She looked up and scrutinized the corridor, realizing that despite reaching the end, there was no sign of the number 01 nearby. There were numbered rooms up to 210, yet 01 was conspicuously absent, as if the entire cell had vanished. Lysa furrowed his brow at the dead end before him. According to the diagram, this corridor should lead to A01, yet all I see is a wall. Could the structural diagram be incorrect? Bylon queried. "It shouldn't be. This is indeed Area A, and other numbered rooms are present. Yet 01 is distinctly missing T, least based on conventional reasoning. We haven T strayed from the correct area, and room 01 cannot possibly be located in another zone. Then it must be hidden," Bylon speculated, gazing at the wall in front of the dead end. "Could there be a mechanism?" As she spoke, she approached the wall and began to feel around. She knocked on it, discovering it was indeed a solid wall, and tried tapping other sections without any notable findings. How odd. Bylon pondered, suddenly turning to Lazy with the "Oh, you want me to forcibly breach it? Best not to, if that is a load-bearing wall. We might find ourselves buried alive." Lysa cautioned her, then glanced at the adjacent cells, which were numbered 02 and 03. He was about to check one of the doors when he noticed Bylon had already knocked on the iron door of room 03. She swiftly lifted the window cover and called inside. "Is anyone there? Do you know how to get to room 01? Bylon's straightforward inquiry left Lysa feeling exasperated. Her approach was akin to asking a random passerby for directions when she got lost. He could see that the inmate was a woman, her eyes strikingly beautiful, yet marred by burns that rendered her appearance somewhat terrifying. especially in the dim light, adding an air of eeriness to her presence. Nonetheless, Bylon remained unfazed, reiterating her earlier question. "Hello, do you know how to get to room 01? She even engaged in polite conversation with her. "You need to go down," the burned woman replied. "Down? Is room 01 below?" Bylon glanced down at the ground, pondering how to descend. The burned woman shook her head and raspy-voiced. "I don't know. This small window is usually closed, and I can't see anything." "All right, thank you," Bylon said gratefully, preparing to close the window when the woman posed a question. "You don't seem like inmates, nor do you resemble guards. Why are you here?" "We're here to find someone." "Find someone?" The woman burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, looking for someone here. You're quite amusing. This place doesn't permit visits. Even if it did, I've heard the process can be quite complicated." "You misunderstood. We're not here for a visit." Bylon leaned closer to the window, mimicking the woman's eerie tone, and whispered, "This world is going to end." Upon hearing this, the woman erupted into uncontrollable laughter, as if she had lost her mind. That ha 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 ha. "The world has already ended. This world has long been finished." The prisoners unleashed their pent-up emotions, expressing their repressed anger by pounding on the doors. While some howled like wild beasts, in an instant, the once tranquil prison was filled with chaotic and raucous sounds. Bylon found the cacophony unbearable. She covered her ears and leaned against the wall. After only a few seconds, she could no longer tolerate it and was about to resort to force to silence the prisoners. Just then, Lysua called out to her. "Bylon, come here and see what I have discovered." Chapter 113. Attempting communication. Bylon gazed in the direction indicated by Lysua and noticed a tile on the ground that appeared distinct from the others. The gaps around this tile were noticeably larger, suggesting it had been tampered with. Lysua crouched down and tapped the tile. Discovering that it was hollow beneath, he attempted to shift the tile, but his strength was insufficient, despite exerting all his effort. He could not budge it seemed there should be a passage leading below, yet he had no idea where the switch might be. Lysua sighed and stood up, intending to search the area, but the cacophony of shouting and banging on doors persisted, giving him a headache. Although they were deep within the mountain, where soundproofing was undoubtedly effective, Bylon felt that if these criminals continued their ruckus, they would eventually attract the monsters lurking outside. These individuals were quite bothersome. Bylon pushed past Lysua, asserting, "Step aside, let me handle this." Before Lysua could comprehend the situation, he was shoved aside by Bylon. He looked at her in confusion, but soon realized her intent. It was a hollow tile. If it were forcibly damaged, it wouldn't pose much of a problem. Thus, Lysua obediently stood back, waiting for Bylon to shatter the tile. As expected, within moments, the tile splintered, and Bylon stood up effortlessly, dusted off her hands, and remarked, "Let us go down. You follow me. If danger arises, just run back up without worrying about me, or should I go in front? I think you might be more prone to danger than I am." Bylon's words left Lysua momentarily bewildered. He paused, furrowing his brow, and chose silence as he descended the staircase. Bylon smiled softly and followed quietly. What lay before them was the cell marked -1. It was shrouded in darkness. They had clearly imprisoned a significant figure here. Bylon glanced back at the path they had taken, jokingly commenting. Lysua advanced and halted before the door of cell 01. This door was evidently sturdier than those above. Constructed from a more resilient material, he observed the electronic lock beside it, which appeared exceedingly complicated, somewhat akin to the encrypted locks he had seen at the United Nations building. Furthermore, reinforced steel plates were welded around the door. Was it truly necessary to secure a mere person in such a manner? After all, they were not containing a monster. Bylon articulated the very thought that crossed Lysua's mind. Suddenly, they both heard a muffled thud, as if something were forcefully colliding with the wall. Bylon and Lysua exchanged glances. That has this spider discovered this place? Bylon inquired. Doesn't sound like noise coming from outside. We are quite distant from the external mountain. With such a massive mountain, if a monster were merely colliding, it would produce a rumbling sound rather than this distinct thud. Lysua frowned, pressing his ear against the reinforced cell door. That moment, another resounding thud echoed. Lysua immediately stepped back, astonished, staring at the tightly shut cell door. The sound originated from within. Inside, is it Vincent pounding on the door? This is somewhat peculiar. Lysua felt a twinge of unease, yet he pressed his ear against the door once more to listen intently. Vincent Moore might be undergoing a transformation inside, Lysua stated. So, it is by who has come. Bailon was reluctant. She wanted to witness the situation inside firsthand. She initially intended to force the door open, but was stopped by Lysua. Can you be sure you can handle him once the door is opened? What if we encounter a situation akin to before? Bailon recalled the indestructible spider they had encountered in the prison, hesitating for a moment before finally lowering her hand. Since Bai is here, we should leave it. Aren't you still looking for Eileen? Upon hearing Eileen's name, Lysa momentarily lost focus, but quickly shook his head, replying, "Let us discuss Eileen later. Didn't you have something to ask her? The city is perilous. If she dies, whom will you question? Truthfully, it matters little whether I ask or not. Seeking her out is merely an outlet for the anger I've harbored for years." Lysua composed himself, gesturing toward the communicator hanging on the wall. "Perhaps we can utilize that device to converse with Vincent inside." But he added, if he has indeed undergone a complete transformation, it would be a one-sided conversation. "I wonder if he can comprehend us." Bailon noticed the communicator. The walkie-talkie dangled down, evidently left hastily by a guard who had departed. I could see this revelation. Lysua felt a surge of emotion. He empathized with Bailon and nodded gently, picking up the dangling walkie-talkie. Fortunately, it was still functional. He pressed the communication button, and a faint crackling sound emanated from the device. "Vincent Moore, can you hear me?" Lysua attempted to initiate dialogue. However, there was no response from the other end of the communicator. After a prolonged silence, just as Lysua was about to turn and leave with Bailon, a noise emanated from within. A thud resounded. The familiar pounding echoed from the other side of the door. Bailon and Lysua exchanged startled glances, then shared a smile, reassured that Vincent Moore had not completely transformed into a mutated creature. Chapter 114. I want to stay by his side. That I want to know. Why did you propose that plan? Lysua was uncertain whether Vincent Moore retained the basic ability to speak, yet he posed the question nonetheless. That it was them who suggested cooperation. Cooperation? Lysua pressed further, inquiring who they were. A.L.V.? Vincent's voice was laced with rage. Lysua glanced at Bailon, contemplated for a moment, then picked up the walkie-talkie to continue his questioning. So, the migration plan, he was aware of it from the beginning? Yes, it was I who discovered those light spots. Upon hearing this, Bailon was taken aback. She snatched the walkie-talkie from Lysua's hand and asked, "When did you discover them?" 6 months ago. The timeline aligned, Bailon muttered. Then inquired, "Did you lose a watch in the world of light spots?" "Yes." "How do you know?" "Because I also entered the light spots." Bailon spoke candidly, but the migration plan was unattainable. That world had been destroyed, and the energy core had ceased functioning long ago. The inhabitants of that world were currently constructing spaceships for an extensive journey through time and space. Thus, even if Alva wished to execute a mass migration or invasion, it was entirely unfeasible. "What are you saying?" Vincent seemed wholly unaware of this development. Lysua shook his head, signaling for Bailon to refrain from elaborating further. He took the walkie-talkie from her and softly said, "Allow me to explain." Lysua organized his thoughts and elucidated certain matters regarding that world of Vincent, including their deployment of the virus and the invasion. To their astonishment, Vincent subsequently revealed a shocking piece of information. No, he stated, in fact, non-biological mutations had already emerged back then, right in Dream City. That is why I collaborated with Alva.it had appeared 6 months ago. Bailon and Lysua exclaimed in unison. Bailon added, "I recall an incident. Before I entered Noah City, I encountered a mutated desert alongside Shingo.it that time. I was uncertain whether it was related to non-biological mutations, since you mentioned it had already appeared 6 months ago. The desert is highly likely." Before Bailon could finish her sentence, Vincent on the other end of the communicator suddenly became agitated. He began to pound the walls furiously. What infuriates me further is that Alva, actually bribed the guards here to shut off the air purification system of this room. Upon uttering this, Vincent Moore lost all semblance of rationality, erupting into a furious outburst as he rampaged within the reinforced cell. Bailon and Lysua finally comprehended the reason behind Vincent Moore's transformation after being imprisoned at IT. Turned out that all of this was orchestrated by Alva. Vincent Moore, was a pitiable figure, once a respected scientist. He unwittingly became a tool for all of his schemes and was callously discarded, ultimately descending into the fate of a mutated creature. This made Bylon think of Vincent's younger brother, Arthur, who had recently been protecting her. How would he face such a sight of Vincent more now? How heartbroken he must be, and how much he must despise Alva. "Who is there?" Lyso suddenly exclaimed. When Bylon turned to look at Lyso, she found he had drawn the military knife concealed on his person, vigilantly watching the direction from which they had descended. "Who is up there? Come down!" Lyso shouted again towards that direction, and only then did the person hiding at the entrance begin to descend the staircase. With each step, Bylon and Lyso finally recognized his visage. It was none other than Arthur. "You were following us?" Lyso frowned and inquired. "I wasn't. I just knew my brother was confined here, so I came to see him. It was merely a coincidence that upon entering the men's prison, we happened to see you." Arthur's gaze had never been so sorrowful, and it was for the first time that Bylon witnessed such a profoundly negative emotion reflected in his eyes. "Bylon, we must go," said Lyso as he clipped the intercom back onto the device and firmly grasped Bylon's hand. Arthur nodded slightly and quietly approached the intercom. "What now? Where are you headed?" Bylon inquired. "I haven't decided yet, but for now, I wish to remain by his side," Arthur replied, directing his gaze towards the prison bars as he spoke into the intercom. "Brother, I'm coming. Let him have some time alone," Lyso suggested, his hand still clasping Bylon's as she nodded in agreement. The two departed from Hero 1 section, where Vincent was confined. That moment, Bylon quietly asked Lyso, "Do you think?" Arthur heard our conversation with Vincent. "Whether he did or not does not alter the fact that Vincent has undergone a transformation," Lyso replied, adding, "Let it be." Chapter 115. The only kin Bylon and Lyso had not anticipated that Vincent had previously collaborated with Alva. Even more startling was the revelation that non-biological transformations had begun occurring as far back as 6 months, 8 In hindsight, it seemed plausible that Alva was already aware of the impending doom of that world. Perhaps his intent to invade was not aimed at that world itself, but rather at the vessel capable of traversing time and space, or perhaps what Alva truly desired was their technology. "Perhaps we should seek out Alva," Lyso proposed. Bylon, however, disagreed. "Though I have never met him, I can glean from his past actions that he is a cunning individual. Approaching him directly may pose dangers, and we could very well become instruments of his invasion. I am aware of that. But since he was able to discover the situation there so early, it indicates he likely possesses knowledge of how to access the ship. Otherwise, he would not have devised such a perilous plan of invasion." Lyso insisted. "If you truly wish to locate them and access the ship, seeking Alva may be your only option at this juncture." Bylon lowered her head, deep in thought. "But how do we find him? If the City of the Skies has fallen, it is highly probable that Dream City has also succumbed to non-biological assaults. Their aim is to obliterate entire civilizations, not merely the City of the Skies. With flights grounded and non-biological entities wreaking havoc, they could only travel by vehicle. Compared to Noah City, Dream City was not excessively far from the City of the Skies. However, driving would require at least 2 to 3 days, and should they encounter monsters along the way, the journey would undoubtedly take even longer. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the prison housing the notorious offenders. Just as Bylon reached for the door, Lyso grasped her hand. "Be cautious. There may be monsters lurking outside," he cautioned. Bylon nodded and slowly opened the concealed door embedded in the mountainside. Fortunately, no immortal beast emerged. Everything appeared tranquil and serene. The two swiftly traversed the playground, passed by the cafeteria, and successfully exited the men's prison of the City of the Skies, following which they resolved to gather essential supplies for their journey to Dream City, such as a vehicle, food, and water. Coincidentally, while stealthily entering the largest shopping mall in the City of the Skies, they encountered Zhang Qingyao. Initially, Bylon mistook him for a non-biological entity lurking in the shadows, ready to strike, but upon closer inspection, she realized he was hiding behind a counter, clutching his injured arm. "Captain Zhang, what are you doing here?" Bylon inquired. Zhang Qingyao winced, the injury on his arm evidently causing him considerable pain. He held a cigarette in his mouth, though it was unlit, merely a means to quell his temporary craving. Leaning against the counter, he explained, "My team and I got separated during an assault we were tasked with escorting officials. And now, here I am, stranded alone in this mall that moment. Lai Suan interjected. Where were you supposed to take them? To Dream City, Zhang Qingyao replied. That I've heard it's also been attacked, but the overall situation is somewhat better than here. How do you plan to get there? By car, Bailan asked. They are fine. We're still uncertain about Noah City's status, but I wanted to reassure him. Bailan offered. Zhang Qingyao managed a bitter laugh. You little girl, don't try to comfort me. With the city in such disarray, I have a sense of the reality. As he spoke, Zhang Qingyao's smile faded, and he lowered his gaze. I miss my family. Seeing Zhang Qingyao's despondent demeanor, Bailan gently patted his shoulder. We're about to leave the city. You can come with us. No, Lai Suan interrupted. Bailan and I are headed to Dream City. What for? Zhang Qingyao asked. This matter does not concern you. Aren't you supposed to be looking for your family in Noah? Once we exit the city, you can find a vehicle on your own, and we'll part ways then. Lai Suan's tone was cold and unfeeling. You really have no sense of compassion. Zhang Qingyao remarked bitterly. By the way, I need to ask you something, Lai Suan suddenly said. What is it? Zhang Qingyao replied. Lai Suan hesitated for a few moments before finally asking. Was there a Secretary General among the officials you were escorting? The United Nations building? Lai Suan's emotions surged as he realized the peril of going there. Zhang Qingyao sighed. I thought the same. However, we still had numerous individuals to escort, and we could only send a small team to locate her. Regrettably, we have yet to receive any news about her. Noticing Lai Suan's distress, Bailan gently grasped his hand. You wish to find her? If you want to go, I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, Bailan tightened her grip on Lai Suan's hand. He felt the warmth radiating from her palm, closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then opened them. Averting his gaze from Bailan and Zhang Qingyao, it's better if I don't go. Perhaps it's for the best if she's gone. Zhang Qingyao was perplexed by Lai Suan's words, but you and the Secretary General are not related. Before Zhang Qingyao could finish, Bailan gestured for him to be quiet. He promptly sealed his lips, casting a puzzled glance at Bailan. This moment, Bailan tugged at Lai Suan's hand. Although I don't wish for you to go, I can see that despite your outward demeanor, you still care for her. After all, she's your family. She added, your only kin. The weight of those words, only kin, was profound. Chapter 116. While driving skills under Bailan's persuasion, Lai Suan resolved to visit the United Nations building. However, he did not want Bailan to accompany him. So while she tended to Zhang Qingyao's injury, he seized the opportunity to slip away to his surprise. As he neared his destination, Bailan appeared before him in a vehicle of unknown origin, with Zhang Qingyao in tow. You can't shake me off, she declared, making a sharp turn to halt in front of Lai Suan. Get in. I'll drive you there. It's just ahead. Bailan exuded a bold confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the lurking non-biological entities, her demeanor carefree and unconcerned about keeping her voice low. Zhang Qingyao clutched the overhead handle in the back seat, fearing that a sudden acceleration would throw him from his seat. He poked his head out the window, complaining to Lai Suan, Can you ask your girlfriend to drive more cautiously? I'm about to vomit. As he spoke, he retched a few times, covering his mouth just in time to prevent himself from losing his stomach's contents. Lai Suan gazed at Bailan in disbelief, questioning her motives for following him and urging her to leave. But Bailan remained resolute. You can let Zhang Qingyao go, but me? No way. Bailan patted the passenger's seat, reiterating, so, are you getting in or not? Left with no options, Lai Suan finally relented and climbed into the car. No sooner had he settled in than a spider, transformed from a utility pole, appeared before them. Zhang Qingyao had lost all his usable weapons while evading the monsters, and upon seeing the spider, he urged Bailan to make a U-turn. However, just as he shouted, Bailan raised her hand, and the spider disintegrated into a heap of shattered metal, collapsing motionless on the ground. Zhang Qingyao stared in astonishment at Bailan's raised hand. How did you do that? Bailan waved her hand before him. Just like this. With that, she lowered her hand and exhaled in relief, grateful they had not encountered the immortal beast. Zhang Qingyao, distracted, glanced at his own hands and attempted to mimic Bailan's gesture. But lacking her abilities, he merely appeared foolish. Lai Suan noticed Zhang Qingyao's antics in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but chuckle, deliberately turning his gaze out the window to feign ignorance of what Zhang Qingyao was up to. Did you just laugh at me? Zhang Qingyao furrowed his brows and glared at Lysa. No, Lysa replied, regaining his seriousness, shrugging his shoulders. I merely thought of something amusing. Just then, Bylon restarted the vehicle without greeting them, flooring the accelerator, and the car surged forward at high speed. Hey, Bylon, could you at least warn us next time? Zhang Qingyao shouted. In that moment, Lysua too experienced the wildness of Bylon's reckless driving. Soon, the trio arrived at the United Nations building. But Bylon showed no intention of stopping. She continued to press the gas pedal, gradually accelerating until the car crashed through the partially shattered glass doors at the base of the building, finally slowing down as they passed through the window frame. By the time the vehicle came to a complete stop, the three found themselves in the lobby on the first floor. Bylon alighted as if nothing had happened. Relishing the exhilarating feeling of speed, the wind against her felt delightful. However, Lysua and Zhang Qingyao did not share her enthusiasm. As they exited the car, Zhang Qingyao retched. Despite considering himself an experienced driver, he had not anticipated Bylon's driving skills reaching such terrifying heights. Lysua, though appearing relatively composed, stood dazed by the car door, staring blankly at Bylon. Are you all right? Bylon inquired. Lysua remained silent, while Zhang Qingyao feigned calmness. Waving his hand dismissively, "It's fine, all good." Bylon cast a knowing glance at Zhang Qingyao, then turned to Lysua. "Where is Secretary General Eileen's office?" Lysua pondered for a moment, frowning. "She might not be there, but we can check." This was something Lysua had already considered, but since they were there, they might as well look for her. With that thought, the three ascended the stairs together. Eileen's office was located on the 6th floor, and the ascent would not take long. Due to power outages, the elevators in the building were completely out of service, leaving them no choice but to take the stairs. In the stairwell, they encountered a small spider toying with a severed head, smaller than any spider they had ever seen, roughly the size of an adult cat. The trio stood on the landing between two floors, witnessing it kick the head around like a ball. The round head was smeared with blood, rendering the features unrecognizable. After Bylon effortlessly dealt with it, she sidestepped the gruesome sight. Her gaze swept around, observing the bloodstains that marred the walls, the stairwell, and even the handrails. While the air was thick with the chilling scent of blood, Bylon nodded, urging Zhang Qingyao to hurry and keep up. Just as they were about to ascend further, they heard a strange sound emanating from above the staircase. The United Nations building loomed high, with numerous floors, and, at that moment, the trio had just reached the 4th floor when they detected an anomaly. The sound grew louder, approaching them, descending from high above. Gradually becoming clearer, it seemed to be the sound of footsteps, an overwhelming multitude of them. The noise was deafening, akin to a throng of people rushing down the stairs. An oppressive feeling washed over the three of them. In an instant, as they looked up, Bylon was met with a horrifying sight. A massive swarm of mutated spiders descended upon them like a horde of locusts, filling the entire stairwell and scuttling about, with some smaller spiders being crushed and falling at their feet on the 4th floor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they quickly flung open a nearby door and dashed outside. However, they were confronted by an even larger swarm of spiders. Chapter 117. Do not make me repeat myself. A swarm of spiders surged towards them like a mass of migrating ants. But unlike ants, these creatures were significantly larger. Their path was entirely blocked by these monsters, with spider hordes advancing from both the front and back, leaving them with no escape. As the monstrous creatures drew near, Bylon shouted to Lysua and Zhang Qingyao, "Get closer!" "Zhang Qingyao," Lysua called out, not questioning the reason. Instinctively moving closer to Bylon and pulling Zhang Qingyao along. Without asking why, Bylon had her reasons for this action. Just as Lysua finished speaking, Bylon lowered her palm towards the ground. In the next moment, the instant she clenched her fist, the ground beneath them erupted with a deafening crash, forming a gaping hole large enough to accommodate all three, allowing them to plummet to the next level. The trio landed safely and quickly sought refuge in an office along the corridor. Lysua secured the door, drawing all the curtains covering the office's windows, and finally sat down, though still leaning against the door, vigilantly observing the outside. The horde of spiders that had squeezed through the hole dispersed along the corridor, revealing their lack of intelligence, as they failed to investigate the room. The sound from outside gradually faded. Yet the noises of the monsters remained audible from the floor above. Zhang Qingyao wiped the sweat from his brow, sighing as he sat on the floor. His wounds still throbbed, but in this place devoid of medical supplies and far from a hospital. He could only endure the pain in his arm, pulling out the last unlit cigarette from his pocket, inhaling its scent to ease his stress. Bailon glanced at Zhang Qingyao and asked, "How long has it been since you last smoked?" Zhang Qingyao shrugged and chuckled. "Not too long. I just brought too few when I left, and now this is the only one left. If only I had brought an extra pack." Bailon continued to observe Zhang Qingyao for a moment before she suddenly surveyed the entire office, rummaging through the desk drawers. Fortunately, at the very bottom of one drawer, she found a half-empty pack of cigarettes, compressed beneath some folders. Bailon tossed the pack to Zhang Qingyao, saying, "Lucky for you. It seems the owner of this office was a smoker as well. What a pity they never finished their cigarettes before encountering this calamity." As she spoke, Bailon lowered her gaze, her attention drawn to a half-eaten corpse at her feet. She had overlooked it in the rush when they entered, only noticing it as she circled around to the back of the desk. Upon receiving the cigarette pack, a glimmer of hope sparked in Zhang Qingyao's eyes, but quickly faded as he shook his head, appearing somewhat resigned. "What good is it to have cigarettes? I still can't see my family. I don't even know if they are alive or dead." After Zhang Qingyao voiced the sentiment, a heavy silence enveloped the office. Listening to the sounds above, the three remained quiet for a while. At that moment, Bailon moved beside Lai Suo and sat down next to him. "Have you thought about what you will say when you find the Secretary General?" Lai Suo shook his head. "I haven't thought about it." Bailon sighed deeply. "Just show some concern. If you do meet her later, maintaining that stern face of yours will be rather unpleasant." Lai Suo frowned at Bailon. "Her actions were problematic. Why should I not keep a cold demeanor? What transpired between you two?" Bailon inquired. "Nothing much," Lai Suo replied, rubbing his forehead and lowering his gaze. "I don't wish to discuss it." Lai Suo closed his eyes for a moment. Resting, he noticed Bailon still beside him and glanced over at her. "Are you trying to comfort me?" Liza suddenly asked. Bailon remained silent, turning her head away with a smile. Lai Suo sighed in resignation. "That's not comfort. It is clearly an attempt to get me to reconcile with Eileen. Perhaps I harbored guilt concerning Baiwa. Had I noticed her nearly breaking down and wanting to take her life in time, she might still be alive. Thus, upon witnessing your relationship with the Secretary General, I do not wish for you to make decisions you might regret." Just as he finished speaking, Bailon swiftly covered Lai Suo's mouth. Taken aback, Lai Suo asked, "What did you say?" He understood her meaning, but wanted her to repeat it. Zhang Qingyao, observing their exchange, cleared his throat. "Can't you two refrain from discussing romance at such a critical moment?" Zhang Qingyao remarked, exasperated. "The world is on the brink of destruction, and here you are, acting like lovebirds." Bailon and Lai Suo exchanged amused glances, but at that moment, the sound of spiders echoed from outside the door. Bailon braced herself, ready to retaliate should they attack, but this little creature seemed disinclined to enter. T lingered outside for a moment, releasing a series of faint chirps. The three inside the office were puzzled by its actions, but soon they understood its intent. The clever little spider had located their position and was calling for others to join it, just as it was about to emit a second sound. Bailon promptly opened the door and crushed its body without hesitation. "We can't stay here. We need to find a way to the 6th floor." As soon as Bailon finished speaking, a smooth, round iron ball fell from the hole above. The iron ball rapidly expanded, transforming into a gigantic spider that loomed before the three of them. Chapter 118. A lifetime guarding that wretched thing. Before the three individuals stood a spider reminiscent of the one encountered by Bailon and Lai Suo during their imprisonment. Although its size was not as formidable, it remained impervious to death. In fact, the term kill seems rather inappropriate, as inanimate entities lack life. Thus, a phrase denoting a complete loss of mobility would be far more fitting. In the face of the pursuing creature, Bailon could only temporarily incapacitate it using her abilities. Yet this was not a sustainable solution. If she could not shake it off, it would persist in its relentless pursuit. Moreover, Bailon was acutely aware that this entity was specifically targeting her. Consequently, as the trio rushed toward the corridor to ascend, Bailon opted to descend, deliberately parting ways with Lai Suo and Zhang Qingyao. Initially, Laso, who had been ascending, was oblivious to Bylon's descent until he reached the next floor and realized the sound behind him were growing fainter. And, alarmingly, the swarm of spiders that had occupied this level was also making its way downstairs. "Bylon!" Laso called out, preparing to follow her, only to be restrained by Zhang Qingyao. "Going down is tantamount to walking into death. She will die down there as well." Laso appeared agitated, forcibly pushing Zhang Qingyao aside. Upon hearing those words, Laso began to regain his composure. Just then, a massive spider leapt down from above, entirely disregarding the staircase within the corridor. Its razor-sharp legs effortlessly sliced through the steps, causing them to collapse. The sudden emergence of the spider left Laso no time for contemplation, and he and Zhang Qingyao had no choice but to retreat from the corridor. Meanwhile, Bylon had reached the first floor. To divert the swarm of spiders intent on her demise, she deliberately ran toward the exterior of the building. Upon reaching the open space before the edifice, she halted her flight, turning to face the monsters that had followed her down. She spoke up, "I'm aware of your desire to eliminate me, simply because I refuse to collaborate with you." She began attempting to communicate with them that I was created by you, intended to test the virus. However, due to the emergence of imbalance, I acquired formidable powers, prompting you to seek my assistance in annihilating this civilization. Now, because I refuse to aid you, you wish to kill me. Bylon found it absurd. "My life is not a plaything for your whims, but your life is one we bestowed upon you," came a voice from within the spider swarm, one that Bylon found familiar. Simultaneously, the swarm pursuing her came to a halt, encircling her. Although voices among humans in that world were generally similar, Bylon, as a creation of theirs, could discern their differences that it did not take long for her to identify the voice as belonging to Ling Yi. The general she had once slain seemed to have been resurrected through the energy reservoir. Bylon scoffed disdainfully. And what of it? Ling Yi's voice, calm and devoid of fluctuation, resonated once more from the swarm. "You are merely a tool. A tool that attempts to destroy our vessel must be eliminated. This is due to your unwillingness to cooperate with us." "Why should I cooperate with you?" Bylon slowly approached the spider swarm. "You cling to outdated traditions, believing only in what the energy reservoir provides. If that is the case, then you shall spend your lives guarding that wretched energy reservoir. Never shall you escape the confines it imposes upon you. If you desire respect, you must first extend it to me. Otherwise, it will only deepen my animosity towards you." Bylon cast her gaze over the swarm of aberrant inanimates encircling her. These creatures were already formidable, and coupled with the indestructible giant spiders, they could soon claim this world. And oh, sooner had she thought this than a portion of the spider swarm before her collapsed, as if devoid of power. Witnessing this scene, Bylon began to grasp the meaning behind Ling Yi's words. At that moment, Ling Yi added, "Most of the aberration viruses have a fleeting impact on lifeless inanimate objects. Only a small fraction of them can sustain effect for 3 to 5 days or more. Yet that is still a brief duration. Currently, it is indeed possible to instigate aberration reactions en masse among inanimates. But for us, time is of the essence. The energy reservoir still faces the risk of depletion following the imbalance phenomenon. We must swiftly invade this world. You are aware our inherent powers are limited, devoid of combat capability, and we can only rely on this method." Bylon retorted with a cold laugh. "How righteous you sound." "Righteousness is one of the energy reservoir's programming for me. I find great pleasure in this term, as it allows for direct self-expression, which I consider a remarkable feat." Ling Yi's words ignited once more Bylon's impulse to throttle him. Yet regrettably, his corporeal form remained aboard the vessel, his voice projected through the spiders. "Finally, I wish to ask you once again, on behalf of all surviving humans aboard the vessel, I hope you will give it due consideration." Ling Yi amplified his volume. "Miss Bylon, will you assist us in annihilating this civilization and reconstructing the energy reservoir?" "Very well. In that case, accept our retribution." "Retribution?" Bylon found Ling Yi's choice of words ludicrous. "Do you think you are a deity? What gives you the right?" No sooner had she spoken than the remaining spiders that had not lost mobility lunged toward her. Although their numbers were significantly diminished, they still presented an astonishing threat. The cacophony of the monsters' cries assaulted her eardrums as she observed their frenzied charge, raising her hand to dispatch the foremost ranks of spiders. However, awaiting her were even more monsters pursuing from behind, along with that indestructible giant spider. Chapter 119. At least not now. The swarm of spiders surged forth, and Bylon had braced herself for what she believed would be an overwhelming onslaught. Prepared to retaliate with all her might, to her astonishment, an aberrant creature descended from the sky, landing squarely amidst the throng of spiders. Why would aberrant creatures appear in the urban area? Bylon speculated that they may have fallen victim to an attack by aberrant inanimates, causing a malfunction in the purification system within the city, resulting in some individuals undergoing aberration. Yet, based on her current understanding, she had seldom encountered aberrant creatures of such considerable size that had originated from human transformations. The aberrant creature before her was evidently at least twice the size of an ordinary aberrant being, possessing significantly greater strength and speed. As Bylon defended against the approaching spiders, she observed the creature's every movement. Its agility still bore traces of its former humanity, including its tactics and behavioral logic, which struck Bylon as exceedingly human-like. Generally speaking, even once transformed into monsters, humans would lose their rationality. However, this creature was different. It was undeniably a monster, yet its actions adhered to some semblance of reason. Moreover, as it passed by Bylon, its target remained the spiders. It did not regard her as an enemy, nor did it perceive her as prey. In fact, Bylon sensed that it was there to assist her. In its gaze, she saw no obsession or greed for flesh, only fury. What astonished Bylon further was the realization that it seemed to be cooperating with her, attempting to carve out a path through the spider swarm. Soon enough, they succeeded. The spider horde was decimated by more than half, and Bylon successfully broke through, finding a vehicle, just as she was about to drive away. Luring the remaining spiders toward a location farther from the United Nations building, she unexpectedly spotted Arthur not far away. He stood atop the Academy of Sciences building, close to the United Nations structure. Bylon could not discern whether he was observing her, nor could she make out his expression, but she immediately recognized him by his attire and general physique. What was Arthur doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be with his brother in prison? With his brother. At that moment, Bylon suddenly realized something. She had not anticipated that they would come to her aid, nor had she expected that Vincent Moore would retain his sanity. Not only had he refrained from viewing Bylon as prey, but he had also aided her in successfully escaping. By all logic, such an occurrence was utterly improbable. During the escort of Shen Gaoyao to Noah City, when Shen Gaoyao had contracted the aberrant virus, Bylon had heard from Shen Gaoyao himself about instances where aberrant creatures had protected humans. It appeared that this phenomenon had long been recognized by him. Though such cases were rare, they were not impossible. If this were the case, then the aberrant virus did not entirely erode human rationality. If pursued in the direction suggested by Shen Gaoyao, there was no need for such despair. Yet he had still given up. Although she knew that most of the monsters had been lured out of the building, she could not guarantee the current safety of the interior. The plaza before the building was in chaos, littered with the remnants of spider carcasses. Occasionally, a few spiders lunged toward Bylon, but due to their reduced numbers, she found it considerably easier to dispose of them. Seizing this opportunity, Bylon re-entered the United Nations building. She initially intended to find Laso, only to discover that he was descending via the elevator cable at that very moment. Seeing Bylon safe, Laso finally felt a sense of relief. Yet Bylon could not comprehend why he had descended from such a perilous place. What had transpired? As soon as Bylon posed the question, he was met with a sharp rap on the forehead from Lysa. I wish to ask you the same. Why did you lead that group of creatures away on your own? Lysa replied, somewhat irate, but he examined Bylon closely for any signs of injury. Mutated creatures? Lysa's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. He instinctively moved to shield Bylon, only to be halted by him. It's all right. That is Vincent Moore. He should not. Bylon hesitated, then altered his statement. At least for now, he should not inflict harm upon us. What do you mean? Lysa inquired, clearly perplexed by Bylon's words. That I will explain everything later. Bylon said, glancing behind Lysa. Why did you descend from the elevator? Where is Zhang Qingyao? Just as Bylon finished his question, Zhang Qingyao emerged from the elevator, struggling to pull himself out. His hands, already injured, reopened wounds as he climbed. and beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, his complexion far from healthy. Oh dear, I'm getting old. Even a little exertion is too much for me. Zhang Qingyao collapsed on the ground, his gaze falling upon Bailon and Laisoa, too fatigued to inquire about what had transpired with them, merely panting heavily. Bailon cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Qingyao, only to hear Laisoa explain, the stairs were destroyed by those monsters, and the elevator was inoperable. He and I had no choice but to descend via the cables. Did you find the Secretary General? Bailon pressed, hitting upon a crucial point. Upon hearing the title, Laisoa's azure eyes visibly trembled. He turned his head away. Speaking in a hushed tone, I did not locate her, but I found a letter she left for me in her office. Bailon regarded Laisoa's profile thoughtfully. She refrained from probing into his relationship with Eileen, instead softly suggesting, "Let us move. We should at least find a safe place first." Laisoa feigned a scare toward Zhang Qingyao, who, upon hearing him, hurriedly got to his feet. The elevator was right behind him, and Laisoa's remark made his heart skip a beat. "Don't scare me like that. I'm over 40. My heart is certainly not as strong as yours young ones." I could see that moment. Zhang Qingyao noticed Vincent Moore outside the building, his brows furrowing instantly. Do not worry. He should not harm us, Bailon reassured, her gaze fixed on Vincent Moore, at least not at this moment. Chapter 120. A cigarette. The letter was brief, scarcely filling a single sheet. Its format disorganized and the handwriting hurried. It was evident that Eileen had penned it in haste. Due to time constraints, I can only be blunt. It is not that I was unwilling to allow the serum to be used on my sister, but rather that you were too young and had also contracted the mutation virus. It was she who insisted you receive the serum. To be frank, I have never believed that marriage brings happiness. I despised the man who took my sister away from me, and at that time, I harbored a certain resentment towards you for using the serum I intended for her, which transformed her into a soulless monster, further intensifying my disdain for you. You will always be her flesh and blood, and, as your only remaining kin, I gradually began to care for you, regarding you as my own child. That I do not wish to apologize, nor do I need to. I am a proud person, and you must simply remember that I have never wronged you. This was the content on the front of the letter. Initially, Laisoa overlooked the writing on the reverse side until Bailon pointed out, prompting him to flip the paper. That it contained a single line. "If possible, I hope you can call me." The handwriting abruptly ceased, clearly indicating that Eileen had not finished her thoughts before hurriedly sealing the letter. Laisoa furrowed his brow as he stared at the blood-stained envelope he had carelessly discarded, gripping the letter tightly. The paper crumpled slightly in his hand, mirroring the turmoil and confusion of his emotions at that moment. Bailon sensed that further attempts at consolation would be futile and decided it was better to allow him some quietude to process his negative feelings. She watched him in silence from a corner of the contemplation room, then turned her gaze to the vibrant hues on the ground. The three of them were currently hiding in the contemplation room near the building, a sanctuary untouched by the creatures, resembling a serene refuge. Zhang Qingyao sat silently nearby, having found a lighter from somewhere, and now, greedily puffing on a cigarette he had pilfered from the office, exhaling rings of smoke that signified a slight relaxation compared to before. His demeanor suggested that he was bracing himself for death, as if he believed he might never have the chance to smoke again. Bailon understood Zhang Qingyao's reasoning. She closed her eyes to relish this fleeting tranquility. Laisoa leaned against a shadowy corner where the light could not reach, quietly fixating on the crumpled paper in front of him. After a deep breath, he turned his head towards Zhang Qingyao. "Could you spare a cigarette?" The request startled both Bailon and Zhang Qingyao. Zhang Qingyao looked at him with curiosity. "You smoke too? I'm feeling down and could use one," Laisoa replied. Zhang Qingyao glanced at the cigarette pack, noting only 3 remained. Though reluctant, he stood and handed one to Laisoa. The first puff might be a bit harsh, he warned, tossing Laisoa a lighter that had difficulty igniting. "Try several times." Laisoa acknowledged with a soft hum, accepting the cigarette and lighter, and soon lit it up. The initial drag did indeed cause him to cough, but he quickly acclimated to the flavor. Bailon silently observed the two as they sought to alleviate their stress and negative emotions through smoking. She then recounted the events involving Vincent and Arthur coming to their rescue. "You saw Arthur?" Zhang Qingyao inquired. Balon nodded. He has likely left by now. The fact that his brother could maintain his composure to save me indicates that this mutated virus is manageable. Of course, it could also mean his willpower is exceptionally strong. However, I am uncertain how long he can sustain that rationality. Now, Zhang Qingyao nodded. I cannot wait any longer. The situation in Noah City should be stable. Lysua suddenly interjected. We should leave the city together first. We could discuss matters once we are outside. I have no objections. Zhang Qingyao replied. Are you both still planning to go to Dream City? Yes, for now. We have no other plans. Bailon and Lysua exchanged a glance, nodding in agreement before following suit. Given Bailon's ability to handle most mutated creatures with ease, the three of them successfully reached the nearest exit from the city of Sangqiu. This time, they did not allow Bailon to drive, as they all knew she preferred speed. Thus, Lysua took the wheel. After they exited the car, Zhang Qingyao frowned at the massive glass door before them, which was firmly shut. The door is closed. How do we get out? He glanced around and noticed bloodstains nearby, suggesting that the guard had met a grim fate. Perhaps Bailon can solve this, Lysua suggested. Looking at her. Zhang Qingyao recalled how Bailon had punched through the floor in the United Nations building and exclaimed in astonishment. In that critical moment, I almost forgot. Bailon, how did you manage to do that? Chapter 121. Conveying feelings. The edges of the glass dome surrounding Sangqiu City were lined with vehicles. After Zhang Qingyao found a car with plenty of fuel, he bid farewell to Bailon and Lysua. Parting ways with Zhang Qingyao, Bailon and Lysua set off toward Dream City. Although the terrain was mountainous, there were roads leading down from Sangqiu City, constructed well enough to accommodate vehicles. Lysua preferred that Bailon not drive. He was aware of her reckless driving skills, so as she approached the car, he swiftly took the driver's seat. Bailon shrugged and obediently settled into the passenger seat. The two continued along the winding mountain road. Lysua had only 3 suppressants left, which would not last long, that he chose not to disclose this information to Bailon, not wanting to cause her distress. Unfortunately, shortly after they began their descent, the poison within Lysua flared up. He abruptly slammed the brakes, and as his body lurched forward, he accidentally honked the horn. The car immediately echoed with a series of beeps. Bailon, who had been peacefully asleep, was startled awake by the sudden noise. Turning her head, she beheld Lysua slumped over the steering wheel. He appeared to be in considerable distress, his entire body racked with pain. Bailon helped him sit upright, only to discover that his complexion was ashen, devoid of any color. That is the toxin acting up? She inquired, promptly reaching for the pockets of Lysua's clothing in search of the suppressant he concealed. Before long, she located it, just as she was about to administer the suppressant into his system. Lysua halted her. Don't use it. That I can endure this. His voice was hoarse, prompting Bailon to furrow her brow. Can you really hold on? I can endure. Yet you seem to be in great pain. Bailon refrained from voicing the latter part of her thought. She embraced Lysua, gently caressing his body in an attempt to alleviate the suffering inflicted by the virus and the drugs. However, it was evident that this simple gesture was ineffective, as Lysua's condition appeared to remain dire. A quarter of an hour passed, and apart from the reassuring hand that comforted him, Bailon did not shift her position, maintaining her embrace. Her body began to feel stiff. Throughout this time, there was no exchange of words between Lysua and Bailon. They sat in silence within the vehicle, hoping the pain would soon subside. Bailon understood Lysua's reluctance to use the suppressant. Shin Gaoyao was missing, and thus the supply of suppressants was limited. All right, let's wait a little longer, she thought, holding the trembling Lysua as time ticked away. After another quarter of an hour, Lysua showed no signs of improvement, and the pain seemed to intensify. The severity of his discomfort was evident from his pallid face. He appeared even weaker than before, as if he might shatter with the slightest touch. Bailon could no longer bear to see him in such a state and decided to retrieve the suppressant. I told you, don't use it. Lysua's steadfast gaze met Bailan's. She grasped his wrist firmly. That if you don't use it, you will be in unbearable pain. That I might just faint. I can still hold on. You might endure this time, but what about the next? Bailon said, even without your telling me, I can guess that your supply of suppressants is running low, isn't it? Rest assured, once we find Alva, I will find a way to board their ship and uncover a method to eradicate the mutation virus. Lysua shook his head. I truly am fine. I've endured worse before, and I can manage this time as well. Balan turned her head away from Lysol but continued to soothe his back. In another 10 minutes, if you're still unwell, I will forcibly administer the suppressant. Okay, Lysol replied softly. Approximately 5 minutes later, the pain he felt began to gradually subside. His head rested against Balan's slender shoulder, and he slowly lifted his head to gaze closely at her profile. I feel much better, Lysol said feebly. As Balan turned her head, her eyes met Lysol's striking blue ones. What are you staring at? With that, Balan released him and adjusted her position in the passenger seat. You should lie down in the back seat for a while. You are still quite weak and need to rest properly. Lysol nodded, suddenly recalling something. There is something I want to give you now. What is it? Balan asked, intrigued. Lysol smiled slightly and retrieved a necklace adorned with rings from his inner pocket. This is... Wait, Balan interrupted. Do you understand the significance of giving someone a ring? Lysol paused, then nodded that I understand that he then asked, should I take the ring off and put it on your finger, or should I simply let you wear it on this necklace? She replied, put on my finger. Surprised by her response, Lysol hesitated for a moment. That on your finger. Does that mean you accept me? No, that won't do. Immediately, Lysol grasped Balan's hand and placed the ring he had removed from the chain onto her left middle finger. Balan watched as he earnestly placed the ring, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I never imagined you would give me a ring, she remarked. Lysol lowered his gaze, tenderly studying Balan's hand adorned with the ring. I never imagined it either. If the opportunity arises in the future, I hope to give you a ring that I crafted myself. There will be such an opportunity. Lysol smiled bitterly. He was uncertain of his future and therefore hesitant to make promises to Balan. As a man, witnessing the woman he cherished before him, in this romantic atmosphere, he felt an urge to kiss her. Yet ultimately, Lysol refrained. If he could not provide her with a future, then let this be the end. Giving her the ring was merely a way to convey his feelings. Beyond that, he could only leave it to fate. You should rest for a while, Balan suggested. Lysol nodded gently. Chapter 122. Accompanying you, Balan drove the vehicle into a more secluded thicket. After Lysol had rested for a while, they set off once more. The mutated creatures near the vicinity of Sky City were not particularly numerous, but after descending the mountain, the presence of these aberrations was markedly increased. Within the urban area, there existed a vast number of mutated non-biological entities, while outside the city, their numbers waned considerably, likely due to the more expansive territory. Additionally, in a short span of time, they had not yet been able to trace Balan's whereabouts. So throughout their journey, they encountered little danger. Even if they had, Balan could handle it with ease. As for Lysa, dealing with mutated non-biological entities proved somewhat more challenging, yet ordinary mutated creatures were easily vanquished by him. On the second day of their journey to Dream City, while passing through an abandoned town, they decided to replenish their fuel. Lysol had fully recovered and took on the role of driver, guiding Balan to a local gas station. After a moment's thought, he remarked, the temperature is quite low here in Sky City. Balan, don't take a cold shower. Just wipe yourself down. I know that. I'm asking you, Balan replied, that I'll wait for you to finish before I go in. After saying this, Lysol reconsidered. It's dangerous for you to stay outside alone. How about this? While I wash, you wait for me just outside the bathroom curtain. Ah, Balan confirmed she hadn't misheard. She understood Lysol's concerns for her. But this arrangement, as she pondered, Lysol chuckled teasingly. Are you afraid I'll do something to you while I'm naked? Ignoring his remark, Balan turned and entered the bathroom. Lysol stood at the door, shaking his head with a wry smile, leaning against the bathroom door in silence. The gas station was well equipped, larger than an ordinary one. Lysol had observed this before entering the town. Realizing it had once been a place for the affluent, with villas dotting the landscape, that if he guessed correctly, this area had likely served as a holiday resort for the wealthy. However, since the onset of the mutation era, much of the land had become desiccated, rendering it unrecognizable from its former glory. While Balan was showering, Lysol wandered around the gas station, then visited the convenience store to grab some water for their journey. Are you done yet? He called out. Yes, Balan nodded. I could tea that moment. Lysol noticed her damp hair and frowned. Didn't you say you'd just wipe down? Taking a cold shower will give you a chill. I rarely get sick, Balan replied, wringing the water from her hair. Don't forget, I'm not exactly a true human. Since you've known me, have you ever seen me fall ill, but you can still feel cold? Lysual removed his jacket and tossed it to her. Put this on. I want tea. Bailon refused. Tea smells like sweat. I'd rather find something to wear in a clothing store. Lysual paused, hesitating at the door for a few seconds before ultimately following Bailon inside. Actually, I'll be fine staying outside, she said from the doorway. Lysual drew the curtain and stepped into the shower area, beginning to undress. You don't need to go outside. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I know you won't do anything to me, but since I accepted the ring you gave me, we are, in a sense, in that kind of relationship now, so I actually have no objections. Bailon's words sounded somewhat vague, prompting Lysual to respond with a puzzled, huh. He poked his head out from behind a curtain, looking at her in confusion. What kind of relationship? Did you leave something out in your statement? I didn't leave anything out. Just pretend I said nothing. Bailon laughed, steering the topic away. Hurry up and wash. We need to leave soon. In just a few minutes. Lysual emerged. He was once again shirtless. Why aren't you wearing a shirt again? Bailon asked as she opened the bathroom door. You should find a clean shirt. You just said you were cold, and now you're not worried about it. My constitution is good. I don't feel particularly cold. I only said that earlier to prevent you from catching a chill, Lysual replied with a smile. You should be grateful that I didn't come out completely naked. Weren't you also somewhat flippant with your words before? At that moment, I was still. Bailon's words faltered mid-sentence. She decided against continuing. Let us just get dressed and leave. That aren't you going to look for a clothing store? It doesn't really matter anymore. In these post-apocalyptic days, why bother dressing so neatly? Lysual chuckled softly. Just a moment ago, you were complaining about my sweat. Now you seem unconcerned. Well, after all, I'm going to die sooner or later. It's irrelevant what I wear. Bailon suddenly turned serious, halting her steps. She turned to Lysual, gazing at him with resolute eyes. I do not wish for you to die. You shall not die. Yes, she spoke. Lysual's voice trembled slightly. Bailon, thinking the poison within him might be acting up again, hurriedly approached to check on him. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the corners of Lysual's eyes were slightly moist. Had he been crying? This seemed to be the first time Bailon had witnessed his tears. Yet, Lysual quickly composed himself. Managing to hold back the tears, he completed his sentence. Bailon stepped toward him. Chapter 123. No such luck. With a thud, Bailon leaped up and playfully struck Lysual on the head with her fist, producing a crisp sound. Big men shouldn't be crying. I haven't cried yet. Bailon reached up to wipe the tears from Lysual's eyes. With me around, you won't die. Lysual winced, covering the spot where she had hit him. Why do you hit me? This is to teach you a lesson. Don't be so pessimistic. You were the one who first said you didn't want me to die. You were the one who was pessimistic. Lysual remarked, pinching Bailon's cheek, flipping the accusation back onto her. Who was truly pessimistic first? Think carefully. Bailon freed herself from Lysual's grip just as she heard a commotion outside the gas station. Lysual heard it too. Frowning, he glanced out the window and pulled Bailon behind a nearby shelf. They crouched on the floor, carefully listening to the sounds emanating from outside. Could the sound of water have attracted the monsters? Bailon whispered that as possible, but while you were inside, I took a look outside. This town isn't large. There shouldn't be many hidden mutated creatures. Even if there were, they would have come when you were bathing. Yet so far, we haven't encountered any. Then it could be humans. Bailon suddenly raised her head, cautiously peering around the shelf towards the entrance, and indeed saw a man and a woman entering. The man appeared somewhat frail, yet he bore a resemblance to the woman who had led the way. Are they siblings? The unfamiliar woman was highly alert. Upon entering, she immediately noticed Bailon and Lysual hiding behind a shelf. Who asked there? Lysual initially intended to remain hidden, but Bailon stood up first, revealing herself to the strangers. Lysual had no time to stop her and could only follow. Both parties were wary, for in these times, trust was a luxury. One could never be sure if the other was completely uninfected or had ulterior motives. Like that moment, Lysual spoke first. We were just passing through, saw the gas station, and came to refuel. We'll be leaving now. He spoke. Lysual attempted to pull Bailon away, but she showed no intention of leaving. She was fixated on a particular spot. Noticing her gaze, Lysual followed it and realized she was looking at the frail man behind the unfamiliar woman. Is that your brother? Bailon suddenly inquired. What if he is? The woman seemed irritable, eyeing the two of them with impatience. Aren't you supposed to be leaving? Why are you asking this? Lysa tugged at Bylan's elbow, leaning close to whisper, "Let us go. They're survivors too. There's no need to stir up trouble. I'm not trying to stir up trouble." Bylan gestured toward the frail man. "He seems to have a problem." The woman overheard this and suddenly shouted, "Are you leaving or not?" "We're not leaving," Bylan replied unhurriedly. "We're here to help you." "What is it to you?" "My brother and I are fine. We don't need your help." The woman's patience was wearing thin. "Are you sure?" Bylan pointed at the frail man. "Because it seems he's infected." Hearing this, Lysa became alert, while the unfamiliar woman instinctively shielded the man behind her. "You're mistaken. My brother is just very hungry. He's too thin from lack of food." The woman's defense sounded feeble. "Is that so?" Bylan remained skeptical, observing the man, who appeared lethargic, as if he might collapse at any moment. Though most of the symptoms of mutation had yet to manifest, Bylan, having previously tested for the mutation virus, understood its effects and reactions far better than Lysa. She was certain he was infected. "Rest assured, even if he is infected, we have no interest in killing him," Bylan stated, "but I must advise you to keep your distance." The woman rejected Bylan's advice, her tone still harsh. "Why should I listen to you? He is my brother. I'll take care of him, and one T let him harm anyone." Just as she finished speaking, Lysa stepped in front of Bylan, towering over the unfamiliar woman, his gaze cold and commanding. "You better mean what you say." The woman felt Lysa's imposing presence and instinctively swallowed hard, retreating slightly with her brother. Yet she still insisted, "Our affairs are none of your business. Aren't you supposed to be leaving? Then hurry up." As the two were about to exit the gas station, the woman suddenly remarked in a scornful tone, "Oh, so the little couple. At a time like this, you still have the leisure to flirt. I bet when you encounter a mutated creature—" "Oh, what was that saying again?" Bylan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you trying to say when disaster strikes, each flees for themselves? Something like that. It's essentially the same meaning." The woman replied arrogantly. Lysa could no longer contain himself. Without a second thought, he stepped forward and seized the woman by her collar, lifting her off the ground. "That you've got guts. Say that again." "I." The woman's eyes widened in fear, her lips pressed tightly together, not daring to utter a word. She had not anticipated Lysa's sudden aggression. The sight of his strong arm lifting her left her speechless, stammering without being able to form a sentence. "Let her go. It seems her only strength lies in her words," Bylan said, patting Lysa's hand, signaling him to release her. Initially, Lysa did not comply. Instead, he continued to intimidate the woman. "Since you're so tough, you ought to take a few hits to your mouth. Stop scaring her. Look at her brother," Bylan whispered. Lysa followed her gaze and noticed that the unfamiliar woman's brother was now showing signs of red veins in his eyes. Terrified, she slumped down, quickly rising to huddle in a corner of the gas station with her brother. Bylan and Lysa understood that her brother would soon transform into a bloodthirsty, cruel, mutated creature. If luck were on his side, he might become a rational monster like Vincent. But Bylan was well aware that this frail man lacked that kind of fortune, for he appeared to possess no formidable will. Chapter 124. Asking you one last time after leaving the gas station, Bylan and Lysa had barely gotten into the car when they heard a blood-curdling scream emanating from within the gas station. It was the unfamiliar woman's voice. Bylan and Lysa exchanged glances, both harboring a shared suspicion. Could her brother have already mutated? Impossible. Lysa hesitated, gripping the car keys. "I've never seen such rapid mutation. It's faster than my mother's mutation." "What is the minimum time frame for mutation proposed by the Academy of Sciences?" Bylan inquired. "At least nearly an hour, but that is only after initial symptoms appear." Suddenly, Bylan grasped Lysa's hand. "Let us go. We shouldn't concern ourselves with those two. All right." Lysa turned the key in the ignition, but just then, a shadow hurtled out from the gas station with a thud, crashing onto the hood of Bylan and Lysa's car. They were startled, and, at the same time, the engine began to malfunction, emitting wisps of black smoke. As they recognized the figure that had been thrown out, they realized it was the unfamiliar woman. They both exited the car, finding her lifeless body sprawled across the hood, pitiful and disheveled. It appeared that she had indeed mutated. Bylan instructed Lysa to take cover, preparing to investigate inside, but he grasped her arm, preventing her from going in. Don't go in, that I'm fine. I can handle him. The mutated creatures are becoming increasingly intelligent. What if you're ambushed? Before Lysawa could finish his warning, Bylan broke free from his grip. Lysa, you go find a car. Once I resolve this, we'll head to Dream City together. What kind of joke is that? As they argued, a deafening roar erupted from within the gas station. Immediately following, the man, who had yet to fully transform into a monster, burst through the window, appearing before the two. This diminutive figure had completely lost his sanity. He had slain his sister with his own hands, yet his exterior still bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. Portions of his skin were grotesquely decayed, his posture was hunched, and his limbs sprawled upon the ground as he lifted his gaze, menacingly fixating on Bylan and Lysa. The two had never encountered a mutated being whose transformation occurred at such an alarming rate. Even for Bylan, who had undergone viral testing, this was an unfamiliar sight, as she represented the initial generation of humans to encounter the virus. Long before she departed from a spaceship, these viruses had undergone iterative mutations, rendering them vastly different from their former selves. Bylan had anticipated an acceleration in the mutation process, yet she was taken aback by its rapidity. How long had it been since they left the gas station? Mere minutes? He had entirely lost his wits and commenced indiscriminate violence. Bylan found herself perplexed by this notion, but time was of the essence. She raised her hand, poised to obliterate the transformed man before her. She noticed something peculiar. The man, now a creature of mutation, did not appear inclined to attack them. Although his eyes radiated malice, his body remained eerily still. Lysa sensed this anomaly as well, yet he leaned closer to Bylan, whispering, "Do not hesitate. Eliminate him, that if you are unwilling to act, I shall." Bylan had not intended to waver, yet she halted Lysawa's advance. "Do you not find this strange? He is capable of murdering his kin, yet he refrains from engaging us directly. Perhaps he is merely observing us, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. But if that were the case, why not ambush us from the shadows? That would increase his chances of success." Lysa, upon hearing Bylan's reasoning, found it equally perplexing that if one were to entertain this line of thought, it seemed that the man before them did not harbor the intent to kill them outright. What then was his true aim? Once again, we meet Bylan. From the man who had transformed into a creature of mutation, a voice emerged that seemed utterly dissonant with his form. The tone was mechanical, frigid, as though it emanated from the depths of the ocean, distant and hollow, clearly not belonging to him, yet undeniably issuing from his throat. Lysawa had never encountered such a voice, but Bylan had heard it on multiple occasions. This stilted, emotionless intonation was one she had become familiar with since the dawn of her existence. It belonged to 01.01, continued. "Bylan, it has been a long time." Lysawa stood beside her, bewildered. He could not discern the identity of the entity conversing with Bylan, nor could he ascertain whether the voice was male or female. Yet he surmised that the speaker was one of the individuals depicted in Bylan's accounts. Lysawa resolved to refrain from interrupting their dialogue. 01. "I merely adopted a greeting akin to that of the humans here. It seems you do not appreciate my manner of salutation. You may learn, but you will never resemble a human," Bylan retorted mercilessly. "This matter is of no concern to you." Frowning, she prepared to annihilate the man who had been utilized as a vessel for 01's voice when 01 interjected once more. "I took some time to seek you out. Upon discovering your trail, I deliberately infected this individual with the virus to hasten the mutation process, also that I might converse with you in this manner." 01's words filled Bylan with discomfort, for his actions had cost an innocent life. In that moment, her gaze fell upon the corpse of the woman sprawled across the hood of a vehicle. She promptly recalibrated her earlier thoughts. "No, it was 2 lives, but I do not wish to engage in needless chatter with you." Bylan prepared to strike. "I am granting you one final opportunity. I shall ask you one last time." 01 suddenly amplified his volume, finally allowing Bylan and Lysa to perceive a hint of agitation beneath his otherwise monotonous tone. Bylan halted, coldly addressing 01. "If your intention is still to compel me to assist you in the annihilation of human civilization, then I must decline." As her words echoed, the mutated being before them erupted violently. Blood splattered, and the gas station was instantaneously engulfed in a stench of gore that Bylan's hand slowly descended as she murmured, "You shall never control me. You fools. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. Lysoa stood by Bylan's side, quietly observing the dismembered corpse upon the ground as he softly urged, "Let us depart." Chapter 125. I have always understood Bylan and Lyso scoured the town for an extended period. Yet they could find no operable vehicles. The area had languished in neglect for years, rendering most cars inoperable due to age. At long last, they stumbled upon a vehicle that could barely function, and Lysoa expended considerable time to get it started. After refueling, night had fallen, and the dim light of evening dissuaded them from driving without illumination, prompting them to rest for the night and resume their journey in the morning. "What troubles you?" Lysoa inquired as he approached her. "I am contemplating the meaning behind 01's earlier statement," Bylan replied, her gaze cast downward, fixated on a spot on the ground. Lysoa asked, "01 is the one who spoke to you with that peculiar voice?" "Indeed," Bylan nodded. "He mentioned granting me one last opportunity and posed his question once more. It was clearly a threat. If I refuse to assist them, they will find a way to eliminate me." "Because you pose a threat to them," 01 spoke in such a manner. "He must intimidate you in kind," Lyso reassured her. "But my concern is not merely their intent to kill me. It is, are you worried about me?" He interjected. "They seek to obliterate an entire civilization, including you and me. Yet I do not wish for your demise, nor do I desire for them to succeed." Lysoa sighed, gently patting Bylan's head. "Do not dwell on it. Go to sleep. I shall keep watch. Rather, you should rest. I find myself unable to sleep at the moment. You will be driving tomorrow, and I can sleep in the car if I become tired." Bylan declined Lysoa's offer. Not be stubborn. Please. You did not sleep last night. Do you truly believe yourself to be invincible?" Lysoa asserted firmly, pointing towards the resting area with an authoritative tone. "You shall go in and sleep." This tone left Bylan momentarily stunned. She gazed at him in astonishment before bursting into laughter. "What are you doing? Why so fierce with me?" I'm not fierce with you." Lysoa averted his gaze. Flustered in truth, Lysoa intended to keep vigil throughout the night. The presence of the mutation virus had endowed him with significant enhancements compared to an ordinary person. Indeed, the occasional sleepless night would not leave him feeling excessively fatigued. And this enhancement ensured he would not doze off while driving the following day. Since Bylan had expressed her wishes, he felt it inappropriate to decline. Regardless of when she awoke, Lysoa had no intention of leaving her to keep watch alone. In the dead of night, Bylan awoke. She was unaware of the hour, but upon noticing that dawn had yet to break outside the window, she swiftly rose, intending to check on Lysoa's condition and allow him some time to rest. However, as she opened the door and called out for him, she discovered that Lysoa was not at the threshold. "Lysoa," Bylan softly called out. Where could he have gone? Could something have happened? Bylan's heart tightened in an instant. She finally exhaled, relieved as she dashed towards Lysoa, only to find that his arm was injured. Lysoa nodded, the depth of the wound causing him evident discomfort. With no medication or bandages available, Lysoa's injury could only be treated superficially. Bylan deemed this inadequate and resolved to search the vicinity for a pharmacy. Although the area had been abandoned for years, there might still be usable supplies within. Just as Bylan was about to leave, Lysoa called out to her, "Do not go. The dust here is thick, and it has been deserted for so long. Even if there is a pharmacy, the supplies within would likely be useless. But your wound is severe. The risk of infection is high. I am fine. Compared to the agony inflicted by the suppression drugs and the virus, this pain is trivial. But they're unencumbered by clothing." Bylan placed a gentle kiss on the area of Lysoa's shoulder. Near his neck, she froze, poised to rise from Lysoa's embrace, but he encircled her waist with a single arm, preventing her escape. "What are you doing? Let me go." Bylan, feeling faint, gazed into his eyes, her cheeks flushed. Lysoa softly kissed her forehead, his kiss light, yet gradually descending. Bylan could distinctly feel his tender lips trailing from her forehead down to the bridge of her nose, then to the tip. And then, Bylan's mind began to swirl as she softly uttered his name, which only intensified Lysoa's kiss. He suddenly pressed his lips against hers, sealing them together. In that moment, the kiss jolted Bylan into clarity. She then realized that Lysoa's hand, which had encircled her waist, was now gliding downward. Bylan's eyes widened. and she swiftly pushed Lysua away. "You are not Liz." In that instant, as she rose, Bylan revulsively wiped her lips, vigorously scrubbing at them, while casting an angry glare at the man who bore a striking resemblance to Lysua, now leaning against the wall. "Who are you?" Bylan retreated a few steps, her voice low, as she questioned. "Where is Lysua? If it is truly him, he would never have kissed me. Although I never inquired about his true thoughts, I have always understood that he dares not make any promises to me. Nor does he have the courage to touch me, for he knows he cannot offer me a future." Bylan's eyes, filled with fury, fixated intensely on the man before her. "The genuine Lysua knows how to respect my thoughts, while you, an impostor, do not." Chapter 126. Cyclic Rebirth. The man resembling Lysua grinned menacingly at Bylan. Suddenly, he turned away, leaning backward in an exaggerated manner, transforming in an instant into the form of a metallic spider. To Bylan's astonishment, this aberrant entity had evolved the capability to disguise itself as a human. This ability was terrifying, for no one could easily discern their remarkably lifelike masquerade. "Where is Lysua?" Bylan asked again, her voice tinged with urgency. She faltered, halting her movement. "I will ask you once more, Lysua. Where is he?" This inquiry was laced with menace. 01 initially remained silent, observing Bylan as he stepped closer. Bylan continued to retreat. "If you take another step forward, I will make your head explode." "Useless," he replied. "This aberrant entity cannot be killed. It will continuously resurrect, as we have endowed it with a cyclical energy reservoir." 01's explanation temporarily quelled Bylan's desire to retaliate, yet she did not reveal any hint of panic or fear. With a long sigh, Bylan steadied her emotions and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "I wish to take you to a certain place." "Where?" "Not a spaceship." "And where is Lysua?" "Rest assured, he is unharmed. I have merely confined him to a closed space, a light spot created by scientists. There is nothing within. He will encounter no danger." Once again, another individual sought to take Bylan to a location. What could his true intentions be? As Bylan pondered this, 01 waved his hand, and a small point of light appeared between them, swiftly expanding until it reached a size capable of accommodating an adult. Bylan stared at the luminous spot for a moment before shifting her gaze to 01, who stood motionless, resembling a mannequin in a clothing store's display window. "Another light spot created by scientists?" Bylan inquired. "Yes," Bylan, puzzled, asked. "Didn't TU intend to kill me? Why the change of heart?" "That question is currently off the table." "Then I shall not enter. You may choose not to enter, but correspondingly, I will not return Lysua to you, that he shall remain in that space until death." "I do not appreciate being threatened." "Neither do I." 01's demeanor had improved significantly. He even bowed to Bylan, an action that left her bewildered. However, for Lysua's sake, Bylan had no choice but to concede. Furthermore, even apart from Lysua, it seemed that she had no alternative paths available to her. The aberrant being that had transformed into 01 was impervious to her attempts to kill it, and in order to seize the opportunity to board a spaceship, this light spot was currently her sole avenue. Though 01 claimed the destination was not a spaceship, there appeared to be some connection between the two. Bylan could wait no longer. She had to seize the opportunity before her. "Very well, I will enter with you, but you must ensure Lysua's safety." "Bylan, do you not realize that discussing this condition with me holds no substantial significance?" Indeed, as 01 had stated, their intent was to obliterate all human civilization. A single life meant little to them, akin to an ant that a human might crush without a second thought. Bylan chuckled bitterly, refraining from further negotiations with 01, that although she remained concerned for Lysua. She stepped into the light spot. Upon entering, Bylan found herself in a realm filled with flesh and metal. In the distance, remnants of metal structures, now mere ruins, stood against the sky. This world had long been annihilated. Clearly, this was a space crafted by scientists for Bylan, where everything appeared genuine yet was entirely illusory, akin to a projection of images she could create for others to see. 01. She attempted to call out to him. Bylan frowned, but just then, she heard a familiar voice reaching her ears. "It was I who came to find you." He was not very tall, standing only slightly taller than Bylan, and outwardly he bore no distinguishable differences from the humans in this world. Yet strangely, his voice and manner of speaking conveyed an emotional depth. As he spoke, Balan could sense his feelings. Two thoughts immediately surfaced in her mind. First, he possessed emotions. Second, his mode of expression diverged entirely from that of the human-like entities in this world. Gazing at him, Balan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if his voice resonated with her own memories. "Have met before?" Balan inquired. The man nodded. "Indeed. We met not long ago." Not long ago? Balan suddenly realized why he seemed familiar. His voice was identical to that of Demon. "Demon?" Balan gasped, stepping back in surprise as she scrutinized him. "Why do you?" "Because of the energy reservoir. It granted me new life. But at that time, the energy reservoir had ceased functioning, and everything was an illusion, a facade constructed by the scientists of this world." Indeed, it was a facade, yet the scientists could observe changes within the light spot. I purposefully rushed toward the energy reservoir to attract attention. Once discovered by the scientists who constructed the light spot, I allied myself with the humans of this world and briefly restored the energy reservoir aboard the spaceship, achieving cyclic rebirth. That it was because of him that you betrayed the human world. Chapter 127. Approaching immortality. Demon's appearance was entirely unexpected for by LAN.IT was then that she learned that 01 had brought her to meet the reborn demon, that he explained that he had become the scientific advisor for this world, tasked with elucidating scientific and technological matters concerning his original world to the humans here. However, his expertise was confined to the field of quantum science, rendering his knowledge of other scientific disciplines relatively superficial. Thus, he sought to recruit more talent. From his words, it seemed that Demon believed he was saving those humans who still held value, albeit in a different manner. Yet Balan clearly remembered that Demon had never intended to save human civilization. His antisocial personality rendered him indifferent to all forms of life, only being affected by Yite. After Yite's death, the thread that had tethered Demon was severed. Now, in this new world, he seemed intent on establishing a new world for them. Balan had never anticipated this. Even more astonishing was the realization that Balan was among the individuals he wished to recruit. She was taken aback, feeling somewhat flattered, yet also finding the situation deeply ironic. "Do you truly believe I would agree?" Balan found it laughable. 01 had coerced her for so long, even resorting to threats to gain her assistance. And now, a person who had once sought to end her life thought she would acquiesce? "I am aware you will not agree." Demon appeared to have anticipated Balan's response. Showing no signs of surprise, he turned away, gesturing toward the distant remnants of metal debris. "Look there. Although they have lost their former glory, they still stand resilient. Oh, you know how long these metallic substances will take to truly vanish?" Balan did not know the answer to that question. She observed Demon's figure, waiting for him to elaborate. "Do not be deceived by their rusted exteriors. That is due to iron elements. However, within them lies a metallic element unseen by your kind. It may take billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of years. Indeed, a very long time. Until even this world perishes, the inner metallic substances will not succumb. They will continue to float in the vast cosmos, unreactive with any other elements." When Balan heard Demon refer to your kind, the other content of his statement suddenly lost its significance. She scoffed. "You seem to have integrated quite rapidly into this place." Demon tilted his head slightly, as if glancing at Balan with peripheral vision. Yet she knew he possessed no eyes. This gesture was merely a remnant of human habit, one he could not easily shed. "I shall take it as a compliment regarding my adaptability," Demon asked. "Are you not interested in what I just said?" "That is because they discovered a special bony substance during their time travel that is far harder than this metallic matter and possesses a certain degree of toughness, thus allowing it to be utilized in creating humans, resolving the rigidity issues posed by metallic substances." "What exactly are you trying to convey?" "Balan, you should be well aware of what I am implying." "Yes, that is precisely what I mean." Deming turned to face Balan and walked toward her, but suddenly stopped a few steps away, speaking with fervor. "Balan, I wish for you to accompany me to a certain place." "Where are we going? What do you truly want from me?" "Hurry and return Lysua to me." Balan, losing patience, raised her hand, prepared to strike Deming. However, he interjected, "You cannot kill me, for this is merely a true projection of myself in this world. Even if you were to slay me now, My true self remains safely aboard the spaceship. With a click of her tongue, Bylon let her hand fall in frustration and reluctantly replied, "Fine, I will go with you." Deming gestured invitingly in a particular direction, and the two set off. After an indeterminate time, they arrived before a colossal, devouring flower. "What have you brought me here for? Do you intend to use the flower to travel elsewhere?" Bylon surveyed the surroundings, the endless dark red earth, and the pervasive stench of decay, causing her brow to furrow in discomfort. Deming nodded. "Indeed. Follow me." With that, Deming entered the maw of the devouring flower, which consumed him and swiftly drew him into its stout stem. Following Demung into the flower, Bylon was transported through the underground root network to another vast expanse. Once the flower expelled her, Bylon landed in a pool of clear water. She quickly washed away the residue of saliva clinging to her, only to find small wounds on both arms where the flower's barbed tongue had grazed her. The wounds were minor, merely a slight irritation to her. She wondered why she had been brought here through such a means, with no clear purpose. Emerging from the pool, she fixed her gaze on Demon, who appeared freshly cleansed not far away, and asked, "What did you wish for me to see by bringing me here? In truth, there is nothing specific for you to behold. However, my objective has already been achieved." Just as Bylon was about to question him further, Deming's subsequent words confirmed her suspicions. "You may have already surmised, indeed, what I require is your blood," Deming explained, "though I do not know you well. I am aware that you are not easily persuaded. Hence, this world no longer requires your presence. And what we now seek is to create another being just like you," he added, "through your blood." Chapter 128. The affected are you too upon realizing that Demung had deceived her. Bylon's gaze flickered, and her fury ignited. She glared at Demung, who remained unfazed. In the next moment, a body gradually emerged from the ground nearby. Lying horizontally as if it had seeped up from below, Bylon instantly recognized it as Lysa. He appeared to be asleep, his expression serene and peaceful. She hurried over to him, crouching to assess his condition. "He is fine. He will awaken shortly," Deming remarked. "To us, your life had become as inconsequential as a fleeting breeze, and where it may blow next is of no concern to us. Once again, I have been used." Bylon's expression darkened as she recalled her past fears of them. She detested her former self and loathed being repeatedly exploited as a test subject for their viruses, enduring their manipulations and torment. Yet now, she had learned to resist and was confident in her ability to oppose them. Without granting Demung an opportunity to speak, Bylon swiftly dealt with the manifestation that appeared in the light. That was not the real Demung. Bylon was acutely aware of this, yet she could not restrain herself from acting. They had deceived her once more to obtain her blood, and while she understood she should not allow them to manipulate her, she cared for Lysua's life. She knew that if she did not enter that light, Lysua might be in grave danger. They still lingered in that dim lounge, and Zero had vanished. Lysua appeared unharmed, merely asleep. Bylon sighed in relief, but as she rose, she noticed the severed head of Demung at her feet. Bylon found it peculiar that the objects appearing in the light remained in reality. She initially intended to kick the head out of the room, but as she approached, it emitted a voice. "I had something to tell you, but you acted too swiftly. I didn't have a chance." Startled by the sudden voice, Bylon's fury, which had not yet fully subsided, flared anew. Just as she prepared to kick it, Deming's words halted her. "Oh, you not wish to know about the invasion plan?" Bylon frowned. "I have no interest in your plans. Indeed, General Zero should have already clarified our intent to invade this world. But what of Alva's invasion plan?" Deming suddenly mentioned Alva, piquing Bylon's interest. She was puzzled as to how Deming knew this. Had Zero and the others discovered something? "Since we intend to invade here, we must have conducted thorough investigations of this world. Knowing Alva's invasion plan is not difficult." Deming's head, resembling a fleshy orb, turned in her direction. Even without eyes, Bylon felt his gaze upon her, making her somewhat uneasy. Demung explained, "This information was conveyed to me by General Zero, but the details regarding Alva came from Administrator Zero." Bylon recalled Zero vaguely. She had had the fortune of encountering him a few times before leaving the spaceship. He often seemed solitary, much like his name suggested, and whenever she saw him, she felt a strange disconnect, as if he were unrelated to that world. For some reason, Bylon did not dislike Zero. As he had once told her, allowing humanity to be born in this world is the greatest mistake of my life. His silhouette always evoked a sense of melancholy and gloom, a presence that seemed entirely out of place in that world, yet Bylon could always sense that emotional shadow in him. Afterward, she never saw him again. It was as if he had vanished without a trace. Some claimed he had died. Others said he had left the spaceship, sailing into the cosmos aboard a small vessel he had stolen. Bylon believed the former was more likely, for she could sense that Zero's heart had long since perished at this moment. Demon continued. A few months ago, under pressure, scientists developed the first light spot, which was minuscule, barely noticeable. Subsequently, the light point appeared randomly in the labs of Noah City. First discovered by Vincent Moore, he then entered this light point and met Administrator Zero. And then, Bylon inquired. The third light point? No, he discovered the second one, as the scientists replicated the light spots during their creation, hoping to reduce energy consumption while effectively increasing their numbers. When deployed in the human world, their appearance was entirely random. Those scientists had limited their locations to random sites near the three major urban areas. Bylon caught on to something, asking if they are all the same light point. Did Vincent and Alva meet inside it? Yes, they indeed encountered one another. It was then that they forged a collaboration. Demung added, I can surmise that Vincent must have held great respect for Alva at that time, otherwise he would not have cooperated on the multiverse migration plan. But Vincent was deceived. All of his true intention was to seize your technology, Bylon interjected. Initially, Alva did not deceive him. They were indeed discussing migration-related matters. However, after repeatedly searching for light points and entering them, they discovered the grim reality of that world's destruction. Thus, Alva altered his plan precisely, Demung affirmed. However, Alva entered the light point one more time than Vincent. Vincent only learned of the destruction, unaware that our technology could traverse time and space, nor did he know of our plans to create a virus to annihilate civilization. Hence, Alva proposed an invasion. Demung paused. In other words, he sought to acquire our technology in the end, it was not so much deception, but it was undeniable that Alva had betrayed Vincent, even going so far as to infect him. Bylon crouched, gazing at Demeng's severed head on the ground. Why are you telling me all this? If you were aware of all of his actions, you could simply send your monsters to kill him. I need you to kill him. Because he, like you, is also an artificial being, and he too is affected by the imbalance. Bylon was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the words spoken by Demeng. Rising in shock, she fixed her gaze upon him and asked in a low voice, Are you truly speaking the truth? I have acquired your blood. To me, you have become insignificant. Even if you refuse to eliminate him now, once we create a second version of you, we can still dispatch her to deal with Alva. Demeng fell silent for a moment before responding. I merely believe it is essential for you to be aware of these matters. Bylon inquired, How many individuals like me exist, affected by the imbalance? There are only you and Alva. Yes, just these that I ask that all you have to say. That is all that. No sooner had Demeng's words left his lips than Bylon, without hesitation, delivered a swift kick, causing Demeng's head to burst open, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Exhaling deeply, Bylon finally felt a sense of tranquility. However, her brow soon furrowed once more. Alva. Bylon murmured the name, heavy with foreboding. Chapter 129. It's we are after long before Leso awakened. Bylon had informed him of the events from the previous night. Leso said little in response, yet he understood that their journey to Dream City had perhaps proven to be an unwise decision. Throughout the ride, Bylon felt the cool wind wafting through the car window. Though the breeze was chilly, she did not feel cold, as if this was the only way to keep her mind alert. You might catch a chill, Leso remarked, partially rolling up the window, leaving just a crack. Are you pondering the words Demeng shared with you? Should we still pursue Alva? Bylon asked. Do you think he might already be aware of my identity as a synthetic? And if he knows, what of it? I am uncertain, she replied, shaking her head. I have never interacted with him. I do not know what kind of person he is, nor can I fathom his thoughts. You are worried, are you not? Indeed, Bylon nodded. Demeng mentioned that Alva is also affected by the imbalance. Yet I am unaware of his capabilities, if he possesses a means to locate their spaceship. I must seek him out, but if he knows and chooses not to inform us, Or if he is entirely oblivious? What then? What happens does not concern me, Leso stated, his worry evident. I merely fret over how Alva will regard us upon our arrival in Dream City. If we agree to partake in his invasion plans, he may spare us. But aligning with such a person is inherently perilous. Bailon closed her eyes, feeling the cool breeze from the crack in the window. If he can heartlessly send a partner to prison, allowing them to be infected, what else is he capable of? In any case, we must exercise caution, Leso advised. Everything appears to be proceeding smoothly. Bailon was acutely aware that since her blood had been extracted, she would not be pursued for the time being. As the two stood before Dream City, they had yet to marvel at the intricate patterns adorning the glass dome when they sensed something amiss. There were no soldiers guarding the gates, nor were there any passers-by. The buildings within the district appeared intact, as if untouched by an attack, yet the silence was unnaturally profound, devoid of life that it resembles a ghost town. Bailon remarked succinctly. Upon exiting the vehicle, Leso noted the patterns manifesting on the glass dome. Dream City earned its name from the fact that the glass exterior was embedded with numerous giant curved electronic screens, displaying ethereal natural scenes that seemed almost dreamlike. Has Dream City succumbed to ruin like the Celestial Heights? Bailon inquired. Leso was unaware of the events that had transpired, glancing around before asking Bailon, "Do you intend to seek him out?" "We have no other course of action," Bailon responded, gazing into the serene interior of the district. I pondered for quite some time during our journey. Rather than aimlessly searching for solutions, it would be more straightforward to be direct. Leso smiled at Bailon's forthrightness and her fearless demeanor. "Then let us proceed, and may we find Alva swiftly." No sooner had Leso spoken than a group of heavily armed soldiers emerged from the other side of the glass doors of Dream City. Swiftly encircling the two, Leso quickly recognized their military uniforms. These soldiers belonged to Alva's faction, although Alva himself seemed absent from the formation. "So, you are all lurking in the shadows," Bailon remarked with a hint of amusement. "This is quite a unique welcome." Just as she finished speaking, another gun barrel was aimed at her. She smiled, glancing at the soldier pointing the weapon in her direction, and suddenly seized the gun. This bold action startled everyone present, including Leso. "Bailon, don't." Before Leso could finish, Bailon interrupted. "Bring Alva out. We are here to find him." "The general is too busy to entertain you," one of the soldiers replied. "I am the nephew of Secretary General Aaron." "Does that mean he is too busy for me as well?" Leso retorted. Upon hearing this identity, several soldiers exchanged glances. They did not appear intimidated, as Leso was not a government official, but merely part of the United Forces responsible for the security of the United Nations building. At that moment, one of the soldiers spoke up. "So, you are Leso. I presume the woman beside you is Bailon." Their words left both Bailon and Leso astonished. "What do you mean by that? Do you know us? Did Alva instruct you to do this?" Bailon queried. Bailon and Leso offered no resistance. After all, complying would enable them to meet Alva, which was a favorable outcome. The two were imprisoned in the underground jail of Dream City, a place thoroughly searched by the government forces and deemed safe, with a portion of surviving humans temporarily housed there. However, Bailon and Leso found themselves confined in two cells at the end of the prison. The only occupants apart from one another, Leso, in the adjacent cell, was separated by a wall that obstructed his view of Bailon, but he could hear her voice. "Stop joking. If Alva comes, what will you do?" Leso asked. "I don't know. I suppose I'll just ask him directly," Bailon shrugged, standing before the iron bars of her cell, attempting to peer into the far corridor, but it was too distant for her to discern. "This bar is quite a nuisance. I wish I could simply break it." Hearing this, Leso sighed, pressing against the wall. "What I am more curious about now is why Alva recognizes us and why he wishes to capture us. You are the Secretary General's nephew. It is not surprising he knows you, is it? And you?" "Me?" Bailon leaned against the iron bars, a smile playing on her lips. "Is there any need to ask? If he knows me, it likely means he is well aware of my identity." Chapter 130. Alva. When Leso awoke from his slumber, he called out for Bailon, only to discover she was absent from the adjacent cell. Concerned, he halted the attendant bringing food. "Well, the person next door, the one named Bailon. She was taken away early this morning. I'm not certain where she has gone," the attendant replied, placing the meal at the door. "Why did I not hear her?" Though unspoken, Laso could surmise the situation. Glancing down at the food on the floor, his brow furrowed slightly, suspecting foul play. Meanwhile, Bailon had been summoned to a dimly lit room, seemingly used for interrogating prisoners, resembling the interrogation chambers in Noah City. The walls featured a large glass observation window. Bailon sat in the interrogation chair, her hands handcuffed, motionless as she turned her head to gaze at the window. Knock, knock, knock that a man clad in military attire tapped the table, capturing Bailon's attention. Where is Alva? Bring him out. I wish to see him, she demanded. The general is unavailable today. Oh, unavailable. Is he not watching me from behind that glass? The man hesitated, clearing his throat before addressing the matter directly. We brought you here today to discuss, to bring Alva out. Before he could finish, Bailon raised her handcuffed hands, declaring, Your general should be well aware that if you keep me confined like this, I will obliterate the entire prison of Dream City. The man scoffed. You may attempt it. Do you think a few hundred of us can be easily dispatched? A few hundred? I had assumed there were thousands. Bailon chuckled. Do not be mistaken. I could annihilate the entirety of Dream City in an instant. What an absurd international joke. The man appeared increasingly agitated by Bailon's provocations. It was evident he was not accustomed to conducting interrogations. Bailon could tell he had been hastily summoned for this task, likely due to a critical shortage of personnel in Dream City. Bailon believed that the current situation had led humanity to a dead end. They had already lost their home once, and the fall of the three major urban centers would mark their second apocalypse. Therefore, if Alva intended to seize their technology, he would undoubtedly take swift action. With this thought in mind, Bailon cast a piercing gaze towards the observation window and mused aloud. General Alva, you summoned me here to propose a collaboration, did you not? As she spoke, she shook the shackles on her wrist, adding, however, I must confess that I find this method of cooperation somewhat unacceptable. Bailon's words rendered the man seated across from her speechless. He glanced towards the observation window, where although the other side remained unseen, he still sought Alva's response with his eyes. After the man departed, Alva swiftly entered the interrogation room. That was the first time Bailon laid eyes upon him. He was tall and robust, his stature surpassing even that of Lyso. Upon his entry into her field of vision, Bailon felt a powerful sense of oppression wash over her, as if an invisible giant hand were constricting her limbs, causing her a slight discomfort. Alva appeared younger than Bailon had anticipated. She had previously assumed he was at least in his 40s or 50s, but now, standing before her, he seemed to be in his 30s. This realization even conjured an illusion in Bailon's mind of Alva, exuding a distinctly masculine charm. Of course, she mused that if he were to shave off his thick beard, he might actually be quite handsome. Upon entering, Alva uttered not a single word. He cast a glance at Bailon and then diverted his gaze, slowly taking a seat across from her. After a moment of silence, it was Bailon who broke the stillness. Good day, General, she greeted succinctly. Alva, sitting upright, replied in a deep, resonant voice, there is no need for pleasantries. Your previous demeanor should remain unchanged. Very well, Bailon stated directly. I wish to know how to board the spaceship. Alva seemed taken aback by her forthrightness, his gaze faltering momentarily as he glanced towards the observation window. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and rapped his fingers on the table. The sound's emergence. Bailon sensed something amiss and inquired, What have you done? How do we proceed? By utilizing you, I am aware that they have long sought to annihilate us. But are you truly willing to accept this fate? Unwilling. Then let us cooperate. Can you not manage alone? As far as I understand, you two have been affected by the imbalance, and your intentions for invasion are quite transparent. To eradicate the aberrant virus from this world and to obtain scientific advancement from them. While I may not comprehend your ultimate goal, nor be certain whether you genuinely desire to save this world on the brink of collapse, I must commend your grand ambitions to, the very least, our current objective is aligned, to destroy them. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself. Once again, I ask, is it truly beyond your capability to act alone? Alva lowered his gaze to his hands and calmly shifted the topic. Actually, I encountered you aboard the spaceship. Though at that time, you were not yet awakened, so you have no recollection of me. You have seen me? Indeed, Bailon recalled. I am among the third batch of constructed humans. What about you? Alva's gaze towards Bylon held a profound significance as he exhaled deeply and replied softly. I'm from the first batch. Bylon was taken aback. The first batch. If memory serves, they were all deemed failures. Chapter 131. Failures. Yes, failures. Alva abruptly rose, declaring, indeed, I am a failure at this juncture. He turned away, and when he faced her again, Bylon was horrified to see his skin had vanished, leaving his features grotesque and his white skeletal frame exposed. This was the visage of the first batch of humanity. Alva spoke with unsettling calmness. When they created us, it was initially in their own likeness before modifications were made. The first batch is largely comprised of failures like myself. He seemed accustomed to this reality. Despite his repulsive appearance, the effects of the imbalance allowed him to use abilities that created illusions, leading humans to perceive him as possessing a normal human visage. This was something Bylon had not realized upon first encountering him. Is it frightening? Alva inquired. Bylon shook her head. In truth, I too lacked skin upon my initial awakening. But through continuous modifications, I gradually assumed a normal human form. It is not terrifying. It is merely a natural reaction for humans to feel repulsion towards beings that differ from themselves. Natural? Alva scoffed. When I was initially abandoned, I had yet to be affected by the imbalance, and I knew nothing of the world beyond the energy repository. It was only after I was impacted that I began to understand. I am merely a vessel rejected by both worlds. Bylon furrowed her brow. It seems you harbor disdain for this world. Thus, your aim is not to eliminate the virus. Bylon pressed. What do you seek? Alva answered plainly. It is simple, to acquire their technology and establish a world of my own. A world for beings like you and me. The others? Precisely. But only we are affected by the imbalance. Who says so? The three words Alva uttered left Bylon momentarily stunned. Are there others? Where are they now? Bylon lowered her head in contemplation, that if all of his claims were indeed truthful, it would imply that Demon had previously deceived her. This I know. As artificial beings, we all detest them. While I do not agree with your perspective, it is best for us to align ourselves on the same side for now. Not feign ignorance. You should be more aware of the answer to this question than anyone else. Alva's response was unequivocal, and Bylon understood, yet she remained unwilling to relent. She shifted her question. Do you know how to eradicate the aberrant virus from the human body? Alva's gaze fell upon Bylon's hand. Noticing the ring on her finger, that a gift from him? Bylon instinctively concealed her hand behind her back. That is none of your concern. You're the first artificial being to experience love. Most of our kind do not yet grasp this emotion, and even those who do have not truly pursued it. You overestimate me. While our abilities may be similar, the virus was engineered by them, and I possess no knowledge of its resolution. Furthermore, in terms of science and technology, they operate on a different level than the technology of this world. What people here can achieve, they may not, and vice versa. Only through the fusion of both can a new world be created. Do you not yearn for such a world? I have no interest in the world you wish to create. Bylon stepped back, frowning as she declared, Today, I must ascertain how to reach the spaceship. Do you intend to resort to force against me? If you truly have no intention of revealing the information, then I shall have no choice. Alva closed his eyes and sighed. We are of the same kind. I do not wish to be your adversary. That if we could collaboratively forge a world for us artificial beings, with the power you currently possess, I would gladly offer you a prominent position. Regrettably, you seem unwilling to join us. Bylon found Alva's words distasteful, as they made her feel as though he regarded himself as some deity of world creation, overseeing all from a lofty perch. This image inexplicably surfaced in her mind, provoking a sudden, derisive smile as she regarded Alva with a hint of scorn. You are merely affected by the imbalance. Do you truly see yourself as someone of significance? You must be accountable for your words, and you must take responsibility for all you have done. Each word Bylon uttered was emphasized. You could easily dispose of me as if I were an ordinary human. Alva maintained a serious and austere expression, shaking his head as he replied, If that is the case, then there is no further need for discussion. From this point on, you shall accept the impending apocalypse like the rest of humanity. They have already extracted my blood. What did you mean by that? He inquired. It means that they have begun preparations to create the next batch of humans, Bylon supplemented. like us, who have been affected by the imbalance. Alva fell silent, standing at the door of the interrogation room, his narrowed eyes resembling two sharp blades, reflecting a chilling glint. Shortly after, he opened the door and departed. Chapter 132. The final assistance, as Balan was not in the same cell as Leysa. She was unable to reach him and was unaware of his current condition. She rushed over to support him, observing the thick beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and his consciousness appeared to be fading. A complex array of emotions washed over her. Balan bit her lip, contemplating whether to call for Alva. Just as she was about to summon someone, she suddenly overheard a discussion among the patrolling guards nearby. "Have you heard? The General's adopted son seems to have spotted that light spot again. Has it reappeared? I thought it had vanished already. Who knows? I suspect it's nothing but trouble. Last time it appeared, it caused chaos in the 3 major districts. Now, it's resurfaced out of nowhere. It's bound to lead to disaster. Don't speak so ominously. Just surviving is a blessing that we're both orphans. And look at the others in our squad. Most of their families are dead. They must be heartbroken. Every day we live is a day gained, better than being dead. Besides, the General treats us decently. At least here, we won T-Starve." Their voices faded into the distance. Balan gently loosened her grip on Lei Suo and rose to her feet, making her way to the cell door, only to discover that the 2 guards had disappeared from the corridor. Given that Balan and Lei Suo's cell was at the end of the corridor, it was not easily visible, which was why they had not noticed it during their cursory patrol. An hour later, Balan forcibly extracted Lei Suo from the prison. Though she encountered some resistance along the way, she swiftly dealt with it. Rather than seeking out Alva, she opted to leave the city. During this time, Alva did not make an appearance, which surprised Balan, as the journey had been remarkably smooth, an anomaly that left her feeling uneasy. Not long after she had stepped out of Dream City, with Lei Suo on her back, she encountered a familiar face, Shengao Yao. It appeared that Shengao Yao's injuries had almost healed, though it was evident he still limped considerably. Standing before Balan, he appeared considerably colder than usual, his complexion noticeably worse than before. He seemed less timid and cowardly now. "What brings you here?" Balan regarded him warily. Knowing Shengao Yao lacked any significant capabilities, she suspected he was not alone and might have accomplices lurking nearby. "Rest assured, I did not bring anyone with me." Shengao Yao smiled helplessly. I have aligned myself with General Alva. I had my suspicions." Balan, burdened with Lei Suo, could not fully straighten her posture and had to bend slightly to meet his gaze. "Then why are you blocking my path?" As he spoke, Shengao Yao handed her a syringe of the suppressants. "I bear some responsibility for Lei Suo's condition, and I was unaware of where the suppressants he had taken. So I made a few more for him while I had the chance." Balan swiftly snatched the syringe from his hand, quickly counting that there were only 6 in total, though the quantity was limited. It was better than nothing. She did not wish to express gratitude, merely nodding at him before preparing to leave. Just as she was about to depart, Shengao Yao called out to her. "What do you want?" Balan shot him an impatient glance, noticing his hesitation. He seemed to have something to say, but was at a loss for words. "Speak plainly if you're just going to waste my time. I could easily snap your neck right now." Confronted by Balan's threat, Shengao Yao displayed a flicker of the cowardice he had once shown that he instinctively took a step back, stating, "Actually, I saw you leaving the prison. I noticed that some of the guards were dealt with by you, but I also sent some away by deceiving them into thinking I was going to report to General Alva." Balan was taken aback by Shengao Yao's unexpected assistance. "Why would you do that? This matter is of no concern to you." Balan's eyes flickered. "Oh, you're not here merely to provide me with suppressants, but to extract information from me? You misunderstand. That's not my intention." Shengao Yao shook his head vigorously. "I actually came to inform you about how to board the spaceship." Balan was momentarily stunned. "You know, yes, I happened to overhear General Alva mention it." "What is it?" Although still cautious, Balan found herself compelled to believe him at this moment. "I only know that it's related to the light spot." The light spot. Balan recalled the guards' conversation during their patrol in the prison, casting a puzzled glance at Shengao Yao. "What else do you know?" "I'm afraid I don't know much more. Other than the light spot, I'm unclear on the rest." Just as he finished speaking, Shengao Yao suddenly recalled something. "Oh, right? I remember now. I heard Su Dina mention that the laboratory in Dream City seems to be conducting some secret research, likely related to the invasion. Bai Lan's eyes brightened at this revelation, though she refrained from disclosing her thoughts to Shengao Yao. Thank you for sharing this information with me. Instead, she thanked him calmly. Afterward, the two parted ways. Bai Lan stood still for a long moment, watching Shengao Yao's retreating figure. Lei Suo had yet to regain consciousness, and Bai Lan needed to find temporary refuge for him. She was uncertain whether Shengao Yao's words were genuine, but it was worth a try if they were true. The research they were conducting was likely linked to the light spot, bringing Bai Lan one step closer to the spaceship. Chapter 133. A future unattainable. After bidding farewell to Shengao Yao, Bai Lan drove with Lei Suo to a dilapidated building not far from Dream City. This structure had existed since before the era of mutation, and after enduring prolonged assaults from wind and sand, it now stood precariously, its steel and concrete skeleton barely clinging to existence. Bai Lan hesitated to take Lei Suo inside, fearing that a moment's carelessness could result in them being buried within. Instead, she laid Lei Suo down beside a half-collapsed low wall outside the building. Though the wall was partially caved in, it provided some shelter from the wind, and the surrounding obstacles made it difficult for the creatures to notice them. Once settled, Bai Lan administered a suppressant to Lei Suo, and soon after, he began to regain his strength. Although he still felt weak all over, his mental state was noticeably improved. That I've been here before, Bai Lan remarked. When Bai Hua was still alive, we spent some time near this dilapidated building. If memory serves, there should be an underground parking garage nearby, a small stronghold. A stronghold? Lei Suo inquired, confused. What kind of stronghold? A small refuge constructed by some surviving humans. Compared to the United Nations, they're more like a civilian organization. However, I have heard that this organization has sheltered many refugees and has strongholds in various locations. That sounds promising. At least it offers a place to stay. However, I can't recall where the entrance is. I distinctly remember it being around here somewhere. As she spoke, Bai Lan stood up, scanning her surroundings. If only I could find a clean place for you to rest. I don't mind the cleanliness. It's of no consequence to me. Lei Suo attempted to rise, leaning against the low wall. But Bai Lan stopped him. Lie down and conserve your strength. Seeing Bai Lan issue him such a command, Lei Suo couldn't help but chuckle softly. To your command. Bai Lan paused at his words. Turning away, I'll go look for it. Stay here and don't move. Are you sure you'll be all right on your own? Lei Suo called after her. His concern made Bai Lan feel slightly uneasy. She hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding that they should search for the stronghold as entranced together. Before long, Bai Lan located the stronghold based on her memory, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. It appeared that everyone had vacated the premises, leaving behind a filthy, disordered underground refuge. It seems this place has suffered an attack, Lei Suo said, propping himself against the wall as he surveyed the dimly lit parking garage. It doesn't seem safe here. We should leave. There could be monsters lurking in the shadows. Just as Bai Lan finished speaking, a gleeful voice emerged from the corner. Bai Lan? Bai Lan Jia, it's been ages since I last saw you. The girl appeared quite adorable, albeit covered in dirt and looking somewhat disheveled. Lei Suo regarded her with confusion before casting a similarly puzzled glance at Bai Lan, who promptly introduced the girl. It turns out she is Xiao Chun, someone I met while in the stronghold. Back then, she was still quite young and not yet an adult. I didn't expect her to have grown nearly as tall as I am now. What happened to everyone else? Bai Lan inquired. They left a long time ago. The stronghold has been abandoned for quite some time. Left? Just as Xiao Chun spoke, her gaze shifted to Lei Suo. Bai Lan Jia. Who is he? Bai Lan hesitated. Unsure how to introduce Lei Suo, he smiled gently and greeted Xiao Chun. Hello, I'm with Bai Lan. Before he could finish, Bai Lan interjected, he is my lover. Lei Suo gazed at her in surprise. He had not anticipated such an introduction from Bai Lan. He had even intended to clarify that they were merely friends, not wanting to cause her any discomfort. However, upon hearing Bai Lan's words, Lei Suo smiled softly, refraining from further explanation. Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Ha! It's evident that you are both very happy now." Once the laughter subsided, Xiao Chun's smile faded as she pondered, wait, where is Sister Bai Lan and Sister Bai Hua? I haven't seen her since earlier. Bai Lan hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. But after a moment of contemplation, she decided to share the heartbreaking news of Bai Hua's demise. How could this be? Xiao Chen muttered, lowering her gaze. I remember Sister Bai Hua loved to laugh. How could she have taken her own life? The thread of her inner resolve had completely unraveled. It was my failure to recognize her despair. Bai Lan stared vacantly into the darkness ahead. Lamenting, if only I had discovered it sooner, Bai Hua might still be alive. You mustn't blame yourself, Xiao Chun consoled, wrapping her arms around Bai Lan. Sister Bai Hua would never want to see you burdened with guilt. Bai Lan fell silent, shaking her head with a faint smile as she gently patted Xiao Chun's head. The conversation between Bai Lan and Shen Gao Yao had been overheard by Lai Su, who had been in a haze at the time, yet he had clearly grasped their exchange. He loathed the idea of Bai Lan being in danger, yet felt utterly powerless. Each night, as he gazed upon Bai Lan's serene face while she slept beside him, he found himself yearning to keep her safe. But could he truly hold on to her? Bai Lan. Lai Su roused her from her slumber, and upon opening her eyes, she found his face mere inches from hers. What is it? She inquired. Lai Su hesitated for a few seconds before finally asking, May I kiss you? At his words, Bai Lan's eyes flickered, and she smiled softly. Of course, that night, they embraced and kissed for a prolonged moment. Bai Lan, at one point, contemplated unbuttoning Lai Su's shirt, only to be gently rebuffed by him. Bai Lan, I cannot offer you a future. Lai Su refrained from taking the next step, choosing instead to hold Bai Lan close in silence. In the dead of night, Bai Lan gazed at Lai Su's profile, unable to drift into slumber, for she was waiting for the opportune moment. The moment when Lai Su would once again succumb to his affliction. Chapter 134, An Opportunity for You, seizing the opportunity as Lai Su's condition worsened. Bai Lan entrusted the remaining suppressants to Xiao Chun, instructing her to care for Lai Su and to administer the injection 3 hours after Bai Lan's departure from their stronghold. Xiao Chun was perplexed by Bai Lan's decision to leave and initially tried to dissuade her, but upon witnessing her resolute determination, Xiao Chun accepted the suppressants. With a parting remark, Bai Lan vanished into the night. In truth, Bai Lan was uncertain of her fate after this point. Her powers had emerged from imbalance. Although she had learned to wield them with precision, she was not omnipotent. If she were, the already informed Alva would have acquired their technology by now. Upon returning to Dream City, Bai Lan first ventured to the Eastern District Academy of Sciences. She did not enter immediately, but instead concealed herself in a building across the street, observing quietly. The academy appeared unguarded, likely due to the rampant monsters within the city, necessitating Alva's research to be conducted in secrecy. To be candid, Bai Lan was unsure if Shun Gao Yao's words had been truthful. If they were, this research might indeed pertain to the light spots. If not, her visit would play directly into their trap. After careful consideration, she resolved to infiltrate the academy to uncover the truth. The layout of this facility differed significantly from those in Noah City and Sky City. Given Dream City's smaller size, the academy was correspondingly compact. After infiltrating, Bai Lan did not immediately locate the research site. Instead, she circled the perimeter, ensuring she remained undetected before gradually narrowing her search. Fortuitously, she encountered Su Dinan, an inconspicuous corner. Oh, I sent to this the little girlfriend of Lai Su, and whistled at her and glanced behind her. Whereas Lai Su? Didn't he come with you? Bai Lan cautiously stepped back, replying, He is not here to he is already allied with us. Hasn't he mentioned that? Su Dinan's initial surprise at Bai Lan's words quickly faded, and he resumed his casual demeanor. Leaning against the corridor wall, he grinned. You really are a woman who loves to lie. Step aside, Bai Lan said coldly. Su Din and shrugged with a smirk. This is the academy. Shouldn't you be the one to leave? And what if I refuse? Bai Lan frowned, noticing his hand and suddenly realizing that Su Din might also be a synthetic human affected by imbalance. Anyone who could align themselves with Alva and gain his trust would undoubtedly be formidable. Just as she was contemplating this, Bai Lan noticed a familiar figure behind Su Din, accompanied by his voice. Din, don't engage. I'll handle it. It was Alva. Bai Lan had not anticipated encountering him face to face and felt a twinge of surprise. Father, what brings you here personally? Su Din bowed his head to Alva, who nodded in acknowledgement, patting Su Din on the shoulder. I just needed to stretch my legs. But you, Bailan watched Su Dian storm away in frustration and remarked, I didn't expect General Alva to come personally to greet me. From Alva's and Su Jian's reactions, Bailan confirmed that Shungao Yao had spoken the truth. After some contemplation, she decided against revealing Shungao Yao's involvement. Suppressants? Alva echoed, seemingly intrigued. You truly care for him. My concern for Lai Su is unrelated to you, Bailan retorted, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Alva's eyes. Alva sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, and spoke gravely. It seems you are aware of the research being conducted here. Who informed you, or did you discover it on your own? I don't need anyone to tell me. I can deduce a few things, Bailan replied, wishing to keep Shungao Yao out of it. If you seek to acquire their technology, you will undoubtedly find a way to reach the spaceship, which is currently undergoing time-space travel. After much contemplation, I believe you would prioritize utilizing the known technology of this world. So you ventured into danger without confirming the facts. Alva raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. From what I know of you, you don't strike me as an impulsive person. You don't know me at all. Indeed, Alva mused thoughtfully. Here's the deal. I'll give you an opportunity to participate in this light spot research. If luck is on your side, you may be the first to board the spaceship in this experiment. Bailan quickly grasped the implications of Alva's words. You intend to use me as a guinea pig? Alva nodded. Yes, I have no intention of hiding that. It's your choice whether to accept or decline. I can give you a minute to decide. Aren't you afraid? Bailan countered. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? If I were to become the first subject to board the spaceship, wouldn't you fear that I might destroy it? If that were to happen, the technology from that world would likewise be obliterated. You wouldn't be capable of that, Alva asserted confidently, which irked Bailan. That on what basis do you think I'm incapable? Because we've incorporated certain restrictions in this experiment. Chapter 135. Visions within the rift. The restrictions Alva mentioned were, in fact, time. Very well, I appreciate straightforward individuals, he remarked. Bailan regarded him with distaste. Appreciation is one thing, but liking is another. Soon after, they arrived at the laboratory. It was modest in size, significantly more cramped compared to the one in Sky City. Upon entering, Bailan was greeted by a throng of scientists gathered around the light spots. Among them, she spotted Shungao Yao. Before she could ponder this, Alva instructed the others to vacate the laboratory. As Shungao Yao passed by Bailan, a look of surprise crossed his face. But it quickly faded, and he resumed his composure, hastily following the others out. Can we commence? Bailan's voice caught Alva's attention. Bailan acted swiftly, displaying no hesitation. She didn't even hear Alva's instructions or precautions as she vanished from his presence. Thus, Bailan was convinced of the experiment's authenticity. The moment she touched the light spot, she was engulfed by a wave of dizziness. According to Alva, this was their first creation capable of making contact with a spaceship. With a duration of approximately 10 seconds, insufficient time for Bailan to accomplish anything significant. Alva had also mentioned that this contact was random, meaning he could not predict where it would transport Bailan. All was uncertain, and if it failed, she might end up in a location far from the spaceship. In truth, failure was a normal part of the experimental process, but there was one possibility that Alva had warned her about. The light spot could very well send Bailan into the spatial rift. Throughout the prolonged journey through time, they traversed between various universes through this very rift. Should a malfunction occur, the vessel would be eternally ensnared within the fissure, leaving no hope of return. Bailan's brief journey of approximately 10 seconds was no exception. Each passage bore a certain degree of risk, hence they endeavored to minimize it. However, the light spot commanded by Alva had not undergone any risk assessment. This was something he had explicitly mentioned to Bailan. In other words, this voyage for Bailan was entirely shrouded in uncertainty. Fortunately, she was not trapped within the spatial rift. She successfully entered the interior of the spacecraft, just as Bailan believed she had succeeded in this light spot. An unexpected event transpired. It turned out that the spacecraft she occupied was not real, but merely a lingering phantasm left behind in the rift during its extensive travels. Initially, Bailan was unsure if she was indeed in the rift. But after 10 seconds, she became convinced it was then that she realized she had truly been transmitted into the spatial fissure. What puzzled her, however, was the complete absence of discomfort. Her body remained intact. allowing her to breathe freely, as if she were gently suspended in mid-air. The remnants of the spacecraft surrounding Balan faded away, revealing a dreamlike realm of vibrant colors. Various hues of smoke floated around her, and as they passed through her body, she distinctly felt a coolness, as if water were caressing her skin. Upon closer inspection, Balan discovered that these colorful mists were composed of minuscule particles. Unless one looked closely, these tiny fragments would go unnoticed, yet together they formed the vast expanse of colored mist. Such a scene was something Balan had never encountered, even in dreams. She felt as though she were trapped within a painting, struggling to move her limbs in an attempt to progress in a certain direction, yet she found herself utterly immobile. Or rather, even if she did manage to move, she could scarcely perceive the extent of her motion, as if she were still rooted in place. The smoke around her continuously morphed, initially flowing like a river, then transforming into swirling vortices, and subsequently shifting into straight lines darting rapidly. The patterns formed by these particles were ever-changing, leaving Balan unable to predict what visage would manifest next. What was she to do now? After a preliminary observation of her surroundings, she was engulfed in confusion. Would she truly be trapped here indefinitely? What of Lysol? I must rescue him. Despite Balan exhausting various methods, including the use of her abilities, none proved effective. Her powers were rendered useless in this strange realm. Progress stood at 30%. With the quantity of extracted blood being insufficient, and parsing alone consumed over 30 hours, a cold, emotionless voice echoed in her ear, startling Balan into believing someone was behind her. She turned swiftly, only to find emptiness, save for a swirling mass of red smoke. The voice had emanated from this very red mist. The tone was familiar to Balan, although she could not ascertain its source. She was certain it belonged to a human from that world, one of their own. Why was there speech within the red fog? Furthermore, based on what had just been said, it appeared to relate to the utilization of Balan's blood to create humans. Just as she was pondering this, the voice spoke again. Recently, while monitoring that world, we discovered something peculiar. What was it? At that moment, another voice chimed in. This one unmistakably belonged to 01, that we uncovered a small spacecraft that Administrator Zero had taken with him when he departed from that world. The vessel had been destroyed, the organic material on its surface long since decomposed, leaving only the metallic shell, which lay buried near the old capital of Noah. When did this occur? 2 hours ago. It was discovered by Observer 324 after a mutated creature collided with the sand covering it, causing the Earth to shift and revealing the vessel. Chapter 136. Almost their point zero, Balan was astonished to learn that Zero's small spacecraft had appeared in the human world, and she found it even more perplexing that its location was near the old capital of Noah, the very place where she had first met Lyso. Just as her mind raced with questions, another yellow mist behind her resonated with Zero's voice, that he seemed to be conversing with someone, that I do not agree with your course of action. Please tell me why this should not be done. When another voice spoke, Balan confirmed it was indeed 01, not him again. Balan felt a surge of aversion towards 01, but felt compelled to continue listening to the dialogue between him and Zero. Zero stated, "Every world possesses its own order. Your actions could not only disrupt this balance, but also cause turmoil in another world. Yet we cannot afford to be overly concerned if the energy reservoir is destroyed amidst this imbalance. You will bear the weight of grave sin. I am aware of this. Yet for the sake of our homeland, I am willing to shoulder all responsibility. But you cannot bear it. Therefore, you still oppose my proposed viral plan. Do you not?" 01 asked. Once more, Point Zero remained steadfast in his original stance. "I continue to disagree. Just as before Point Zero, your actions place me in a difficult position. Hearing such words from you feels rather strange. Why do you feel this way? You give me the impression that you deviate from the parameters set by the energy reservoir. Point 01 fell silent for a moment. Perhaps I have undergone some changes throughout the long years. After all, I am the first human you created. Have you never changed, Zero? I have, or rather, I am perhaps the least constrained by this world among humans." Their conversation concluded here, after several minutes of silence. A voice emerged from the blue mist above by L&IT was still Zero, but this time she detected a note of fear in his tone. Point 01. You dare to consume me." The blue smoke dissipated swiftly, and in its wake, a colorful galaxy akin to stars unfolded before Bailan's eyes. Amongst it appeared Zero's figure, plummeting rapidly into a dark abyss. In her ears, his monologue echoed. 01 devoured half of my body, and I escaped because I knew that if he consumed me entirely, I would never be able to be reborn through the energy reservoir. I must witness the beautiful future of the world I have created. Until then, I cannot perish. The energy reservoir has ceased. My frail body cannot endure much longer, and consciousness is fading. I must flee from that vessel, which is transformed into a nightmare. I arrived in this unfamiliar world. The ship crashed, and as I lay on the brink of death, I discovered him. The mind within my head crawled out of my body, reaching out to him, ultimately burrowing into his brain and coexisting with him. In this coexistence, I glimpsed his memories and learned that his name is Lysolander, and I discovered something else. It seems he has already been infected by the virus. Upon hearing Lysoa's name, Bailan's mind momentarily blanked, and she could not absorb anything further from Zero's monologue. The persistent ringing echoed in her ears, and she felt a throbbing headache, tightly closing her eyes and clutching her head in a display of pain. Why is this happening? How could Zero? Bailan was baffled. Was the current Lysoa truly himself or Zero? Or had they merged into one? Just as Bailan grappled with her confusion, her body seemed to be drawn by an unseen force. And suddenly, she surged forward in a certain direction. Bailan gasped, finding herself unable to resist this overwhelming power. She had anticipated that death awaited her, yet in the next moment, she realized the colorful smoke had vanished, replaced by an abyss of darkness. Hello, I am Zero's friend. You may call me Chud. Oh, the inhabitants of that world also have friends, Bailan remarked with sarcasm, thinking they likely knew nothing of friendship. No, they are capable of emotions. However, long ago, they indeed lacked such feelings that it is only recently that a select few have begun to comprehend them. Bailan regarded the white figure with a curious gaze. You claim to be Zero's friend. Yet I do not recall anyone named Chu from that world. That was before the creation of that world, when Zero had yet to activate the energy reservoir. I met him then. The white figure spoke in a male voice. His tone chilling yet tinged with sadness, he continued. The Creator fashioned me alongside Zero, intending for me to accompany him. However, after enduring countless years, we both developed our own thoughts. Yet I was merely a byproduct of the Creator's whim, thus unable to outlive Zero. Consequently, I fused the remnants of my consciousness into this temporal rift, hoping to traverse various fissures and occasionally visit my friend. And how long have you existed within this rift? Bailan inquired. I do not know, only that it has been a long time. Being sighed deeply, a very long time indeed. Why do you feel compelled to share this with me? Because Zero has not yet fully awakened. He remains trapped within the body of that man, named Lazo. The mention of Lyso. Being paused, lifting his gaze as if to meet Bailan's eyes, he then asked, that person is significant to you, is he not? Very important. Bailan stepped closer to Being. Can you guide me on how to escape from this rift? I wish to save him. Being fell silent for a moment, then replied, I am sorry. I am merely a wisp of consciousness and cannot assist him. However, if Zero can awaken completely, there may still be a way to save him. But how can Zero awaken? Soon. How long must I wait? Must I endure until Lyso succumbs to the poison? Bailan could not wait any longer. I must go to the ship, she declared. Before she could react, a wave of dizziness engulfed her once more. And before her, Being suddenly transformed into a cloud of white mist, dissolving into the void of darkness. Chapter 137. The return this place appeared to have suffered an assault. The previously closed entrance now bore a gaping hole. Had a monster invaded? As Bailan pondered this, a figure emerged from the laboratory. What has happened? Bailan asked. All of his complexion seemed grim as he leaned against the shattered door. Breathless. You should leave. Confusion clouded Bailan's mind as she glanced into the ravaged laboratory and approached Alva. Has Dream City been attacked again? Where are the others? He said Zero is about to awaken. When he said soon, does that mean it is imminent? Bailan suddenly realized, pointing to where the light spots should have been. How long have I been inside? Alva slowly raised his head. More than a month. More than a month. Bylon had not anticipated being trapped in the rift for so long. A month was ample time for many events to transpire. Ignoring Alva, she aimed to leave the city in search of Lyso, but Alva restrained her. "Where are you going? What concern is it of yours? You promised to test this light spot. Now you must tell me where you have been for the past month." Alva's inquiry infuriated Bylon, who forcefully broke free from his grip. "Are you still fixated on that wretched light spot?" Bylon winced at the pain from his hold, but noticed a blood mark on Alva's neck. "You are injured. Tend to your own matters." Upon hearing about the wound, Alva instinctively released Bylon, stepping back to cover his neck and tugging his collar to conceal the mark. "Tell me what you saw on the light spot, and I shall let you go," Alva said, regaining his composure. "Otherwise, you shan't leave the academy alive today." With no alternative, Bylon recounted her experience within the spatial rift, but withheld the conversation she overheard in the mist and her encounter with Chu. "You ask?" Alva leaned against the wall, pinching the bridge of his nose, exhaustion etched across his face. "Currently, Zero and Lyso are essentially one. If you ascertain Zero's location, you will also discover Lyso's." Bylon gazed at Alva, still harboring many unanswered questions that, if that is the case, he should already know where Lyso is, right? Alva inhaled deeply. "I saw him outside the city." "Then where is he now?" Bylon's excitement sparked curiosity in Alva. "If you know where he is, does it benefit you?" Alva found it odd. "Shouldn't you be searching for Lyso Lyander?" "Are you jesting?" "Calm down." Alva's anger flared. "What I need is technology to Diva. You think they will share their technology with me if I do not initiate aggression? Conversely, even with Zero present, they would never relinquish their intent to invade this world, for their energy reserves cannot last much longer. But from your reaction upon entering the laboratory, it seems you fear Zero." Bylon remarked, discerning Alva's anxiety. "You are worried, aren't you? Afraid they might create beings like us before you, and are also apprehensive of Zero's power. Ha! Ridiculous. While I may not know much about Zero, I understand that he was not created by the energy reserves. Instead, he crafted a complete world based on his own imagination through them. To them, Zero is akin to a creator. Humans born in that world inherently possess a reverence for Zero, and sometimes they even experience fear." As she spoke of reverence and fear, Bylon recalled 01, the mad general who wished to consume Zero. Thus, when faced with him, we artificial beings also experience this fear. However, it is peculiar. When I first encountered Zero on the ship, I felt no fear of him. Let me guess, when you met him outside the city, you were terrified? Bylon quipped, her tone playful. Alva recognized the jest but maintained his composure, managing a cold smile. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from below. Startled, Bylon and Alva quickly turned their gaze downward to find a skinless figure standing upright before the academy's entrance. His body appeared as though scalded, emanating plumes of white steam, though his face remained obscured. There was no mistaking that it was Zero. Bylon realized that the earlier noise was caused by the iron door Zero had hurled, crashing to the ground. She glanced at Alva, noting the terror reflected in his eyes. It seemed he had encountered some form of intimidation from Zero before arriving at the academy, leaving him visibly shaken. "Surely you are curious as to why Zero has appeared in this world?" Bylon suddenly inquired, her voice low. Chapter 138. Reboot. Conclusion. Alva was dead. He had not even had the chance to flee before perishing before Bylon's eyes. An artificial being affected by imbalance had been so easily slain by Zero. How was it that he had been so effortlessly devoured by 01, losing half his body? As Bylon observed the formidable Zero, she found herself unable to equate him with the Zero of yore. Gradually, her fear dissipated, and she steadied herself, gazing at Zero, who had approached, his head bowed, as if he were examining Alva's lifeless form on the ground, while Bylon stood a short distance away. Upon noticing her, Zero lifted his head to face Bylon. He possessed no facial features, yet she sensed his gaze upon her. "Are you wondering where Lyso is?" Zero inquired. Bylon regarded Zero's form. "You and Lyso share a symbiotic relationship. Therefore, this body of yours. It seems you are already aware," Zero replied. Bylon nodded. "I witnessed events concerning you in the rift and encountered Chu." Upon hearing Chu's name, Zero appeared momentarily stunned, but soon regained his composure. "Rest assured, Lyso is unharmed. Once I resolve this conflict, I will return him to you." However, I currently require a body to inhabit. I have a question for you. Ask. Given your immense power, why were you so easily consumed by 01? Perhaps it was disbelief. 0 sighed heavily, and Bylon perceived the weight of resignation and sorrow in his tone. How could I have known that a person I once trusted would harm his kin in the name of preserving civilization? At that time, I was indeed perplexed by 01's actions. Even feeling fear, fear was not born from mere weakness in the face of strength, for I was never weak. Rather, the once fiery heart within me was pierced by the coldness of reality. The chilling truth that he desired to consume me instilled a fear in me that I had never known before. Yet, in the world of the energy reserves, consuming one's kin does not seem unusual. Indeed, but my identity is different. I am the administrator, the one who activated the energy reserves to create a new world. Even a foreman would inherently hold a sense of reverence towards me. However, I have always advocated for equality. Hence, in that world, there is no distinction between the privileged and the lowly, save for those lowly beings deemed mere food, devoid of intelligence. The existence of lowly beings already foreshadows a hierarchy. It is simply that you have chosen to overlook it. Bylon questioned further, then why did you not display your strength earlier? Had you done so, 01 would not have dared to strike at you. Firstly, it was a sneak attack. Secondly, 0 hesitated. In truth, when I activated the energy reserves, I had already expended too much power. This time, I inhabit Lyso to regain the strength I lost that I wish to take you somewhere. 0 stated. Where? Bylon asked, puzzled. I wish to show you the new humans they have created, and then I will personally obliterate their hopes. 0 gently lifted his head, seemingly gazing in a particular direction beyond the window, and continued, after that, I shall take my leave and return Lyso to you. But what of the virus within him? I assure you, I will return to you a complete and healthy Lyso. Bylon felt a surge of happiness at 0's words. However, she pondered, is it not a pity that the world and humanity you created have been so utterly destroyed? They brought this upon themselves and must face such a fate, 0 replied, as he turned to lead Bylon out of the academy. She suddenly posed a question from behind him. Will you regret it? Bylon had only followed 0 a few steps when she noticed a transformation in their surroundings. That Alva's corpse, along with the academy, had vanished, replaced by a long corridor whose floor was composed of flesh, flanked by numerous metallic cylindrical structures. Bylon surmised they were now within the spaceship. However, at that moment, her role was merely to quietly follow 0 and witness his destruction of all that lay before them. The metallic pillars were abundant, numbering in the hundreds along their path. Each was enveloped in a thin, transparent membrane of flesh, through which Bylon could discern the slumbering forms of artificial beings within. Most were still in the early stages of development, some possessing only skeletal structures, while others lacked even skin, resembling grotesque specimens. Were these beings truly created from my blood? Bylon inquired. And what of the energy reservoir? That marks the inception of sin, perpetuating a cycle that bred their indifference toward life. Thus, they have existed devoid of emotion for countless millennia that I cannot say whether that is right or wrong. But excessive apathy is hardly beneficial for them, but is not entirely adverse. An excessive emotion often leads to failure, Bylon countered, feeling uneasy about such assertions. Nonetheless, I still harbor disdain for them. What choice do you have? Do you not wish to remain here? After all, this is your birthplace. Once you're home, I do not. Bylon shook her head, that a place where I can be with those who matter to me is my true home. And the aberrant virus? I shall address that as for when the virus will vanish. It is merely a matter of time. When she opened her eyes to behold the ravaged land, marred by the virus, her heart brimmed with hope, for she knew that in the not-so-distant future, this place would be rejuvenated, and she would embrace a new life. Bylon glanced down at the ring Lyso had gifted her, a gentle smile gracing her lips, freedom and joy. I eagerly anticipate such a life.